Chapter 1 Rebirth. Parallel World. Bang! Manager Zhang Wanqing threw a thick plan book at the sleeping Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi, how dare you sleep on the job? Deduct 200 yuan from your salary. Go to the finance department later to get your ticket. Lin Yi woke up suddenly. He was breathing heavily and his whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Looking at the familiar environment in the office, Lin Yi's face was full of disbelief. Could it be that I was reborn? Lin Yi quickly took out his cell phone and checked the time. June 11, 2030, 11:30 a.m. It was 30 minutes before the disaster was about to strike. Yes, he was reborn. In his previous life, he struggled hard for almost a year in the apocalypse, and eventually died in hunger and pain like most ordinary people. At this time, the noisy voice sounded in Lin Yi's ears again. Lin Yi, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. What a rubbish plan you made. Fix it now. If you don't finish it, don't even think about leaving. Get off work today. Lin Yi looked up. He saw a mature and sexy beauty who was less than 30 years old standing next to his desk. She was wearing a white silk shirt on the upper body and neatly cut cigarette pants on the lower body. It outlines her exaggerated waist and hip curves in a breathtaking way. Her cold white skin glowed like porcelain against the backdrop of the pearl earrings. A pair of phoenix eyes under the willow leaf eyebrows were covered with a thin layer of frost. The cinnabar mole at the end of her eye is like a drop of blood splashed in the snow, adding a bit of beauty for no reason. At this moment, she was holding the plan made by Lin Yi in one hand and folding her arms with the other. Because of her anger, the violent shaking made her already plump breasts look even more proud and upright. Zhang Wanqing, his immediate superior, is the fantasy object of all the men in the company. Looking at Zhang Wanqing with a cold face, Lin Yi smiled coldly. He stood up suddenly and threw his ID card directly onto the desk. I quit. As soon as Lin Yi said this, the office fell silent. Zhang Wanqing also stood there in a daze for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Yi to dare to resign directly. You have to know that the global economy is in a downturn now, a lot of people are unemployed, and it is not easy to find a good job. Zhang Wanqing took advantage of this and often exploited her employees, especially Lin Yi, who had just joined the company as an intern. He is usually asked to do all the dirty and tiring work. Just like this time, Lin Yi worked hard for 2 days and 2 nights to come up with this plan. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wanqing's casual words made all Lin Yi's efforts of the past 2 days go to waste. Zhang Wanqing reacted immediately, her face became even angrier, and she cursed in her heart. Lin Yi didn't even think about who he was. An orphan who lost his parents when he was young and a college graduate. He has no money, no power, and is just a poor loser, yet he dares to threaten me with resignation. Okay, you want to threaten me, right? I'll make sure you don't get a penny. Zhang Wanqing temporarily suppressed her anger and said in a deep voice. Okay, Lin Yi, since you're resigning voluntarily, according to company regulations. As soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Yi knew what she was going to say. Before she could finish, Lin Yi interrupted her. I don't want a penny of salary, I'll just feed the dog. How about it, Manager Zhang, call out twice and let me hear it. Lin Yi was mocking Zhang Wanqing at this time, but his brain was thinking quickly. Just kidding, less than 30 minutes left before disaster strikes. By then, money will be just a pile of waste paper, too rough to even wipe your butt with. Damn, time is too tight. I don't have enough time to stockpile supplies and build a shelter. What to do? By the way, there is a supermarket on the first floor of this building, which has a lot of supplies. In his previous life, Xiao Peng, the supermarket owner, relied on those supplies to show off his power for a while. It just so happened that he had a grudge against that fat guy Xiao Peng. I had been severely cheated by him before because of something, and this time I got the chance to get back at him. We have to go quickly and occupy that place first. Hearing Lin Yi's ridicule, Zhang Wanqing's face turned as red as a cooked lobster. She didn't expect that Lin Yi, who was usually timid, would dare to speak to her like this. Seeing Lin Yi looking at her as if she were dead, Zhang Wanqing immediately became angry and yelled at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you, right now, immediately, pack up your things and get out of here. After saying that, she slammed the plan in her hand onto Lin Yi's desk. She returned to her manager's office angrily, shaking her plump buttocks. Looking at Zhang Wanqing's leaving back, Lin Yi sneered in his heart. In her previous life, Zhang Wanqing's end was extremely miserable. Soon after the disaster struck, the building fell into chaos. now the disaster is about to happen. Let's see how long you can hold on to your pride. He picked up the coat on the chair, ignored the shocked or gloating looks from his colleagues, and rushed out of the office. He went to the fire extinguisher box on the floor, took out the fire axe and wrapped it in his coat. It was lunchtime and there were too many people waiting for the stairs. Lin Yi decisively went to the stairs and went from the 8th floor where he was to the 1st floor. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the 1st floor of the building and walked towards the supermarket with a fire axe. At this time, there was no customer in the supermarket. Only Chao Peng was looking at his phone at the counter at the door. Lin Yi pushed open the glass door of the supermarket, walked in, and then closed the door. Chao Peng heard the noise and looked up. Seeing that the person was Lin Yi, he immediately started to mock. "Hey, isn't this brother Lin? Why are you here to give me money again?" Lin Yi glanced at Chao Peng, a tall and strong man covered in tattoos, without saying a word. Then he pressed the close button of the electric rolling door at the door. Chao Peng was a little confused when he saw this scene, but then he reacted and shouted. "Lin Yi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Open the door for me quickly." Chao Peng was just about to stand up when an axe was placed on his shoulder. With a bang, the rolling door fell to the ground. Lin Yi then said to Chao Peng with a smile, "Brother Chao, is there something unsettled between us?" Chao Peng was a little panicked at this time, but then he calmed down. Lin Yi is a well-known timid kid. It's been over a month since I cheated him out of 20,000 yuan, and he still hasn't dared to come to me. I don't know what went wrong with him today, he actually dared to threaten me with an axe. But he was sure that this kid wouldn't dare to do anything to him. We live in a society ruled by law now, and you will go to jail if you hurt someone. Besides, I am still a gangster after all. If I show any fear and the news gets out, how can I survive in the future?" Thinking of this, Chao Peng said stubbornly, "Account? What account? I don't have any account to settle with you." Lin Yi jokingly said, "Oh, it seems that brother Chao wants money over life and doesn't want to admit it." Chao Peng plucked up his courage and shouted at Lin Yi. "Why, you're trying to scare me with a broken axe. My name, Brother Chao, is well known in the underworld." He pointed at his neck and challenged Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, come here and chop me if you dare. I'm telling you, if you dare to hurt a hair on my head today, I'll make you regret being born into this world." Lin Yi looked at Chao Peng, who was speaking more and more arrogantly, and the smile on his face became even wider. He suddenly grabbed Chao Peng's left wrist, which was constantly gesturing, and pressed it hard on the counter, and the axe in his right hand fell down suddenly. A stream of blood spurted out, splashing all over Chao Peng's face. "Ah, ah, ah." Chao Peng screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He tried hard to pull back his left hand, but Lin Yi held it down tightly. Lin Yi looked at Chao Peng's left hand, which was still intact with tendons and skin, frowned slightly, and the axe in his right hand fell again. This time, Chao Peng's left palm broke with a sound. Lin Yi finally released Chao Peng's hand and said with a smile, "This is much neater." Chao Peng could no longer hold on and fell directly to the ground, rolling around in pain. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and checked the time. June 11, 2030, 11:47 a.m. Lin Yi frowned slightly, there are still 13 minutes left. I don't know if I can make it in time. Lin Yi came to Chao Peng, put the axe on Chao Peng's shoulder again, and said, "Stop howling. Come, do me a favor and I'll let you go." Chao Peng felt the chill on his neck and spoke immediately without paying attention to the severe pain in his wrist. Brother Lin, I will return the money to you immediately. Whatever you ask, I will do it for you immediately if I can do it." Lin Yi handed Chao Peng's phone to him with a smile. Simple. "Please, Brother Chao Peng, call the police. Tell them you've been kidnapped and the perpetrators are armed. Request the sheriff to arrive with heavy firepower within 10 minutes, or they'll kill you." Chao Peng looked at Lin Yi in confusion, thinking that Lin Yi was playing a trick on him, and whispered, "Call the police? Brother Lin, please stop kidding. How dare I? Just tell me how much you want." Lin Yi's face turned cold and he spoke coldly to Chao Peng. "It seems you don't even want the other hand. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Remember, if the sheriff doesn't come, it won't be the other hand's business anymore." Seeing that Lin Yi's expression was serious and he didn't seem to be joking, Chao Peng quickly stretched out his right hand and dialed the police number tremblingly. Chapter 2, Doomsday Awakening System. Hello, is this the sheriff? I'm calling the police. There's a hostage situation at the supermarket on the first floor of the Jinpeng building on Wutong Avenue. Lin Yi picked up a bag of bread from the supermarket shelf and started eating it in big mouthfuls while watching Xiaoping perform hard. Lin Yi ate the food with unusual sweetness. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten such delicious food in his previous life. At this time, Xiaoping, who had finished the call, looked up at Lin Yi with fear on his face and said, "Brother Lin, the fight is over." He was really afraid of Lin Yi. Recalling the expression on Lin Yi's face when he chopped his hand just now. From beginning to end, Lin Yi's face did not show any emotion, as if he was chopping a chicken. This kind of person has either killed too many people or is a lunatic. Lin Yi poured the remaining bread crumbs in the bag into his palm, swallowed them in one gulp, then picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one gulp. Cool. Then he looked at Xiaoping and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother Xiao. I'll let you go whenever the sheriff comes. But if the sheriff doesn't come, then I can only say I'm sorry." Xiaoping hurriedly said, Brother Lin, don't worry, the sheriff will be here soon." As time passed, the atmosphere in the supermarket became more and more tense. Xiaoping kept looking at the time on his phone, his expression becoming increasingly worse. On the contrary, Lin Yi, who was sitting next to him, had a calm expression. He held the axe in his right hand and kept gently scratching Xiaoping's shoulder, as if he was thinking about something. As time passed, there was no movement outside the door. Xiaoping called the police again. He angrily demanded to know why the sheriff had not come yet. The sheriff's dispatcher said that since it was lunchtime and the incident happened in the city center, the traffic was very congested, so they would arrive later. Seeing the smile on Lin Yi's face growing wider and wider, Xiaoping's attitude towards the operator gradually changed from anger to pleading. He usually took a detour when he saw the sheriff, but he had never hoped that the sheriff would come as soon as he did now. The time finally came to June 11, 2030, at 12 noon. At this time, the sky outside was originally clear, but suddenly it became overcast, and then it started to rain heavily. At first, people outside didn't care. But, just a few minutes later, people on the street who had been exposed to the rain for a long time fell to the ground one by one in pain and kept struggling, but soon they were silent. Only then did the other people realize that the rain was actually red. An atmosphere of panic quickly spread in the streets. The vehicles crashed into each other, blocking the road completely. People fled in all directions, looking for any place to hide. The crowd outside the Jinpeng building where Lin Yi was rushing into the building frantically. Once everyone entered the building, the person at the door immediately locked the door. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a shrill scream rang out. "Ah!" Everyone looked over and saw a young woman in OL clothes pointing at a man in front of her, her fingers trembling with fear. The man's hands kept scratching the skin that was touched by the rain. Countless pustules of various sizes appeared on his face, neck, and arms, and they immediately burst and festered due to the itching of his fingers. The horrifying appearance made the hairs on the head stand on end and the scalps tingle for everyone present. Some even vomited out. However, this horrific scene did not end there. Anyone who has been exposed to rain has experienced this symptom. The severity of people's symptoms varies depending on the size of the area exposed to the rain and the length of time. Someone immediately called the emergency number for those who did not show any symptoms. The brave ones picked up their phones to take pictures and prepare to post them online. More people were afraid of being infected and ran to higher floors to stay away from this terrible place. The whole city. No, it should be the whole world that is in panic. Inside the supermarket, Lin Yi slowly stood up. He turned a deaf ear to the screams and cries outside the door. He knew what was happening outside without having to think. Xiaoping looked at Lin Yi, who stood up, and suddenly panicked, begging quickly. Brother Lin, the sheriff will be here soon, please wait. If you have any other requests, I will do it for you immediately." At this time, Xiaoping's face was pale due to long-term blood loss. Like a poor creature, he kept begging for mercy at Lin Yi's feet. It is hard to imagine that in his previous life, Xiaoping used the supplies in the supermarket to recruit his subordinates, did all kinds of bad things, and slept with almost all the beauties in this building. Lin Yi looked at Xiaoping, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, smiled, and didn't waste time talking to him. A cold light flashed, and Xiaoping lay on the ground, his face still retaining the terrified expression he had in his lifetime. Looking at the dead Xiaoping, Lin Yi sighed slightly. Sure enough, time was too tight and we didn't make it in time. He originally planned to let Xiaoping lure the sheriff to come when the natural disaster was about to strike. Then they took Xiaopeng hostage and took advantage of the chaos to seize the gun from the sheriff. In this way, we can not only obtain supplies, but also have the military support to protect the supplies. He can survive the bloody rain phase in this supermarket and prepare for the next zombie outbreak. But man proposes, God disposes, and time ultimately fails to catch up. Lin Yi sat down slowly, ready to think about what to do next. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Disaster detected, the end of the world begins. The host has been bound to the Goddess Return System, opening the infinite space. Goddess Return System. If the host gives the system a score of 90 or above and binds the goddess with the materials, the system will return them to the host in proportion to the goddess's loyalty to the host. Return rate: loyalty below 60, 110 times. Loyalty 60-79, 11-100 times. Loyalty 80-89, 101, 1000 times. Loyalty 90-100, 1001 10,000 times. For a goddess with a loyalty of 100, there is a chance that her supplies will trigger a quality return, with a return rate of 10-100 times. Each item can only be returned to the same goddess once a day. Loyalty, unlocked after the host binds to the goddess. Infinite space: the host can place real objects into the infinite space and take them out at any time. Living things cannot be placed in the infinite space. The returned materials of the system will be automatically placed in the infinite space. In order to survive in the apocalypse, host, please collect the goddesses as soon as possible. Lin Yi was slightly stunned and thought to himself. Could it be that I am hallucinating? No, it's not an illusion. As Lin Yi thought, his consciousness came to that infinite space. Lin Yi stared at the axe in his hand and muttered collect to himself. At this moment, a magical scene appeared and the axe in his hand suddenly disappeared. And the bloody axe immediately appeared in the infinite space. Lin Yi could no longer conceal the smile on his face and laughed wildly. I didn't expect that. My rebirth is a blessing from God, and I am even bound to such a magical system. Could it be that I am the legendary child of destiny? However, Lin Yi immediately calmed down again. After experiencing the struggle for survival in his previous life, he saw and heard too many heroes rising, but most of them were just a flash in the pan, and quickly declined and perished. Power, rights, interests, betrayal, blood, death. This is the norm in the end times. Even if I am the child of destiny, so what? The child of destiny who does not grow up will also die. Xiaopeng in front of us is a ready-made example. In his previous life, he was arrogant and domineering, and in this life, he was killed by himself at the beginning. Better safe than sorry. Before you gain superpowers, you should keep a low profile. Lin Yi immediately began to think about what to do next. Now that there is no deterrent of guns, it is almost impossible to defend this supermarket with just the axe in hand. Of course, he could also be like Xiaopeng in his previous life, relying on his ruthlessness and the supplies in his hands to gather his followers and act tyrannically in this building. But after 7 days, the blood rain will stop and the zombies will break out. All people who were previously infected by the rain, whether alive or dead, will become zombies, and those who are not infected will also randomly become zombies. By then, these newly recruited brothers will become time bombs. And he didn't plan to live in this building forever, he would leave once the blood rain stopped. Because the Jinpeng building is located in the city center and is surrounded by a large population, it will become a severely affected area in the event of a zombie outbreak. Even if he awakened his special powers by then, he would not be able to resist the overwhelming swarms of zombies. I can't stay in this supermarket anymore, I have to find a new place to stay in the building first. Chapter 3: Building Self-Rescue Group. Lin Yi opened the back door of the supermarket, put on a hat, and looked around. When he found that there was no one there, he immediately walked out. At this time, the supermarket was empty, with only Xiaopeng's body lying quietly on the ground. All other things were received in the space by Lin Yi. Lin Yi walked around and came to the lobby in front of the supermarket. At this time, many people were lying in the hall, drenched in blood. Several of them were already motionless, and the rest were groaning in pain. Lin Yi knew that these people were beyond saving and that death was only a matter of time. Lin Yi walked up the stairs. He went to the second floor and quickly found an empty office. He walked in and locked the door. Lin Yi felt that he was not full, so he took out a bucket of instant noodles, an electric kettle, and mineral water from the space and prepared to boil water for the instant noodles. After a while, Lin Yi had just finished making the noodles when he received a text message notification on his phone. Emergency notice. To all citizens, the world is experiencing red rain. This rain contains an unknown virus that can infect humans upon contact and cause death. Currently, the virus is known to be transmitted through direct contact. Other routes of transmission are unknown. All citizens are requested to immediately seek shelter in nearby buildings, close doors and windows, and remain indoors until rescue is available. Due to the rain, water sources such as rivers and streams have been contaminated, making tap water undrinkable. Please consume uncontaminated mineral water, bottled water, and other sources whenever possible. As this disaster strikes, we urge all citizens to unite and overcome it. Shagwa Disaster Relief and Prevention Center. Lin Yi looked at the content of the notice and smiled. No one will come to rescue them. In the previous life, until the zombie outbreak, no rescue workers came to this building. You know, the Jiangnan city where Lin Yi is located alone has a population of nearly 30 million. When the blood rain comes, no one knows how many people will be drenched. The hospital was already overcrowded at this time and there were no extra staff to rescue. Moreover, the road outside was crowded with vehicles, and rescue vehicles could not get in at all. What's more, even if you get stuck in the rain a little bit, it can be fatal. Who would dare to come out without taking all necessary protective measures? At this time, the internet had already exploded. The tragic conditions of countless people infected by the virus went viral online. Lin Yi's company work group, community owner group, classmates and alumni group, etc. have been flooding the screen with messages. In Lin Yi's work group. Floating life like a dream, did you see any information on the road outside or online? The witch's black cat, I saw it, my god, it's so scary. Xiaoxia Gongzi, the real situation is even more frightening than this. I just went downstairs to buy some food at the supermarket. Guess what I saw? Gentle little fairy, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. Xiaoxia Gongzi, photo JPG, photo JPG, photo JPG. Lin Yi clicked on it and saw the tragic scene in the lobby on the first floor. Gentle little fairy, vomit emoji, stop posting, I haven't had lunch yet. Life is like a dream, I heard that if you get caught in the rain outside, you will become like this. Luckily the manager let us stay and work overtime, otherwise it would be terrible if we went out to eat. Wild handsome guy, it's all Lin Yi's fault for making the manager angry. He resigned and ran away, leaving us to be the punching bags. Hand in hand, I don't know what's wrong with that guy today. He even dared to resign. Look how angry the manager is. I wonder if he was outside when it rained. Wild handsome guy, it would be better if it rained on you. What a joke. Young people don't know their place. Gentle little fairy, that's right, people like this deserve to be caught in the rain. Fu Shang Ru Meng, well, young people should suffer a little more and learn from their mistakes when they just leave school. Gentle little fairy at stylish young master, by the way, if you bought any food, give me some and I'll return it to you tomorrow. Xiaoxia Gongzi, don't mention it. The supermarket door was closed, so I didn't buy it. Gentle little fairy, no way. When I came this morning, I saw the supermarket door was still open. What should I do? I didn't eat breakfast this morning and I'm so hungry. Witch's black cat at gentle little fairy, I have some bread here, you can take it first. Gentle little fairy, thank you, sister. I'm grateful expression. Lin Yi didn't expect that because of him, his colleagues in the office did not go out and survived. But this group of people not only did not thank me, but cursed me to death. Looking at the messages in the group, Lin Yi sneered. When I was working before, these former colleagues saw that I was new and made things difficult for me. Now, in a few days, the food will be gone and I'll see how you die. Lin Yi remembered the Goddess Refund System. He picked up his phone and prepared to send a recruitment message. But he thought about it and put the phone down again. Now that the end of the world has just broken out, people still have illusions. I believe that the blood rain outside will stop soon and the authorities will come to rescue as soon as possible. Posting a job advertisement now will only lead to contempt and abuse from others. Let the bullets fly for a while. There is only one supermarket on the first floor of this building that has supplies, and I took them all. Office buildings are not like residential communities. Households in the community usually stockpile some supplies to last for a while. I estimate that in 2 or 3 days at most, some people in this building will start to be unable to hold on. It will be more effective to send recruitment information at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of the hot and graceful figure of manager Zhong Wanqing. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. I wonder if Zhong Wanqing's talisman does not meet the system's requirements. Who cares? When disaster strikes, as long as you have the power and supplies, you can find any woman you want. As for returning the system, he was not in a hurry. The food and water in the space were enough for him to eat for a long time. After Lin Yi finished his instant noodles and rested for a while, he started exercising. He planned to strengthen his physical fitness in the remaining few days, and then use some items on hand to make a simple set of protective gear to deal with the next zombies. At this time, people kept coming to the door of the supermarket on the first floor, but when they saw the closed roller shutter door, they left in disappointment. Time quickly came to the third day. The blood rain outside was still falling, and the rescue team still hadn't arrived. Ding dong, a message came from the mobile phone. Lin Yi opened his phone and found that, just like in his previous life, he had been pulled into a WeChat group called Jinpeng Building Self-Help Group. Lin Yi clicked on it and saw that there were quite a few people. It was estimated that the rest of the people in the building were in this group. 2801 Li Shuiyong. Hello everyone, I'm Li Shuiyong, the owner of Zodi Engineering Company, Limited on the 28th floor. The disaster situation outside is severe, and the official rescue phone line has been disconnected. I've added everyone to this group in the hope that everyone will work together to overcome this difficult time. Now, please change your WeChat information to your floor plus office address plus your name. 2802 Qin Keita, received. 2805 Lu Jinshi, received. After seeing this, Lin Yi curled his lips and saw that the person who replied was Li Shuiyong's lackey. This Li Shuiyong is no simple man. He started out in the underworld and took advantage of the hot real estate market in the past few years. He invested a sum of money and, relying on his influence in both the black and white worlds, quickly made a fortune. Finally, he washed his hands of the money and got out of poverty. The top 2 floors of the building belonged to him. In his previous life, this guy gathered his followers and plundered supplies under the banner of self-rescue. Shortly after the zombie outbreak, he awakened his superpowers and became one of the few people who could compete with Xiao Peng. Looking at the messages in the group, Lin Yi felt that the time was almost up. Most of the people in this building probably don't have much food or water left. So Lin Yi switched to his secondary account and joined the group. Then he took out a large amount of instant noodles, bread, water and other supplies from the space and placed them on the table. Lin Yi took a few photos, edited the information and immediately sent it to the group. Chapter 4, Supermarket was pried open after posting recruitment information. A sincere person at everyone. Natural disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. Based on the principle of saving lives, I sincerely invite all the beautiful women to provide their own unretouched full-body photos showing their faces. If you meet the requirements, I will provide a bag of bread and a bottle of water for free. The number of places is limited, first come, first served. If you are interested, please contact me privately. Photos, photos, photos. The message Lin Yi sent was like dropping a bombshell, quickly causing an uproar in the group. 1210 Sun Hao, who is this? Why is there so much food now? 0913 Li Weipeng, brother, I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can you give me a bucket of instant noodles? Thank you. 0806 Su Jinjin, bah, so disgusting. What kind of society is this now? How can there still be such disgusting men? 0502 Su Yaya, exactly. Everyone, quickly find him and post it online. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant again. 2801 Li Shuiyang at Integrity Friend, you're going too far. Now is a year of great disaster, and it's time for us all to work together. I hope you can contribute food and water. I will distribute them so that we can all overcome this difficult time. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. Just name your price. 2802 Qin Keita, as expected of the boss, the layout is different, the boss is generous. 2805 Lu Jinshi, boss is generous +1. Lin Yi looked at the message in the group, sneered, and did not reply. It seems that some people are not extremely hungry and still have the energy to curse themselves. Just wait and see how long you can endure. At this time, in the luxurious office 2801, Li Shuiyong, sitting in the leather boss chair, stared at the screen of his mobile phone with a frown. This honest person has not responded since sending a recruitment message for such a long time. As the CEO of a large company, he has some connections in both the black and white worlds. Li Shuiyong was not like other ordinary people who still had illusions about the authorities. He knew that no one would come to rescue him. As soon as the disaster started, he made countless calls for help to his friends, especially his official friends. But, without exception, they all failed. Even at the end, when he promised to give away all his wealth, no one agreed to rescue him. Those who had a better relationship with him kindly reminded him to stock up on supplies. From now on, whether you live or die, you can only hope for the best. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't reply anymore, Li Shuiyong turned his attention to the supermarket on the first floor. According to my subordinates, the supermarket door was locked. So, he contacted Chao Peng many times in the past few days, hoping that he would surrender to him. But unexpectedly, Chao Peng's phone kept turning off. Li Shuiyong also sent his men to knock on the door, but there was no response. This made Li Shuiyong wonder where Chao Peng had gone. How could he know that Chao Peng had already been killed by Lin Yi, and his cell phone had also been put into the infinite space by Lin Yi? Li Shuiyong thought that he couldn't wait any longer and said to his subordinate Qin Keita, "Boss Qin, take your men to the first floor and break down the supermarket door. Bring all the supplies up here. Whoever dares to loot will be beaten to death." Qin Keita immediately said, "Okay, boss." Qin Keita immediately brought a dozen of his brothers and their weapons and came to the first floor in a threatening manner. At this time, a lot of people had gathered outside the supermarket, all of whom had not eaten for 2 or 3 days. This group of people had long wanted to pry open the supermarket door. But when they thought about the fact that the supermarket owner Chao Peng was a gangster and they were afraid of being held accountable later, they didn't dare to take action and just watched from outside. Qin Keita's younger brothers immediately dispersed the crowd, came to the supermarket door, and started to pry it open. When the people around heard that it was Boss Li's people from the top floor, some of them immediately took photos and videos and sent them to the self-help group. The atmosphere in the group suddenly became jubilant. 1210 Sun Hao, Boss Li is awesome. 0715 Lu Mei, Boss Li is so generous. 0806 Sujin Jeanette Integrity people, we are both men, why is there such a huge difference in how we behave? 0502 Su Yaya, how can this be compared? Don't you even consider Boss Li's status or wealth? Boss Li, I suggest that scum like honest person be kicked out of the group immediately. 1511 Chen Yan, big company bosses are different. Boss Li, don't worry. Even if the authorities investigate you later, everyone in the building can vouch for you. 0502 Su Yeye at 1511 Chen Yan is kidding. With Boss Li's connections and influence, would he be afraid of being held accountable by the authorities? Besides, Boss Li is doing a good deed. We'll all give him a banner when the time comes. All kinds of flattery for Li Shuiyong came one after another, as if they would be able to get food and water soon. Seeing that the door of the supermarket was about to be pried open, Qin Keita immediately whispered to his younger brother beside him. After the gate is pried open, you and your brothers will guard it. No outsiders will be allowed in. Anyone who dares to rush in will be beaten to death. Okay, Mr. Qin. With a bang sound, the ground lock of the supermarket's rolling door was broken. Cheers broke out in the crowd, and people immediately rushed forward, ready to rush into the supermarket. Qin Keita's men immediately blocked the door and warned the crowd outside not to squeeze in. Dissatisfied voices immediately erupted from the crowd. Why won't you let us in? The supplies in this supermarket belong to everyone now. That's right, that's right. Boss Li is being too overbearing. He just told the group that we should all stick together. Qin Keita stood up and spoke loudly at this time. Everyone, please be quiet. This supermarket was opened by our boss, Li. Move all the supplies inside to Boss Li first. Boss Li will make unified arrangements for distribution to everyone later. Everyone, please make way and don't block the door. If anyone moves forward, don't blame us for being rude. The crowd outside looked at Boss Li's men, all holding weapons in their hands and looking at them unfriendlily, and immediately quieted down. Clatter. The supermarket's rolling shutter door was pulled up by several people. At this time, everyone outside was dumbfounded. The supermarket was empty, there was nothing in it. A foul odor was heard, and there was only a rotting corpse lying on the ground. Qin Keita was shocked and ignored the stench as he pinched his nose as he walked into the supermarket. He came to the body and recognized it from the body shape and face that it was Chao Peng. Qin Keita looked at Chao Peng lying on the ground and found that blood was all over the floor and had already dried up. Chao Peng's hand was chopped off and placed next to him. He had a fatal wound on his neck, and it was obvious that he had been killed. Judging from the degree of decay of the body, it had been dead for at least 2 or 3 days. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Without giving it any time to think, he immediately rushed to the top floor with his little brother. When the other onlookers outside saw that there was nothing in the supermarket, they immediately dispersed. Before leaving, some people took photos and videos of the supermarket and sent them to the self-help group. The group exploded again. 0715 Lume, oh my god, this is so scary. 0806 Sujinjin, who did this? In this society ruled by law, how dare you kill someone? Aren't you afraid of legal sanctions? 1210 Sun Hao, is the murderer still in this building? 1511 Chen Yan, the point is that everything in the supermarket was looted. Who did it? 0502 Suyea, what should we do now? Without food and water, how can we survive? 0502 Suyea at Honest Handsome Man, I was just joking with you. Do you have any food and water? Can you send it to Office 502? I'll buy it for you. The fact that there were no supplies in the supermarket became the last straw that broke the psychological defenses of many women. At this time, Lin Ye's phone kept ringing. Lin Ye looked at the messages that kept coming and asking people to add him as a friend and smiled slightly. Thanks to Boss Lee for your help. Let me see how many of them meet the system's refund criteria. Chapter 5, Premonition of Chaos. Zhang Wenqing takes the bait. What? Chao Pang was killed? And all the supplies in the supermarket are gone? Li Shuayon looked at the breathless Qin Keita with disbelief on his face. Qin Keita quickly explained. Boss, it's absolutely true. All the brothers saw it, and some people in the group also took photos. Judging from the degree of decomposition of Chao Peng's body, he had been dead for at least 2 or 3 days. The killer acted decisively. He first cut off one of Chao Peng's hands, rendering him unable to resist, and then struck him in the neck, killing him with a single blow. Li Shuayon looked at the photo of Chao Peng's body in the group and immediately fell into deep thought. Chao Peng is not an ordinary person. He is big and strong, and he is also a gangster. Ordinary people are no match for him. Besides, what kind of deep hatred would it take to kill someone? What as strange is that Chao Peng died 2 or 3 days ago, just when the disaster struck. Considering the mysterious disappearance of supplies in the supermarket, it is clear that the murderer was going for the supplies. This is a bit scary. He also asked around, and after several days of confirmation, he finally confirmed that no official rescue would come. So he ordered his men to rob supplies, but he didn't dare to kill anyone. I didn't expect that someone would dare to start killing people and looting supplies just as the disaster struck. What is more important is that there were a lot of supplies in the supermarket, and they disappeared without a trace. Who did it? In other words, was this done by one person or a group of people? Thinking of this, Li Shuayan immediately got a headache. Regardless, one thing is certain. That means this person, or this group of people, is not someone you can easily mess with. Li Shuayan could no longer sit still. We can't wait any longer, others have already taken the lead. Only when you have food in your hands can you stay calm. In troubled times, food is the foundation. Since someone has already started killing people, I won't be polite. Li Shuayan immediately edited the message and sent it to the self-help group. 2801 Li Shuayan, I never expected such a heinous incident of murder and looting to occur in our building. To ensure everyone's safety, our company will organize patrols to provide security. Of course, our service is not free and requires food. The specific collection standards will be posted in the group later. If anyone needs protection services, please pack the food and wait for our staff to collect it. 2802 Qin Keita, support. 2805 Lu Jinshi, support. After sending the message, Li Shuayan immediately said to Qin Keita, Boss Qin, please arrange for your men to come and collect the supplies later. Qin Keita said, Okay, boss, what if someone doesn't hand in their supplies? Li Shuayan glanced at Qin Keita and said gloomily, Then write down the room numbers of the rooms that haven't handed in their supplies. There's a group of vicious murderers in this building. Who knows if they'll break in and steal other people's supplies in the middle of the night? Qin Keita immediately understood and said, Understood, boss. Watching Qin Keita leave, a WeChat name appeared in Li Shuayan's mind. A person of integrity. Could he be the one who killed Chao Peng? At this moment, Lin Ye's mood was like riding a roller coaster. At the beginning, seeing people constantly adding him as a friend, Lin Ye was in a good mood and immediately clicked to approve the application. Then send the recruitment information in the previous group to the newly added friends again and wait for a reply. After a while, Lin Ye checked the content of the reply and blocked all the accounts that were confirmed to be male. Then he ignored the woman who wanted to exchange money, bags, or other supplies for food. Lin Yi clicked on the photo, which was a full-body photo of a woman, and asked the system to review it. Name, Lu Yen. Age, 36. Body size, 66. Appearance, 71. Overall, 68. Not meeting system standards. Name, Yuan Lily. Age, 28. Body size, 75. Appearance, 79. Overall, 77. Not meeting system standards. Lin Yi would simply block any woman who did not meet the system requirements. As time went by, Lin Yi's good mood gradually fell to the bottom. Damn, is there no one that meets the system requirements? Among them, there were a few women who were considered quite stunning in Lin Yi's opinion, with system ratings exceeding 80 points. However, the system has a fixed rule that only 90 points or above can be obtained. Just when Lin Yi was about to give up, a familiar figure appeared on Lin Yi's phone. Name, Zhong Wanqing. Age, 28. Body size, 95. Appearance, 93. Overall, 94. Compliant with system standards. Lin Yi immediately perked up and smiled. Hey, isn't this Manager Zhong, our office's aloof goddess? I didn't expect that I couldn't hold on so soon. Lin Yi immediately edited the message and sent it over. Hello, beautiful lady. Congratulations on your acceptance. Hello, Queen. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can you give me some food and water? A man of integrity, yes, beautiful lady, I always keep my word. Your Majesty, could you please bring me some food and water? I'm so hungry I can hardly walk. People of integrity, sorry, I don't provide door-to-door service. Come if you want. The other party hesitated for a while before sending a message. Your Majesty, where are you? Lin Yi thought about it for a moment and sent the address of the house opposite his. Honest person, I'll be at 2:15, come get it yourself, and text me when you get there. Your Majesty, okay, I'll be right over. Looking at Zhong Wanqing's reply and thinking of her hot body, Lin Yi felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. 0816 in the manager's office. Zhong Wanqing looked at the reply from Lin Yi's second account with an annoyed look on her face. I graduated from a prestigious university, came from a wealthy family, and at such a young age, I already had an annual salary of 1 million. What's more, she has a cool and attractive face and a perfect figure. Although I have been devoted to my work since graduation, I still don't have a formal boyfriend. But there is never a shortage of high-quality male suitors around her. I didn't expect that today, just for a bite of food, I would have to be so humble to a strange man. What's worse is that this man has no gentlemanly manners at all. She said she was so hungry that she could hardly walk, and asked him to bring her food. Unexpectedly, the man flatly refused. You know, when you want to eat something, just post it on your moments and there will be a lot of men rushing to treat you and pay the bill. However, when I thought about the fact that I hadn't eaten for 2 days and the water in the office water dispenser was already empty, I really couldn't bring myself to do that, so I had to beg the employees outside for food. I guess they don't have much food left. And she found that she went out to the bathroom on her own these past few days. The male employees outside looked at her with increasingly brazen eyes, which made her a little scared. Thinking of this, Zhong Wanqing propped up her weak body and opened the door of the manager's office. Amid the surprised gazes of the surrounding employees, she walked to the second floor. As soon as Zhong Wanqing left, employee Zhang Lei whispered to Chen Feng next to him. Where is the manager going? Chen Feng said weakly. You still care about this? I haven't eaten in 2 days. Why hasn't help come yet? Zhang Lei asked, don't you find it strange? The manager has only left her desk these past 2 days except to go to the restroom. Why did she suddenly leave today? Chen Feng suddenly thought of something and said to Zhang Lei. Is there anything to eat in the manager's office? She's out, why don't we go in and look for some? Zhang Lei's eyes lit up, but he still hesitated. This is not good. If she finds out, she'll probably fire us. Chen Feng said with a nonchalant look on his face. It's so late now, and the emergency number can't get through. It's been 3 days, and there's no movement outside. Did you see the message in the group? People downstairs have started killing people and looting supplies. Let's go into our office to find something to eat. What's going on? Don't even mention firing me. If you push me too far, I'll make her pay. Don't tell me you're not interested in our manager's appearance or body? As Chen Feng spoke, he gave Zhang Lei a smile that only men can understand. Zhang Lei also smiled obscenely when he heard this. After making up their minds, the two quickly entered Zhong Wanqing's office and began to search. When the other employees saw this, they looked at each other and followed him in. As the news of Chao Peng's death spread, it was like opening Pandora's box. In the hearts of the people in the building, the mountain called order is collapsing rapidly. Chapter 6: Zhong Wanqing's visit. Zhong Wanqing supported her weak body and finally arrived at the door of 0215. She knocked on the door, but no one opened it for a long time. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is this honest person deliberately playing tricks on me? Zhong Wanqing immediately took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Yi. Your Majesty, I'm already at the door, why is there no one there? Are you kidding me? Lin Yi, who was eating instant noodles, came to the door after seeing the message from Zhong Wanqing. He gently opened the door a crack and looked out. I saw a beautiful figure appear at the door opposite, but no one else. Lin Yi opened the door and looked around again. After finding that there was no one else in the corridor, Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing, "Here." Zhong Wanqing was startled when she heard a familiar voice suddenly coming from behind her. She turned around quickly, then showed an expression of disbelief. Lin Yi. Why is it you? Lin Yi ignored him, turned around and went into the house, saying, "Come in quickly and close the door." Zhong Wanqing didn't have time to be surprised and quickly followed him into the house. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled an enticing fragrance. Lin Yi picked up the instant noodles and prepared to eat. Zhong Wanqing swallowed and said to Lin Yi, "Are you a person of integrity?" Lin Yi took a mouthful of instant noodles and said, "Yeah, that's right. Looking at this former employee who was just fired by me 3 days ago." Zhong Wanqing was both angry and nervous at this moment. What made me angry was that this guy actually used a fake account to chat with me, and I had to be so servile to such a person. If she knew that the person in front of her was Lin Yi, she would never send him her photo and beg him for food. I'm nervous now that it has come to this. I wonder if this guy is holding a grudge against me for firing him before. She withheld the food and water that she had been promised. Zhong Wanqing, who used to have the final say in the office, now stood in front of Lin Yi, somewhat at a loss. After a while, he saw Lin Yi was constantly browsing his phone and completely ignoring him. The anger on Zhong Wanqing's face became more and more serious. He was sure that Lin Yi was playing tricks on him. She gritted her teeth, regained her usual coolness, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yi laughed in his heart. Oh, you're quite stubborn. But this makes it even more interesting. He spoke to Zhong Wanqing's back. Why, after all the hard work of coming down here, you don't want the things anymore? Zhong Wanqing stopped when she heard that, and turned around to look at Lin Yi in surprise. Lin Yi continued. Although I'm not a good person and have many shortcomings, one thing I have is that I'm quite confident in myself. That is, do what you say. Since you sent me the photos and they meet my standards, you can take this bag of bread and this bottle of water. As he spoke, Lin Yi pushed the water and bread prepared on the table forward. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Is he so kind? Food and water, which are so precious now, he gave them to me so easily. He didn't mind at all that he had fired him before. Zhong Wanqing walked to the table doubtfully and quickly accepted the water and bread. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't move at all, she finally felt relieved. As Zhong Wanqing accepted the bread and water, there was no return information from the system. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Sure enough, without binding, it cannot be returned. But giving back requires loyalty. He could now force himself on Zhong Wanqing, but with her arrogant personality, her loyalty would probably become negative. Waiting. In a day or two, this building will be in complete chaos. By then, when she is at her wit's end, she will naturally come to me for help. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi eating instant noodles and gnawing on the sausage, and suddenly felt that the bread in her hand was no longer fragrant. She swallowed again and said to Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, do you have any instant noodles left? I'd like to buy them. Just name your price." Lin Yi glanced at Zhong Wanqing and said with a smile, "You don't really still expect the authorities to come to your rescue? It's the end of the world now. So what do you think is the use of money in the end times? And you, what else do you have on you besides money?" Zhong Wanqing knew in her heart that what Lin Yi said was true. 3 days passed and she contacted almost all her relatives and friends. What made her despair was that no one was rescued. But she still said stubbornly, "No, the authorities will come to rescue us." Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing, did not refute, just smiled and shrugged. Zhong Wanqing immediately deflated and looked at Lin Yi and asked again, "So how are you going to get me some more food and water?" When Lin Yi heard this, he slowly put down the instant noodles and stared at Zhong Wanqing jokingly. "It's simple. Just become my maid. As long as you become my maid, you will be my personal property. As long as you are obedient, I, as your master, will provide you with food and protect your safety. I will not let you get hurt. You must be loyal to me and not betray me. Anyone who betrays me, I will make him regret being born into this world. And in the future, I will have other maids." When Zhong Wanqing heard what Lin Yi said, she felt that this guy was crazy. What kind of society is this now? How can he say such things? Zhong Wanqing shouted loudly, "Impossible, Lin Yi, I will never agree to this even if you kill me." Lin Yi smiled and said, "You don't have to be so absolute. Maybe before you die, you won't even have the chance to agree." Zhong Wanqing immediately threatened when she heard Lin Yi's ridicule. "Aren't you afraid that I'll post your personal information and room number to the group?" Hearing this, Lin Yi slowly took out the bloody axe and placed it on the table, sneering. "It's up to you, but do you want to know how Chao Peng downstairs died?" Zhong Wanqing was immediately frightened by this information. Her body was shaking, and her fingers were trembling as she pointed at Lin Yedao. You killed Chao Peng." Lin Yi did not respond, and then spoke lightly. "As long as any information about me appears in the group, I will make you die a miserable death. Because I keep my word. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can try it with your life." Looking at Lin Yi, who was staring at him with a calm expression, Zhong Wanqing only felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. It's that look again, the look as if looking at a dead person. Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing, who was frightened by him, smiled and said, "Okay, you can go back now. Friendly reminder, do not expose your food and water to others, especially if you are not strong enough to protect yourself. Of course, if you figure it out later, you can come to me anytime. The conditions remain unchanged. But hurry up, I can't stay here long." Zhong Wanqing walked out of Lin Yi's room in a daze. It wasn't until she reached the stairs that she regained her composure. She immediately tore open the bread bag and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Because he ate too fast, he choked immediately. So she hurriedly unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and poured it into her mouth. It took a long time before I recovered. At this moment, she remembered Lin Yi's last advice to her. She hid the remaining bread and water and walked towards the office with a heavy heart. In the office, Zhong Wanqing walked out of the room in a daze. Lin Yi was not disappointed because he failed to take down Zhong Wanqing immediately. On the contrary, he felt a little excited. He really enjoyed watching the prey fall into the net, struggle to its death, and finally accept its fate in despair. At this moment, Zhong Wanqing was like a fish that had just been caught in a net. Her future fate was already determined, and no matter how she struggled, it was of no avail. Today is a good start, and time will slowly tighten the fishing net. And Lin Yi just needs to wait patiently. Chapter 7: Chaos. After finishing his instant noodles, Lin Yi looked through the messages in the group. When he saw the message posted by Li Shuayong, he sneered in his heart. Compared to his previous life, Li Shuayong now takes action to rob other people's supplies earlier. However, he actually collected the protection fee under the pretext of killing Chao Peng. Lin Yi muttered to himself in front of the phone screen. "Ha, it's not so easy to wave my own flag. I'll let you be arrogant for a few days. When the zombie outbreak comes, I'll get you all back with interest." Room 2801 on the top floor. "Boss, today the brothers went down to collect food. We were busy for half a day, but no one received any. Either they refused to open the door or they said they had no food. What's even worse is that some people even had the nerve to ask us for food." Qin Keita looked at Li Shuayong and said helplessly. When Li Shuayong heard that not even a single hair was collected, his face suddenly became gloomy. "Great. You're so shameless, you're forcing yourself to be tough. It seems that we need to give these people downstairs some more strength to teach them a lesson." Li Shuayong asked. "Have you guys found out which floor of this building might have supplies?" Qin Keita replied immediately. "I found out, boss. There's an e-commerce live streaming company on the 24th floor. They usually take on advertising orders for food products, so they probably get a lot of food delivered by merchants. Also, the employees of this company are all women, and the boss is a man, so it's a perfect opportunity to take action. After listening to this, Li Shuayong nodded and said, "Brothers, get your stuff ready and start the action tonight. During the operation, have the brothers cover their faces. If they encounter resistance, beat them to death. Remember, move quickly and don't leave any tails behind." Jean Keita said, "Okay, boss, don't worry, I will lead the team myself tonight." The time soon came to around 1 a.m. At the door of Office 11 on the 24th floor, I saw 8 or 9 big men gathered at the door, their faces covered and holding various makeshift weapons in their hands. One of them was squatting, holding a door opening tool in his hand, fiddling with the door lock. Soon, there was a click sound and the door was opened. Then the group rushed in immediately. Jean Keita, who was standing at the end, also followed him in and closed the door casually. He turned on the lights in the house and looked around. The food placed in the corner immediately caught his eye. He was immediately overjoyed and then said to his men, "Hurry up and look to see if there are any in other rooms." The people who were sleeping in the house were awakened by the bright light. He was shocked to see a stranger in the room. The timid ones immediately screamed. Yuan Gang, the boss of the e-commerce live streaming company, was also awakened by the noise outside. He quickly ran out and saw a group of strangers appearing in the house, and immediately questioned them. "Who are you? How did you get in? Get out right now. If you don't get out, I'm calling the police." Upon hearing this, Jean Keita immediately winked at his younger brother beside him. When the younger brother saw this, he picked up his weapon and started beating him up. Suddenly, screams were heard in the room, and the other female employees also screamed in fear. Jean Keita saw this and said in a deep voice, "Whoever dares to shout will be beaten to death." After a while, his men searched the house thoroughly. "Then put all the supplies you found at the door." At this time, Yuan Gang saw that the food and water had been taken away, and he immediately could not sit still. He spoke out without caring about the pain in his body. Big brother, please be kind. You took away all the food and water. How are we, the company's employees, going to survive? I'll give you half of this food and water as a token of my filial respect." Seeing that Jean Keita was unmoved, he immediately crawled to Jean Keita's side and knelt down to beg. "Brother, 30%, please leave 30% for us." Jean Keita glanced at him, then kicked him to the ground, sneering in his heart. "Damn it, they said they didn't have any supplies when they were collecting them during the day, but now they're keeping 30% of them. Ugh! What a jerk!" Yuan Gang fell to the ground and the cigarettes in his pocket fell out. Seeing this, Jean Keita immediately spoke to the female employee of the e-commerce live broadcast company. "Everyone, stand up immediately." Seeing everyone stood up, Jean Keita said to his younger brothers, "Go, search them all and take away any useful supplies." Looking at the group of shivering women, Jean Keita's younger brother walked over with a lewd smile on his face. Under the pretext of looting supplies, the younger brothers touched the women in front of them all over, constantly taking advantage of them. Women are angry but dare not speak out. After a while, the search was completed. The younger brothers moved all the supplies outside the door. Jean Keita was the last one to go out. Before leaving, he warned the people inside the house. "Everyone, stay inside and don't move. Anyone who steps out of this door tonight will be beaten to death." After seeing Jean Keita leave, there was a sudden cry of grief in the house. Jean Keita and his younger brother immediately carried the supplies to the top floor. What he didn't know was that a mobile phone immediately appeared behind him and followed him all the way up. Li Shuayong in room 2801 also did not sleep, and was waiting for news from Jean Keita. Finally, Jean Keita came to his office and said excitedly, "Boss, we've got a big harvest tonight. We're still counting the exact amount of supplies. But conservatively, if we can use them sparingly, we'll have enough to feed the brothers for 10 days to half a month." Afterwards, Jean Keita gave Li Shuayong a brief report on the specific details of the burglary. After listening to this, Li Shuayong said to Jean Keita with a look of surprise, "Okay. Mr. Jean, thank you for your hard work. This is a great job. Let the brothers who are counting the supplies work hard tonight and count the supplies. It's too late now. Let's count the supplies and let the brothers rest first. Supplies will be distributed tomorrow. You and the brothers who went out to do the work will all be generously rewarded." Qin Keita immediately said, "Okay, boss, I'll go and make the arrangements right away." Li Shuiyang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, Mr. Qin, after making the arrangements, you should also go to bed early." After one night, it was the fourth day of the disaster. The self-help group exploded again. The news that supplies in 2411 office were stolen went viral in the group. 0815 Lu Jiaoyi, this is horrible. Who did this? Aren't you afraid of legal sanctions? 1210 Sun Hao, legal sanctions? It's already late. No help has arrived yet. 2805 Lu Jinshi, do you think it was the same group that killed Xiaopeng who did it? 0806 Su Jinjin, if you ask me, it's a good idea to rob them. You have so much supplies, but you didn't share them with everyone to help tide over the difficulties. You deserved to be robbed. 2411 Yuan Gang at 0806 Su Jinjin, are you talking like that? Even if I had supplies, I wouldn't give them to someone like you. 0806 Su Jinjin, 2411 Yuan Gang, what's wrong? Wasn't what I said right? Why were you the only one who was robbed? It's because you had supplies but didn't give them out. Why didn't anyone rob me? 2801 Li Shuiyang, I deeply regret the robbery at 2411 last night. There is indeed a group of extremely dangerous criminals in our building. Yesterday, I proposed that our company form a patrol team to provide security for everyone. Unfortunately, no one responded. I didn't expect a robbery and injury to occur that night. I am now proposing this again. If you need any help, please chat privately. 2802 Qin Keita, support. 2805 Lu Jinshi, support. Inside office 2801. I saw people messaging me privately from time to time, asking about the price of security insurance. Li Shuiyang sneered in his heart, but a smug smile appeared on his face. Ha, I'm scared already. These people are just despicable and deserve to be punished. However, he didn't get to be proud for long. A video appeared in the self-help group, which immediately caused a huge wave. Chapter 8 Zhong Wanqing asks for help. Honest person, I accidentally filmed this last night. I don't know if it was the group that broke into the house and robbed and injured people last night. Send the video. At this moment, everyone in the group immediately clicked on the video. In the video, a group of masked men rushed into the stairs from the corridor of the 24th floor with supplies in their hands. As the video progresses, the group eventually reaches the 28th floor and disappears inside Zodi Engineering Company, Ltd. That's right, this video was posted by Lin Yi. When Lin Yi saw the message Li Shuiyang sent yesterday, he knew that he was not holding it in well. In his previous life, Li Shuiyang was meticulous and ruthless. On the first day he collected protection money, there were definitely few people willing to pay. If he doesn't make some noise at night to scare others by waving his own banner, how can he collect protection fees later? So Lin Yi stayed in the stairwell, waiting for Li Shuiyang to take action. Li Shuiyang was quite capable. He didn't take action until almost 2 a.m., which made Lin Yi think that he was overthinking it and he was ready to go back to sleep. However, in the end, he was caught red-handed by Lin Yi. This time, just consider it as collecting some interest first. Just as Lin Yi was about to check the reactions of other people in the group, a private message appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi clicked it immediately, and after checking it, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. My queen, Lin Yi, help. Come and save me. I agree to all your demands. Inside Lin Yi's former office, the atmosphere was a little weird. 4 days passed, and no help arrived. Hunger and thirst have almost exhausted the patience of everyone in the office. At this time, everyone was looking at the information in the self-help group about the robbery and injury that occurred upstairs last night. An undercurrent is surging in everyone's hearts. Primitive desire is about to break through the shackles of order. Zhang Lei poked Chen Feng's arm and spoke in a low voice. Did you notice? What did you find? Chen Feng said unhappily. Yesterday they took advantage of Zhong Wanqing being out and secretly searched her office. I thought I could find something to eat, but in the end I found nothing. Chen Feng, who hadn't eaten for 3 days, was becoming increasingly irritable. Zhang Lei said, didn't you notice that the manager looked a little different when he came back yesterday than when he left? Chen Feng asked with a puzzled look. Different? What's the difference? Zhang Lei said immediately. When the manager left yesterday, he looked so weak that he couldn't even stand steadily. When she came back, she looked much better and had more strength. Also, didn't you notice that when she came back in, she was deliberately hunched over, as if she was hiding something? Chen Feng frowned and said in a low voice. You mean, she came back from eating outside yesterday? That's not right. I searched her office yesterday for a long time, but I couldn't find any food or water. Did she take the food out and eat it before coming back? Zhang Lei looked at Chen Feng as if he was a fool, and then said. Is it possible that the manager went out yesterday, got some food from someone, didn't finish it, and brought some back? When Chen Feng heard that there was food, he immediately became excited and said. You mean, the manager still has food in his hands? But, it's already this time, and food is so precious, who would give it away so easily? Zhang Lei said quietly. Yesterday someone in the group offered 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles or a bottle of water, but I didn't see anyone come forward to exchange. The purchasing power of money nowadays is basically equivalent to waste paper. So, what do you think the manager gets in exchange for others? After saying this, Zhang Lei showed an expression that every man could understand. After hearing this, Chen Feng immediately understood and cursed in a low voice. Fuck, she usually acts so high and mighty, pure and innocent, but I never thought she'd be a slut who would fuck anyone just for a little food. Damn, if she hadn't asked me to work overtime that day, I would have returned home at noon. At least we still have plenty of food at home. It's not like now, we're starving here. No, why doesn't she share the food she has? It's all her fault that I'm suffering here. Chen Feng became more and more excited as he spoke. Let's go find her. It would be best to find out who she exchanged it from, so we can go and grab some. Seeing Chen Feng stand up and pull himself to find Zhong Wanqing, Zhang Lei suddenly felt a little guilty and quickly spoke to Chen Feng. That's not good. What if help comes later? Will we be held accountable later? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Lei's cowardly look with disdain in his heart, but said on the surface. What are you afraid of? It's been 4 days, and there's not even a hint of help from outside. Someone was murdered downstairs 2 days ago, and someone was robbed last night. The world has changed. Besides, let the others go. Even if we are held accountable afterwards, the law does not hold everyone responsible. After saying that, Chen Feng immediately told everyone else in the office that Zhong Wanqing had brought back food yesterday. When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked. Seeing someone taking the lead, he immediately followed Chen Feng and came to the door of Zhong Wanqing's office. Chen Feng turned the door handle of the manager's office, but it didn't budge. When he saw that the door was locked from the inside, Chen Feng became more certain that Zhong Wanqing had food in her hands. So he immediately knocked on the door and shouted. Zhong Wanqing, open the door for me. Are you hiding food in your office? Zhong Wanqing, who was thinking about Lin Ye's proposal inside the door, was startled by the noise outside. But then she calmed down. She remembered Lin Ye's advice and said sternly. No, I don't have any food. Don't you want to do this anymore? Whoever is blocking the door will be fired immediately. However, at this moment, the people outside the door, whose desires were aroused by the food, no longer cared about so many things. Chen Feng sneered and said, Expulsion? Am I still afraid of this now? If there's no food, why are you closing the door? Are you feeling guilty? Seeing that Zhong Wanqing still didn't open the door, everyone became more convinced that she had food in her hands, and they started talking at once. Manager Zhong, please open the door and let us check. If there is no food, we apologize. Manager Zhong, please be kind. We haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days. Please share some food with us. After talking for a long time, they gradually became angry when they saw that Zhong Wanqing refused to open the door. Chen Feng said loudly. Damn it, Zhong Wanqing, you stinking bitch, you're so shameless. Everyone, break the door down. Zhong Wanqing, just wait for me. When the door opens, you'll be in trouble. The others also cursed Zhong Wanqing. Everyone worked together and started to knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of banging on the door continued, Zhong Wanqing became completely panicked. She didn't expect that the world would become like this in just 4 days. On normal days, these people outside were so servile to me, but now they dared to treat me like this. Seeing the crack on the door getting bigger and bigger, Zhong Wanqing knew that this door would not be able to be blocked for much longer. Thinking of the experience told by the woman in the group who was robbed last night, Zhong Wanqing couldn't help but shudder all over. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, a figure appeared in his mind. Lin Yi. Yes, find Lin Yi, he is the only one who can save me now. So she immediately picked up her phone, edited a message for help, and sent it to Lin Yi. Looking at the message that had been sent, she kept praying in her heart that Lin Yi would see the message immediately and come to save her. After a while, there was a bang and the door was pushed open. Chapter 9. Let's go together. I'm in a hurry. All the employees outside rushed in. Seeing the half bag of bread and half a bottle of water tightly held in Zhong Wanqing's hand, everyone was shocked. Chen Feng immediately stepped forward to snatch the bread and water from Zhong Wanqing, cursing loudly. Okay, Zhong Wanqing, you stinky bitch, you really hid the food and water. Hurry and bring the things to me. Seeing this, others also rushed forward to snatch Zhong Wanqing's food and water. Zhong Wanqing desperately held the water and bread in her arms. But in the end, they could not withstand the scramble of the crowd, and the bread and water were quickly taken away. Everyone immediately ate the bread and water. But there were too many people to share it with, and each person could only eat a few bites. Chen Feng immediately questioned Zhong Wanqing. Tell me, where did the bread and water come from? Zhong Wanqing looked at the ugly faces of everyone present, with a cold face and no words. Seeing this, Chen Feng became furious. Damn, even now, you're still acting so cool. He sneered, don't think I don't know. You traded your body for someone else's. You stinky bitch, you usually pretend to be pure and innocent, but I didn't expect you to be a slut. When everyone heard this, they were suddenly shocked. They hadn't expected that the usually aloof manager Zhang would be this kind of person. Immediately, discussions erupted, and all sorts of foul language followed. When Zhong Wanqing heard Chen Feng slandering her innocence, she became furious and shouted. Chen Feng, you're talking nonsense. I didn't do that. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Feng didn't believe Zhong Wanqing's explanation at all and continued to press her. Tell me, who did you exchange with? Where? How many people were there? How much supplies did you have? Zhong Wanqing thought of Lin Yi, her only hope now. So she turned her head away and stopped talking. Chen Feng looked at Zhong Wanqing, who was disheveled and looked embarrassed. He immediately smiled lewdly and said to the other male employees. Don't tell me, okay? The saying good things should be kept within the family is already the end of the world. Zhong Wanqing, you're a bitch, so you can make us laugh, don't you think? The other male employees who had always coveted Zhong Wanqing's beauty immediately understood. They came forward and spoke. That's right, Manager Zhong, you're wrong. Since you're selling yourself, how can you let outsiders get the benefit? Zhong Wanqing immediately tightened her clothes and shouted loudly. What do you want to do? I warn you not to mess around. She looked at the other female employees and asked for help. Chen Feng and the others have gone crazy. Please, help me. If you help me now, I will find a way to get you food and water. Otherwise, you will be next. Chen Feng interrupted immediately. Men, take care of the business. All other women, get out. If you want to stay and help her, don't blame us for being rude. Upon hearing this, the other female employees immediately ran out of the office, still saying, Brother Chen, have fun, this bitch just needs to be punished. Let's see if her mouth is still hard. He watched the other female employees walk out and close the door. Zhong Wanqing's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Seeing Chen Feng getting closer and closer, Zhong Wanqing struggled desperately. While struggling, Zhong Wanqing scratched Chen Feng's face, leaving several bloody marks. Chen Feng immediately became furious. He raised his hand and slapped Zhong Wanqing hard. He cursed, Damn it, you stinky bitch, how dare you catch me? I'll kill you later. Zhong Wanqing was immediately stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Feng tore her shirt off. Chen Feng was dazzled by the scene before him, and he smiled lewdly. Damn, you said you weren't a bitch. You usually look so cool on the outside, but I didn't expect you to be so slutty underneath. As he said this, he swallowed and reached out to grab the towering breasts on Zhong Wanqing's chest. Zhong Wanqing fell into complete despair. As if accepting her fate, she gave up resisting. Just then, with a bang, the door was kicked open. A voice appeared behind everyone in the office. Wow, it's quite lively. Everyone turned around and saw a young man with a smile on his face appear at the door. Chen Feng looked as if he had seen a ghost and said in disbelief. Lin Yi, why are you here? Are you not dead? Looking at the man who appeared at the door. Zhong Wanqing felt as if she was about to fall into darkness when suddenly a hand pulled her up. While Chen Feng was stunned, she quickly broke free from Chen Feng's hand. She ran to the door and threw herself into Lin Ye's arms. The frightened Zhong Wanqing could no longer control herself and burst into tears while hugging Lin Yi. "You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't come to save me." Lin Yi held Zhong Wanqing's waist with one hand and stroked her hair with the other, comforting her. "Don't worry, I'm here, I'll take care of everything." Chen Feng looked at Lin Yi, who was embraced by Zhong Wanqing, with a raging fire burning in his eyes. "Lin Yi, quickly throw that bitch Zhong Wanqing over here. And get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude." Zhang Lei, who was standing next to him, became suspicious when he saw Zhong Wanqing being so intimate with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was just fired by Zhong Wanqing 4 days ago. At this moment, these two people are actually hooking up with each other. Listening to Zhong Wanqing's words, it was clear that she was the one who asked Lin Yi to save her. Could it be? So Zhang Lei spoke out tentatively. "Lin Yi, you were the one who gave Zhong Wanqing food and water, right?" Lin Yi looked at Zhang Lei with surprise, but did not deny it. Zhang Lei continued to test. No wonder that bitch Zhong Wanqing refused to reveal who gave her food and water. So she was waiting for you to save her, wasn't she? Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing in his arms and felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhong Wanqing didn't betray him. Yes, this woman is worth taking in. He gently touched the side of Zhong Wanqing's face where the palm print appeared, and spoke softly. "Does it still hurt?" After hearing Lin Yi's comfort, Zhong Wanqing gradually stopped crying. She looked up at Lin Yi, who had a tender expression on his face, her eyes blurred, and hugged Lin Yi tighter with her hands. When Chen Feng saw Lin Yi admit that he was the one who gave Zhong Wanqing food and water, he immediately showed joy on his face, and then spoke to Lin Yi viciously. "Lin Yi, where are your food and water? Tell me now, or you won't be able to leave this door today." When the others heard this, their eyes lit up and they looked at Lin Yi fiercely. Lin Yi looked at Chen Feng and the others and patted Zhong Wanqing on the back. He whispered to Zhong Wanqing, "Get behind me and leave the rest to me." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing obediently came behind Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi with concern and said, "Lin Yi, be careful." Lin Yi gave her a reassuring look and then pulled out his weapon. He didn't take Chen Feng and the others seriously at all, so he spoke lightly. "Stop talking nonsense, come on together, I'm in a hurry." Chapter 10: Chen Feng's death training of Zhong Wanqing. The people opposite immediately looked hesitant when they saw Lin Yi holding a machete in his left hand and a bloody axe in his right hand. Seeing this, Chen Feng bewitched. So what if he has a knife in his hand? There are so many of us, how can we be afraid of him alone? Capture him. The food and water in this kid's hand belong to us. After hearing this, the others were somewhat tempted, but still did not dare to be the first to rush forward. Chen Feng cursed in his heart, what a bunch of rubbish. He knew very well that Lin Yi would not let him go, so he prepared to rush forward. However, before he could act, Lin Yi, who was getting impatient, reached out and chopped at the former colleague closest to him. Seeing Lin Yi swinging the axe towards him with his right hand, the colleague was startled and immediately hid back. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi made a feint and swung the machete in his left hand towards another person next to him. There was a flash of cold light, and the knife in Lin Yi's hand accurately cut through the aorta in the man's neck. Blood spurted out from the man's neck like a fountain. He immediately covered his neck to stop the blood from flowing out. But it was still of no avail, and blood soon flowed all over the ground. He could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The others were frightened by Lin Yi's brutality. They didn't expect that Lin Yi would really dare to kill someone. And after just one encounter, one of them fell. Lin Yi chuckled, but his hands did not stop moving. Then he swung the axe and chopped off half of the head of the other person next to him. The man fell to the ground instantly, and his white brain matter mixed with red blood splattered everywhere. The remaining people were so scared that they no longer dared to move forward and retreated. Seeing that Lin Yi refused to give up, he prepared to move forward. The people in front knelt on the ground and said in panic, "Lin, brother Lin, please forgive me. Do you remember that when you first joined the company, I was the one who took you with me? Yes, brother Lin, do you remember that I treated you to a meal before? Brother Lin, spare us. We didn't know Manager Zhang was your employee. If we knew, we wouldn't dare enter her office even if we were beaten to death. Brother Lin, it's all Chen Feng's fault. He tricked us. Otherwise, how would we dare to do this? Yes, it's all Chen Feng's fault. Seeing that everyone was pointing their spearheads at him, Chen Feng immediately shouted. Bullshit, didn't you guys eat the water and food just now? I mentioned Zhong Wanqing, aren't you guys also going to wait behind? When the others heard what Chen Feng said, they immediately got furious. Fuck you, Chen Feng. You were the only one who touched Manager Zhong just now. We didn't do anything. Yes, Brother Lin, it was just Chen Feng alone just now. It has nothing to do with us. Lin Yi looked at the people blaming each other and sneered. He walked towards Chen Feng, and the others immediately made way. Seeing Lin Yi walking towards him, it seemed that he was not going to let him go. Chen Feng plucked up his courage and prepared to give it a try. He pounced towards Lin Yi. But he hadn't eaten for 3 days, so how could he be a match for Lin Yi? Lin Yi kicked him to the ground and then put the knife to his neck. Chen Feng suddenly woke up. The courage that I had just accumulated with great difficulty suddenly disappeared without a trace. Brother Lin, please spare me. I was also confused for a moment. It's all Zhang Lei's fault. He said Manager Zhong had food, so I broke down the door and came in. Zhang Lei, who was standing by, was suddenly startled. He immediately pointed at Chen Feng and cursed. Damn it, Chen Feng, you're slandering me. When did I tell you that? Brother Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is like a mad dog, biting whoever he catches. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Lei and knew what was going on. Ignoring Zhang Lei, Lin Yi squatted down and smiled at Chen Feng. Which hand did you hit just now? Chen Feng didn't react, huh? What? Lin Yi turned his head and pointed at Zhong Wanqing. Then his expression suddenly changed and he spoke in a stern tone. I ask you, which hand hit her in the face? Seeing Lin Yi's unfriendly expression, Chen Feng replied tremblingly. Right hand. Lin Yi immediately stepped on Chen Feng's right palm with his left foot. Then he chopped down with his right hand, and the axe in his hand fell to the ground. Chen Feng's right hand was immediately chopped off, and blood spurted everywhere from the severed hand. Chen Feng immediately let out a pig slaughtering howl and rolled on the ground in pain. Lin Yi looked at Chen Feng's neatly severed hand and muttered to himself. It's not bad. I didn't suffer the same punishment as Chao Ping did. Lin Yi said to the people around him. Come here, 2 people, secure Chen Feng to the chair and don't let him move. Then he turned and said to Zhong Wanqing. Be good, come here. At this time, Zhong Wanqing, who was standing at the door, looked at Lin Yi infatuatedly. Although the blood and corpses on the ground made her look uncomfortable and nauseous. But she remembered Lin Yi's heroic appearance when he killed the people who bullied her just now. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi with more and more obsession. It took Zhong Wanqing a long time to come back to her senses when she heard Lin Yi calling her. She came to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi handed the machete in his hand to Zhong Wanqing and said to her. Come on, kill him. Zhong Wanqing was stunned immediately. She didn't expect Lin Yi to ask her to kill someone. On weekdays, she had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. Lin Yi, I don't dare. Lin Yi put his arms around Zhong Wanqing's waist from behind. His right hand clenched tightly around her trembling right hand holding the knife. Then he whispered in Zhong Wanqing's ear. Do you know what would have happened if I hadn't shown up just now? It's the end of the world now. People who are extremely hungry can do anything. You will be raped by them, and then you will become their plaything, and eventually even their food. Lin Yi's words constantly challenged Zhong Wanqing's beliefs. She could imagine how cruel and terrifying the scene Lin Yi described was, and how miserable her own experience would be. But fear made her shake her head continuously, and she looked at Lin Yi with a pleading face. Lin Yi didn't give her a chance to refuse. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to gradually wear down Zhong Wanqing's arrogance, destroy her beliefs, and leave his mark in her mind. Then, as long as you release a little bit of love, she will depend on you and fall in love with you. Asking her to kill Chen Feng today is just the beginning. Feeling the delicate body in front of her trembling with fear, Lin Yi's words rang in Zhong Wanqing's ears again. Be good, take a deep breath, don't be nervous, and follow my rhythm. Lin Yi held Zhong Wanqing's hand and slowly approached Chen Feng. Watching the knife in Zhong Wanqing's hand getting closer and closer to him, Chen Feng struggled violently. However, several pairs of big hands held him down tightly. Seeing his former colleague turn against him, Chen Feng kept cursing. However, others turned a deaf ear. They knew that if Chen Feng didn't die, they would be the ones to die. If Chen Feng died, they might still have a chance of survival. Watching the knife pressed against Chen Feng's neck, Lin Yi whispered to Zhong Wanqing. Come on, open your eyes, use force on your hands, and row slowly. With Lin Yi's powerful stroke, the blood vessels and trachea on Chen Feng's neck were cut. Blood spurted out immediately. Chen Feng's body was shaking violently, like a fish that was about to die from lack of water for a long time. The breathing sound from his mouth gradually became smaller, and his pupils gradually dilated. After a while, he was completely motionless. Zhong Wanqing looked at Chen Feng, who was killed by her own hands. Unable to control myself anymore, I started vomiting. Lin Yi patted her back gently and comforted her. Relax, it's always like this the first time, you'll get used to it later. Chapter 11, The Zombie Virus First Appears and the Threat from Li Shuiyang. After a while, wait until Zhong Wanqing calmed down. Lin Yi asked her to go out first and wait for him outside. Then, Lin Yi looked at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by Lin Yi. He immediately knelt down and begged. Brother Lin, I am innocent. It was Chen Feng who bit me before he died. I swear, I definitely didn't say Manager Zhong had food. Looking at Zhang Lei who was cursing and swearing, Lin Yi didn't believe a word he said. When he was working before, this guy loved to sow discord and tell tales. Just when Lin Yi was about to give Zhang Lei a quick death, he suddenly noticed something strange about Zhang Lei's body below his neck. Lin Yi walked up, grabbed his collar and took a look. I saw many tiny red spots on Zhang Lei's body under his clothes. Lin Yi looked at the other people again. It was discovered that the other two people also had the same symptoms. There's no doubt about it, this is a sign of about to turn into a zombie. Unexpectedly, it has appeared now. Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately gave up his previous plan to kill him. He said to Zhang Lei with a smile. Don't worry, brother Zhang, I believe you. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a few bags of bread and water from the bag he brought and handed them to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei was immediately stunned and at a loss. He didn't expect that Lin Yi not only didn't kill him, but also gave him food and water. Lin Yi said with a smile. I have always been clear about grudges. Since only Chen Feng bullied my woman, I will only settle the score with him. It has nothing to do with others. After all, we are former colleagues. With the end of the world approaching, we should help each other. I don't have much on hand, so you can divide up these food and water. The people in the room reacted immediately and flattered Lin Yi without asking for anything in return. Brother Lin is very generous. I've seen that you are extraordinary. I didn't expect that you could even win over our aloof manager Zhong. That bastard Chen Feng deserves death. He dares to covet manager Zhong. What a piece of shit. That's right, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Lin Yi smiled, said nothing, turned around and left the office. When the people in the house saw Lin Yi leave, they immediately rushed forward to scramble for food and water. The female employee who had gone out earlier heard the noise and rushed into the office to grab it. The blood and corpses on the ground irritated everyone's nerves. For this little bit of food and water, the human brain almost exploded. Lin Yi listened to the noise in the office and sneered in his heart. Grab it! Grab it! When the zombie outbreak happens in a few days, this office will definitely be even more lively. Especially those infected people must not starve to death first. Lin Yi walked out of the company gate and said to Zhong Wanqing who was waiting anxiously. Let's go back. He and Zhong Wanqing quickly reached the second floor. The moment before entering the door, Lin Yi stopped and looked at Zhong Wanqing. He said with a serious expression. I can give you one last chance. If you haven't considered my conditions, you can leave now and I won't hold you accountable. But as long as you step through this door today, you will be my maid from now on. If you ever regret it later, I'll make you die a more miserable death than Chen Feng. Have you thought this through? What happened upstairs just now completely shattered Zhong Wanqing's fantasy. Reality made her realize that order was rapidly collapsing. In the days that followed, if she wanted to survive, she could only find a strong support. And Lin Yi is her best choice at the moment. Zhong Wanqing plucked up her courage and walked straight in. Lin Yi was surprised when he saw this. He thought Zhong Wanqing would struggle and bargain with him. I didn't expect that this once arrogant female boss would face reality so quickly. Lin Yi went in, locked the door, and sat on the chair. Zhong Wanqing stood there at a loss. Lin Yi beckoned her, and after seeing this, Zhong Wanqing came to Lin Yi's side. Looking at Zhong Wanqing's messy and greasy hair, and the faint strange smell emanating from her body, Lin Yi frowned and said, "Go take a shower first." Zhong Wanqing's face suddenly turned red when she heard this. Thinking that I hadn't taken a shower for 4 days, I suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. But Zhong Wanqing then looked at Lin Yi in surprise. "Taking a shower? I didn't hear it wrong. You can actually take a shower here. Where does he get so much water?" Before Zhong Wanqing could ask, Lin Yi had already entered the indoor bathroom. Seeing this, Zhong Wanqing hurriedly followed in. After entering the bathroom, I saw Lin Yi snapping his fingers. 2 large barrels of bottled water for the water dispenser immediately appeared on the floor of the bathroom. Lin Yi, who had nothing in his hands just now, suddenly had a lot of toiletries in his hands. Zhong Wanqing was startled by the sudden appearance of this thing. She asked as if she had seen a ghost. "Where do these things come from? Magic?" Lin Yi didn't say anything. He handed the toiletries in his hand to Zhong Wanqing. Zhong Wanqing took the toiletries, still unable to believe it. When she looked at the water on the ground, she thought for a moment and said hesitantly to Lin Yi, "Isn't that too wasteful? Water is so precious these days. This water is enough for us to drink for a long time, and now you want me to use it all for a bath?" Lin Yi waved his hand and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I have plenty of water. If you don't have enough, call me." After saying that, Lin Yi turned and walked out of the bathroom, closing the door behind him. She looked at the toiletries in her hand and found that they were all brand new. This man is so mysterious. He can create things at any time. How does he do it? Zhong Wanqing shook her head again. Why bother with so much? After a while, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Lin Yi sat down outside and took out his cell phone. His cell phone has been vibrating non-stop since a while ago. At this time, the self-help group had already become a mess. The video Lin Yi sent was like a blockbuster bomb, shocking countless people. 1210 Sun Hao, what's going on? Is this true? 2411 Yuan Gang at 2801 Li Shuayon, you bastard. Hurry up and return the supplies that were stolen from me last night. Otherwise, when help arrives, I'll make you pay. 0806 Suzhinjin, no way, Mr. Li is such a big shot, could he do such a thing? 1511 Shenyan at 0806 Suzhinjin, can't you see this? 0806 Suzhinjin at 1511 What did Shenyan see? 1511 Shenyan, yesterday afternoon, General Li was organizing a patrol and asked everyone to hand in their supplies. Who's going to hand them in now? And something happened in the middle of the night. How could this be such a coincidence? Lin Yi smiled. We are not fools. If we think about it a little, we can understand the twists and turns. After a while, a friend request notification sounded. Lin Yi clicked on it and saw that it was Li Shuayon. Lin Yi thought about it and added him as a friend. 2801 Li Shuayon, you're a man of integrity, right? Boy, if you have the guts, don't let me know where you are. Seeing that Li Shuayon dared to threaten him, Lin Yi immediately fought back. Honest person, yo-ho, you're using what I did as a pretext to collect protection money. Did you get my permission? Li Shuayon on the other end was shocked and immediately thought of Chao Peng. 2801 Li Shuayon, did you kill Chao Peng? Lin Yi did not answer directly, but just replied lightly. People of integrity, don't worry, you don't have to come to me. I will come to you in person in a few days. After sending the last message, Lin Yi directly blocked Li Shuayon. Lin Yi sneered. Dare to threaten me? I'll let you be arrogant for a few days, and then I'll make you pay. Chapter 12, Conquer Zhong Wanqing and Unlock Loyalty. Just then, the bathroom door opened and a beautiful figure appeared in Lin Yi's sight. Zhong Wanqing's long, dark hair was casually tied up, with a few wet strands hanging down, outlining her graceful swan-like neck. Winding down is the delicate collarbone, rising and falling gently with the breathing. Her slender waist can be held in one hand, but her chest and hips have breathtaking curves. The plump and firm breasts were tightly wrapped in a bath towel. At this time, Zhong Wanqing was looking at Lin Yi uncomfortably. She knew what was going to happen next, but she was still extremely nervous. Looking at the beautiful boss who was once so high and mighty, she was standing at the bathroom door in a dilemma. A strange feeling emerged in Lin Yi's heart. He waved at Zhong Wanqing and gave orders. Come over. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing came to Lin Yi's side shyly. As she exclaimed, Lin Yi hugged her in his arms and placed her on his lap. Lin Yi looked down at the beauty in his arms. Her exquisite natural look and hot body are in no way inferior to those of other so-called stars and internet celebrities. Zhong Wanqing's cold temperament makes her exude a unique charm. Zhong Wanqing looked up at Lin Yi's increasingly fiery eyes. Her fair face gradually turned red and her eyes became more and more blurred. Looking at the once cold goddess in his arms. At this moment, she showed a shy expression like a little girl. Lin Yi only felt a flame in his heart rising rapidly and becoming hotter and hotter. He pulled open the bath towel wrapped around Zhong Wanqing, and 2 big snow-white rabbits immediately popped out. Lin Yi just felt his mouth was dry. So he slowly lowered his head, and a faint body fragrance came to his face. The hot air exhaled by Zhong Wanqing due to nervousness also sprayed on Lin Yi's face. At this moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but kiss her, and then was completely immersed in it. Nearly an hour later, a voice sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the goddess. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the goddess's loyalty. Name, Zhong Wanqing. Age, 28. Body size, 95. Appearance, 93. Overall, 94. Loyalty, 83. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the goddess loyalty. Loyalty below 60, high probability of betraying the host. Loyalty 60-79, low probability of betraying the host. Loyalty 80-89, extremely low probability of betraying the host. Loyalty 90-99, will not betray the host. Loyalty 100, the host is everything to the goddess. The goddess will unconditionally obey all arrangements made by the host. Every time a goddess's loyalty reaches 80 or 100, the host will receive additional rewards. Ding! The current goddess, Zhong Wanqing's loyalty exceeds 80, and the system is issuing rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Vehicle Driving Mastery. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he heard the news from the system. It turned out that all my hard work was not in vain and the previous operations were not in vain. As soon as she bound to Zhong Wanqing, her loyalty exceeded 80. Lin Yi quickly looked at the skills he had just acquired. Vehicle Driving Mastery, the host can skillfully drive various vehicles, including various cars, tanks, aircraft, submarines, etc. After Lin Yi finished reading the skill introduction, he felt that all kinds of driving knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Yi was delighted. This skill was pretty good. It will come in handy when the zombie outbreak occurs in a few days. Zhong Wanqing lay in Lin Yi's arms, sweating profusely. There was still a blush on her face from the intense exercise. At this time, a cooing sound was heard. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi awkwardly, with a hint of desire in her eyes. Lin Yi said as he looked at the sweat on himself and Zhong Wanqing. Let's wash up first and then eat. Zhong Wanqing nodded obediently. As she stood up, a moan escaped her lips. There was a trace of bright red left under her body. Lin Yi didn't expect that this was Zhong Wanqing's first time. Looking at Zhong Wanqing, who was unable to move, Lin Yi showed a hint of tenderness. Amidst Zhong Wanqing's exclamation, Lin Yi gently picked her up and walked into the bathroom. Thinking of her first time that had just been taken away from her, the once proud Zhong Wanqing was completely conquered by Lin Yi. She looked up at the gentle and considerate Lin Yi and said with a blush, "Thank you, Lin Yi." Looking at Zhong Wanqing with a shy face, Lin Yi pretended to be angry. "From now on, you are my maid. What should you call me?" After hearing this, Zhong Wanqing's face turned even redder, but she still spoke softly. "Master, master." Lin Yi then let her go and said with satisfaction, "Well, that's right." At this time, the system voice sounded again. Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty +1. Hearing the message from the system, Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. How come just by calling master my loyalty level increases by +1? Could it be that beneath Zhong Wanqing's cold and aloof temperament, she also harbors a masochistic nature? Lin Yi handed a bucket of purified water to Zhong Wanqing. After Zhong Wanqing took it, the system immediately sounded. Ding! The host gave the goddess Zhong Wanqing a bucket of pure water, triggering the system to return it. The system returned 460 barrels of purified water. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He immediately checked his infinite space. In an area of infinite space, 460 barrels of pure water were neatly stacked. Until this moment. The hanging heart in Lin Yi's heart finally settled down. Look at the returned pure water. Lin Yi is more confident about surviving the upcoming apocalypse, and even has a little anticipation. The two were cleaning their bodies. Looking at Zhong Wanqing's graceful body, Lin Yi's anger rose again. But when he thought that it was Zhong Wanqing's first time, Lin Yi had to suppress his anger. Soon, the two finished cleaning. After putting on his clothes, Lin Yi carried Zhong Wanqing outside again. He took out a portion of each food from the infinite space and handed it to Zhong Wanqing. Soon, there was a mountain of things in front of Zhong Wanqing. Bread, potato chips, ham, braised eggs, self-heating hot pot, various beverages, quick frozen dumplings. At this time, the system's voice kept ringing in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! The host gave Goddess Zhong Wanqing a bag of bread, triggering the system to return it. The system returned 465 bags of bread. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Ding! The host gave the Goddess Zhong Wanqing a bag of potato chips, triggering the system to return it. The system returned 458 bags of potato chips. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Looking at the food in front of her, Zhong Wanqing was shocked again. Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Zhong Wanqing looked conflicted. She was very hungry now, but she was afraid that Lin Yi's food was not enough, so she didn't dare to order. Lin Yi saw her concerns and said with a smile, "Just be obedient and open up a little." After hearing this, Zhong Wanqing stopped worrying. She thought about it and said, "Okay, master, then we'll have the self-heating hot pot and dumplings." After saying that, she got up to make dumplings and self-heating hot pot. Seeing this, Lin Yi stepped forward, held Zhong Wanqing down, and said, "You're not feeling well today, so let me do it. I'll hand it over to you tomorrow when you're feeling better." Then he handed Zhong Wanqing a bag of potato chips. "You must be starving. Eat some potato chips first." Zhong Wanqing took the potato chips, her heart warmed, and she said obediently, "Yes, master." At this time, the system voice sounded again. Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty +1. After a while, 2 large bowls of dumplings and 2 buckets of instant noodles were placed in front of Zhong Wanqing. The instant noodles were also filled with ham and braised eggs. The aroma stimulated Zhong Wanqing's taste buds and made her saliva salivate. But seeing that Lin Yi didn't move, she could only stare at Lin Yi eagerly. Looking at Zhong Wanqing's pitiful appearance, Lin Yi felt a surge of emotion in his heart. As expected, people cannot teach people, but things can teach people in one go. The once aloof and domineering sister had to bow to the end of the world. "Eat it." "Okay, master, thank you, master." After saying that, Zhong Wanqing started to wolf down the food. These are foods that she usually disdains. At this moment, she felt so delicious. Chapter 13 Night Talk. It was late at night. Zhong Wanqing lay in Lin Yi's arms, unable to fall asleep. She looked up and glanced at Lin Yi secretly. She only felt that Lin Yi at this moment was emitting a fatal attraction from his whole body, which deeply penetrated her heart. Sunny, domineering, mysterious, handsome, ruthless, and steady. However, Zhong Wanqing had many doubts in her mind. In just 3 or 4 days, Lin Yi seemed like a completely different person. His personality changed drastically. He seemed to be able to predict the future in advance. After resigning, he immediately went downstairs to kill Chao Ping and steal the supplies. And there's also the method of creating food out of thin air. How did he do it? Lin Yi felt the movement in his arms and opened his eyes. He looked at Zhong Wanqing and said, "What's wrong? Can't sleep? Do you have a lot of questions?" Zhong Wanqing nodded. "Yes, master, did you foresee this disaster in advance?" Lin Yi said, "Yes, do you remember that morning 4 days ago? It's like in a post-apocalyptic novel, the future I dreamed of while I was asleep. At first I thought I was having a nightmare, but after you woke me up, I found that I had awakened my superpowers." Zhong Wanqing remembered that it was she who asked Lin Yi to change the plan and woke Lin Yi up. She said with an embarrassed look on her face, "I'm sorry, master. I was too impulsive." Lin Yi pinched Zhong Wanqing and said, "It's okay, it's all over." Zhong Wanqing continued to ask, "Master, is this the ability you've awakened that allows you to create things out of thin air?" Lin Yi nodded. Yes, that's right. I found that there was a space in my mind where I could put real objects in and take them out. Zhong Wanqing said enviously, "It's amazing, Master, you are awesome." Lin Yi thought about it and said to Zhong Wanqing seriously, "Do you know why I asked you to kill Chun Feng with your own hands yesterday?" Zhong Wanqing thought Lin Yi was blaming her and said immediately, "I'm sorry, Master. I was too scared to do it." Lin Yi stroked Zhong Wanqing's cheek with his hand and said, "I'm not blaming you. I just want you to adapt to the coming real apocalypse as quickly as possible." Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. The real apocalypse? The blood rain outside never stops, everyone here is starving, and rescue is nowhere in sight. Isn't this the apocalypse? Lin Yi said in a serious tone. No, not yet. In 2 or 3 days, the real apocalypse will begin. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression, her heart tightened, and she asked, "Master, what does a real disaster look like?" Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "In 2 or 3 days, the blood rain outside will stop." When Zhong Wanqing heard that the blood rain was about to stop, her breathing became rapid and a look of joy appeared on her face. However, Lin Yi's next words chilled her completely from beginning to end. However, the virus will completely break out. Those who die in the blood rain will immediately turn into zombies and attack all living things around them. Some animals and plants can also mutate and attack humans. What's even more terrifying is that humans who are still alive today are not immune. Do you know why I left Zhang Lei and the others behind yesterday? When Zhong Wanqing heard this, she was already frightened by the scene described by Lin Yi. She said subconsciously, "Master, why?" Lin Yi said, "Because some of them have been infected. In 2 or 3 days, they will turn into zombies. In fact, it's not just them. Nearly half of the humans still alive in this world have been infected." Zhong Wanqing immediately became nervous and asked quickly, "Master, am I infected?" Lin Yi hugged her delicate body tightly, stroked her back, and said, "Don't worry, you are not infected. Because the zombie outbreak is random and indiscriminate, all countries will not have enough time to react and will not be able to organize an effective defense. What's even more despairing is that zombies will continue to evolve and become stronger over time. Humanity's thermal weapons were effective against zombies in the early stages, but as zombies grew stronger, they became essentially useless against advanced zombies. The order of human society will completely collapse, and the evil thoughts in people's hearts will be completely unleashed. This world will return to a primitive society. No, it will be even more cruel than a primitive society." Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing's pretty face and continued, "In the apocalypse, monsters and zombies aren't the scariest things. The scariest thing is the human heart. As long as a beautiful woman like you can't protect herself. At best, I'll be a plaything. At worst, I'll be food." Zhong Wanqing was completely frightened by Lin Yi's words, and her whole body was shaking. Lin Yi sensed Zhong Wanqing's fear and continued, "If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you can only make yourself stronger. And the woman I want is not a pretty vase. Do you understand?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhong Wanqing quickly spoke. "Okay, Master, I will listen to you and make myself stronger." She is a smart woman. She understood that Lin Yi said these words because he truly regarded her as his woman. If Lin Yi only treated her as a plaything, she could be abandoned at any time. After all, there will never be a shortage of beautiful women in the end times. At this time, the system voice sounded. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty +1. Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing, nodded with satisfaction, and said softly, "Okay, baby, go to bed early." Zhong Wanqing immediately snuggled into Lin Yi's arms and spoke, "Good night, Master." The next morning, Lin Yi was woken up by a message on his cell phone. Lin Yi clicked on it and saw that all of them were women who added him as a friend and sent him private messages with pictures asking for food. Lin Yi looked for a long time and found that none of them met the system requirements. Lin Yi complained again that the system was too rigid in its standards. There were several beauties with a system score of around 85 points, and he had to reluctantly block them. At this time, Zhong Wanqing came over with the cooked dumplings. She glanced at the screen of Lin Yi's phone and couldn't help frowning. "I just gave it to you yesterday, and today you're looking for another woman. What a playboy." Lin Yi read Zhong Wanqing's message in his mind. Name, Zhong Wanqing. Age, 28. Body size, 95. Appearance, 93. Overall, 94. Loyalty, 86. As long as your loyalty doesn't drop, then it's fine. Lin Yi felt something special when he saw Zhong Wanqing's jealous look. So he hugged Zhong Wanqing in his arms and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "I wanted to find one, but after looking for a long time, I found that there was not even one person in this building who could fight. I can only blame it on my maid's natural beauty. She's so beautiful that she's raised my standards." Zhong Wanqing burst out laughing when she heard this. Then she looked at Lin Yi seriously and said, "Master, since I promised you, I'm ready. You will be prepared for other women in the future. But master, please promise Wanqing that you won't forget her." Looking at Zhong Wanqing solemnly, Lin Yi pulled up the back of her hand, kissed it, and said seriously, "I promise." At this time, the system voice sounded. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty +1. Zhong Wanqing picked up the dumplings and handed them to Lin Yi's mouth. "Master, let me see if the dumplings I made are delicious." Lin Yi swallowed the dumplings in one gulp. After just 2 bites, he realized something was wrong, but he remained calm and ate the dumplings. Zhong Wanqing immediately asked, "Master, is it delicious?" Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing's expectant eyes and said happily, It's delicious. You should try it too." Zhong Wanqing immediately picked up the dumplings and put them in her mouth. After chewing them for 2 bites, she immediately spat them out. "No, not cooked, master, you are so bad." Lin Yi immediately grinned. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi, who was grinning mischievously, her face flushed red as she whispered, "Master, am I useless? I can't even cook dumplings." Lin Yi looked at the tearful little beauty, and immediately felt a surge of pity in his heart. "I then decided to treat Zhong Wanqing to soy milk this morning." Chapter 14, Zombie Outbreak Eliminate Li Shuiyong. Just when Lin Yi was training his little maid, the atmosphere in the building began to become tense. Sun Shuiyong on the top floor saw that the matter was exposed and immediately turned against his opponent. He posted information in the self-help group. He threatened the people on other floors to hand over the supplies immediately, otherwise he would have his men come and rob them. However, other people in the building are not vegetarians either. We are all smart people and now know that rescue is probably impossible. In order to survive, you can only rely on yourself. Just like in the previous life, in the next 2 days, each floor has established its own self-rescue groups and patrol teams to protect itself. Among them, the bosses of the companies on the 9th, 17th, and 22nd floors are as powerful as Li Shuiyong. Their companies are all large companies with many employees. Due to the shortage of supplies, disputes soon broke out. Several powerful floors swept through the floors above and below them, looting supplies and personnel. Casualties are inevitable during the mopping up operation. Once people see blood, the evil thoughts in their hearts can no longer be controlled. During the conflict, any man who dared to resist or refused to surrender would be killed directly. Women who were a little bit pretty were taken back as rewards for their subordinates to vent their anger. As for the older and ugly women, they were directly locked up as reserve food. There was a panic in the building for a while, and people died every day due to the conflict. Every night, the floors where several major forces are located can be heard with women's shrill screams. Lin Yi turned a deaf ear to everything that was happening outside. In his previous life, he had seen a lot of this kind of thing. As long as he is not provoked, he doesn't bother to care. Besides, I still have a lot of things to do in these 2 days. During the day, he took Zhong Wanqing to exercise, make protective gear, and familiarize himself with the roads around the building to prepare for the upcoming zombie outbreak. At night, when no one was around, he went to empty rooms on each floor to collect supplies that might be needed later. And under Lin Yi's training over the past 2 days, Zhong Wanqing has become more and more dependent on Lin Yi. Time quickly came to the 7th day after the blood rain broke out. A little after 8 o'clock in the morning. Outside the building, the originally thick clouds gradually became thinner. Finally, a ray of sunlight shone through the gap onto the long-lost earth. The bloody rain that lasted for 7 days and 7 nights finally gradually subsided until it stopped. The people hiding in the building finally saw the dawn of hope. As the first cheer rang out. Soon. The sound is earth-shaking. Blood rain. It's finally over. People came outside like crazy, hugging each other and crying. But the happy time is so short. The bodies of humans who had died directly on the streets due to the blood rain. At this moment, he actually stood up staggeringly. People looked at all this in astonishment, standing there in a daze. The corpse, which was emitting a foul stench, suddenly took a step and walked towards the living people around it. Those who didn't have time to react were immediately knocked to the ground by the zombies. The screams, gnawing and chewing sounds completely replaced the people's cheers. The others finally woke up from their dream, screaming and rushing into the surrounding buildings again. At this moment, in Lin Ye's original office, Lin Ye's former colleagues were shocked when they saw the changes outside the window. This scene, which seemed to only appear in a movie, actually appeared before them. What's wrong with this world? The bloody rain finally ended when a zombie crisis broke out outside. Fortunately, I didn't follow the trend and go out, otherwise it would have been terrible. What they didn't expect was, just as their attention was drawn to the tragic scene outside, Jean Lei and two other colleagues who were sitting at their workstations suddenly shuddered without warning and their bodies trembled slightly. Their faces turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down their foreheads like winding streams. Only 2 minutes had passed. Their necks began to twist unnaturally, their eyes were bloodshot, and the surface of their eyeballs seemed to be covered with a grayish-white film, and their former spirit disappeared completely. They opened their mouths, trying to ask other colleagues for help, but no sound came out. 5 minutes later, their skin underwent strange changes. The originally healthy skin color gradually turned bluish, and the blood vessels were like black earthworms, clearly visible under the skin, constantly wriggling. The nails became long and pointed, like sharp claws. His fingertips scratched the table uncontrollably, leaving deep marks. His breathing became rapid and heavy, and a low growling sound came from his throat, which was creepy. At this time, the colleagues at the window finally noticed their abnormality. The brave ones were ready to go forward to check, while more people chose to hide behind and watch. 8 minutes later, the situation was completely out of control. They stood up suddenly, overturned the desk in front of them, and then pounced on the colleague closest to them. Beast-like roars came from their mouths, and thick saliva mixed with dark red blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The other colleagues who were not infected screamed in fear and fled in all directions. But it was too late. When the time reached the 10th minute, they had completely turned into zombies. Their faces were distorted, their facial features were almost dislocated, their lips were torn, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth covered with minced meat and blood. The office instantly fell into chaos and despair. The whole building. No. It should be the whole world. At this moment, everything was in complete chaos. The human order has completely collapsed, and the true end of the world has arrived. Just when the blood rain stopped, Lin Yi, wearing homemade protective gear, had already arrived at the stairwell on the 28th floor of the building. As screams rang out in the building, Lin Yi decisively put on his helmet and prepared to rush into Li Shuiyang's company. At this time, Li Shuiyang's company was in chaos, because he had robbed all the people and supplies on the lower floors 2 days ago. Then, in order to facilitate management, he arranged all the people and supplies on the 28th floor. As a result, the 28th floor was overcrowded at this time. At this time, the zombie virus broke out and nearly half of the people turned into zombies. The remaining people had nowhere to hide and were knocked down one by the zombies. Just as Lin Yi rushed to the door of Li Shuiyang's company, Li Shuiyang was being escorted by his subordinates. Fight your way out of the company and prepare to rush out. He planned to retreat to an empty office downstairs and take shelter temporarily. Just when Li Shuiyang finally rushed out of the company gate and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, a strange man appeared in front of him. The man was wearing strange armor, a helmet, a machete in his left hand and a fire axe in his right hand. At this moment, he was looking at himself with a joking expression. Li Shuiyang thought to himself that something was wrong and was just about to call on his fellow comrades to capture Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't even give Li Shuiyang a chance to shout. He took advantage of the fact that the brothers around Li Shuiyang were paying attention to the zombies following behind, and rushed to Li Shuiyang in one step. Lin Yi swung the axe in his right hand and pretended to chop at Li Shuiyang's neck. At the critical moment of life and death, the unarmed Li Shuiyang directly raised his left arm to block the axe coming from Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled and stabbed the machete in his left hand directly into Li Shuiyang's stomach. To be honest, Li Shuiyang is also a ruthless person. After he was stabbed in the stomach, he held the blade tightly with his right hand, preventing Lin Yi from pulling it out. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't hesitate and simply let go of the knife with his left hand. In Li Shuiyang's astonished eyes, a brand new machete appeared in Lin Yi's left hand again. A cold light flashed, and the blade slashed across Li Shuiyang's neck. Li Shuiyang immediately released his right hand and covered his neck desperately. But blood still gushed out from between his fingers and soon spread all over the floor. Lin Yi leaned forward and whispered something in Li Shuiyang's ear. "I told you I'd come find you." Chapter 15, First Explosion of Zombie Crystal Core. Li Shuiyang opened his eyes wide, pointed at Lin Yi, and wanted to reveal Lin Yi's identity. But the blood had already blocked his mouth, making him unable to speak. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he turned around and rushed into the stairwell, running towards the second floor. The whole process took only a dozen seconds. Until Lin Yi disappeared at the stairs. The younger brothers around Li Shuiyang only then saw that Li Shuiyang had fallen to the ground and could not get up. The zombies in the back were stimulated by the blood in front and pounced on Li Shuiyang's younger brothers even more frantically. Seeing that his boss was about to die, Li Shuiyang's younger brothers immediately abandoned Li Shuiyang and ran away frantically, each with their heads in their hands. Li Shuiyang, who fell to the ground, was instantly surrounded by zombies behind him. He watched helplessly as he was bitten to death by zombies. After a while, Lin Yi arrived at the second floor. He knocked on the door and said, "It's me, I'm back." Zhong Wanqing, who was anxiously waiting in the house, heard Lin Yi's voice and immediately opened the door. Lin Yi turned and went into the house, locking the door behind him. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi, whose body was covered in blood. At this moment, she didn't care about being dirty and threw herself directly into Lin Yi's arms, crying, "Where have you been? Master, I thought you had abandoned me." Lin Yi felt the delicate body in his arms trembling slightly with fear. He immediately touched Zhong Wanqing's back and comforted her. "It's okay, sweetheart, I'm back." Just when Lin Yi went out, Zhong Wanqing was frightened. Zhong Wanqing could see clearly the tragic scene on the street outside the building as she lay by the window. Immediately afterwards, all kinds of shrill screams were heard in the building. Because of Lin Yi's instructions before leaving, Zhong Wanqing didn't dare to open the door. But the continuous screams continued to torture her spirit. The axe Lin Yi gave her before leaving made her feel insecure. She kept looking forward to Lin Yi's arrival. I felt the delicate body in my arms gradually calm down. Lin Yi tightened the homemade protective gear on Zhong Wanqing and asked in a low voice, "Are you ready to get out of here?" Zhong Wanqing's heart tightened again, but she saw Lin Yi's calm expression. She swallowed, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes, master, I am ready." Lin Yi opened the door and saw a dozen zombies wandering in the corridor. When they heard Lin Yi open the door, they immediately walked towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi rushed forward, holding the fire axe tightly in his hand. Zhong Wanqing, who was following closely behind, almost screamed when she saw the zombies' horrifying appearance. But she thought of Lin Yi's instructions before he left, and immediately covered her mouth. The leading zombie had a face that was severely distorted by being bitten. The left eyeball was almost completely detached. It hung outside its eye socket by a single sticky nerve, swaying with every step. Makes a creepy ticking sound. There were pieces of flesh and blood hanging on the jagged teeth. Seeing the zombies up close and personal made your scalp tingle. The courage that Zhong Wanqing had finally mustered up was completely shattered. At this moment, her feet seemed to be filled with lead, completely out of control and stayed in the same place. The urge to urinate in her lower body hit her nerves again and again. However, at this moment, Lin Yi was like a max-level boss returning to the novice village. The terrifying zombies in front of him looked so cute in his eyes. Zombies are the weakest right after the virus breaks out. Apart from looking a little scary and being a little too numerous, they are useless in other aspects. He is not fast, not strong, has no special abilities, and has obvious weaknesses. In fact, as long as ordinary people overcome their fear, take good protection, and are not surrounded by zombies, they can kill zombies alone. In Lin Yi's eyes, killing zombies like this is much easier than killing people. As time goes by, ordinary zombies will become stronger and stronger. Eventually, among them, level 2, level 3, level 4 will evolve. Lin Yi rushed forward like a tiger among a flock of sheep. In just a few minutes, all the zombies in the corridor fell down, and their heads rolled to the ground. Lin Yi carefully chopped open all the zombies' heads. I searched for a while, but unfortunately, I didn't find any zombie crystal core. Sure enough, it was the same as in the previous life. When the disaster first broke out, the probability of ordinary zombies generating crystal cores in their heads was too low. The probability is estimated to be only 1 in a few tens or even 1 in a few hundred. Only later on, as ordinary zombies gradually became stronger. the probability of them generating crystal nuclei will be greatly increased. Just as Lin Yi reached the stairs, he suddenly discovered a zombie head that he had missed before. He thought about it, turned around and waved to Zhong Wanqing. After seeing this, Zhong Wanqing mustered up her courage again and came to Lin Yi from among the corpses. Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing with a serious expression. "Chop this head open." Zhong Wanqing looked at the zombie's horrible head with an embarrassed expression. She looked at Lin Yi pleadingly. Lin Yi's doting on her these days made her forget herself a little. However, Lin Yi's face was gloomy at this time, and he whispered, "Remember what I said before? I want a woman who can be my support, not just a pretty face. Normally, you throw a tantrum, and I don't mind at all. But at the critical moment, you have to do whatever I ask you to do. If you can't do it now, get back here right now." When Zhong Wanqing heard Lin Yi's words, she suddenly panicked. She was a smart person, and she knew in her heart that Lin Yi did this for her own good. That's how the world is. You adapt to society, not society adapts to you. In the previous society, if you didn't adapt, the worst that could happen was that you lost your job. But in the end times, if you don't adapt, you may lose your life. She had been protected so well by Lin Yi before that she had forgotten the cruelty outside. Finally, Zhong Wanqing mustered up the courage and closed her eyes. She used all her strength to chop the hideous zombie's head with the axe in her hand. With a pop sound, the zombie's head was split open. As soon as Zhong Wanqing opened her eyes, she saw the zombie's brain mixed with blood flowing out. Her stomach immediately churned and she wanted to vomit. But looking at Lin Yi's gaze, she suppressed it. Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing's performance and was generally satisfied. So he went forward, held her in his arms, and gave her a sweet date. At this moment, as the zombie's brain matter flowed out, a crystal-like object was revealed. Lin Yi immediately squatted down and picked up the thing. That's right, it's the zombie crystal core. Lin Yi was overjoyed and immediately gave Zhong Wanqing a heavy, wet kiss. "Wanqing, you are really my lucky star." Zhong Wanqing was almost out of breath after being kissed by Lin Yi, and even the urge to vomit was reduced a lot. She asked immediately after hearing this, "Master, what is this?" Lin Yi took out mineral water, rinsed the crystal core clean, and then put it into the space. "Now is not the time to talk about this. I'll tell you when we get to the new place." After listening to this, Zhong Wanqing didn't ask any more questions and followed Lin Yi to the underground parking lot. The two of them cleared out a lot of zombies along the way. But unfortunately, no crystal core was found. Zhong Wanqing even killed a zombie alone with Lin Yi's cooperation. The moment the zombies fell to the ground, Zhong Wanqing immediately felt that she had grown up. When facing the zombies, she felt that she was no longer as scared as before. Soon, the two walked to Zhong Wanqing's car. It turned out to be a Land Rover Range Rover. She is indeed a rich woman. Lin Yi did not get in to drive the car, but put the Land Rover directly into the system space. Zhong Wanqing asked in confusion, "Master, aren't you going to drive out?" Lin Yi explained, "This is the city center. The roads outside are completely blocked by traffic. Cars can't get out at all. Come with me." Chapter 16, Escape from the City Center. Zhong Wanqing's request. Lin Yi brought Zhong Wanqing to his motorcycle quickly. He immediately got on his bike and handed the spare helmet to Zhong Wanqing. Zhong Wanqing put on the helmet and sat on it. Lin Yi then said, "Sit tight and hold me tight." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing immediately hugged Lin Yi's waist tightly. With the skill, vehicle driving mastery, Lin Yi immediately transformed into a young man who caught shrimps on the cliff and had ghost fire. With the roar of the motorcycle, Lin Yi rushed out of the building with Zhong Wanqing. At this time, the zombies outside heard the sound and immediately chased after Lin Yi. Just a few days ago, Lin Yi had already memorized the surrounding roads clearly through the map on his mobile phone. Lin Yi was seen rushing left and right, moving like a snake. Although the process was a bit thrilling, he quickly found a way out and left the zombies behind. Fortunately, the virus had just broken out, and the zombies were generally not very powerful and could not keep up with the speed. After a while, when the zombies evolve, Lin Yi won't dare to be as arrogant as he is now. At this time, the remaining survivors in the surrounding buildings heard the sound and looked outside. They didn't expect that there are still people who are not afraid of death and ride motorcycles in the city in a swaggering manner. Everyone was secretly cursing Lin Yi as an idiot. There are zombies everywhere outside now. Instead of finding a place to hide, you dare to rush out. You really want to die. However, what surprised everyone was, after a while, Lin Yi actually rushed out. Looking at Lin Yi walking away, and the large number of zombies following him, many smart people immediately became interested. When it rained blood before, no official came to rescue. Now that the zombie apocalypse has broken out, it's even less likely that the authorities will come. If you stay, you will either be bitten to death by zombies or starve to death. Now is the opportunity. Many zombies outside were led away by Lin Yi. Now is a great opportunity to escape the city center. Inspired by Lin Yi's actions, many brave survivors took immediate action and prepared to escape by car. But wishes are full and reality is very skinny. They did not have Lin Yi's prior familiarity with the road conditions and his incredible driving skills. Most people were stuck on the road soon after they came out and were then surrounded by zombies. Only a lucky few escaped the city center. The remaining survivors hid in the building and watched. When they saw the tragic scene outside, they immediately gave up the urge to escape. But what they don't know is, it is this kind of thinking that prevents them from ever having the chance to go out. Lin Yi quickly left the zombies far behind and left the bustling area of the city center. As the number of vehicles on the road gradually decreased, the road was no longer congested. At the same time, he felt something strange about Zhong Wanqing's body behind him. Lin Yi quickly found a section of road without zombies, put the motorcycle into the space, and then took out Zhong Wanqing's Land Rover. Zhong Wanqing got off the motorcycle. She never gets carsick, but at this moment she just feels her legs and feet going weak. Just now in the city center, they were almost surrounded by zombies several times. He just relied on Lin Yi's sly movements to rush out. The violent shaking of the motorcycle adds to the thrilling scene. Zhong Wanqing felt dizzy and her whole body was spinning. Now that the car stopped, she couldn't hold it in any longer and started vomiting. Lin Yi stepped forward, patted Zhong Wanqing on the back, and then handed her a bottle of mineral water. It took a while for Zhong Wanqing to recover and then she got into the car. The vehicle drove for some time. Zhong Wanqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, gradually became anxious and kept staring at the screen of her mobile phone. She looked at Lin Yi from time to time, but hesitated to speak. Lin Yi quickly noticed Zhong Wanqing's abnormality and asked immediately, "What's wrong? Are you still not feeling well?" Zhong Wanqing looked nervous and looked at Lin Yi with longing. No, master, can you go find my parents first?" Lin Yi then asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The anxiety on Zhong Wanqing's face became even more intense. "I was able to contact my parents yesterday, but I haven't been able to contact them since this morning. I'm worried something has happened to them," Lin Yi said immediately after hearing this. "Wherever they live, we'll go now." After hearing this, Zhong Wanqing immediately showed gratitude on her face. "Thank you, master. They live in Jiahayuan." Lin Yi immediately turned the car around and drove towards Jiahayuan. Just then the system voice sounded. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty +5. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he heard the news from the system. After he left the city center, "I originally planned to go to supermarkets, cold storage and other places to collect supplies. But when I saw Zhong Wanqing's longing eyes, Lin Yi realized that this was a good opportunity to increase his loyalty. Now, it is just as I expected." Zhong Wanqing's loyalty increased by 5 points at once, directly breaking through 90 points, and she will not betray herself. Zhong Wanqing, who was standing next to him, didn't expect Lin Yi to agree so readily, which made her very touched. She looked at Lin Yi with an infatuated look on her face. This is definitely a man worthy of her and trusting her life to. Although Lin Yi always regarded himself as the master, she was just her maid. But after spending these few days together, she could feel Lin Yi's love for her. Lin Yi hopes that he can become a woman who shares his joys and sorrows, rather than a plaything. This made Zhong Wanqing feel that she could no longer leave Lin Yi. Perhaps before, she had some other thoughts in her mind. But now, that trace of other thoughts also disappeared. Half an hour later, Lin Yi finally drove the car to the underground parking garage of Jiahayuan community. He parked the car below Building 8 where Zhong Wanqing's parents lived. He ignored the zombies in the garage that were chasing him after hearing the noise. Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing ran directly up the stairs to the 16th floor. Perhaps it was because he was extremely anxious to rescue his parents. Zhong Wanqing killed several zombies encountered on the stairs alone. Soon they arrived at the door of 1602. Seeing that the door was closed, Zhong Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately took out the key and opened the door. However, the moment they rushed into the house, the scene inside made Zhong Wanqing feel like she was falling into an icy cave. Zhong Wanqing's parents were lying on the ground motionless, with blood all over the floor. 3 strangers appeared in the house. 2 men and 1 woman. At this moment, they were eating heartily in the living room. They were also startled by the sudden intrusion of Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing. The leading man immediately stood up and shouted, "Who are you and how did you get in?" Zhong Wanqing looked at her parents lying on the ground and rushed over to them. She shook her parents' bodies and shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, I'm Wanqing. I'm back. What happened to you?" As soon as the leading man heard it, he knew who the visitor was. He took a look at Zhong Wanqing's appearance and was immediately shocked by her beauty. This woman is so beautiful, she is no less beautiful than the stars on TV. He looked at Lin Yi again. Seeing that Lin Yi was alone and didn't look very strong, he immediately felt relieved. He walked forward and threatened Lin Yi. "I didn't expect that these 2 old girls would be so pretty. Boy, I'll take care of your girlfriend for you. If you don't want to die, get out of here now, or I'll kill you." Chapter 17. He Chao provokes Lin Yi to attack. The younger brother behind her also stared at Zhong Wanqing's appearance. He immediately stood up and flattered the leading man. "Brother Chao, this time after you finish eating the meat, please leave some soup for me." The woman next to her also felt threatened by Zhong Wanqing's appearance. She quickly stood up, leaned on the leading man, and spoke in a teasing tone. "Brother Chao, how am I not as good as her? Last night you praised my skills and said you would be responsible for me forever." As he spoke, he puffed out his rather large chest and rubbed it against the leading man's arm. However, the leading man didn't buy it at all. From the moment he saw Zhong Wanqing, he felt that the woman next to him was just a pile of dirt on the ground. He grabbed the woman's hair and threw her to his younger brother behind him, saying, "Xiaolu, don't say that big brother doesn't take care of you. She is yours now." Xiaolu took the woman and thought to himself, what a pity. Judging from what big brother did, Zhong Wanqing probably won't have a chance. But when I thought about how this slutty woman in my arms was moaning so coquettishly and lewdly when she was doing it in the house with my brother a few days ago, my heart suddenly became hot. Since the end of the world, he has not tasted the taste of a woman. A few days ago, he was so pent up just by listening to his elder brother doing it. Now he wished he could kill the woman in his arms right there and then, so that she could also taste his power. At this time, Xiaolu saw Lin Yi standing there without moving, and immediately felt that he was an eyesore, so he shouted, "Boy, didn't you hear what my big brother said? Get out of here." Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing, who was lying on the ground in grief, and sighed softly in his heart. On the way here, he had a premonition that Zhong Wanqing's parents were probably dying. "I thought they would be infected and turned into zombies." Unexpectedly, he was killed by someone who broke into the house. Looking at Brother Chao and Xiaolu who were arrogant in front of him, Lin Yi didn't waste any words. He rushed forward and a machete immediately appeared in his hand. Brother Chao was caught off guard. Just as he was about to raise the stick to resist, he felt a pain in his stomach. Lin Yi had already rushed in front of him, and the machete in his right hand stabbed directly into Brother Chao's stomach. Brother Chao stared at Lin Yi blankly. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be so skilled, ruthless, and decisive. He came alone and started working without even saying hello. Before Brother Chao could shout, Lin Yi immediately pulled out the knife in his right hand. Then, thrust in and out continuously and quickly. Suddenly, more than a dozen holes appeared on Brother Chao's stomach, and blood was flowing out. At this time, Brother Chao let out a scream. Seeing this, Xiaolu quickly picked up the wooden stick beside him and prepared to go forward to help. Lin Yi's eyes flashed coldly, and he stared at him with a sinister smile. Xiaolu felt frightened by Lin Yi's terrifying gaze. He immediately hesitated and didn't dare to move forward easily. However, Lin Yi's hands did not stop moving. He slashed his knife across, cutting open Brother Chao's stomach, and then kicked him over. Brother Chao's intestines suddenly flowed out of his stomach, and he lay on the ground wailing in pain. Looking at the hellish scene in front of me, Xiaolu just felt his scalp tingling and felt like he was about to pee. He was completely frightened by Lin Yi's ruthless methods and was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy. Lin Yi summoned a fire axe from the space again and rushed forward. His right hand holding the stick was chopped off. Then, Lin Yi pulled out a machete and cut off the remaining tendons in Xiaolu's hands and feet. The remaining woman was so frightened by this sudden scene that she knelt down and begged for mercy. "Brother, don't kill me. I was forced to do it. It's none of my business." Lin Yi pointed his axe and said in a cold voice, "Shut up, everyone. If anyone makes a sound, I'll kill him right now." When the three heard Lin Yi's death threat, they immediately fell silent. Lin Yi walked up to the woman and glanced at her. She is a bit pretty, about 80 points. However, at this moment, Lin Yi showed no mercy to the woman. He grabbed the woman's hair and dragged her to the coffee table. The woman's right hand was pressed firmly on the coffee table, with the axe standing next to her little finger. Lin Yi spoke word by word. "Now, I ask, you answer. If you say one wrong word, I'll chop off one of your fingers." Soon, the strange woman named Zhang Yuanyuan confessed everything. The leading man is called He Chao, a gangster boss with several younger brothers under him. The other one is called Lu Jin, who is He Chao's younger brother. They are the residents upstairs. And this Zhang Yuanyuan lives opposite He Chao. The night before the bloody rain broke out, He Chao and his men played cards at home all night. When the blood rain broke out the next day, they were all trapped in the building. On the fourth day after the bloody rain, the food in He Chao's house was gone. Seeing that rescue was slow to arrive, He Chao became bolder. So, he took his men and smashed open the door of Zhang Yuanyuan's house opposite. Zhang Yuanyuan is a live streamer and usually stocks some food at home. Seeing that He Chao was so powerful, he was afraid that He Chao and his subordinates would take turns attacking him. Zhang Yuanyuan immediately threw herself into He Chao's arms and became his personal exclusive. Due to the increase in the number of people, the food in Zhang Yuanyuan's house ran out yesterday. He Chao, who has become bolder, is ready to take action against other neighbors today. I didn't expect the zombies to break out suddenly today. 2 of He Chao's men were infected and immediately turned into zombies. The 3 of them were sharp-eyed and ran out immediately when they saw that something was wrong. When going out, he locked the door from the outside without caring about other people inside. After going out, the 3 of them knocked on doors one by one to ask for help, preparing to take over the other's nest. But after trying for a long time, no one opened the door. Because we left in a hurry, the guy who tried to pry the door open didn't bring anything with him, so there was no way to force the door. So they came up with an idea. Let Zhang Yuanyuan pretend to be pitiful and knock on the door, and the 2 of them hide nearby. After Zhang Yuanyuan tricked the door open, the 2 of them rushed in. They happened to arrive at the door of Zhong Wanqing's parents' house. Zhong Wanqing's parents heard the sound and saw a young woman outside the door asking for help. I felt sorry for a moment and opened the door. He Chao and the other man saw the right opportunity and rushed in. After entering the door, the 3 of them began to search for food. Zhong Wanqing's father fought back desperately, but was knocked to the ground by He Chao with a stick. Seeing his old man being beaten to the ground unconscious, Zhong Wanqing's mother was crying loudly and scolding He Chao and others. He Chao became more and more annoyed as he listened. He thought to himself that there was no telling when this disaster would end. Leaving these 2 old guys here is a sheer waste of food. So together with Lu Jin, they decided to go all out and kill Zhong Wanqing's parents directly. After Zhang Yuanyuan finished her explanation, she immediately pleaded with Lin Yi. "Brother, it was He Chao and Lu Jin who did it. It has nothing to do with me. I was forced to do it. Please let me go. Brother, I can be your slave. I have a great figure and I can do anything you ask me to do." As she spoke, Zhang Yuanyuan puffed out her chest again and rubbed it against Lin Yi's thigh. Lin Yi glanced at her and swung his axe down. Zhang Yuanyuan's little finger fell off. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi kicked her away. Zhong Wanqing had stopped crying at this time. After seeing Zhang Yuanyuan being kicked away, she immediately picked up the axe on the ground. Chapter 18, Zhong Wanqing's Revenge and Loyalty Increase. Zhong Wanqing first came to He Chao. At this time, He Chao was lying on the ground with his intestines spilling out. He looked at Zhong Wanqing with an angry face, and just as he was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, blood flowed out of his mouth. Zhong Wanqing rushed forward with an axe, directly hitting He Chao's shoulder, and then started to chop randomly. He Chao, with his mouth blocked by blood, made a woo-woo sound. But after a while, there was no movement. Looking at He Chao lying dead on the ground, Zhong Wanqing turned and walked towards Lu Jin. At this time, Lu Jin was so scared when he saw He Chao's miserable condition that he peed. Looking at Zhong Wanqing who was getting closer, he begged for mercy while squirming his body and shrinking back. However, at this time, Zhang Wanqing's eyes were bloodshot and she walked towards Lu Jin step by step. Finally, Lu Jin was forced into a corner and stopped. At this time, there was some blood on Zhang Wanqing's fair face, which gave it a strange beauty. But in Lu Jin's eyes, it was as terrifying as the coming of death. Zhang Wanqing said nothing and chopped at Lu Jin with her axe. After a while, Lu Jin followed his elder brother He Chao. What a good younger brother he is. Finally, Zhang Wanqing came to Zhang Yuanyuan. Looking at Zhang Wanqing, whose face was covered in blood and whose expression was extremely ferocious, Zhang Yuanyuan quickly begged for mercy. Sister, I was wrong. It really wasn't me. We're both women. Please let me go. Zhang Wanqing swung the axe and hit Zhang Yuanyuan directly in the face. Zhang Yuanyuan immediately covered her face and screamed. Zhang Wanqing had a crazy look on her face and she said this through gritted teeth. It's you tricked the door of my parents' house open. Without you, my parents wouldn't have died. Now you still want to seduce my master, you bitch, go to hell. Not long after, Zhang Yuanyuan, who was still struggling, stopped moving completely. At this time, the room was unusually quiet, with only the sound of chopping meat. Lin Yi sighed as he watched Zhang Wanqing swinging the axe mechanically like a zombie. He walked forward and grabbed Zhang Wanqing's right hand, which was holding the axe. With his left hand, he gently lifted up Zhang Wanqing, who was kneeling on the ground, from behind. Looking at Zhang Wanqing, whose face was covered in blood, he said softly, "Be good, you still have me." The axe in Zhang Wanqing's hand slipped and fell to the ground. She threw herself on Lin Yi's chest and burst into tears again. Just then the system voice sounded. Goddess Zhang Wanqing, loyalty +2. Lin Yi did not check the system information this time. He held Zhang Wanqing in his arms. Walk over to the sofa and sit down. His hand gently stroked her hair. I don't know how long it took, but the crying in my arms gradually stopped. Then he began to snore softly. Lin Yi looked down and saw that Zhang Wanqing had fallen asleep. He carried Zhang Wanqing to the second bedroom and prepared to put her down. However, Zhang Wanqing was still holding him tightly in her sleep. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Lin Yi felt a surge of love and pity in his heart. Then, Lin Yi brought water and a towel. He gently wiped the blood off Zhang Wanqing's face. Then Lin Yi came to the living room. He first wrapped the bodies of Zhang Wanqing's parents and put them into the space. Time stops in space, so it won't rot, so it's just right to put it here for now. Then, Lin Yi threw the bodies of He Chao and the other two out of the window. Finally, I simply cleaned up the messy living room. After doing all this, Lin Yi came to the second bedroom. Looking at Zhang Wanqing, who had not woken up yet, Lin Yi also felt a little tired. So he lay down beside Zhang Wanqing and held her in his arms. Zhang Wanqing seemed to have sensed something and immediately hugged Lin Yi tightly. Time soon came to evening and the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Wanqing opened her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the grief of losing my parents came back, and tears welled up in my eyes. But looking at the man in front of me, I remembered what he had said. Zhang Wanqing still endured it. This is the end of the world. If you want to survive, you must learn to be strong. At this moment, she has lost everything. The man in front of her is everything to her and her only support to survive. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanqing hugged Lin Yi again. Just then the system voice sounded. Goddess Zhang Wanqing, loyalty +2. Lin Yi was awakened by the system sound. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Wanqing's tearful face. Lin Yi couldn't help but kiss her. Just then, Zhang Wanqing's stomach made a rumbling sound. Zhang Wanqing blushed and looked at Lin Yi awkwardly. Lin Yi stood up and said, "Let's go eat first." Zhang Wanqing walked out of the second bedroom, looked at the clean floor, and looked at Lin Yi with burning eyes. Lin Yi said casually, "I cleaned up briefly while you were sleeping. I have stored your parents' bodies in a space so they won't rot for now. Let's find a good place to bury him later." When Zhang Wanqing heard this, her eyes turned red again. She said to Lin Yi with a serious face, "Thank you, master." Lin Yi touched Zhang Wanqing's face and said softly, "Remember, you are mine. No more talking, let's cook first." Zhang Wanqing quickly said, "Okay, master." Lin Yi opened the refrigerator and found only a few scattered pieces of food left. There is still half a bag of rice left in the rice cabinet. Lin Yi immediately put all the food into the space. Then he handed it to Zhang Wanqing. After Zhong Wanqing took it, the system immediately sounded. Ding! The host gave the goddess Zhong Wanqing an onion, triggering the system to return it. The system returned 6,100 onions. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Ding! The host gave goddess Zhong Wanqing half a bag of rice 5 kilograms, triggering the system to return it. The system returned 3,050 bags of rice 5 kilograms. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. It only took a short while. Under Lin Ye's guidance, a simple set of 4 dishes and 1 soup was served on the table. Looking at the hot meal, Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing were both salivating. Before, there were no ingredients or conditions to cook in the building. They could only eat instant noodles, dumplings, sausages, and other foods. Looking at the white rice in his hand, Lin Yi felt even more emotional. Including my previous life, I haven't eaten hot rice for almost a year. The two of them devoured the food quickly. While Zhong Wanqing was cleaning up the dishes, Lin Yi took out the crystal core dropped by the zombie in the morning. Through the system, Lin Yi checked the information of the zombie crystal core. Zombie crystal core detected, level 1. Zombie crystal core level 1, after taking it for the first time, there is a very low chance of randomly awakening a special ability that can strengthen the body. Looking at the transparent crystal core in his hand, Lin Ye's gaze became increasingly fiery. At this time, Zhong Wanqing cleaned up the kitchen and came to Lin Yi. She looked at the crystal core in Lin Ye's hand and asked in confusion, "Master, what is this? What is it for?" Chapter 19 Awakening of Superpowers and the Surprise. Lin Yi said with a smile, "This is a level 1 zombie crystal core. After a human takes it for the first time, not only will their bodies be strengthened, but there's also a chance they'll awaken superpowers." Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi in surprise. "Awakening superpowers? Is it like that dimension of yours?" Lin Yi nodded. "Yeah, I can understand that. Unfortunately, the probability of this awakening is extremely low, and it is difficult for ordinary people to awaken. However, even if they haven't awakened their special abilities, ordinary people will be strengthened in all aspects of their bodies after taking it, which will give them the capital to survive in the apocalypse." There was another sentence that Lin Yi didn't say. That is, as long as one awakens powerful superpowers, in the previous life, one would become a hegemon. After listening to Lin Ye's introduction, Zhong Wanqing looked at the crystal core with more and more enthusiasm. The death of her parents today completely changed her thinking. In the end times, only power is left. Only then can you protect yourself and the ones you love. She wanted power, wanted to be stronger. Her parents are dead, and her only support now is Lin Yi. She didn't want to be a burden to Lin Yi. But now she has nothing good except her figure and looks. She wanted to demonstrate her own value and become Lin Yi's helper. But seeing that there was only 1 crystal core, Zhong Wanqing still said to Lin Yi, "Master, then you should take it quickly and see if you can awaken your superpowers." Looking at Zhong Wanqing, who was urging him, Lin Yi handed the crystal core to her and said with a smile, "Be good, here you go." Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi in disbelief and said quickly, "No, master, you use it. It will be more effective than mine." Lin Yi shook his head and looked at Zhong Wanqing, who was at a loss. "Obedient." Looking at Lin Yi with a firm tone, tears welled up in Zhong Wanqing's eyes again. She took the crystal core with trembling hands and asked, "Master, what are you going to do?" Just then, the system voice sounded. "Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty +2. Ding! The host gave the goddess Zhong Wanqing a zombie crystal core level 1, triggering the system to return it. The system returns 8,100 zombie crystal cores level 1. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Lin Yi was overjoyed and relieved at the same time. Fortunately, the zombie crystal core can also be returned. He said to Zhong Wanqing with a smile, "Master, I have my own way." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out another zombie crystal core. When Zhong Wanqing saw this, she immediately felt relieved. Although I don't know how Lin Yi took out the other one. But she was smart and didn't ask. Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing, "After you take the crystal core, your body will be strengthened and it will be very painful. You must hold on." Zhong Wanqing nodded firmly. After saying that, they both put the crystal core into their mouths at the same time. As soon as the crystal core enters the mouth, it turns into a ball of liquid and is quickly absorbed by the body. At this time, the system voice sounded. Ding, detected that the host has taken the zombie crystal core level 1, and the superpowers are awakening. Lin Yi was delighted. It was indeed a system. There was no probability and the superpowers could be awakened directly. At this time, Lin Yi prayed in his heart again, hoping to awaken a powerful supernatural power. As the crystal core was absorbed, Zhong Wanqing immediately felt a surge of energy in her body. At first, this energy roamed freely in her body. Wherever it goes, it brings a tingling sensation. Just like the spring rain, it slowly moistened her body. She closed her eyes in comfort. But as time goes by, the numbing feeling gradually faded away. Immediately following, this energy was like a flood that broke through a dam, constantly and violently impacting her body. Her body felt like it was being hammered back and forth by a heavy hammer. Zhong Wanqing immediately groaned in pain. Just when she was about to give up, she opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi opposite her. Although Lin Yi's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, his face was expressionless. So Zhong Wanqing closed her eyes again, gritted her teeth, and tried hard to hold on. I don't know how long it took. Zhong Wanqing only felt that the pain in her body, like a knife cutting her heart, gradually subsided. Instead, there is an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration. At this moment, the scene in the living room was a little weird. Zhong Wanqing's body was covered with frost, and even the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. However, the cups, teapots and other small objects on the coffee table were floating around Lin Yi. Finally, they both opened their eyes at the same time. The small objects floating around Lin Yi immediately fell to the ground. They both looked at each other in surprise. Just then, the system voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening his superpower, telekinesis. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the personal ability template. Lin Yi checked immediately. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 20 normal people have 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, telekinesis level 1. Strength, 10 superpower energy. Lin Yi was overjoyed that he had awakened his telekinetic ability. This ability is a panacea. Can attack, defend, control, very comprehensive. Just when Lin Yi was overjoyed, Zhong Wanqing on the opposite side exclaimed in surprise. Master, look, have I also awakened my superpowers? Only under the operation of Zhong Wanqing. An ice blade gradually appeared in front of her. Lin Yi immediately checked Zhong Wanqing's information through the system. Goddess, Zhong Wanqing. Constitution, 18 normal people have a 10, including strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, Ice level 1. Strength, 10 supernatural energy. Seeing Zhong Wanqing's awakened supernatural powers, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. This woman's luck is really good. Not only has she awakened her superpower, but it is also a powerful superpower. He said to Zhong Wanqing with a smile. Yes, you have also awakened your superpowers. It's still the ice ability. This ability is very powerful. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing immediately hugged Lin Yi with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Master. I am finally no longer a burden to you. At this time, the system sound rang again. Goddess Zhong Wanqing, loyalty +2. Ding! Current goddess, Zhong Wanqing's loyalty is 100, the system is issuing rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability slot, the number of abilities activated +1. When Lin Yi heard the system's voice, he was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. In his previous life, until his death, he had never heard of anyone awakening 2 superpowers. It was the consensus of all humans at that time that a person could only awaken 1 superpower. The probability of other people awakening a superpower is extremely difficult. Now, he could actually awaken a new superpower again. Lin Yi was full of praise for the system in his heart. Yi, in my previous life, I wandered for half my life without meeting a wise master. In this life, I have met the system. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your adoptive father. However, the system did not respond to Lin Yi's flattery at all and ignored him completely. At this moment, a bold idea emerged in Lin Yi's mind. When Zhong Wanqing's loyalty reaches 100 points, she will be rewarded with an ability slot. Then bind another beauty to increase the loyalty to 100 points. Will the system reward me with another ability slot? Thinking of this, Lin Ye's eyes lit up and his heart was burning. But when I think about it, loyalty is really hard to improve, especially after 90 points. Lin Yi felt a little discouraged again. I have spent a lot of time thinking about Zhong Wanqing's loyalty. First, he rescued her from danger, then helped her find her parents, avenged her parents, and finally helped her awaken her superpowers. This brought her loyalty level up to 100 points. This involves not only routines but also sincerity. Forget it, take your time. Unfortunately, each person can only take one zombie crystal core per day. I can't unlock new superpowers today, so I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 20, Zhong Wanqing volunteered to the community. At this time, Zhong Wanqing covered her nose and said, Master, what's that smell? It stinks. Lin Yi gradually calmed down and immediately sniffed it. This smell emanated from both of them. I saw large patches of black dirt on their skin. Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing, the first time you take a zombie crystal core, it's like cleansing your meridians and marrow, and the waste in your body will be excreted. It's okay, Wanqing, let's go wash up. The two went to the bathroom, and Lin Yi took out a bottle of water from the space and put it into the water heater and bathtub. The two of them quickly started cleaning. As the filth on the body is washed away by water, Zhong Wanqing exclaimed as she looked at Lin Yi's body. Master, look at your body. Lin Yi, who was originally 1.8 meters tall, now has a more symmetrical and coordinated figure, like a statue, full of beauty. His face, which was a little handsome before, now has sharp edges and corners. Coupled with his dazzling eyes, he was extremely attractive in Zhong Wanqing's eyes. She couldn't help but touch Lin Yi's chest. Feeling Lin Yi's well-defined muscles made her unable to let go. Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing, whose eyes were becoming increasingly obsessed, and said with a wicked smile, Do you like it? Zhong Wanqing nodded immediately and said charmingly, Master, I love it so much. After saying that, she threw herself directly into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi only felt that his chest was being tightly pressed by two soft lumps. He stroked Zhong Wanqing's porcelain white back with his right hand, and felt that the skin he touched was as tight and smooth as silk. His left hand gently pinched Zhong Wanqing's chin. Zhong Wanqing in his arms raised her head and looked at Lin Yi with a slanting gaze. Her breathing became more rapid, and her seductive red lips opened slightly as she whispered softly, Love me, master. Looking at the beauty in my arms, whose appearance and figure have become more and more perfect after being baptized by the crystal core, Lin Yi lowered his head and began to savor it carefully. After a while, passionate music sounded in the bathroom. Nearly 2 hours passed before Lin Yi carried Zhong Wanqing back to the second bedroom. Although, Zhong Wanqing's body was also strengthened. But in front of Lin Yi, he was defeated in just a few rounds and kept begging for mercy. At this moment, she was limp, curled up in Lin Yi's arms like a kitten. Soon, Lin Yi, who was a little tired, fell into a deep sleep while holding Zhong Wanqing. Early the next morning, in a daze, Lin Yi felt something soft surrounding him. He woke up immediately and threw back the covers. I saw Zhong Wanqing working hard. Seeing Lin Yi wake up, Zhong Wanqing smiled charmingly. Master, do you like it? At this moment, Lin Yi could not bear such temptation. He immediately turned over, ready to teach the incompetent and playful Zhong Wanqing a lesson. More than an hour later, the two finally got up. Lin Yi went to wash up first, while Zhong Wanqing started making breakfast in the kitchen. After a while, a sumptuous breakfast was served on the table. Lin Yi first took a few photos of breakfast. Then he started eating with Zhong Wanqing. While eating, Lin Yi asked, Wanqing, are you in the property management group of this community? Zhong Wanqing said, Yes, master, what's wrong? Lin Yi said, Pull me in. Zhong Wanqing immediately pulled Lin Yi into the group. As soon as Lin Yi entered the community property management group, he saw that the group was very lively and there were still many living people left. Due to the coming of the bloody rain, people in the community did not dare to go out and stayed at home. Except for a very small number of families, most other families have stored some food. This resulted in a relatively harmonious atmosphere in the community in the past few days, with everyone waiting for official rescue. Unlike Lin Yi's previous office building, which became completely chaotic after only 3 or 4 days. As time went by, rescue still did not arrive. By this time, most of the residents had already run out of supplies, and people began to panic. The outbreak of the zombie virus yesterday dashed the hopes of all survivors. The real end of the world has come, and official rescue will not come. So in order to survive, everyone started to do whatever it takes. Lin Yi looked at the information in the property management group for a while, and the content was quite explosive. Gentle and lovely girl in Building 9, Room 1001, help. Someone was murdered downstairs last night. Building 6, 802, midnight, what's wrong? What happened? Gentle little lovely from Building 9, 1001, last night, 2 or 3 men who live across from me pried open the door of the young couple downstairs. Then they rushed in to grab some food. The man downstairs was beaten to death while resisting, and the woman was raped by them. What should I do? They 1T find anyone else. Building 7, 1201, staring at the world, no way, aren't they afraid of calling the police and getting arrested by the sheriff? Building 5, 0702, Junfeng Wayu, the people upstairs are idiots. The zombies are out, and they're calling the police. The apocalypse has arrived. Building 6, 802, midnight, last night, there was also a home invasion on my floor, but it seems no one was killed. Building 9, 0902, social my tiger brother at everyone, I am the person who just broke into the house and killed people. Now, I declare that from now on Building 9 is under my management. Everyone, please take out all the leftover food from your home and wait for me to collect it and manage it together. Building 9, 1801, Fitness King at Building 9, 0902, social tiger brother, you're nothing, I won't give you anything. There are zombies in the hallway, let's see how you get up here. Building 9, 0902, social tiger brother at Building 9, 1801, Fitness King, I'll remember you, just wait for me. The few zombies in the corridor below have been killed by me and my brothers. I don't care about the few zombies left in the corridor above. Brother Fitness King, right? After I finish clearing out the zombies, I'll come and settle the score with you. And everyone in Building 9, please keep your guard up for me. Anyone who dares to resist or refuse to cooperate will suffer the same fate as the people in room 0901. Of course, if there are brothers who voluntarily join us, only half of the supplies need to be handed over. At this time, several photos appeared in the group. Lin Yi clicked it and took a look. The first few pictures are of zombies being killed, the next ones are of a man being shot in the head, and the last one is of a naked woman. After looking at the photos, Lin Yi sighed. In this end of the world, the brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. After seeing the photos in the group, the Fitness King immediately gave in. Building 9, 1801, Fitness King at Building 9, 0902, Society, I'm Tiger Brother, I was just joking. I have some supplies at home, I'll give them all to you. Please be so generous and treat me like a piece of shit. Inspired by my brother Tiger from Building 9. After a while, people from several more buildings came out and announced their jurisdiction over their respective floors. The remaining buildings also quickly formed their own building groups and prepared to jointly protect themselves. Originally, He Chao had the best chance of becoming the owner of Building Number 8 where Lin Yi was located. But he was killed by Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing last night. At present, no one has come forward to declare that they are in charge of Building 8, which makes Lin Yi feel a little regretful. Lin Yi looked at the message for a while. He re-edited the recruitment information and sent it to the Community Property Management Group along with the photo of breakfast he had just taken. Chapter 21 Posting Recruitment Information. A sincere person at everyone. Natural disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. Based on the principle of saving lives. I am now recruiting maids. I sincerely invite all beautiful women to provide their own unretouched full body photos showing their faces. Once they meet the requirements, I will provide food, water, and safety guarantees. The number of places is limited, first come, first served. Interested parties please contact me privately. Photos, photos, photos. When Zhong Wanqing saw the message sent by Lin Yi, she immediately rolled her eyes at him. I just served you this morning, and now you're looking for a new love. However, when she thought about her poor performance last night and just now, Zhong Wanqing felt a little guilty. She began to imagine it herself. Maybe my master is worried that my body can't bear it, so he wants to find a sister to help me share the burden. So, she said to Lin Yi with a smile. Master, would you like me to help you check and see if there are any beauties who are worthy of you? Lin Yi felt emotional when he heard this. As expected, when the loyalty reaches 100 points, the effect is different. Lin Yi said, yeah, okay, you help me filter it first. As he said that, Lin Yi handed the phone to Zhong Wanqing. At this time, the survivors in the Jaha Yuyuan property group saw Lin Yi's message and immediately exploded. Building 6, 802, midnight, is this honest man crazy? Even at this hour, he's still thinking about finding a beautiful woman. He even dares to expose his food. Isn't he afraid of being snatched away? Building 5, 0702, spring breeze and rain, this person seems to have just been pulled in by the people in Building 8. Could it be that he wasn't from our neighborhood before? Building 2, 1301 flying, didn't you see someone was just killed in Building 9? Now they have the audacity to expose their food. Building 8 is right next to Building 9. They really don't think they have a long life. This is room 0902 in Building 9. Looking at the recruitment breakfast photos posted by Lin Yi, Wang Peng, one of Chen Hu's younger brothers, licked his lips and said, "Brother, this honest man in Building 8 seems to have quite a lot of supplies. Look at his breakfast. It's really luxurious, and the best part is, it's all made fresh. Should we go to Building 8 and rob him now?" Chen Hu thought about it and shook his head. It's a pity he's not from Building 9. To get to Building 8, you either have to go outside or through the garage. There are too many zombies outside right now, and the situation in the underground garage is unclear. With just the three of us brothers, we can handle a few zombies, but if there are more, it will be too dangerous. Let's take over Building 9 first, then use the supplies we have to recruit new followers. When we have more people, we can go find him. When the time comes, we will not only snatch that guy away, but also take over Building 9. Next, accumulate strength and strive to occupy the entire community. By then, we brothers will have the final say in the entire community. We'll have food to eat, and women can have fun however they want. Life will be so comfortable. The younger brothers Wang Peng and Zhou Tao beside him listened to the blueprint described by Chen Hu, their eyes lit up and they nodded quickly. They immediately gave him flattery. Otherwise, how could Brother Tiger be our eldest brother? The decision-making still depends on Brother Tiger. Yeah, that's right. Brother Hu, I'll do whatever you say. At this time, Chen Hu was also feeling a little flattered by his two younger brothers. I feel like I am the resurrection of the sleeping dragon and the resurrection of Kongming. But Chen Hu thought about it again and felt that there was something wrong with this honest man. He had just posted photos of people killing people and zombies in the group, and he even dared to show off his supplies and look for beautiful women to others. This person is either very strong or has someone to rely on, so he is not afraid of being robbed. So, Chen Hu changed his strategy and added Lin Yi in the group. Building 9, 0902, social my brother Tiger at Integrity, little brother, as long as you hand over half of the supplies, I will allow you to join me. I can make you the owner of Building 8. Anyone in Building 8 who disobeys is against me. When I take over Building 9, I will lead my men to destroy him. Zhong Wanqing saw the message from Chen Hu, handed the phone to Lin Yi, and said, Master, that social group in Building 9, Brother Tiger at you. Lin Yi took the phone, glanced at the message from Chen Hu, and sneered in his heart. It was only the second day after the zombie outbreak, and someone jumped out impatiently. This Chen Hu is quite ambitious, but it's obvious that he's a piece of trash with great ambitions but little talent. Building number 9, where he lives, has not been taken over yet, but he is already pointing fingers at other buildings and making promises of appointments and promotions. Lin Yi immediately typed something on his phone and sent it over. People of Integrity at Building 9, 0902, my tiger brother, get out of here. When Chen Hu saw Lin Yi's reply, he was immediately furious. Building 9, room 0902, social brother Tiger at Integrity people, you're so shameless. Just wait for me, I'll bring some people to find you in a few days. After seeing the message, Lin Yi was too lazy to say anything nonsense. He just replied a few words and returned the phone to Zhong Wanqing. People of Integrity at Building 9, 0902, I, Brother Tiger, will be waiting for you at 1602. Lin Yi sneered in his heart. Are you kidding? I wasn't afraid before I awakened, let alone now that I have awakened my superpowers. After Zhong Wanqing took the phone and saw Chen Hu's threat, she immediately showed murderous intent on her face and asked, Master, should we go over and kill this man now? Lin Yi was a little surprised when he heard Zhong Wanqing's words. Sure enough, after experiencing the death of her parents yesterday, Zhong Wanqing changed completely after awakening her superpowers. Lin Yi smiled at Zhong Wanqing. A bunch of clowns, just ignore them. Help me screen the beautiful women applying for the job first. After breakfast, we have other important things to do. Zhong Wanqing nodded immediately and said, "Okay, master." After a while, the two finished their breakfast. While Zhong Wanqing was cleaning up, Lin Yi tried out his special abilities. He discovered that his telekinesis could manipulate objects weighing up to 100 kilograms, with a range of 10 meters and consuming 1 point of energy each time. You can throw sharp blades such as machetes and axes to attack. You can also control objects around you for defense. Each time you consume energy, it will slowly recover over time. After a while, Zhong Wanqing cleaned up the kitchen and came over. Lin Yi waved his hand, and Zhong Wanqing obediently sat on Lin Yi's lap. Then, Lin Yi took out a zombie crystal core and handed it to Zhong Wanqing. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi in surprise. She wondered why her master still had the crystal core in his hand. But she was smart and did not ask Lin Yi, but took the crystal core obediently. Then she hugged Lin Yi's neck, gave him a sweet kiss, and said, "Thank you, master." Lin Yi smiled and said, "The zombie crystal core can be taken once a day to enhance superpowers and strengthen the body. Besides, the first time you take it, your body will have a violent reaction, but it won't happen again later." Zhong Wanqing was delighted when she heard that her body and supernatural powers could be enhanced. Then she asked, "Master, does that mean if I keep taking the crystal core, my body and abilities will continue to grow stronger, without any limit?" Lin Yi said, "Of course not. We are currently taking a level 1 crystal core. After taking it about 10 times, our supernatural power will be upgraded to level 2. By then, the level 1 crystal core will be of little use. If you want to become stronger, you can only kill level 2 zombies and obtain level 2 crystal cores." Zhong Wanqing continued to ask, "Master, are level 2 zombies powerful?" Lin Yi said, "The zombies outside now are only the lowest level of level 1 zombies. As time goes by, their overall strength will continue to grow stronger. Ordinary humans can still kill it alone with their cold weapons. When faced with stronger level 1 zombies, ordinary humans can still deal with them with simple firearms. When facing a level 2 zombie, even with simple firearms, ordinary humans would have to rely on a large number of lives to kill it. What's even more terrible is that zombies will continue to evolve. Later, there will be level 3, level 4, and other higher level zombies." Chapter 22, Awakening New Powers and Trying It Out. Zhong Wanqing looked terrified when she heard this. "Master, if this continues, humanity will be destroyed." Lin Yi pointed at the crystal core in her hand and continued, "Of course not. This is the capital that allows people to survive and fight against zombies and monsters. In the future, the entire social structure will return to the ancient pyramid structure. Those who haven't taken the crystal core can only be considered slaves and commodities. They are at the bottom of society. Those who take the crystal core but don't awaken their special abilities will be distributed among the middle classes of society based on their own strength. Those who awaken superpowers will become the upper class of society, and the small group of people with the most powerful superpowers will be the top of the pyramid. Of course, this structure is not absolute. Even those who have awakened their special abilities will die for various reasons before they can truly grow." After listening to Lin Yi's description, Zhong Wanqing was shocked. At this moment, she was extremely glad that she followed Lin Yi. Following Lin Yi, not only did he never have to worry about food and drink, but as soon as the zombies broke out, he awakened his special abilities. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he took out another crystal core and put it into his mouth. Seeing this, Zhong Wanqing also swallowed the crystal core. At this time, the system voice sounded. "Ding, checking that the host has taken the zombie crystal core level 1, whether to activate the awakening of new superpowers." Lin Yi immediately chose yes. After a while, the system voice sounded again. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening a new ability, Perception." Lin Yi checked immediately. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 30. Normal people have a 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, telekinesis level 1. Perception level 1. Strength, 20 superpower energy. Lin Yi was overjoyed. After awakening his new superpowers, not only did his physical fitness increase again, but his strength also doubled. This is equivalent to having twice as much mana as others in the game. Then, Lin Yi tried out his new ability. Lin Yi activated his perception ability. He can ignore walls and sense all living things within a 5-meter radius of him. The Zhong Wanqing in front of him was emitting a faint glow and was dark green in color. 3 white figures appeared downstairs, but they were not glowing. After a brief thought, Lin Yi realized that this was an auxiliary ability that could distinguish between friends and foes and their strengths. The awakened ones will glow, but ordinary people will not. People who are friendly to you are green, and neutral people are white. I just don't know what color the zombies and those who are hostile to me are. This ability is very important. In a sense, it is more important than one's first superpower. In the end times, what scares people the most is not zombies or monsters, but the human heart. In his previous life, he saw too many people killing each other and fathers and sons turning against each other for food, crystal cores, and power. If this is the case with relatives, what about other people? Before this, Lin Yi had basically never considered establishing his own power. Because I want to build my own power. Not only does it require a lot of energy to manage, but it also requires ensuring the loyalty of subordinates. Even if he could suppress everything with his own powerful strength. However, faced with the temptation of greater interests, human hearts are unpredictable. He also cannot guarantee that every one of his subordinates will always be loyal to him. Human nature cannot stand the test. In the end times, betrayal is commonplace. In previous lives, countless large and small forces fought each other due to various betrayals and eventually fell apart. Just like in the chaotic times of ancient times, anyone with a little strength would want to fight and unify the world to become emperor. But the benefits of building power are equally tempting. First of all, you don't need to find beauties that meet the system requirements yourself. As long as you give the order, there are plenty of people who will help you find it. Then, when facing those large forces in the previous life, I will be more confident in dealing with them. Because it won't be long before the matter of the zombie crystal core will be exposed. In the past, the bosses of large forces would take advantage of their numerical advantage and rise quickly by constantly exploiting the lower classes. More importantly, once you have power, who doesn't want to have absolute authority? When drunk, sleep on the lap of a beauty. When sober, hold power over the world. For any man, it is an irresistible temptation. Now that he had this special ability, he could consider establishing his own power in the apocalypse. At this time, Zhong Wanqing had also completed absorbing the crystal core. Lin Yi asked, "How do you feel, Wanqing?" Zhong Wanqing said in surprise, "Master, I feel stronger than yesterday." Lin Yi immediately checked Zhong Wanqing's information through the system. Goddess, Zhong Wanqing. Constitution, 23. Normal is 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, Ice Level 1. Strength, 15. Superpower energy. Lin Yi nodded. Not bad. Physical fitness and strength increased by 5 points each. At this time, Lin Yi thought about it in his mind, since he had made up his mind to establish his power. The supplies I have now are not enough. Although there is a system return, the types of supplies are too few. And in a few days, there will be no water or electricity. Although a diesel generator was installed in Jinpeng building before, there was no diesel. While the zombies are generally not very powerful now, hurry out and stock up on supplies. It is best to get some hot weapons, which are also effective against zombies and other survivors in the early stages. Lin Yi said, "Wanqing, let's go out and look for supplies first." Zhong Wanqing immediately nodded and said, "Okay, master." The two put on the simple protective gear they had made earlier at home, and then went to the underground garage. The zombies in the garage immediately surrounded us upon hearing the noise. Lin Yi first activated his perception ability and found that the zombies were a light gray. Then, he took out a machete from the space and activated his telekinesis ability. The machete in his hand slowly floated in the air, and Lin Yi lightly tapped it with his finger. The machete flew out immediately, leaving a cold light in the air. With a whoosh, it instantly pierced the head of the zombie walking in front. Lin Yi secretly said, "What a pity." Because his ability level was too low and his strength was insufficient, the machete failed to penetrate the zombie's head. Then, under Lin Yi's control, the machete was pulled out from the air and flew back to his side. Zhong Wanqing's eyes lit up as she watched from the side. "Master, you are so handsome. Just like the sword immortal in the immortal cultivation novels." Lin Yi also looked surprised. This ability is amazing, powerful, and can be used to show off. It's simply tailor-made for me. Then he said to Zhong Wanqing with a smile, "Wanqing, you should also try your special ability. First, practice on these zombies in front of you." "Yes, master." After hearing this, Zhong Wanqing looked eager to try it out. Then, she activated her ice power, and the temperature around her immediately dropped several degrees. Then, the moisture in the air immediately condensed into several ice daggers and was thrown out by Zhong Wanqing. Blood holes immediately appeared on the bodies of the zombies in front. Unfortunately, the aim was too poor and missed the vital point. After seeing this, Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi with embarrassment. Lin Yi touched her hair and encouraged her. It's okay, just practice more in the future. As the level increases, the power of the ability increases, and the ice ability will become very powerful in the future. This ability is very comprehensive. It can be used for single kills, group attacks, defense, and control. But you need to slowly research and explore on your own. Zhong Wanqing was very excited when she heard Lin Yi's high evaluation of her ability. Okay, Master, Wanqing will not let you down. Since the ability has just been awakened, the level is too low and the strength value is too little. It wasn't long before both of them ran out of energy. At this time, Lin Yi took out a fire axe from the space and handed it to Zhong Wanqing. Then, the two rushed towards the remaining zombies in front of them. Chapter 23: Going to the gas station. With a physical fitness that is 2-3 times that of a normal person after being strengthened, Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing killed all the remaining zombies in front of them as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Then, Zhong Wanqing took the initiative to clean up the battlefield, split open the zombies' heads, and searched for the crystal cores inside. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, I didn't find any. Lin Yi was recalling the battle just now. Sure enough, today's zombies are stronger than yesterday's. At this rate of evolution, it is estimated that level 2 zombies will evolve in a few days. In the hardest hit areas of the zombie outbreak in the city center, the speed at which level 2 zombies evolve will be much faster than outside. After watching Zhong Wanqing clean up the battlefield, Lin Yi took the Land Rover out of the space. Afterwards, he and Zhong Wanqing got in the car and drove out of Jiahayuyuan community. Shortly after they left, 4 or 5 people armed with simple weapons appeared at the stairs of the underground garage of Building 7. A man cautiously looked into the garage, then retracted his head. He whispered to the leading man with a look of disbelief on his face. Brother Yuan, something strange happened. All the zombies in the garage are gone. When the others heard this, they were furious. How is that possible, Zhang Yang? Are you seeing things? Exactly. Li Jia and I personally went down to check yesterday. There were at least 20 zombies inside. Zhang Yang, what the hell do you mean? Are you saying we're lying? Brother Yuan, when we came down to check yesterday, we were spotted by zombies shortly after we showed our heads. Luckily we ran fast, otherwise we would have been surrounded by zombies. Seeing others questioning him, Zhang Yang became anxious. Fuck, whether there are zombies or not, I can't be wrong about this. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. The others immediately stepped forward and cautiously poked their heads out. The garage was unusually quiet. Apart from the cars, there was no sign of any zombies. Several people looked at each other in surprise. At this time, Lu Yuan walked out directly and the others hurried to follow. After a while, they found a pile of zombie corpses near the stairwell of Building 8. After a quick look, there were nearly 40 of them. I saw that most of the zombie bodies had their heads separated from their bodies, and all their heads were split open, emitting a foul stench. Lu Yuan and his companions were so shocked that they were speechless. After a long time, one of them said, "Who did this? They're so fierce. Are there people like this in our neighborhood?" Another person said uncertainly, "Could it be that brother Tiger from Building 9 who did this?" Lu Yuan shook his head and denied it directly. Impossible, if he did it, he would have posted the photos in the group. Besides, didn't you see the zombie corpses gathered outside the stairwell of Building 8? It was obviously done by someone inside Building 8. When others heard this, they all thought it made sense. If it was really done by my brother Tiger from the community, with his arrogant attitude, everyone in the community would have known about it long ago, and then he would have taken the opportunity to threaten everyone in the community. Everyone found it incredible. Is there such a powerful person in Building 8? I didn't realize it. Zhang Yang asked at this time. Brother Yuan, do we still need to go out and look for supplies now? Li Jia immediately said with contempt. Of course we have to go out. Someone just happened to clear out all the zombies in the garage, so we can go out. Don't you agree, Brother Yuan? Zhang Yang, if you're scared, just go back. But don't even think about sharing any of the supplies we found. Zhang Yang heard Li Jie's ridicule and directly retorted. Fuck, who said I was scared? The group of people killing zombies were obviously out looking for supplies. There's only one supermarket outside the complex, and I'm afraid we might run into them if we go out. What do you think we'll do then? Li Jie was speechless after being criticized by Zhang Yang. Indeed, if this happened in a supermarket, what would they do? The group of people who killed zombies looked like they were not easy to deal with. In today's world, whoever has the bigger fist is right. In the end times, who would complain about having too many supplies? If the other party is able to eat all the supplies in the supermarket by himself, he will definitely not share them with others. If these few of us go over to snatch it, wouldn't we be snatching food from the tigeress mouth? How could the other side let this go? If a conflict breaks out, we obviously won't be able to hold on. If he gets injured or even killed, it would be a huge loss. Li Jie's face turned red, but he still insisted. Don't talk nonsense, just listen to Brother Yuan and do whatever he says. When the others heard this, they immediately agreed. Yes, listen to Brother Yuan. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Since everyone respects me, Lu Yuan, and lets me make the decision, then I'll say a few words. After so many days of the disaster, I believe everyone's food at home should be running out. Those who can come out today most likely have relatives at home. Now that we're here, there's no reason to leave empty-handed. We should not only think about ourselves, but also think about our family members at home. When we get to the supermarket later, if the other party is reasonable, then it will be easy to talk to him. If the other side is unreasonable, we should just confront them directly. We all have one head on our shoulders, so who's afraid of who? When the time comes, I, Lu Yuan, will definitely be at the forefront. After hearing this, everyone was encouraged by Lu Yuan and spoke out. Yes, if the other side is unreasonable, we will fight them. That's right, damn, if we really start fighting, I don't know who is afraid of whom. After that, several people, led by Lu Yuan, carefully moved towards the supermarket not far from the community exit. Little did they know that Lin Yi didn't even look down on the supplies in the supermarket outside the community. Lin Yi's target was Yida Plaza, which was more than 10 kilometers away from the community. There is not only a super large supermarket, but also many other shops. Before going to Yida Plaza, Lin Yi first drove to the nearest gas station. He planned to get some diesel and gasoline in preparation for the upcoming power outage. Hearing the sound of the car, the zombies near the gas station quickly surrounded it. Lin Yi roughly estimated that there were about 30 or 40 zombies. He drove straight in and parked the car in front of the small supermarket inside the gas station. Afterwards, he and Zhong Wanqing got out of the car and started killing the zombies that surrounded them. Soon, the zombies in the surrounding area were basically cleared out. Only a few zombies scattered outside the gas station were still wandering around. Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing. Wanqing, I'm going to go find a gas drum in the supermarket and fill up my tank. Clean up the battlefield outside and take care of the zombies that come by sporadically. If you encounter danger, call me immediately and quickly retreat to the small supermarket. Zhong Wanqing nodded quickly. Okay, master, you have to be careful too. Lin Yi gave Zhong Wanqing a reassuring smile, then opened the door of the small supermarket and walked in. Several zombies in the supermarket heard the sound and immediately pounced over. Judging from the clothes on the zombies, they should all be former gas station employees. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. These people had the support of supplies from the gas station and supermarket and had escaped the bloody rain, but unfortunately they couldn't survive the zombie outbreak. He swung his axe and walked along as if strolling in the garden. Wherever it went, the zombies' heads immediately fell to the ground. Lin Yi came to the warehouse behind the supermarket and searched inside for a long time before finally finding a few 200L gasoline barrels. Chapter 24, Oil is in hand and a new goddess is found. Lin Yi first put the gasoline barrel into the space, and then returned to the small supermarket. There is still a lot of uneaten food in the supermarket. Lin Yi made a simple selection and put all the well-packaged supplies into the space. At the counter, Lin Yi found a lot of good things. There are cigarettes, chewing gum, small umbrellas. Lin Yi left the small supermarket and came to the gas station, where he took out the oil barrel from the space again. Next, open the fuel gun and pour oil into the oil barrel. At this time, Zhong Wanqing also cleaned up the battlefield. I was lucky this time and found a level 1 zombie crystal core. She handed the zombie crystal core to Lin Yi as if he were presenting a treasure. Master, look, we found a zombie crystal core. Lin Yi took the crystal core, took out mineral water, cleaned the crystal core, and put it into the space. Then he hugged Zhong Wanqing and praised her. Wanqing is awesome. I'll keep the crystal core here for now and give it to you tomorrow. Then he gave Zhong Wanqing a wet kiss as a reward. Unexpectedly, Zhong Wanqing took the initiative and hugged Lin Yi tightly, kissing him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Lin Yi quickly patted Zhong Wanqing on the back and pulled her head away. Wanqing, be obedient and get down to business first. Go fill up the other barrels of oil. After hearing what Lin Yi said, Zhong Wanqing let go of Lin Yi, but still gave him a seductive look. Okay, master, Wanqing will go right away. Looking at Zhong Wanqing's unsatisfied look, Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that raising loyalty to 100 points may not be a good thing. Ever since Zhong Wanqing's loyalty reached 100 points, this girl has become more and more dependent on me. If there were a dozen or dozens of more beauties later, they would all be so proactive. If I didn't have a pair of iron kidneys, even if my body had been strengthened, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. It took almost half an hour for Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing to fill all the oil barrels. Lin Yi handed the oil barrels to Zhong Wanqing one by one. After Zhong Wanqing took it, the system immediately sounded. Ding! The host gave the goddess Zhong Wanqing 1 barrel 200L of number 0 diesel, triggering the system to return it. The system returned 10,000 barrels 200L of number 0 diesel. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Ding! The host gave the goddess Zhong Wanqing 1 barrel 200L of 10 diesel fuel, triggering the system to return it. The system returns 10,000 barrels 200L of number 10 diesel. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Ding! The host gives the goddess Zhong Wanqing 1 barrel 200L of 95-octane gasoline, triggering a system mass return. The system returned 90 barrels 200L of 95-octane aviation gasoline. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Lin Yi was stunned when he heard the information about the system quality return. After a while, I remembered the system's previous prompt. When the loyalty of the bound goddess reaches 100 points, giving the goddess supplies will have a chance to trigger quality return. But the probability of this quality return is obviously a bit low. This morning, Lin Yi gave Zhong Wanqing a lot of supplies, but none of them triggered the quality return. Besides, isn't the aviation gasoline returned by the system for use in airplanes? I can't use it at all now. Forget it, I'll save it for now, maybe I can use it later. Lin Yi put all the oil barrels into the space, and got on the Land Rover with Zhong Wanqing again, ready to go to Yida Plaza. It wasn't long before the two drove out of the gas station. Zhong Wanqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat and scrolling through her phone, suddenly spoke to Lin Yi. Master, look, this girl, is it okay? Lin Yi took the phone from Zhong Wanqing and took a look at the photos on it. He found that the woman in the photo was indeed beautiful, but it was a half-length portrait. Name, Song Xinyan. Age, 20. Body size, 88. Appearance, 94. Overall, 91. Compliant with system standards. Lin Yi nodded and said. Wanqing, this woman is okay, you can talk to her. Explain my requirements to her clearly and see how she reacts. Zhong Wanqing took the phone obediently. Okay, master, I'll talk to her right away. This is room 1601, building 9, Jaha Yuyuan Community. Song Xinyan carefully looked at the message sent by the honest person on her phone. Her heart was in a tangle. The other party's requirements were extremely harsh, practically like an ancient indenture. But the other party's promise is also very tempting. Not only was food and water promised, but also security. In the end times, nothing can compare to these two things. However, looking at the wheelchair under her, she felt very nervous. She was afraid even if she agreed to Lin Yi. But when Lin Yi sees me and finds out that I am a disabled person, he will reject me without mercy. Because in the end times, no one wants to have a burden around him, no matter how beautiful the woman is. Besides, I have deceived Lin Yi, and I don't know if it will provoke his revenge when they meet. However, at this time Song Xinyan was really at the end of her rope, so she had to resort to this last resort. Speaking of which, her life story is quite tragic. When she was a child, she had a warm home, a pair of loving parents and a lovely twin sister. But when she was 10 years old, misfortune struck. First, the whole family went out for a trip one time and unfortunately had a car accident on the road. Her parents died on the spot and her legs were seriously injured. Finally, after treatment in the hospital, although his legs were saved, he could never stand up again. The only thing to be thankful for is that his sister was unharmed. In the following years, her grandmother took on the responsibility of raising her and her sisters. But unfortunately, just 2 years ago, she just turned 18. Her grandmother also fell ill and unfortunately passed away. At that moment, her world collapsed. But seeing her sister who was equally grief-stricken, she had to learn to be strong. An elder sister is like a mother. She had very good grades, but for the sake of her sister's future, she resolutely dropped out of school and returned home. She became an anchor and worked hard every day to earn college tuition and living expenses for her sister. Her younger sister also lived up to everyone's expectations and was admitted to a key university in Jiangnan City. With her super high looks and precocious emotional intelligence, she finally made a name for herself in the live streaming circle through continuous learning. Just when life was going in a good direction, a natural disaster has struck. Because of her mobility problems, every time my sister comes home on weekends, I prepare a week's worth of food for her. This allowed Song Xinyan to safely pass through the bloody rain stage. But the zombie outbreak that followed completely made her lose hope for the future. There is very little food left at home. She had to start controlling the daily amount of leftover food she consumed. But what frightened her was that the community had begun to fall into chaos. As a disabled person, she has no ability to protect herself. The photos and messages sent in the group by Chen Hu, who lived in the same building, made her unable to sleep or eat. Given Chen Hu's cruelty, he will come to find me sooner or later, and I will definitely not have a good ending. More importantly, my sister, who is now in college, is not doing very well either. At this time, the recruitment information sent by Lin Yi became her only hope. Finally, Song Xinyan edited the message and sent it. Chapter 25: Entering Yida Plaza to clear out the supermarket zombies. After receiving Song Xinyan's message, Zhong Wanqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately said to Lin Yi with a smile, "Master," she agreed. "But she hopes we can go pick her up at her house." Lin Yi thought for a moment and said to Zhong Wanqing, "You can agree to pick her up later. But make it clear to her that if she goes back on her word after I show up, I'll make her suffer." Zhong Wanqing said immediately, "Okay, master, I'll reply to her right away. If she dares to play tricks on you, I'll kill this bitch myself." Looking at Zhong Wanqing's protective look, Lin Yi thought for a moment and said to her, "Wanqing, from now on, you are my real woman. You don't have to call me master anymore." Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, then asked somewhat at a loss, "Then master, what should I call you from now on?" Lin Yi said to her with a smile, "Good boy, what do you say?" Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi's encouraging eyes and said uncertainly, "Husband?" Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi with red eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. She suddenly lowered her head. Lin Yi was caught off guard and immediately let out a comfortable groan. Looking at Zhong Wanqing's performance, Lin Yi was very satisfied. Asking Zhong Wanqing to call him husband today was not a decision Lin Yi made on a whim. Zhong Wanqing was the first maid to follow him. And her loyalty has reached 100 points, and she will never betray me. Now he is unusually well behaved and sticks to me no matter what. This way you are qualified to be your own woman. And as more and more women come, they must be treated differently. The higher the loyalty, the higher the status and the better the treatment. This will facilitate subsequent management. While enjoying Zhong Wanqing's service, Lin Yi tried hard to drive attentively. Even so, it took Lin Yi more than half an hour to drive a distance of more than 10 kilometers. Seeing that they had arrived at Yida Plaza, Lin Yi had to end the battle early. Zhong Wanqing took out a tissue to help Lin Yi clean up. After finishing everything, Zhong Wanqing looked up at Lin Yi with seductive eyes. Lin Yi pinched her pretty face and said with a smile, "Be good, business is more important. I'll deal with you later." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing gave Lin Yi a provocative wink. Lin Yi suppressed the anger rising in his heart and thought to himself, "This girl is so naive and loves to play. I'll teach you a lesson tonight." Lin Yi drove the car into the underground garage of Yida Plaza and stopped next to the supermarket on the first floor. As soon as the two stopped the car, zombies surrounded them. After Lin Yi got out of the car, he put it into the space and looked around. There weren't many zombies in the garage, probably only a few dozen. Then he and Zhong Wanqing rushed towards the supermarket gate and cleared out the zombies blocking the way one by one. After entering the supermarket, Lin Yi locked the door. At this time, the zombies in the supermarket heard the noise and immediately pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked up and saw that there were more zombies in the supermarket than in the garage outside. There are probably more than 100 of them. Ordinary people would definitely feel their scalp tingling after seeing this. But with Zhong Wanqing's help, and the fact that the overall strength of the zombies is not strong now, all of this is still within Lin Yi's control. If there were more zombies, or if Zhong Wanqing didn't help, so many zombies would probably be enough to make Lin Yi suffer. Lin Yi was lucky. There were only 100 or so zombies in such a big supermarket. Since the day when the bloody rain fell was not a weekend and it was 12 noon, many supermarket employees had gone to eat. Usually, there are not many customers shopping in the supermarket at noon. Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing, "Wanqing, I'll be in the front later, and you'll cover my back. Be careful." Zhong Wanqing helped Lin Yi tidy up his clothes and said softly, "Okay, husband, be careful." Lin Yi took out 10 machetes from the space, which was the limit of the number he could currently operate. Then he activated his telekinetic ability. The machete immediately floated around Lin Yi. As Lin Yi raised his hand and pointed, the knife flew out like lightning. The arrows accurately hit the heads of the 10 zombies in the front, and the zombies fell to the ground immediately. This time, Lin Yi did not waste his energy to retract the machete, but took out a new machete. After 3 consecutive times, my strength was instantly exhausted. Zhong Wanqing next to him was also constantly releasing her ice power, condensing ice blades and throwing them at the zombies. As her technique became more skilled, her chances of hitting the zombies' vital points became higher and higher. After seeing this, Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing, "Wanqing, save some of your supernatural energy and help me hold the line." Then, Lin Yi took out 2 fire axes and rushed directly into the group of corpses in front of him, like a hungry tiger pouncing on sheep. When Zhong Wanqing heard Lin Yi's words, she also took out the axe and turned her back to Lin Yi. She started hacking at the zombies that were rushing towards her from behind. The 2 axes in Lin Yi's hands flew up into the air. Cold lights flashed, and zombies fell to the ground one after another. After more than 10 minutes, the zombies in the supermarket were basically slaughtered by the 2 of them. At this time, even Lin Yi, whose body had been strengthened, was still a little overwhelmed. Looking at the broken limbs and arms all over the ground, the foul-smelling black blood was flowing all over the ground. Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing quickly moved to another place to rest. He took out some water and washed his and Zhong Wanqing's bloody hands and faces. Lin Yi looked at the simple protective gear on his body. It was found that there were 2 or 3 places with obvious signs of being scratched and bitten by zombies. Fortunately, the armor was not broken. Lin Yi checked Zhong Wanqing's body again and found that she was intact. He then breathed a sigh of relief. A single zombie is not scary, but once they form a large group, they are really scary. In the early stages, there were no hot weapons, and relying solely on cold weapons to chop was still risky. Lin Yi was chopping easily at first, but as his strength decreased, he found it difficult to cope. However, the power of my supernatural powers is still too little. I wish I could have unlimited power. No matter how many of these low-level zombies come, they will be killed indiscriminately. After a brief rest, Lin Yi began to collect supplies. Zhong Wanqing was the same as usual, collecting crystal cores, recycling machetes, and finishing off the zombies that were still alive. Lin Yi first came to the food area and found that most of the food was still well preserved. During the bloody rain phase, the order of the people hiding here did not collapse due to the abundance of food. Most people eat instant noodles, sausages, self-heating hot pot and other foods. Today is the 2nd day of the zombie outbreak, and there is no power outage yet. The freezers, refrigerators and cold storage cabinets in the supermarket are still in normal use. The packaged pork, beef, steak, chicken legs and other fresh meats look quite fresh. If it arrives a few days later, the power will be cut off and the food will rot quickly. Now all of this is Lin Yi's advantage. Lin Yi was like a hard-working little bee, collecting all the supplies he saw into the space. Fresh meat, rice, drinks, fruits, seafood, snacks, alcohol, clothes, electrical appliances, daily necessities. As long as the packaging is not damaged, pack it all up. It took Lin Yi more than an hour to finish collecting everything. Zhong Wanqing had also finished cleaning up the battlefield by this time. This time she collected 2 zombie crystal cores. She cleaned the crystal cores and handed them to Lin Yi. Lin Yi put the crystal core into the space and saw that it was almost 12 noon. He planned to have lunch with Zhong Wanqing first, and then go upstairs to search for supplies. Chapter 26 Survivors in the Supermarket. Lin Yi took out some of the food he had just looted from the space and handed it to Zhong Wanqing. Self-heating hot pot, luncheon meat, instant noodles, braised eggs, drinks, yogurt, the floor was instantly filled with them. At this time, the system's return prompt sound keeps ringing. Lin Yi said, "The conditions here are limited. Let's just have a simple lunch and have a big dinner when we get home later." Is this human language? Do you know that many people are hungry now? If these words were heard by the people trapped in the room, Lin Yi would probably be beaten to death on the spot. Zhong Wanqing nodded obediently, looking as if it was her due. "Okay, husband." After only a few days of following Lin Yi, she had already forgotten how hungry she was before. Zhong Wanqing quickly prepared the food and then started eating with Lin Yi. Lin Yi chatted with Zhong Wanqing while eating, and the aroma of food slowly spread. At this time, the door of the manager's office in the supermarket was quietly opened. A head popped out. He was surprised to find that several zombies that were originally at the office door had disappeared. Then I heard the sounds of Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing chatting and laughing while eating in the distance. Then he retracted his head and locked the door immediately. At this time, there were nearly 20 people crowded in the manager's office. Some of them are supermarket employees, but more of them are customers who come here to shop. The office was small, so many people were squeezed in at once. Plus, it was June and the temperature was already high. They were afraid of making noise and attracting zombies, so they didn't dare turn on the air conditioner. At this time, the air quality in the office can be imagined. After being locked up for a day and a night, everyone was sweating and in a mess. Some people's faces were flushed red. Everyone looked at Li Ping and talked at once. "Xiao Li, what's going on outside?" Yes, what's the situation outside now? There was such a big commotion outside before, why is it suddenly quiet now?" Li Ping looked at everyone and spoke quickly. "The zombies at the door are gone. I heard people talking and laughing outside, and I smelled a fragrance, as if someone was eating." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Some were questioning, some were thinking, and some were excited. If official rescue had come, I would have known the country would not abandon us. "Xiao Li, did you hear wrong? There are so many zombies outside. Who dares to go out now and talk and laugh?" When Li Ping heard this, he immediately felt uncomfortable. "Damn, I asked you to open the door and see what's going on outside, but no one took the initiative. You all backed away. Now you're questioning me." Li Ping's face turned cold and he snorted. "If you don't believe me, you won't open the door and look." Everyone looked at each other and stopped talking. At this moment, someone gritted his teeth, opened the door and rushed out. He found a corner where no one could see him, took off his pants and squatted down. With a plop sound, a relieved smile immediately appeared on his face. The sound was like the sound of a starting gun. Several other people in the office also rushed out, each found a suitable position and squatted down. Seeing this, the rest of the people also rushed out. After everyone came out, they were stunned by the situation in the supermarket. In the supermarket, not only were the zombies gone, but most of the goods on the shelves were also gone. They quickly followed the sound and came to Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing. At this time, Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing had finished lunch and were taking a short rest. Seeing the survivor running over, Lin Yi took a quick look around. After discovering that there were no beauties that met the system requirements, Lin Yi stopped paying attention. Everyone looked at Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing in front of them, as well as the remaining food beside them, with a look of shock on their faces. The leading man asked, "Hello, I'm Wu Jun, the supermarket manager. Who are you? What just happened outside? Why are all the zombies and the supplies in the supermarket gone?" Lin Yi closed his eyes and rested, too lazy to pay attention. Zhong Wanqing also returned to her usual aloofness and didn't even look at Wu Jun. Manager Wu Jun looked embarrassed when he saw that the two men ignored him. But when he saw Zhong Wanqing's figure and appearance, he was immediately shocked. This woman was so damn beautiful. This immediately made Wu Jun, who often took advantage of his female subordinates, have some bad thoughts. The others felt very unhappy when they saw the arrogance on Lin Yi and the other man's faces. Hey, I'm talking to you too. Are you deaf? What kind of character do these two have? How can they be so rude?" At this time, Wu Jun winked at several of his employees, then stepped forward and coughed. As supermarket managers, I have reason to suspect that the supplies that disappeared from the supermarket were stolen by you. Please both of you follow me to the office now and search it. I hope you two will cooperate, otherwise I will call the police." As he spoke, Wu Jun's lackeys spread out and surrounded Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing. Seeing this, the other customers quickly hid aside and looked at Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing with glee. When Lin Yi heard this, he immediately opened his eyes. He activated his perception ability and saw that Wu Jun in front of him was red, and his younger brothers around him were light red. Lin Yi took one look at Wu Jun and knew what he was planning, and said calmly, "Manager Wu, huh? You can even come up with such a lame excuse? What if I don't cooperate?" Wu Jun immediately snorted coldly. "This is not up to you. Come on, bring these two to the office and let us search them thoroughly." When Wu Jun's lackeys heard this, they immediately understood that they could also have a share of the spoils later. They all looked at Zhong Wanqing with lewd smiles on their faces and pounced on Lin Yi and the other two. Looking at the three people rushing towards him, Lin Yi directly took out a machete. 3 cold lights flashed, and 3 fountains of blood immediately spurted out from the necks of the 3 people in front of him. The 3 people immediately fell to the ground and struggled continuously. The 2 people who pounced on Zhong Wanqing from behind thought they had picked an easy target. Unexpectedly, Zhong Wanqing's attack was even more ruthless. She pulled out a fire axe and chopped off half of the head of the person in front of her. Then he turned around, swung the axe, and chopped off the other man's neck, and his head fell to the ground. At this time, the supermarket was eerily quiet. No one could believe what was happening before their eyes. Are these 2 people crazy? How dare he kill someone in broad daylight? And the 5 men of Wu Jun were such useless people that they were chopped to the ground as soon as they met. The 3 people whose aortas were cut by Lin Yi soon became motionless. There was an immediate commotion among the crowd, and some people screamed, "Murder! Help! Call the police! There are 2 lunatics killing people here. It seems that there is too much food here, so the survivors hiding here are unaware of the current situation outside." Lin Yi shouted, "Whoever screams, they will be yours." After hearing this, everyone quickly fell silent, fearing that they would be targeted by Lin Yi. Wu Jun took advantage of the chaotic situation and was about to run away when Lin Yi stepped forward and put the knife to his neck. "Manager Wu, do you still want to search now?" Chapter 27, the search is complete and I run into a former schoolmate. Wu Jun immediately knelt down and begged for mercy loudly. "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I deserve to die." Lin Yi thought about it and asked, "Where is the warehouse of this supermarket? Where is the key to the warehouse?" Wu Jun rolled his eyes and said, "Brother, I know this, but could you please spare my life?" Lin Yi chuckled. "Yoho, you're still trying to negotiate terms with me, right?" After saying that, he didn't wait for him to make a move. Zhong Wanqing stepped forward, stepped on Wu Jun's right hand, and chopped off his little finger with an axe. Wu Jun screamed in pain, but Zhong Wanqing stepped on his right hand tightly. Lin Yi continued to ask, "Do you know where it is now?" Wu Jun nodded repeatedly. "Brother, I was wrong. I know where the warehouse is. I have the key. I'll take you there now." Seeing Lin Yi nod, Zhong Wanqing finally let go of her feet. Lin Yi picked up Wu Jun and said coldly, "Lead the way ahead. If you dare to act tricky, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing how ruthless Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing were, Wu Jun no longer dared to play any tricks. "Brother, I dare not. Please come this way." At this time, the other surviving customers heard that there was a warehouse and immediately prepared to follow. They hadn't eaten for more than a day, and the supplies in the supermarket had been basically looted by Lin Yi. Although there were still quite a few left, they were all foods that had been opened and exposed to the elements for a long time. Who doesn't want clean, fresh food? Seeing this, Lin Yi pointed the knife in his hand at everyone and said coldly, "Whoever follows me, I will kill him." At this time, the others immediately became unhappy, completely forgetting that Lin Yi had just killed someone. Hey, you are too domineering. That's right, there are so many supplies in the warehouse, can you two take them all? Young man, consider it a favor and leave some supplies for us. We'll pretend we didn't see you kill anyone just now. Yes, please be kind. Looking at the faces of the crowd, Lin Yi sneered in his heart. Just now, when he and Zhong Wanqing were surrounded, they were watching the show with great interest, and no one even spoke out to stop them. At this moment, I remembered to distribute supplies again. Damn it, I helped you clear the zombies in the supermarket, and I haven't killed you yet, which is already a great deed. Do you really think you dare not kill innocent people? Looking at the crowd approaching, Lin Yi gave Zhong Wanqing a wink. Zhong Wanqing understood and rushed directly to the crowd, knocking the most jumpy person to the ground. Upon seeing this, everyone scattered like birds and beasts and fled in all directions. Lin Yi said loudly, "Whoever follows will die. Don't you want to know how the zombies disappeared? Just go to the supermarket entrance and you'll find out." After saying that, Lin Yi took Zhong Wanqing and walked towards the warehouse under the leadership of Wu Jun. After a while, the remaining people saw that Lin Yi had left, so they came together. Remembering what Lin Yi had just said, they all headed towards the entrance of the supermarket. Before they reached the entrance, a foul odor wafted over. Then, what caught everyone's eyes was a pile of zombie corpses, at least 100 of them. Broken limbs and arms piled up like a mountain, black blood flowed all over the ground, and the stench of decay irritated everyone's nerves. Someone vomited immediately. Everyone looked horrified. Could it be that those two people did all this? People immediately felt awe towards Lin Yi and the other man. At least there are no zombies in this supermarket for now. Although the quality of the remaining food is not good, it is at least enough for them to eat for a while. And after that big guy leaves, if you go to the warehouse and take a look, there should be a lot of supplies left behind. Thinking of this, everyone hurried to collect the scattered supplies in the supermarket. During the process, everyone started fighting because they were competing for better quality food. Lin Yi came to the door of the warehouse behind the supermarket. The few zombies he encountered along the way were easily dealt with by Zhong Wanqing. Wu Jun quickly opened the door of the warehouse and saw a lot of supplies piled up inside. Lin Yi asked, "Is this the only warehouse?" Wu Jun quickly knelt down and answered, "Brother, this is the only warehouse. Please let me go." Lin Yi glanced at Wu Jun, whose body was still red, and turned to Zhong Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, I leave him to you." Zhong Wanqing immediately said, "Okay, husband." After saying that, she dragged Wu Jun aside with a frosty face. From the beginning, the way Wu Jun looked at her made her feel extremely uncomfortable. From his eyes, Zhong Wanqing thought of Chen Feng, He Chao, and Lu Jin. Looking at Wu Jun begging for mercy, Zhong Wanqing showed a cruel smile at the corner of her mouth. After entering the warehouse, Lin Yi discovered that there were a lot of supplies stored inside, and all of them were unopened. Lin Yi once again transformed into a hard-working little bee and stored all the supplies into the space. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yi walked out of the warehouse. At this time, Zhong Wanqing had been standing at the door waiting for a long time. Not far behind her, Wu Jun's broken body lay quietly on the ground. Lin Yi brought Zhong Wanqing to the first floor. Looking around, there weren't many zombies in the aisle. Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing quickly cleared out the zombies on the first floor. Then he rushed into the luxury store on the first floor. Hermes, Chanel, Gucci, Prada, Balenciaga. The clothes, shoes, perfumes, bags, underwear, were all put into the space by Lin Yi. Then there is the electronics section. Mobile phones, tablets, computers, consoles, power banks, all taken away. Lin Yi searched the entire first floor, but strangely, he didn't find a single living person. Did everyone run upstairs? Then Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing went to the second floor and cleaned up the zombies. Lin Yi continued to plunder supplies. Just as he reached the innermost shop, he found that the door was locked from the inside. Lin Yi activated his perception ability and found that there were about a dozen survivors inside. He knocked on the door and said, "Is anyone inside?" At this time, the people inside heard the voices outside and immediately became excited, thinking that official rescue had arrived. They quickly came to the door and opened it. But when he saw that Lin Yi was the only one at the door, he was stunned. Lin Yi took a quick look around but didn't find any beauty that matched the requirements. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already past 5 p.m. Moreover, there are playgrounds, restaurants, cinemas and other places upstairs, so there is not much point in looting. So he prepared to go back to the community with Zhong Wanqing. Seeing Lin Yi turn around and leave, someone immediately asked, "Excuse me, are you an official rescuer?" Lin Yi glanced at them and said nothing. Everyone followed out, and when they saw the zombie corpses on the first and second floors, they looked at Lin Yi in shock. "Excuse me, did you kill all these zombies?" Lin Yi nodded. Everyone felt incredible, but still expressed their gratitude to Lin Yi. Looking at the relatively polite survivor, Lin Yi spoke. I've already cleared out the supermarket on the underground floor, as well as the zombies on the first and second floors. You can go to the supermarket on the underground floor. There's plenty of food and water there. Someone asked at this time. Brother, could you please take us there? Lin Yi immediately took out the bloody axe and said in a deep voice. Don't push your luck, go if you want. The axe here isn't just for chopping zombies. Seeing this, everyone knew that the man in front of them was not someone to be trifled with, so they quickly shut up and walked cautiously towards the supermarket. Just as Lin Yi turned around, a surprised voice sounded from behind. Lin Yi, is that you? Chapter 28 Senior C Queen Lu Rumei. When Lin Yi heard the voice, he looked surprised and turned around. Is there anyone here who recognizes me? Why didn't I see it just now? Was it blocked by someone else? I saw a beautiful woman whose figure and appearance were no less beautiful than Zhong Wanqing, looking at me with a look of surprise. At this time, the system sound sounded. Name, Lu Rumei. Age, 22. Body size, 92. Appearance, 94. Overall, 93. Compliant with system standards. Lin Yi thought to himself. Lu Rumei, this name sounds familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. Seeing Lin Yi looking at her in confusion, Lu Rumei quickly spoke. Lin Yi, I'm Lu Rumei, your college classmate. When he heard that it was a classmate from college, Lin Yi remembered who was sitting opposite him. Lu Rumei, one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiangnan University at that time, was once his white moonlight. At this moment, the memories of college once again surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. Looking at the beauty in front of him who had shed her student days and was becoming more mature, Lin Yi was amused. Oh my! Isn't this the former Jiangnan University campus beauty, Miss Lu? She's getting prettier and prettier. I almost didn't recognize her. However, Lu Rumei on the opposite side seemed not to hear the teasing in Lin Yi's words, and said shyly. How can you be as good as you say? Lin Yi, you've really changed. You're even more handsome than when you were in college. I almost didn't recognize you just now. You said that in the blink of an eye, it's been such a long time since everyone graduated. You too, you haven't contacted me for such a long time. Also, Lin Yi, did you really kill all the zombies outside? You're so awesome. As she spoke, Lu Rumei looked at Lin Yi with admiration. Lin Yi looked at Lu Rumei and rolled his eyes in his heart. The woman opposite is really not simple. She is definitely the green tea among green teas and the queen of the sea among queens of the sea. When I was in college, I played around with all the boys around me. No matter if they are from wealthy and powerful families or from ordinary families, as long as she can use them, they will not escape her control. She sold you out, yet you still willingly helped her count the money. During my junior year, there was a period of time when this woman suddenly became particularly enthusiastic towards me. It was also my fault for being naive at the time, thinking that God had blessed me by letting me have a beautiful girlfriend. During that period of time, this woman was all on my mind. That's really heartfelt. I'll do whatever the other person asks me to do. In the end, they didn't even hold hands. Later, this woman suddenly gave me a good guy card. He said that she was not worthy of him and wished that he could find someone better in the future. And if you can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, you can still be ordinary friends. At that time, I was so moved. Later I came to realize that this woman approached me purely for a purpose. The key is that this woman is very skilled. The fish in her fish pond never had any conflicts with each other because they were all under her control. And the functions of each fish are divided very well. Some provide funding, some are responsible for supporting the event from the outside, and some provide emotional value. People like Lin Yi who have no money and no power are not even spare tires. At most, they are tools that can be thrown away after use. Lu Rumei saw Lin Yi looking at her without saying anything, and spoke softly. Lin Yi, are you trapped in here too? Lin Yi said with a smile. No, I live nearby and I came here to look for supplies. I've finished my search and am ready to go back. How did you get trapped here? After hearing this, Lu Rumei's eyes suddenly lit up. She was really bored during these few days in Yida Plaza. I finally waited until the bloody rain ended and thought I could go home. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden zombie outbreak yesterday. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been bitten. While trapped in the store, she read various information on the internet. The official situation has been basically paralyzed, and there is chaos outside. Various violent incidents such as murder, rape, robbery, etc. continue to occur. While hiding in the store, she felt that the men around her were looking at her with unfriendly eyes. Just when she was gradually despairing, she was unexpectedly rescued by Lin Yi. Looking at the zombies outside that were killed by Lin Yi, Lu Rumei immediately set her sights on Lin Yi. In the end of the world, the power and wealth of the past have become a thing of the past. Now only strength and food are the capital for survival. And Lin Yi just meets this standard perfectly. What's more, he is Lin Yi's old classmate. With his appearance and intelligence, it is easy for him to deal with him. Lu Rumei immediately showed a pitiful expression and said pitifully, "I went shopping in the mall with my bestie that day. Who knew it would suddenly start raining blood outside, and we were trapped here? Unexpectedly, zombies suddenly appeared yesterday. My best friend was bitten to death, and I was almost bitten too. In the chaos, I hid in this store. At that time, I was thinking, it would be nice if there was a man like you by my side." As he said this, he patted her towering peaks, looking as if he was still frightened. However, after listening to this, Lin Yi spoke directly. "Well, it's getting late, I should go back. Let's catch up next time when we have time." When Lu Rumei heard this, she immediately became anxious. What's wrong with Lin Yi? Why doesn't he play by the rules? Shouldn't you take care of yourself at this time? She said quickly. "Lin Yi, you want to go back, can you take me home? My home is..." Before she could finish, Lin Yi interrupted. "Sorry, Miss Lu, it's not on your way. Let's talk next time." When Lu Rumei heard this, she was furious. "Damn it, I haven't even told you where my home is and you say it's not on your way. Could you please be more clear about your perfunctory attitude?" However, her face still maintained a weak expression, without any sign of anger. "Lin Yi, you're not still mad at me because I broke up with you in college, are you? Actually, I was doing it for your own good. You're so outstanding, and I felt like I wasn't worthy of you. But unexpectedly, fate brought us together again. Lin Yi, I don't want to miss you again this time. If you don't mind, can I still be your girlfriend now?" Looking at Lu Rumei's affectionate confession, if it were another man, he would have gone up to her and licked her hands and kneels down to lick her. But Lin Yi is not the same Lin Yi as before. He knew exactly what kind of person this woman was. He was about to speak and refuse. At this time, Zhong Wanqing, who had finished cleaning up the battlefield, came to Lin Yi. When she saw a woman who was as beautiful as herself chatting with Lin Yi for such a long time, alarm bells immediately rang in her heart. She threw herself directly into Lin Yi's arms and acted coquettishly. "Honey, they've cleaned up." "Who's this?" Lin Yi replied calmly. "Lu Rumei, my former college classmate." Lu Rumei was stunned by Zhong Wanqing's call of husband. "Lin Yi is already married? How is that possible? It's only been a short time since I graduated." What is more important is that the woman in front of him seems to be superior to him in both figure and appearance. She tried to keep a smile on her face, but her voice was trembling. Lin Yi, who is this?" Chapter 29. Two Women, a Play, Preparing to Return to the Community. Lin Yi looked at Lu Rumei's deflated expression and felt very happy. He intended to tease Lu Rumei and give her some hope, and then he said it deliberately. "Oh, this is Zhong Wanqing. She used to be my boss in the company. When the apocalypse began, she followed me and is now my woman." When Lu Rumei heard this, she immediately felt relieved. As long as she is not Lin Yi's legal wife, he will have a chance. Pooh. Even if she is his legal wife, so what? He is Lu Rumei, and he still has plenty of ways to win Lin Yi away. She looked at Zhong Wanqing with a hint of disdain. It turns out that she is also a coquettish woman who was attracted by Lin Yi's strength and supplies. And judging from the looks of it, he should be much older than me, so I have an advantage. Lu Rumei immediately greeted Zhong Wanqing with a smile. "It turns out to be Sister Zhong. Thank you for taking such good care of my Lin Yi these past few days. You've worked so hard." When Zhong Wanqing heard this, she immediately became unhappy. "You little bitch, where did you come from? You just came out and you're trying to steal my man." She glanced at Lin Yi and remembered that when Lin Yi introduced Lu Rumei just now, his expression was indifferent, and it was obvious that he was not very fond of the bitch in front of him. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lu Rumei with a look of arrogance. "Oh, it's Sister Lu. I didn't expect to meet her here. Sister Lu is so beautiful. Husband, how come I haven't heard you mention such a beauty before? Then, Zhong Wanqing covered her nose and kept glancing at Lu Rumei. Hubby, why does it smell sour? Do you smell it? Seeing Lin Yi wrinkling his nose unconsciously, Lu Rumei's face immediately turned red. Now she wished she could tear Zhong Wanqing into pieces. This bitch, she keeps bringing up all sorts of issues. She hasn't showered for almost 10 days, how could she not smell sour? Before she could open her mouth to defend herself, Lin Yi said directly. Old classmate, we're going back first. There's still a lot of food in the supermarket on the underground floor. You can stay there and wait for official rescue. Having said that, Lin Yi took Zhong Wanqing's arm and turned to leave. Lu Rumei suddenly panicked. Rescue, anyone who still believes in rescue now is a fool. If I really went to the supermarket on the underground floor, would it be good after a long time? Lin Yi is his only hope of escaping now. If he misses this opportunity, he will never get it again. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't fall for her tricks to control men before the end of the world, Lu Rumei quickly stepped forward to stop Lin Yi and begged. Lin Yi, since I used to be your girlfriend, please take me out. From now on, you are my man. If she can do it, I can do it too. As long as you take me out, I will agree to all your requests. After saying this, Lu Rumei gave Zhong Wanqing a provocative look. Lin Yi looked at Lu Rumei and thought for a while. He didn't believe a word the woman in front of him said. As long as someone stronger and better than herself appears now, this woman will definitely abandon herself immediately. However, this woman does meet the system's requirements. Besides, I have already awakened my superpowers, so why should I be afraid that this woman will turn over my palm? As long as we bring her back, there are plenty of ways to deal with her. More importantly, for any man, completely conquering such a woman will give him a great sense of accomplishment. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. He really wanted to see what Lu Rumei would look like when her loyalty reached 100 points. Lin Yi said to Lu Rumei with a smile. I can take you back, but you must become my maid. Everything you have belongs to me. You must obey my orders unconditionally. If I find out that you dare to betray me, I will make you die a miserable death. But at the same time, I will provide you with enough food and security. Although Lu Rumei was mentally prepared, she still didn't expect Lin Yi's conditions to be so harsh. She glanced at Zhong Wanqing and asked unwillingly. Is it the same as her? Lin Yi shook his head. No, you are different from her. Wanqing was my maid before, but now she is my woman. Lu Rumei asked in confusion, why? Lin Yi pinched Zhong Wanqing's smooth chin and said to her, looking at her with a proud look on her face. Because Wanqing is 100% loyal to me. Even if I asked her to die for me now, she would agree without hesitation. And you, when you can do this, you will be my woman. After saying that, Zhong Wanqing looked at Lu Rumei with pride. Lu Rumei looked at Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing in disbelief. These two people are crazy. She simply didn't believe that a woman could willingly die for a man. But when she thought of Lin Yi's promise, Lu Rumei gritted her teeth and said, Okay, Lin Yi, I agree, but please don't break your promise. Lu Rumei said to herself. As long as I can leave here, I'll agree to it first. If Lin Yi keeps his promise, at least food and safety will be guaranteed. If I find a suitable partner later, I will find a way to change jobs. Seeing that Lu Rumei agreed so readily, Lin Yi knew what she was thinking. But he didn't care at all, just regarded it as a spice of life in the future. It would be best if I could conquer her. If you fail, sorry, just kill it. Will there still be a shortage of beautiful women in the end times? There is still one in the community waiting for you to pick it. Lin Yi brought Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rumei to the entrance of the first floor. Lu Rumei looked surprised. Shouldn't the car be parked on the basement level? How did it end up here? Also, didn't Lin Yi say he came to look for supplies? Why can't I see him? At this moment, Lin Yi waved his hand and a Land Rover appeared in front of him. Seeing this magical scene, Lu Rumei felt that her brain was not enough and she just stood there in a daze. At this time, Lin Yi thought about it and then handed the car keys to Zhong Wanqing. After Zhong Wanqing took it, the system immediately sounded. Ding! The host gave the goddess Zhong Wanqing a Land Rover Range Rover, triggering the system quality return. The system returned 85 warrior armored vehicles. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he heard the news from the system. Just now he saw that the Land Rover was a bit damaged due to his driving these days, so he wanted to use the system to return some of it. I didn't expect that the thing that directly triggered the mass return was the armored vehicle. Lin Yi immediately checked the space and saw 85 warrior armored vehicles lined up neatly. The thick armor and domineering shape will fascinate every car-loving man. At this time, the zombies outside gradually surrounded Lin Yi, making it impossible for him to refuel the armored vehicle. Lin Yi had no choice but to take the Land Rover keys from Zhong Wanqing and get in the car. Looking at Lu Rumei, who was still standing there in a daze, Lin Yi frowned. Hey, are you going to leave or not? Lu Rumei finally reacted and quickly climbed into the car, saying, let's go now, wait for me. Chapter 30. Returning to the community, Song Xinyan asks for help. Lin Yi started the car and drove towards the residential complex. After getting in the car, Lu Rumei couldn't calm down for a long time. Lin Yi's action just now completely overturned her cognition. How did he do it? After a while, she couldn't help herself and asked, Lin Yi, was that a magic trick just now? How come a car suddenly appeared? Lin Yi frowned and snorted coldly. What did you call me? Believe it or not, I'm going to throw you down right now? Lu Rumei felt a little angry when she heard this, but when she saw the zombies flashing past the car window, she immediately spoke honestly. Master, I was wrong. She felt that Lin Yi had become a completely different person at this moment. Not just looks, but personality as well. When he was in college, he was still a typical warm-hearted guy. People with good personalities are a bit cowardly. Not as overbearing and arbitrary as it is now. She was really afraid that Lin Yi would do what he said and kick her out of the car. Seeing this, Lin Yi nodded and then spoke to Zhong Wanqing. Wanqing, talk to her. When Zhong Wanqing heard Lin Yi's instructions, she told him about Lin Yi's supernatural space. But there was no mention of zombie crystal cores and awakening superpowers. The more Lu Rumei listened, the brighter her eyes became. The anger in her heart just now had long disappeared, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Yi became more and more fiery. Especially when I heard that Lin Yi had already stored most of the useful supplies in Yida Plaza, including food in the supermarket, into the space. Her heart was filled with excitement beyond words. The decision I just made was so wise. At this moment, Lin Yi is a walking ATM before the end of the world. That amount of food is probably enough for me to eat for the rest of my life. In addition, Lin Yi is so skilled and can kill so many zombies, and now he looks so handsome. It is simply the perfect object in the end times. I guess there are few men who can compare to Lin Yi now. No, I have to change my strategy and keep Lin Yi firmly in my hands. At this time, Lu Rumei was looking at Zhong Wanqing and found her very annoying. No woman wants to share a man with other women, especially when that man is very outstanding. This bitch just followed Lin Yi a few days ago, and now she dares to call herself the legal wife. How can an old woman who is almost 30 years old compare to me who is just in my early 20s? But now, this bitch still has some status in Lin Yi's heart, which cannot be shaken by me, who just arrived. Be patient temporarily and gain the other person's trust first. Wait until I get Lin Yi's exclusive favor, and then find a way to kick her away. By then, everything Lin Yi owns will be his. Thinking of this, Lu Rumei changed her provocative attitude. Her little mouth was as clean as if it was covered with honey, and she showered Zhong Wanqing with praise. Thank you, Sister Zhong. Just now, I saw that my master was so excited that I lost my mind for a moment and accidentally offended you with my words. I will apologize to Sister Zhong right now. I hope Sister Zhong will be magnanimous and not take it personally. I'm new here, and you're the master's wife. I hope Sister Zhong can take good care of me from now on. After hearing this, Zhong Wanqing's cold face showed joy. Who doesn't like to be praised? But seeing Lu Rumei suddenly lower her posture so low, a trace of vigilance rose in his heart. She was not a fool and probably knew why Lu Rumei had suddenly changed so much. But she didn't care. The only person she cared about was Lin Yi. She is Lin Yi's first woman, and no one can shake her position as long as Lin Yi doesn't nod. It would be better if this woman could behave herself in the future. If you cause trouble every day, as long as Lin Yi nods, don't blame yourself for being cruel. Then, Zhong Wanqing started chatting with Lu Rumei. The atmosphere in the car became lively. Lin Yi glanced at Lu Rumei through the rearview mirror. This woman is indeed worthy of being called the green tea among green teas, the queen among sea queens. He recognized the situation so quickly, made judgments, and took positive action. To be honest, this woman is really suitable for the end of the world environment and can control a man's heart tightly. As long as your luck isn't too bad, you should be able to do pretty well. It would be even more amazing if he awakened powerful superpowers. Thinking of this, Lin Yi smiled in his heart. It's getting more and more interesting. The car quickly drove into the garage of Jiaha Yuyuan Community. Lin Yi and the other two got out of the car and finally returned to room 1602. As soon as he entered the door, Zhong Wanqing took out slippers for Lin Yi to change into, and then helped Lin Yi take off the simple protective gear on his body. Lin Yi felt warm in his heart as he looked at Zhong Wanqing's gentle movements. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? Seeing this, Lu Rumei hurried forward to help. Lin Yi looked at the flustered Lu Rumei and smiled. This woman really takes advantage of every opportunity. Lin Yi sweated a lot after a day of high-intensity exercise. So she said to Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rumei, "Take a shower first, and then we'll make dinner." Zhong Wanqing immediately said, "Okay, husband, I'll help you wash it." Lu Rumei was not to be outdone and said, "Master, I will help you wash too." Lin Yi looked at the two women and smiled evilly. "Then let's wash together." However, just as Lin Yi was fantasizing about a bathing scene in a small movie from a certain island country in the east, his cell phone rang. Lin Yi picked up his phone and saw that it was Song Xinyan. He had planned to take a shower and have dinner before going to see her. Unexpectedly, Song Xinyan called right now. He clicked on the voice call, and Song Xinyan's urgent cry for help immediately came from the phone. Hello, are you the honest person? I'm Song Xinyan, and I contacted you this morning. Please come and save me now, someone is banging on my door. I agree to all your conditions. Please come and save me. Lin Yi asked, "Where do you live?" Song Xinyan said, "I live in room 1601, building 9, and the door is about to give way." Lin Yi said, "Okay, I'll be there now, don't be afraid." After saying that, Lin Yi hung up the phone and prepared to go out. Zhong Wanqing stood up and prepared to go out with Lin Yi. Lin Yi laughed. "It's okay, it's just a small problem. I'll be back soon. You guys take a shower first, and then we can start cooking." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a lot of clothes and food from the space and handed them to Zhong Wanqing. At this moment, the sound of system returns sounded in his mind again. Then, Lin Yi went out. This is room 1601 of building 9. Hearing the sound of banging on the door outside, Song Xinyan hid in the corner and dared not make a sound. She knew that the person knocking on the door was the one named Social Tiger Brother in the group. Thinking of the scenes in the video sent by Chen Hu in the group during the day, Song Xinyan felt a sense of fear. She was now begging Lin Yi to come quickly. Chapter 31 Chaos in the Community. Song Xinyan is in danger. After Chen Hu sent a message in the group this morning, he and his subordinates Wang Peng and Zhou Tao started collecting supplies from the first floor. The zombies they encountered on the floor were also killed by the three of them without any danger. However, when they first started collecting supplies, the residents in the building refused to cooperate. Either he said he had no supplies, or he kept silent and pretended that no one was in the house. Anyway, he refused to open the door. This instantly made Chen Hu furious, and he started cursing and threatening in the group. Building 90902, Social My Tiger Brother at everyone, you're pretending to be dead by not opening the door, right? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Just wait, you're going to get into trouble soon. They found a lot of door-breaking tools from somewhere and started to break into the door of number 101 on the first floor. I was not skilled at the beginning and it took me a long time to finally break the door open. Chen Hu and the other two rushed into the room and found that a young couple lived inside. Without waiting for the man to beg for mercy, Chen Hu went up and hit him on the head with a stick, and the man fell to the ground immediately. Then Chen Hu asked the two younger brothers next to him to continue. He turned on his cell phone and started filming. After a while, the man lay on the ground, motionless. Seeing this, Chen Hu grabbed the woman's hair and walked straight into the bedroom regardless of her struggle. After a while, the sound of clothes being torn was heard from inside, followed by a woman's scream. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Hu came out. And the sound of a woman crying was heard in the bedroom. Wang Peng and Zhou Tao, who were standing nearby, immediately stepped forward and flattered the boss when they saw him come out. "Brother, this woman is screaming so loudly that it makes the younger brothers want to try it too." Chen Hu remembered that the woman just now was just average looking, the only advantage being the big headlights on her front, so he laughed and scolded. "Look at how little you two can do. Go ahead and don't mess things up." Pay attention to the time and try to take over Building 9 today. When Wang Peng and Zhou Tao heard Chen Hu's words, they walked into the bedroom with a smirk on their faces. The woman inside immediately let out another shrill scream. Chen Hu thought about it and walked in. When Wang Peng and Zhou Tao saw the boss come in, they looked at each other and were about to ask Chen Hu. Chen Hu took out his cell phone again and spoke to them. Don't worry about me. Seeing this, Wang Peng and Zhou Tao finally felt relieved, but the poor woman then let out an even louder scream. Soon, 2 videos appeared in the community's property management group. After everyone clicked on it, there was an uproar. People kept sending messages, cursing Chen Hu and the other 2. At this moment, a message from Chen Hu appeared again. Building 90902, my tiger brother at everyone in Building 9, listen up. Hurry up and prepare your supplies at home. I'll come and collect them. Otherwise, you'll end up like the residents of Building 9-101. Don't think I can do nothing just because you're hiding behind the door. Also, I'm recruiting new followers now. Follow me, Tiger Brother, and you'll get food, drinks, and women. And everyone in the other buildings, shut up. I've remembered everyone who cursed me just now. Once I take over Building 9 today, I'll come find you tomorrow. As soon as Chen Hu said this, the noise in the group died down. Everyone knows that Chen Hu is a lunatic, and you are not from Building 9, so don't let him come to your door just because you curse at him. At this time, most of the people in Building 9 were scared to death. Chen Hu's brutality completely stunned them. So they prepared the food and waited for Chen Hu to come and collect it. There are also some people who choose to join directly and chat with Chen Hu privately, wanting to be his younger brothers. Chen Hu let them all go through, and then asked them all to go to the first floor and follow him to collect supplies. After all, there are still many zombies in the rooms, and it will be very dangerous when the door is opened, so cannon fodder is exactly what we need. Soon, more than 10 people gathered around Chen Hu. This greatly increased their efficiency in breaking down doors. But what Chen Hu himself didn't expect was that his action was like a horn. People in several other buildings in the community immediately followed suit and sent messages in the group, threatening the people in their respective buildings to quickly prepare supplies and wait for them to come and collect them. Just as Lin Yi returned to the community, Chen Hu and his men took over the 15th floor. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Hu said to his younger brother Wang Peng, Wang Peng, take 2 people to the 16th floor to continue collecting supplies. I'll take the other brothers back to eat first, and then send someone to replace you later. After listening to this, Wang Peng nodded and said, Okay, brother Hu, you go back first and leave this to me. Then, Chen Hu and his other younger brothers Xinga happily carried the received supplies back. Chen Hu also looked very happy. Today was a great harvest. Even though everyone in the community is crying poor in the group, I didn't expect that there are a few big fish hiding in this building. A lot of supplies were found in their homes. The people from these families still wanted to resist, but they didn't expect that they would have so many younger brothers around them. All the men were killed and all the women were taken back. Thinking that one of the female owners was very beautiful, Chen Hu's heart suddenly became hot. After dinner, I will try some of them. As for the other women, I will give them all to me. Wang Peng arrived at the 16th floor and started knocking on the door of 1601. Song Xinyan, who was inside the door, panicked immediately when she heard the noise outside. She didn't expect Chen Hu and the others to come so quickly. She didn't dare open the door. Because Chen Hu later discovered that many residents did have no food at home. He sent a message that anyone who had no food at home should use their women as food, and anyone who dared to resist would be beaten to death. So any woman with a little bit of looks in this building would be taken away by Chen Hu. Even a blind man could open it, and the woman who was taken away would definitely not have a good ending. Seeing no sound from inside, Wang Peng started banging on the door. Not long after, the door was smashed open, but Lin Yi still hadn't arrived. Song Xinyan immediately fell into despair. As soon as Wang Peng entered the door, he saw Song Xinyan sitting in a wheelchair, and then he was overjoyed. Isn't this the slightly famous anchor Yin Yan Yishao on TikTok? I didn't expect that she actually lives in this community. He walked towards Song Xinyan with a lewd smile on his face and said, Isn't this the host Yin Yan Yishao? Why didn't she open the door just now? Didn't you see the order our brother Tiger sent in the group? Are you being disrespectful? Song Xinyan looked at Wang Peng, who was slowly approaching, and became more and more frightened. Brother, I have some food at home. Feel free to take it, but please don't hurt me. Wang Peng said immediately after hearing this. Look at what you said. You are such a big anchor, how can we hurt you? We can't wait to hurt you. Don't you think so, brothers? The two younger brothers next to him also looked surprised and echoed. Yes, we brothers are very caring. Beautiful lady, let the three of us brothers take good care of you. They just saw that everyone else went back to eat, but they were arranged by the boss to continue banging on the door. They were very unhappy, but they didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Wang Peng was also laughing so hard in his heart. Thinking of the female resident he met at noon, Wang Peng felt a pang of regret in his heart. With such good stuff, given my boss's temper, I probably won't even be able to get a sip of it. Unexpectedly, I met someone better now. It doesn't matter whether you are disabled or not, it's all the same in bed. It's really God's will that this good thing finally happened to me and I can finally have a taste of meat. Chapter 32, Rescue Song Xinyan and Lin Yi's Choice. Song Xinyan turned the wheelchair and prepared to run out of the house. Wang Peng and the other two didn't give her any chance and immediately stepped forward to surround her. Song Xinyan thought quickly and prepared to drag Lin Yi into the matter to delay time. If you don't want to die, let me go immediately. I've called someone, and they'll be here soon. Wang Peng laughed out loud when he heard it. Yoho, you dare to threaten us? Do you know that we are Brother Tiger's men? Our Brother Tiger has the final say in Building 9 now. I want to see who is so fearless as to dare to act wildly here. Just then, a voice came from behind them. Really? Then I'll give it a try today. Wang Peng and the other two turned around immediately, only to see a person suddenly appear at the door. The man was tall and pretty damn handsome. Wang Peng frowned. He couldn't stand people who were more handsome than him. Kid, who the hell are you? You dare to meddle in other people's business here? Are you looking for death? Song Xinyan behind was surprised. A person of integrity, is that you? Wang Peng was slightly stunned when he heard Song Xinyan's words. Could this man be the honest person in the group? He glanced at Song Xinyan and instantly understood what was going on, then a look of joy appeared on his face. This guy should be the reinforcements Song Xinyan invited. I didn't expect that he would dare to come here alone. Isn't he walking into a trap? Now it's good, just need to catch him. Wouldn't the supplies in his hands be a bargain for himself? At this moment, a thought immediately came to Wang Peng's mind. If you control a large amount of supplies, you can recruit soldiers and establish your own territory. Wang Peng looked at Lin Yi with a greedy look on his face and threatened. Are you the man of integrity? Tell me quickly, where are the supplies you have? If you answer honestly, I'll give you a quick death. If you dare to play tricks, I will cut you into pieces and make your life worse than death. Lin Yi didn't expect that Chun Hu would act so quickly. In less than a day, he had looted Building 9 to the 16th floor. I guess if I hadn't come today, he would have been able to take over Building 9. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, Wang Peng thought he was scared and said to the two people next to him. Brothers, come on, this guy has a lot of supplies. Capture him and his supplies, and we can divide them among us. The two people next to him immediately showed greed, and then rushed towards Lin Yi with weapons in hand. Wang Peng, however, deliberately slowed down a bit and failed to catch up. After seeing this, Lin Yi smiled coldly. This kid is a bit cunning. Suddenly, two machetes appeared out of thin air beside Lin Yi. Under his control, it flew directly towards the two people in front. Before the two men could react, they were stabbed in the head with a machete. Wang Peng, who was standing behind, was stunned by this scene. What happened? Why did the two people in front suddenly fall to the ground? And how come both of them suddenly had a knife stuck in their heads? It all happened so fast that he had no time to think. Wang Peng was about to speak when Lin Yi opposite him clenched his right hand. Immediately afterwards, Wang Peng felt as if his neck was tightly gripped by a pair of invisible big hands, making him unable to speak. Wang Peng felt that breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. He stretched out his hands and scratched at his neck, hoping to move the invisible big hands away. But it was all in vain. After a while, Wang Peng's face gradually changed from red to purple. His eyeballs were bulging and bloodshot, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. His tongue was hanging out and his face was distorted, like a hanged man. The strong feeling of suffocation made him wonder if he was hallucinating. He felt his feet off the ground, floating in mid-air. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, the force that was strangling his neck suddenly disappeared. Wang Peng fell to the ground, breathing in deep gulps of fresh air. Lin Yi on the opposite side glanced at his own strength value. I am quite satisfied with the results of developing new telekinetic skills. The moves are pretty cool, but a bit strenuous. Lin Yi walked in front of Wang Peng. Wang Peng came to his senses and looked at Lin Yi in front of him with horror. Brother, I was wrong. Just treat what I said just now as a fart. Please forgive me. This woman is for you. I have a lot of supplies in my hands. I'll give them all to you. Please let me go. Lin Yi took out the knife and smiled. Don't be nervous. Come here, let me ask you something. Soon, Wang Peng explained everything about Chen Hu clearly. Looking at Wang Peng, who was completely worthless, Lin Yi slashed his neck with a knife and said with a smile. Alas, I am too kind-hearted. You've done so many bad things, but I didn't torture you. I just gave you a quick death. Go in peace, no need to thank me. Then, Lin Yi no longer cared about Wang Peng, who was still struggling. He stood up and looked at Song Xinyan in the wheelchair. Lin Yi frowned and said, You deceived me. Song Xinyan looked at Lin Yi's expression and realized that the thing she was most worried about had happened. Lin Yi's performance just now was beyond her imagination. Just from the contact just now, she could feel the other party's youth, strength, mystery, and ruthlessness. And this is exactly the necessary quality to survive in the end times. She pleaded quickly. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't mean to do that. I was forced into this desperate measure. Although my legs are disabled, I can do many things, such as cooking, washing clothes, and mopping the floor. I'm still a streamer, and I'm a bit famous, but don't worry, I've never had a boyfriend. As long as you take me in and give me something to eat, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Looking at Song Xinyan, who was trying hard to promote herself, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. God helps those who help themselves. This woman is young, but she has a high emotional intelligence. From her eyes, Lin Yi could see a tenacity that was not overwhelmed by difficulties. Lin Yi walked forward and touched Song Xinyan's legs. Fortunately, it's not a prosthesis. This can be taken in. Song Xinyan's face turned red when Lin Yi touched her. This was the first time in her life that her body was touched by a strange man. She looked at Lin Yi with longing, hoping that he would accept her. Lin Yi relaxed and nodded. Is there anything else you need to take? When Song Xinyan saw Lin Yi agreed, she was surprised and said quickly. Master, everything is packed and in the house. I'll get it. Lin Yi followed Song Xinyan to her boudoir and smelled a faint fragrance as soon as he entered. To Song Xinyan's shock, Lin Yi directly put her suitcase into the space. Then they came to the door. Song Xinyan took one last look at her former home. She knew she would never come back. Looking at Song Xinyan sitting in a wheelchair, Lin Yi gave her a princess hug and then put her wheelchair into the space. Song Xinyan's face instantly turned red to her ears, and she felt a strong masculine scent coming. She secretly looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, and it was hard to imagine how ruthless and decisive he was when he killed Wang Peng just now. This is his future master, and her fate will be completely tied to Lin Yi. When Lin Yi reached the 9th floor, he stopped, but after thinking for a while, he walked down again. He originally planned to kill Chen Hu directly. But then he thought again, he could kill a small fry like Chen Hu at any time. But Chen Hu is still useful now. He needs someone like Chen Hu to muddy the waters in the community and create complete chaos. This will facilitate his subsequent operations. Chapter 33, Conquer Song Xinyan and Get New Skills. Lin Yi quickly returned to room 1602, building 8, holding Song Xinyan. After taking a shower, Zhang Wanchang and Lu Rumei opened the door and welcomed Lin Yi in. Seeing Song Xinyan in Lin Yi's arms, Zhang Wanchang looked calm, but Lu Rumei next to her was not calm. Isn't this the anchor Yen Yen Ishao on TikTok? Could it be that the woman who just asked for help was her? And why is this slutty woman in Lin Yi's arms? Are they so close? Lu Rumei's heart immediately became alarmed, and she felt that her position was seriously threatened. Zhang Wanqing alone was already too much for her to handle, so how come another slutty woman came? And how many women does this bastard Lin Yi plan to take in? Lin Yi looked at Zhang Wanqing and Lu Rumei and said lightly. This is Song Xinyan, the new maid. Her legs and feet are not very convenient, so you two should get along well with each other in the future. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a wheelchair and put Song Xinyan on it. Seeing this, Lu Rumei felt relieved. It turned out to be a disabled person, which scared me. Lin Yi was the same. Why did he accept all kinds of stuff? This woman was obviously a burden. It looks quite formal, but what's the point? It's obviously just a waste of food. But she still had a kind smile on her face and said, "It's Sister Son, welcome. This is Sister Zhong. My name is Lu Rume, and I was the master's girlfriend in college." Song Xinyan said immediately. "Sister Zhong, Sister Lu, hello. I'm new here and don't know a lot of the rules yet. I'd appreciate your guidance. If you need me to do anything in the future, please feel free to arrange it for me, sisters." Zhong Wanqing was quite satisfied seeing how humble Song Xinyan was, and said lightly, "Yeah, as long as you listen to your husband, everything is fine. But if you have any inappropriate thoughts, don't blame me for being rude." Song Xinyan repeatedly said that she didn't dare. When Lu Rume saw Song Xinyan's performance, she immediately became alert. This woman is no ordinary person. You can tell at first glance that she is not someone who is easy to deal with. Lin Yi noticed the reactions of the three women and didn't say much, just asked simply, "Is the meal ready?" Zhong Wanqing said apologetically after hearing this. "Honey, I'm sorry. Sister Lu and I just finished taking a shower and were about to do it, but I didn't expect you to come back." Lin Yi waved his hand. "It's okay, Wanqing, you and Rume go cook first, make more. We've been tired all day, so we'll have a big meal later. Xinyan and I are going to take a shower first." Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rume spoke quickly. "Okay, husband." "Yes, master." As he spoke, Lin Yi carried Song Xinyan into the bathroom and placed her on a stool. At this time, Song Xinyan was very nervous. Although she had prepared herself mentally before coming, she was still very nervous when the time came. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then, she reached out and helped Lin Yi take off his clothes. Soon Lin Yi stood naked in front of her. After taking a look at Lin Yi's statue-like perfect figure, Song Xinyan's pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly at him. She silently took off her clothes one by one. After a while, an alluring body appeared in front of Lin Yi. Song Xinyan is like a peach that is about to ripen. It has the youthfulness and tenderness of a girl, yet also has a bit of mature charm. They both cleaned up quickly. Then Lin Yi picked up Song Xinyan and brought her to the bedroom. Looking at Song Xinyan's delicate body lying on the bed, Lin Yi felt that her figure was not bad. But why did the system only give 88 points? Was it because of the inconvenience of legs and feet that points were deducted? Song Xinyan looked at Lin Yi with a shy look on her face, and she said softly, "Master, this is my first time, please have mercy on me." Lin Yi looked at Song Xinyan with some surprise. "Isn't this girl a host?" It's not that Lin Yi is prejudiced against the anchor profession, it's just that those who understand will understand. How could he know that Song Xinyan was one of the few anchors who kept herself clean? There were many big brothers who wanted to win her overtly or covertly, but she rejected them all and offended many people for this. Looking at the beauty in his arms who was reluctant but willing to accept him, Lin Yi leaned down. After a while, beautiful music came from the house. Considering that it was Song Xinyan's first time, they were still waiting outside for dinner. After only an hour, Lin Yi took the initiative to end the battle. A voice sounded in Lin Yi's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the goddess. Name, Song Xinyan. Age, 20. Body size, 88. Appearance, 94. Overall, 91. Loyalty, 80. Ding! The current goddess, Song Xinyan's loyalty exceeds 80, and the system is issuing rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Cold Weapon Mastery." Lin Yi looked at Song Xinyan in his arms, a little surprised. He didn't expect that the girl's loyalty would reach 80 points. Lin Yi checked the skills he had just acquired. Cold Weapon Mastery can master the use of cold weapons, including knives, swords, daggers, axes, etc. Lin Yi was overjoyed. This skill was great. From now on, whether he was killing people or chopping zombies, he would be more efficient. He looked at Song Xinyan. This girl was pretty good. Lin Yi took out clothes from the space and handed them to Song Xinyan. After Song Xinyan took it, the system immediately sounded. Ding! The host gave the goddess Song Xinyan a set of Victoria's Secret underwear, triggering the system to return it. The system returns 105 sets of Victoria's Secret underwear. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Ding! The host gave the goddess Song Xinyan a PLA data top, triggering the system to return it. The system returned 105 Prada tops. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Song Xian discovered that the clothes in her hands were all international brands. She looked at Lin Yi in shock. Lin Yi said with a smile, "Put it on. As long as you are obedient, I will not treat those who are loyal to me unfairly. As long as you perform well, there will be rewards you can't imagine." Upon hearing this, Song Xinyan immediately made a promise. "Okay, master, Xinyan will always be loyal to you." At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty +2. After hearing the message from the system, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. The two quickly put on their clothes, and Lin Yi carried Song Xinyan out again. The dining table in the living room was filled with delicious food. I saw Lin Yi and Song Xinyan finally come out. There was a hint of resentment in Zhong Wanqing's eyes. Although she had already prepared herself to share Lin Yi with other women, she still felt a little uncomfortable when things really happened. But she soon smiled, asked Song Xinyan to sit next to her, and showed the demeanor of a real wife. Although Lu Rumei had a smile on her face, she had already regarded Song Xinyan as her #1 opponent in her heart. "I was clearly here first, how come this slutty woman got there first? No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to take action later and capture Lin Yi." Chapter 34 Lu Rumei's Methods. Lin Yi took out a bottle of Romane Conti from the space and handed it to Zhong Wanqing, then said, "Everyone has worked hard today, let's have a good drink." After the four of them clinked their glasses, the three women all looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "Don't look at me, just eat it all." The three girls then picked up their chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. Zhong Wanqing was fine, she just worked hard today and was a little hungry. As for Lu Rumei and Song Xinyan, their mouths couldn't stop drooling from the moment they sat down at the table. It's too rich, too luxurious. They hadn't eaten such delicious food for many days. If someone else saw this, they would go crazy immediately. It turned out to be a wise decision to follow Lin Yi. Lin Yi picked up the chopsticks and tasted it, and found that the dishes tasted quite good. He asked, "Wanqing, did you make these?" "They taste good." Zhong Wanqing shook her head. "These were all done by Sister Lu. I just helped out." Lu Rumei said quickly. "Thanks to Sister Zhong for her help." "Master, I'm glad you like it. Eat more." As he spoke, he kept putting the dishes into Lin Yi's bowl. When the other two girls saw this, they immediately passed the dishes to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll pick it up myself, you guys eat more." He also praised Lu Rumei. "Rumei, I didn't realize your skills are pretty good. Keep it up." Lu Rumei said happily. "Okay, master, thank you for the compliment." When Lu Rumei heard Lin Yi's praise, she thought she had finally won back a point. Lin Yi looked at Lu Rumei and was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman could do this. How would he know? Before the end of the world, Lu Rumei was preparing to marry into a wealthy family in the future. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must capture his stomach. Lu Rumei took this very seriously and practiced a lot. The four of them quickly finished the food. While the three women were cleaning up, Lin Yi put all the existing furniture in the house, such as cabinets and beds, into the space. Then put away the new furniture that was found today. Lin Yi found that this house was still too small. There is only one master bedroom, one second bedroom and one study in the habitable area. The study and the second bedroom are about the same size. So Lin Yi placed 3 beds separately, just enough for the 3 women. At the same time, Lin Yi was also preparing to change places as soon as possible. The current location of this community is not suitable for future development. Lin Yi is still considering which specific location to choose as the future base. After the 3 women had packed up, they came to Lin Yi. Lin Yi said, "Wanqing, you will sleep in the master bedroom later. The second bedroom is about the same size as the study. I've replaced all the beds, quilts, and other furniture in all the rooms. Rumei and Xinyan, you two can choose anyone." In the end, Song Xinyan chose the study, and Lu Rumei lived in the second bedroom. The 4 of them chatted in the living room for a while, and since it was getting late, they prepared to go back to their room to rest. Lin Yi first carried Song Xinyan to bed, and then went into the master bedroom with Zhong Wanqing. Lu Rumei was stunned. What's going on? I haven't gotten on the bus yet. But looking at the closed door of the master bedroom, she could only return to the second bedroom in disappointment. Lin Yi just laid down and prepared to rest. Zhong Wanqing, who had been yawning outside just now, immediately became energetic. She changed into a sexy purple silk pajamas, which perfectly outlined her hot figure and was full of charm. It's like a ripe peach, exuding an alluring aroma. Zhong Wanqing lay beside Lin Yi. She supported her head with her right hand, picked up her soft long hair with her left hand, and rubbed it back and forth on Lin Yi's chest. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't respond, she immediately put her little mouth close to Lin Yi's ear and blew gently. Then she said softly, "Husband, are you no longer able to do it?" When Lin Yi heard this, he couldn't bear it. He turned over and held Zhong Wanqing in his arms. After a while, moving music came from the master bedroom. The sleepiness of the two women in the other room was instantly dispelled. When Song Xinyan heard the sound, she blushed and hid under the quilt. Lu Rumei next door cursed Zhong Wanqing in her heart, calling her a shameless woman for screaming so loudly. The sound lasted for more than an hour before it finally ended. It was midnight and Lin Yi got up to go to the bathroom. Just as he was about to walk out of the bathroom, he was suddenly pulled into the second bedroom by a hand. Lin Yi looked up and saw that it was Lu Rumei. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lu Rumei looking at him with resentment. "Rumei? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Rumei immediately put on a pitiful expression and said, "Master, do you hate Rumei so much?" Lin Yi touched her smooth face and said, "What's wrong? Why do you say that?" Lu Rumei asked, "Then why, Master even wants Song Xinyan, but doesn't come to me? Is it because I can't compare to her?" Lin Yi said, "How could that be? It's just too late today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Lu Rumei said coquettishly, "No, I want it now." As she spoke, she took off her outer pajamas. She was wearing black lace underwear and a pair of black stockings on her legs. Although her figure is not as exaggerated as Zhong Wanqing's, it is also well proportioned and quite attractive. Especially the pair of big rabbits on the chest are proudly standing tall. Lu Rumei walked forward and threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, blowing sweet breath towards him. "Master, please take me. Now that things have come to this, what else can Lin Yi do?" He picked up Lu Rumei and put her on the bed. At this moment, Lu Rumei felt a little nervous as the matter was about to happen. Looking at Lin Yi, who was bending down, she said softly, "Master, this is my first time, please be merciful." When Lin Yi heard this, he was shocked. How could this woman still be having this moment? When she was in college, she had countless fish in her fish pond. Looking at Lin Yi's expression, Lu Rumei quickly explained, "Master, although I made a lot of friends when I was in college, I am indeed a clean person. Now that I've met my master, I'll give my first time to him. I hope the master will treat me well in the future." Lu Rumei's words were half true and half false. When she was in college, she used her superb skills to play around the boys around her. She really didn't give away her virginity. But she was just waiting for the right price, planning to find a real rich husband after graduation and marry into a top wealthy family. If it weren't for the end of the world. Who is Lin Yi in her mind? Okay, I don't know him. Lin Yi could guess most of what she was thinking. But when I thought about it, it was Lu Rumei's first time after all, and it was a good deal for me. So he lowered his head to look at Lu Rumei and said seriously, "Rumei, as long as you are obedient and never betray me, I will not treat you unfairly. You will be rewarded beyond your wildest dreams. Besides, I know exactly how loyal you are to me." That was all Lin Yi said. As for how much Lu Rumei could listen to, it depended on her luck. Then, Lin Yi lowered his head. At first, Lu Rumei was a little uncomfortable and kept whining. Later on, she screamed so loudly as if she was deliberately demonstrating. Chapter 35, Treating Song Xinyan. Afterwards, a voice sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the goddess. Name, Lu Rumei. Age, 22. Body size, 92. Appearance, 94. Overall, 93. Loyalty, 62. Perhaps what Lin Yi said just now had some effect. Perhaps the woman was impressed by the first man who took her. Lin Yi originally thought that with Lu Rumei's personality, her loyalty would be at most 40 to 50 points. Unexpectedly, her loyalty was just passing. Lin Yi was affectionate with her for a while, then stood up. Lu Rumei immediately went forward and hugged him, speaking in a tender voice. Master, please sleep here tonight. Lin Yi kissed her forehead, touched her hair, and comforted her. Be good, Rumei. It's getting late. Today is your first time. Go to bed early. Lin Yi walked out while Lu Rumei was reluctant to leave. Looking at Lin Yi leaving, Lu Rumei felt a little complicated at this moment. Just now, she was really a little moved. After all, she gave her first time to Lin Yi. Moreover, Lin Yi is now tall, handsome, strong, and well-equipped. No matter from which aspect, it is the best choice in the end times. Although Lin Yi spoke harshly, she could feel it. As long as you are sincere to him and don't betray him, he will really love you. Zhong Wancheng is a ready-made example. As soon as he gave her his first time, he was able to harden his heart and go straight back to Zhong Wancheng. But deep down, she really couldn't accept the existence of other women around Lin Yi. Lin Yi returned to the master bedroom, and just as he lay down, Zhong Wancheng hugged him. Lin Yi asked, "Are you still asleep?" Zhong Wancheng gave Lin Yi a blaming look. That slut is screaming so loudly, how can I sleep? Lin Yi laughed and said, "Why, are you jealous?" Zhong Wancheng nodded and said, "Yeah, a little. But husband, I'm the only one in your heart. I don't care about anything else." Lin Yi said seriously, "Wancheng, you will always be the most special person in my heart." Lin Yi didn't get up until after 11 o'clock the next day. He came to the living room and found that the three women all had dark circles under their eyes. It seems that no one got a good rest last night. At this time, the three women had already prepared the meal, and it was another sumptuous lunch. Lin Yi simply washed up and sat at the dining table. After seeing Lin Yi start eating, the three women began to pick up their chopsticks. Zhong Wanqing said at this time, "Hubby, come and try these dishes. These dishes were made by Xinyan. Let's see how they taste." Lin Yi tasted it and found it tasted good. He looked at Song Xinyan in surprise. Unexpectedly, this girl, despite having difficulty walking, can actually cook delicious dishes. "Xinyan, well done." When Song Xinyan heard this, her face was filled with joy. "Master, as long as you like it, please eat more." Lu Rumei next to him immediately picked up other dishes for Lin Yi. "Master, this is what I made. Please try it too." After tasting it, Lin Yi said with a smile, "Yeah, Rumei did a good job too." Lu Rumei finally felt relieved after hearing Lin Yi's praise. After lunch, Lin Yi first handed one of the zombie crystal cores he collected yesterday to Zhong Wanqing. Just then, the system voice sounded. Ding! The host gave the goddess Zhong Wanqing a zombie crystal core level 1, triggering the system to return it. The system returns 10,000 zombie crystal cores level 1. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Then he took one and ate it himself. Through the system, this crystal core was strengthened into telekinesis ability. Lin Yi checked his information. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 35 normal people have a 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, telekinesis level 1110. Perception level 1010 inch. Strength, 25 superpower energy. Then, Lin Yi looked at Song Xinyan and said, "Xinyan, come with me." Song Xinyan immediately pushed the wheelchair and Lin Yi to the study. Inside the house, Lin Yi looked at Song Xinyan seriously. "Xinyan, if I could help you stand up again, would you be willing?" Song Xinyan looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Master, is what you said true?" She was shocked by Lin Yi's words. Before the end of the world, in order to treat her legs, she traveled to almost all the famous orthopedic hospitals across the country. But all the answers I got were that it was incurable. Her heart also gradually changed from expectation at the beginning to despair in the end. But now, Lin Yi actually said that he could cure her leg. How could she not be extremely excited? Lin Yi nodded, then took out the zombie crystal core. That's it. This is a zombie crystal core. It has a chance of forming in a zombie's brain. When taken by humans, it can strengthen the body. It should be able to heal your legs. And there's a chance of awakening superpowers the first time you take it. Song Xinyan immediately asked excitedly. "Master, is this the same superpower you used to kill Wan Pong yesterday?" Lin Yi said, yes, but the awakened abilities are random. Hearing that the zombie crystal core was so magical, Song Xinyan thought for a moment, then said with reluctance, "Master, this thing is so powerful, it must be very valuable, so you should take it." Lin Yi smiled and touched her head and said, "Don't worry, I still have a lot of this stuff here." I said, "As long as she is loyal to me, I will not treat her unfairly." After hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Xinyan tremblingly took the zombie crystal core from Lin Yi's hand. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty +5. Ding! The host gave the goddess Song Xinyan a zombie crystal core level 1, triggering the system to return it. The system returned 710 zombie crystal cores level 1. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Lin Yi continued. After taking it, your body will be strengthened, but the process will be painful, so you must persevere. Upon hearing this, Song Xinyan immediately nodded. Then she swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. Lin Yi made the decision to give Song Xinyan the crystal core after careful consideration. First of all, Song Xinyan is not like Lu Rumei. As soon as she was bound, her loyalty reached 80 points, and there was only a very low probability that she would betray him. And now it has reached 87 points. This shows that she is a grateful woman and is worth cultivating. Then, the disability of her legs will indeed cause inconvenience to her future movements. If I can successfully heal her legs, Song Xinyan's loyalty will probably reach over 90 points, and she will never betray me again. At this moment, Song Xinyan looked like she had just been pulled out of the water, her whole body soaked. Her eyes were closed, her face full of pain. But she clenched her teeth and made no sound of pain. Then black dirt appeared on the skin, emitting a fishy stench. After half an hour, the expression on Song Xinyan's face slowly relaxed. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi with surprise. Chapter 36 Song Xinyan's Awakening and Request. Lin Yi asked with a smile. "Xinyan, how do you feel?" Song Xinyan immediately said excitedly. "Master, my legs seem to have regained feeling. I can feel its presence." Lin Yi stepped forward, took the hand of Song Xinyan who was sitting in a wheelchair, and encouraged her. "Xinyan, come on, stand up and try." Song Xinyan nodded. She held the wheelchair with one hand, held Lin Yi's hand with the other, exerted force with her feet, and slowly stood up. Then, with Lin Yi's help, he got out of the wheelchair. Song Xinyan looked at the legs standing up in disbelief, and tears of excitement instantly burst out of her eyes. She looked at Lin Yi with gratitude. Then she threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, crying loudly and speaking incoherently. "Master, Master, thank you so much. You gave Xinyan a second life. Thank you, thank you." At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty +5. Lin Yi didn't care at all about the fishy smell emanating from Song Xinyan. He stroked Song Xinyan's back and comforted her. He could feel Song Xinyan's mood at the moment. Lin Yi checked Song Xinyan's information through the system. Goddess, Song Xinyan. Constitution, 16 normal people have a 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Ability, invisibility level 1010. Strength, 10 superpower energy. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Song Xinyan had also awakened her superpowers. And the awakened superpowers are very powerful. He has extraordinary skills in investigation, theft, assassination, etc. It's just that her physical condition after the initial enhancement was a bit low, probably because it was to repair her legs. When Song Xinyan gradually calmed down, Lin Yi said to her, "Xinyan, give it a try and see if there are any surprises." After hearing this, Song Xinyan nodded and tried it. She suddenly disappeared. Lin Yi could feel the presence in his arms, but he couldn't see it. After a few seconds, Song Xinyan's body appeared again. She looked at Lin Yi in shock. "Master, have I also awakened my superpowers?" Lin Yi nodded. "Yes, you have awakened the ability of invisibility." Song Xinyan was extremely happy. After she calmed down, she smelled the fishy odor on her body and Lin Yi who was soiled by her. Lin Yi looked at the embarrassed Song Xinyan and said indifferently, "It's okay, Xinyan, let's go wash up." Then the two of them left the study. Zhong Wanchang and Lu Rumei, who had been waiting outside, were stunned when they saw Song Xinyan coming out. Zhong Wanchang was lucky, she saw the black filth on Song Xinyan's body. "I just know that Song Xinyan also took the zombie crystal core and healed her legs, but I don't know if she has awakened any special powers." Lu Rumei next to her was no longer calm. Lin Yi and Song Xinyan were acting mysteriously just now and had been inside for more than half an hour. I thought the two of them were going to do that in broad daylight. At that time, I was still cursing Song Xinyan in my heart for being shameless. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't hear any movement inside. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened the door, I saw Song Xinyan walking out. What's going on? Are you seeing a ghost in broad daylight? She looked at Zhong Wanqing with a puzzled look on her face and asked. Sister Wanqing, what's going on with Song Xinyan? Why did she suddenly stand up? Zhong Wanqing glanced at Lu Rumei and said lightly. I can't tell you that. When your husband comes out, ask him. Hearing the coldness in Zhong Wanqing's words, Lu Rumei cursed her in her heart as a bitch. Then he said okay and didn't go forward to embarrass himself. In the bathroom, Song Xinyan first helped Lin Yi clean up, and then cleaned herself. While washing, she thought of her twin sister Song Xinya. When I was chatting with my sister last night, I learned that she was trapped in the school dormitory and the situation was very bad. The food she had was gone 2 days ago. Not only is the school filled with zombies, but the remaining survivors are in chaos. Thinking of her sister's cry for help last night, her heart was broken. Thinking of this, Song Xinyan knelt down on the ground and said to Lin Yi with a pleading look on her face. Master, could you please go and rescue my twin sisters? Although I know my request is excessive, my sister's condition is indeed extremely critical. As long as the master can rescue my sister, we two sisters are willing to serve him like slaves for the rest of our lives and repay him with our lives. Lin Yi looked at Song Xinyan kneeling on the ground and felt happy. This was a good opportunity to increase her loyalty. I wonder if her loyalty can reach 100 points if I rescue her sister. And since she is a twin sister, she should be quite pretty. He immediately helped Song Xinyan up and comforted her. Be good, get up. Where does your sister live now? Let's go now. Song Xinyan didn't expect Lin Yi to agree so readily, and immediately expressed gratitude. Thank you, master. My sister is at Jiangnan University. Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that Song Xinyan's sister and he were classmates. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty +3. Lin Yi and Song Xinyan quickly washed themselves and walked out. Lu Rumei, who had been waiting outside, immediately stepped forward to ask Lin Yi about Song Xinyan's leg. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi spoke directly to Zhong Wanqing. Wanqing, Xinyan and I are going to go rescue her sister first. We might be back late. There's plenty of food in the fridge, enough for both of you. I checked the information in the community group before, and the situation is not good. You and Rumei are at home, be safe. If anyone dares to threaten me, kill them immediately. If the situation is dire, call me immediately and I will come right back. Zhong Wanqing nodded immediately and said, okay, husband. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he took Song Xinyan to the basement garage. Lu Rumei stood there in a daze. Help Song Xinyan find her sister? Doesn't that mean another woman is coming? Lin Yi, you bastard, I'll see if I can tire you to death tonight. In fact, Lin Yi originally planned to go alone. But after thinking about it, it would be better to take Song Xinyan with me. Firstly, so that she can meet her sister, and secondly, so that she can see blood. Now that his legs have been healed and his superpowers have been awakened, of course he has to go out and kill people and zombies to practice. Lin Yi doesn't keep useless people. As for Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rumei who stayed behind, Lin Yi was not worried about their safety at all. As long as there are no hot weapons in the community, Zhong Wanqing will be able to crush them all. He and Song Xinyan quickly arrived at the garage. There was no one in the garage at this time. Lin Yi quickly took out the warrior armored vehicle he had been longing for from the space, and then filled it with gas. Song Xinyan was stunned watching from the side. How many supplies and secrets are hidden on Lin Yi's body? How come there are even armored vehicles? After refueling, Lin Yi quickly asked Song Xinyan to get in the car. Lin Yi sat in the driver's seat, rubbing his hands excitedly. It's like a child seeing the toy car he's been longing for. I saw him operating it skillfully. With a roar of the engine, the warrior armored vehicle started. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle rushed towards the exit of the community like a wild horse. In the armored vehicle, Lin Yi checked the map. The community is about dozens of kilometers away from Jiangnan University, which is not very far. At this time, he was driving an armored vehicle recklessly on the road. The armored vehicle's powerful power crushed all the zombies, blocking its way to the ground. However, what Lin Yi didn't expect was, shortly after he took Song Xinyan away, a fight broke out in the community. Chapter 37: The beginning of the neighborhood war. The cause of the incident can be traced back to yesterday. At that time, Lu Yuan from Building 7 saw the corpses of zombies scattered all over the garage. After repeated thinking, he decided to go to the supermarket outside the community to look for supplies. When they carefully arrived at the supermarket, they did not find the tough guy in Building 8 that they had imagined. At that time, they were secretly delighted. But when they carefully observed the situation inside the supermarket, they were immediately discouraged. There were about 20 or 30 zombies wandering around in the supermarket. If there were only a few zombies inside, they could still handle it. But now there are so many zombies in the supermarket that they don't dare to rush in directly. If this thing is caught by zombies, it will become one of them in a few minutes. Seeing that everyone was hesitant, Lu Yuan stood up at the critical moment and said, "The best way now is to send 2 people to lure away the zombies first, and the others can take the opportunity to loot supplies. Since everyone thinks highly of me and lets me take the lead, then I'll be the one to lead the zombies away. But let's make this clear first. No matter how much supplies we find, we'll take them all back and distribute them all. After my brother and I return from attracting zombies, we need to take an extra portion of the supplies. Do you have any objections?" Seeing this, the others said they had no objection. Lu Yuan continued, "Well, are there any brothers willing to join?" Everyone looked at each other, no one said anything. Everyone knows that although you can get more supplies, if you don't do it right, your life will be in danger. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Li Jie stood up. "Brother Yuan, I have a lot of people at home, let me do it." Lu Yuan patted Li Jie on the shoulder and said, "Okay, Li Jie. I'll go in first. You follow behind me and help me cover the rear. Don't let the zombies surround us," Li Jie said, patting his chest. "Okay, Brother Yuan, don't worry, leave the rest to me." After saying that, Lu Yuan rushed into the supermarket first, followed closely by Li Jie. As soon as the two of them made a sound, the zombies in the supermarket immediately surrounded them. Seeing this, the others behind hurried into the supermarket and started searching for supplies. The whole process was relatively safe. Just when the zombies were about to surround Lu Yuan and Li Jie. After looting the supplies, the few people quickly signaled the two of them to retreat. After the 2 men chopped down the 2 zombies blocking the road in front of them, they quickly evacuated. Everyone ran back to Lu Yuan's home in Building 7. After closing the door, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, those who were looting supplies quickly took out all the looted supplies. Everyone will make unified distribution according to the previous agreement. Looking at the supplies they received, everyone was excited and prepared to go home. At this moment, Lu Yuan said to everyone, "Now that the zombies in the underground garage have been cleared out, no one else knows about it yet, so please don't tell anyone about going there. When I came out just now, most of the zombies in the supermarket gathered at the entrance. We won't be able to go back in and search for supplies in the short term. Let's go after the zombies disperse in a few days. Everyone, keep a low profile these days. Don't tell anyone that we went to the supermarket to look for supplies. If other people knew about this, we wouldn't be able to keep the supplies in that supermarket. Right now, most of the other buildings in the complex are in chaos, especially Chenhuan Building 9, which is closest to us. He's not a pushover." When the others heard this, they immediately understood and promised not to tell anyone even if they were beaten to death. Lu Yuan's idea was quite thoughtful, but unfortunately he had some stupid teammates. Zhao Hang from the team returned home happily with supplies in his arms. As soon as he got home, he hid the food. He is a single man. If he is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. The food he got this time was enough for him to eat for several days. However, as the saying goes, when you are well fed and well clothed, you will think about sex. Looking at the hidden food, he thought of Lu Yanyan who lived next door. Lu Yanyan works in a nightclub and is quite pretty. Without makeup, I would probably score around 70 points, but after putting on makeup, I would probably score over 80 points. Lu Yanyan's family ran out of food a few days ago, so she asked for help in the community group. But everyone is not a fool. In the end times, whoever has extra food will share it with others. So, Lu Yanyan started adding single men in the community as friends. She privately sent private videos of herself to seduce these men and said she could exchange her body for food. Zhao Hang was one of the men who was seduced. When he saw the video sent by Lu Yanyan, he felt hot all over after watching it. However, there was very little food left in his hands at that time, so he could only stare blankly. Moreover, since they live next door, Lu Yanyan knows Zhao Hang inside and out. Before the end of the world, she looked down on Zhao Hang, who earned only 2,800 yuan, and she often ridiculed and mocked him when they met. Now it's better. I have plenty of food. Zhao Hang was thinking about teaching this slutty woman who looked down on him a lesson. So, he directly messaged Lu Yanyan privately, saying that he had food and could exchange it. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hang immediately opened the door and let Lu Yanyan in. Looking at the carefully dressed Lu Yanyan, Zhao Hang, who had not tasted a woman for a long time, immediately lit up his eyes. Then he was impatient to pull Lu Yanyan into the house to do his job. But Lu Yanyan was a person who would not give up until she saw the rabbit, and she insisted that Zhao Hang take out the food first. Zhao Hang was already horny at this time, and immediately showed the hidden food to Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan was surprised when she saw the food Zhao Hang had hidden. It's already this late, how come this guy still has so much food? Her eyes rolled and an idea came to her mind. Then, Lu Yanyan's attitude immediately became warm and she used the method she used to coax her boss when she worked in the nightclub. He called Zhao Hang brother Zhao all the time, and was very affectionate. Soon Zhao Hang was completely bewitched by her. Then, the two of them went straight into the bedroom and started doing it. During this period, Lu Yanyan used all her skills to serve Zhao Hang to the point of ecstasy. Zhao Hang looked at Lu Yanyan, who usually looked down on him. At this moment, she was kneeling under him and being played with by him. For a moment, his vanity was greatly satisfied and he began to forget himself. In Lu Yanyan's purposeful sweet words, his true colors were soon exposed. He inadvertently explained everything about the garage and supermarket. Soon, the two men finished their business and came out. It has to be said that Zhao Hang is truly a talented person. He felt that now that he had the supplies, he could easily take control of the bitch in front of him. He was ruthless and turned his back on me. The price of 2 bags of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water agreed upon before the service was cut in half. Lu Yanyan naturally disagreed, but she couldn't beat Zhao Hang. Seeing that the situation was stronger than him, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. I returned home with a bag of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. After returning home, Lu Yanyan thought about it all night and became more and more angry. Damn it, when has my aunt ever suffered such a loss? Since you, Zhao Hang, are unkind, then don't blame me, Lu Yanyan, for being unjust. So the next day, she prepared to sell the information of the garage and supermarket in exchange for supplies. Chapter 38, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Information Leaked. Lu Yanyan and Zhao Hang are truly a perfect match. Lu Yanyan is only slightly smarter than Zhao Hang, but not much. She contacted several posters in the community, intending to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and maximize the benefits of the intelligence in her hands. After yesterday, most of the buildings in the community have been integrated. Several of the buildings had ruthless people like Chen Hu in Building 9. They brought their followers and occupied the entire building, proclaimed themselves the owners, and acted tyrannically. This type of building has stronger combat effectiveness. More often than not, the remaining residents in the building huddled together for warmth and formed alliances to protect themselves. This type of building has relatively weak combat effectiveness because there is no unified command and it is a mess. Lu Yanyan first contacted Xiao Bo, the owner of Building 3, and said that she knew a place with a large amount of supplies. After receiving the news, Xiao Bo immediately became interested. Then, Lu Yanyan made a huge request, saying that if she wanted to get this information, she would exchange it for 10 boxes of instant noodles. After receiving the message, Xiao Bo directly responded to Lu Yanyan. Damn it, do you think I'm a fool? I asked for 10 boxes of instant noodles without saying anything. Seeing that Xiao Bo refused to give in, Lu Yanyan first released a message. She said that dozens of zombies in the underground garage had been cleared out. After hearing this, Xiao Bo immediately sent his men down to check. Not long after, the younger brother came back to report that there were indeed no zombies in the underground garage. Xiao Bo immediately contacted Lu Yanyan. In the end, the two sides bargained and reached a deal at the price of 1 box of instant noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water. Finally, Xiao Bo specifically instructed Lu Yanyan not to disclose this information to other buildings. But Lu Yanyan didn't care about that. While waiting for Xiao Bo to come, she contacted the owners of other buildings to bargain. Finally, the information was sold at the price of 3 boxes of instant noodles and other supplies. Lu Yanyan arranged the time very well, allowing the posters to come to the door one by one to trade. Little did she know that these OPs couldn't sit still when they heard the news of a large amount of supplies. Immediately take your younger brother and rush to Building 7. Soon, several groups met in the garage. Because the integration of each building has just been completed, the situation of other buildings is unknown. After the several posters met, there was no conflict. They greeted each other and then walked towards Building 7 with their own ulterior motives. But as they walked, they realized something was wrong. No matter what, we have to go to Building 7. At this time, Xiao Bo changed his mind and spoke directly. Hello, building bosses, are you coming to Building 7 to look for a woman named Lu Yanyan? When the owners of other buildings heard this, they understood what was going on. Yes, that's who I came to see. She said she knew a place where a lot of supplies were stored, and she even asked me for a box of instant noodles and 8 bottles of purified water. Why the hell are you asking me for 2 boxes of instant noodles? Fuck, what you asked me for was 3 boxes of instant noodles. I even specifically told you not to tell anyone. After hearing this, the posters were furious. Damn Lu Yanyan, you cheap bitch, how dare you play tricks on me? How dare you try to have 2 fish at once? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Then all the posters immediately reached a consensus and decided to go find that bitch Lu Yanyan and find out where the supplies were stored first. They brought their younger brothers to Lu Yanyan's house in a threatening manner and started knocking on the door. Lu Yanyan looked through the peephole on the door and was stunned to see so many people outside. She knew she had messed up, but was too scared to open the door. Lu Yanyan is also a talented person, but she doesn't even think about it. In the end times, she was a weak woman without any backing, yet she dared to negotiate with those ruthless people outside. What kind of people are those outside? They are afraid of a stinky bitch like you. These OPs didn't bring any supplies to trade. It would have been fine if Lu Yanyan had been sensible enough to tell them what was good for her, but if she refused their toast and had to drink a forfeit, she shouldn't blame them for being rude. When the building owners outside saw that Lu Yanyan was pretending to be dead and refused to open the door, they immediately arranged for their men to break down the door. After a while, the door was smashed open and the people outside rushed in immediately. Lu Yanyan was so scared that she was trembling. Before the posters could even speak, the information was leaked. At this time, Xiao Bo asked, "How did you know?" Lu Yanyan immediately sold out Zhao Hang, who lived next door. Several OPs looked at each other, then immediately went out to Zhao Hang's door and started knocking. Zhao Hang had just finished lunch and was bored to death. Thinking of Lu Yanyan's sexiness yesterday, I immediately felt the sensation. He picked up his phone and prepared to ask Lu Yanyan out. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door outside. He came to the door cursing. Fuck, who the hell is this, in the middle of the day? As soon as Zhao Hang opened the door a crack, the people outside rushed in. He was also knocked to the ground by the door. Before he could get up, a group of people outside surrounded him. Several of them pulled Zhao Hang up, and just as he was about to resist, fists rained down on him. Zhao Hang immediately begged for mercy and shouted, "Brother, spare me! Brother, spare me!" Xiao Bo stepped forward and shouted, "Are you Zhao Hang?" Zhao Hang nodded quickly. "Yes, brother, I am Zhao Hang. May I ask what you want to talk to me about?" Wang Chang, the owner of Building 12 nearby, said sternly. "What's going on? So many people are looking for you, don't you know? Tell me now, or I'll make you suffer." Zhao Hang was confused by the question and whispered, "Brother, I really don't know what you are asking. Please give me some clues." Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5, sneered. "Okay, I'll give you a hint. Garage, supermarket." Zhao Hang's face changed drastically when he heard this, but he immediately played dumb. "Brother, are you mistaken? I have no idea what you are talking about." Xiao Bo sneered. "Damn it, you're playing tricks on me, aren't you? Come on, make him think this over." When the younger brothers nearby heard this, they immediately rushed forward and started beating and kicking him. Soon, Zhao Hang explained everything clearly. Afterwards, the younger brothers found the food that Zhao Hang had hidden. When Xiao Bo saw this information, he knew it was true and immediately told the other posters. "Everyone, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do in Building 3, so I won't accompany you any longer." Having said that, he walked out of Zhao Hang's house with his men. As soon as he went out, he asked his subordinates to quickly notify the remaining subordinates in Building 3 to go to the underground garage. None of the other posters were stupid, so they quickly went out and rushed to the garage with their subordinates. Because there were so many people talking, the matter quickly spread to the community group. In a short while, everyone in the community knew about it. Almost everyone in the community ran to the underground garage, ready to go to the supermarket to search for supplies. Shortly after Lin Yi took Song Xinyan away, several Opis and their followers arrived at the underground garage first. Chapter 39, Chen Hu's enraged confrontation in the garage. Because Chen Hu in Building 9 was extremely cruel, Lu Yanyan did not dare to contact him. As a result, Chen Hu still doesn't know what happened in the supermarket outside. At this time, Chen Hu was on the bed violently ravaging the stunning female owner whom he had gotten yesterday. He has been holding back a lot of anger since last night, and he still hasn't vented it. Everything went very smoothly yesterday. Before dinner, he had basically taken over Building 9, leaving only the top 3 floors. At that time, he went to have dinner first, and by the way, he wanted to taste the woman under him. He asked Wang Peng to bring his 2 new brothers to continue to smash the door. Unexpectedly, an accident happened not long after he left. After dinner, he asked other younger brothers to take over from Wang Peng. Unexpectedly, not long after, news came that Wang Peng had been killed. Chen Hu was furious and immediately ran to 1601 with his other brothers. Seeing the bodies of Wang Peng and the other 2, Chen Hu was shocked and angry. Judging from their wounds, Wang Peng and the other 2 were killed by a single blow. The person who attacked was quick and ruthless, giving Wang Peng and the other 2 no chance to resist. Chen Hu immediately arranged for his men to break down the doors of the remaining households. Then bring everyone here. Seeing Chen Hu's angry face, the younger brothers were afraid that their boss would vent his anger on them, so they worked extra hard. They quickly brought the living people upstairs and across the street to Chen Hu. After some interrogation, Chen Hu found out. The owner of 1601 is Song Xinyan, a well-known female anchor on a certain audio platform, but she has disabled legs and has difficulty moving. Regarding how Wang Peng and the other 2 died, they all said that they did not do it, and they didn't know who did it. When Chen Hu heard that the owner of 1601 was Yin Yeni Xiao, he became even angrier. Chen Hu, who often watches TikTok, knows that this Yin Yeni Xiao is so beautiful. Before the end of the world, I gave her gifts, but I didn't expect that she would live in my building. He could roughly guess what was going on with this matter. When Song Xinyan saw herself sweeping the building, she was frightened and asked for help from other buildings. The group took advantage of the time when their main force went downstairs to eat to kill Wang Peng and the other 2, and then rescued Song Xinyan. Thinking of this, Chen Hu became furious. Song Xinyan, such a beautiful internet celebrity, was almost in his hands. Unexpectedly, he was intercepted halfway and 3 of his subordinates died. Chen Hu became more and more angry as he looked at Wang Peng's body lying on the ground, and kicked him directly. Damn, you useless bastard, you deserve to die, you took away the beauty that originally belonged to me. You died like this, it's such a lucky thing for you. Chen Hu swore secretly in his heart. If I knew who these people were, I would tear them into pieces. Then, Chen Hu gave orders directly to his younger brothers. Take back all the attractive women upstairs and kill all the others. He walked up to Fitness King brother, the owner of 1801 who had scolded him in the group before. Fitness King quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. But Chen Hu is very angry now and needs to vent urgently. So he vented his anger by torturing and killing the Fitness King. Thinking of the tragic loss of the beautiful anchor last night, Chen Hu completely ignored the screams of the woman under him and tried his best to vent his anger. At the critical moment, the younger brother outside suddenly knocked on the door. He was immediately frightened and his good brother immediately shrank back. Chen Hu was furious and picked up a knife to kill his younger brother. Seeing this, the younger brother quickly knelt down. Tell Chen Hu that the zombies in the underground garage that appeared in the group have been cleared out and that they can go to the supermarket outside to search for supplies. When Chen Hu heard this, he no longer cared about the woman in the room and the younger brother in front of him. He pulled up his pants and immediately called on the other brothers to run to the garage. When he arrived at the garage, he saw a lot of people gathered inside. Looking around, it is estimated that most of the remaining survivors in the community are here. In the middle of the garage, the owners of each building each occupied one side with their subordinates, forming a circle. Several OPs were discussing something in the middle. More people were scattered on the periphery, observing the situation and preparing to take advantage of the situation. Chen Hu didn't even look at these people, and walked towards the garage exit with his younger brothers. Seeing this, other forces immediately brought people to block Chen Hu's way. Chen Hu said angrily, "What's going on, brothers? What do you mean?" Xiao Bo, the owner of Building 3, sneered. "What do you mean? Don't you see so many people are here?" Wang Chang, the owner of Building 12, continued. Fuck, he walked into the supermarket without even saying hello, thinking he could just take all the supplies for himself. As the first poster in the community, Chen Hu had never been treated like this before, and he immediately retorted. "Damn, you're a bunch of cowards. If you're afraid of zombies in the supermarket, get out of the way. The people in Building 3 aren't afraid. Get out of my way right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Pang Jiaodong, the owner of Building 18, immediately cursed. "Fuck Chen Hu, stop playing the big shot here. Is this about zombies? Who here really cares about those few zombies in the supermarket?" Shui Zongchao, the owner of Building 15, echoed this. "That's right. Everyone's not doing anything here because they're still figuring out how to distribute the supplies in the supermarket. And you, on the other hand, just want to rush in right away. What? You want to take it all for yourself? In fact, who doesn't want to monopolize the supplies in the supermarket? Now the supplies in their respective buildings have basically been looted." Although a lot of supplies were looted, in order to keep a deterrent to other residents, each landlord had a lot of subordinates. These are all mouths to feed. How long can we expect the supplies we just looted from the building to last? Now it's fine, as long as I can monopolize the supplies in the supermarket outside. Not only will the pressure be greatly relieved, but it will also allow for large-scale recruitment of new members, thus providing the capital to unify the community. But, with so many people here, no one wants to be the first to come forward. So, several posters discussed together how to distribute the supplies in the supermarket. Chen Hu looked at the mob in front of him and sneered. "Have those people come to a conclusion? Let me hear it too." The other posters smiled awkwardly. They discussed for a long time but could not come to a conclusion. Everyone wanted to take more advantage and send fewer men. Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building Number 5, came out to smooth things over. "Boss Chen, we're all discussing this right now. It's a good opportunity for you to come along too, so you can offer some suggestions." Chen Hu didn't even bother to look at him, just smiled coldly. "Negotiation, what the hell is there to discuss? In the end times, strength speaks louder than words. Whoever grabs the supplies in the supermarket gets them. I, Chen Hu, am here today to make a statement. I'm going to take people to the supermarket right now. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll fight him to the death. If you have the guts, go together. As I said, how much we can rob will be revealed in our hands." The other posters saw that Chen Hu looked like he was ready to die. No one wants to be the first to conflict with him, as this would give others an advantage. Moreover, what Chen Hu said makes sense. They discussed for a long time without any result. Instead of wasting time here, they decided to go and grab it together. As for whether there will be trouble later, the answer is that there will definitely be trouble. Anyway, everyone will have a falling out sooner or later. At most, they will ask their subordinates to be more wary of people in other buildings. So everyone reached a consensus and walked towards the supermarket at the garage exit. Chapter 40 Chaos. Everyone soon arrived outside the supermarket. Along the way, they relied on their large numbers to kill all the scattered zombies that were attracted by the noise. If you pay close attention, you will find that today's zombies have become stronger, especially their speed has become faster. But everyone present was so focused on the supplies in the supermarket that no one noticed at all. Everyone looked towards the supermarket. I saw that most of the zombies in the supermarket were gathered at the door and had not yet dispersed. Although there are not many zombies in the supermarket compared to the people outside. But no one wanted to take the lead, which would give others an advantage. So everyone stood outside the supermarket, staring at each other. The scene was a bit awkward. Xiao Bo, the owner of Building 3, rolled his eyes and sneered at Chen Hu. "Boss Chen, you were so arrogant in the garage just now, why are you so quiet now? There are so many brothers here watching, how about asking Boss Chen to set an example for us?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chang, the owner of Building 12, immediately agreed. "That's right, Boss Chen, as the big brother of this place, we have to make sure every word we say is followed through. I watched the owners of other buildings constantly encouraging me to go first. Chen Hu sneered in his heart. Damn, you're a bunch of losers. You're asking me to go ahead and die, right? Just wait and see how I'll play with you. He said this in a pretentious manner. Okay, since you brothers are here, I, Chen Hu, always keep my word. Let me set an example for the brothers present today. After saying that, Chen Hu whispered a few words to his younger brother Zhou Tao next to him. After hearing this, Zhou Tao's eyes lit up and he immediately called a dozen of his younger brothers to walk towards the supermarket entrance. When the other posters saw that Chen Hu really sent his subordinates forward, they looked at Chen Hu with even more contempt. A guy like this can be called a big brother? He can't stand it after just a few words. I really overestimated him before. Then, they quickly notified the younger brothers around them. As soon as Chen Hu's younger brothers opened the door, they rushed forward and blocked them all into the supermarket. Let them fight the zombies in the front while you reap the benefits. Seeing that Chen Hu's brothers were almost at the supermarket entrance, the brothers of other posters immediately pressed forward. However, Chen Hu acted as if he didn't see it, watching coldly with a sneer on his face. At this time, Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of building number 5, saw Chen Hu's performance and immediately became suspicious. This Chen Hu, does he really not care about the lives of his men? Is there something fishy going on? In the end times, it's better to be cautious. So Zhou Jiaxuan secretly informed his younger brothers not to go forward but to follow slowly behind. Just when Chen Hu's brothers were about to reach the supermarket door, they suddenly split into 3 teams. The 2 teams immediately ran to a place not far from the sides of the supermarket entrance, then held their breath and stood still. There are only 2 people left in the middle. The 2 men quickly opened the door of the supermarket, then turned around and ran towards the large group behind them, making noises as they ran. Without the door blocking them, all the zombies in the supermarket ran out and rushed towards the crowd following the sound. The other posters were stunned when they saw this. Damn it, this Chen Hu is so fucking insidious. Just when they were about to settle the score with Chen Hu, they discovered that Chen Hu had already quietly come to the outside of the supermarket with the rest of his brothers. At this time, the zombies had already arrived in front of them, and the younger brothers in the front row facing the zombies immediately panicked. Everyone wanted to step back and let others take over first. At this time, if everyone unites as one and works together, these zombies in front of us can be taken down at a very small cost. But everyone thought that it would be better for me to die than for my fellow Taoists to die, so no one dared to go up and fight. Seeing that most of the zombies in the supermarket had run out, Chen Hu looked at the crowd behind him and sneered. Mad, you losers are worthy enough to fight me? Then, he called his younger brothers to rush into the supermarket to search for supplies. I was just keeping an eye on it, and Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5 who was at the back, saw that something was wrong. He immediately took his men and followed Chen Hu's example, going around to the supermarket entrance from the side, then ran in and joined the ranks of looting supplies. Seeing this, the host of the post at the back quickly called on his subordinates to follow suit and evacuate quickly. This was a tough time for the OP and their subordinates who had been standing in front, as they had to face the zombies rushing towards them. Shuet Songchao, the owner of Building 15, who was walking in the front, watched as his subordinates were knocked down one by zombies. His eyes were red and he became very angry. Damn it, if we're going to die, we're going to die together. If I don't have a good life, you guys won't have an easy life either. He directly called out to his younger brothers, telling them to ignore the zombies and rush into the supermarket. At this time, the other people who were still outside saw this and rushed into the supermarket. At this time, the supermarket was also in chaos. Not long ago, Chen Hu and his younger brothers were the first to enter the supermarket. They killed all the remaining zombies in the supermarket and began to loot supplies. In a short while, they had cleared out all the high-quality goods in the supermarket. Just as they were about to evacuate, Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5, rushed in with his men. The supermarket was in a mess, with leftovers from the looting by Chen Hu's men thrown everywhere. Chen Hu's younger brothers were all fat and chubby, with bags of various sizes hanging all over their bodies, filled with high-quality supplies. When Zhou Jiaxuan saw this, he immediately became jealous and furious. Damn it! If I hadn't been quick-witted and noticed something was wrong, and quickly told my men to retreat, we'd be in trouble now. Damn Chen Hu, you're here, looting all the supplies. There's no such thing as something so cheap in this world. He waved his hand and said to his younger brother. Everyone, come on, grab all the supplies for me. Chen Hu over there was also stunned. According to his expectations, no matter what the zombies that rushed out just now did, it would be enough to cause trouble for the others. Why did you rush in so quickly? That shouldn't be the case. Have all the zombies outside been killed? Before he could say anything, Zhou Joshuan's men rushed over to kill him. Chen Hu's brothers' movements were affected because they were all loaded with supplies. At the first encounter, several people were chopped to the ground. Upon seeing this, Chen Hu immediately became furious and shouted, "Fuck you, Zhou Joshuan! You dare to challenge your grandpa tiger? I'm going to kill you! Brothers, come on!" After saying that, Chen Hu personally drew his sword and chopped at Zhou Joshuan. The two groups fought in the supermarket. At this moment, a few more OPs came into the supermarket with their followers. They originally thought that they could take advantage of the chaos between Chen Hu and Zhou Joshuan to fish in troubled waters, loot some supplies and then retreat. However, once they enter the scene, they have no control over how things develop. In the melee, Chen Hu and Zhou Joshuan's brothers don't care which building you are from. Anyone who dares to steal supplies but is not from our building will be chopped to death. Soon, all the subordinates of these OPs were trapped in it. Just when the fight was in full swing, Xue Songqiao, the owner of Building 15, finally brought the last group of people outside into the supermarket. This guy was full of anger and attacked even more ruthlessly. He chopped down anyone he saw without thinking. Chapter 41, Heavy Losses and Everyone Goes Home. Just as everyone in the supermarket was fighting, the zombies outside the supermarket also rushed to the door. When the person at the door saw it, he immediately shouted out, "Zombies are coming, zombies are blocking the door." When the other people in the supermarket heard this, they immediately stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door in unison. At this moment, outside the supermarket, a group of zombies surrounded the door, and their number increased instead of decreased. It turned out to be the younger brother who was bitten to death outside just now, and turned into a new zombie after being infected. Fortunately, the door of the supermarket is not too wide, and only 2 people can pass through at the same time. So far, only a few zombies have entered the supermarket. Seeing this, Chen Hu immediately shouted, "Hurry up and block the door, don't let the zombies in." The other OPs also know the priorities. Now is not the time for internal fighting. If all the zombies come in, they will have nowhere to run. Everyone worked together to kill the zombies that came in and blocked the door again. Seeing that the door was blocked, everyone in the supermarket finally breathed a sigh of relief. But they immediately became worried because they were completely trapped. If you don't fight your way out, you'll die sooner or later if you stay here. Just as several OPs were frowning and pondering what to do, Zhou Joshuan, the owner of Building Number 5, directly called his younger brothers who were still able to move to his side, and walked to the corner farthest from the supermarket gate with the looted supplies. He said to his younger brother, "If you want to live, break the glass for me." It turns out that the wall on the street side of the supermarket, except for a few load-bearing columns, is made entirely of laminated tempered glass. When the younger brothers heard Zhou Joshuan's order, their eyes lit up. Since it was a matter of life and death, everyone worked very hard and immediately started smashing the glass wall. At this time, the other posters were delighted to see Zhou Joshuan's actions. They followed suit and found their own spots to start smashing the glass wall. At this time, the zombies outside heard the sound of glass breaking, and some of them were slowly attracted over by the sound. There is strength in numbers. In a short while, Zhou Joshuan's younger brothers knocked down the glass wall in front of them. Zhou Joshuan immediately rushed out with his brothers, leaving behind a group of brothers who had been chopped down in the melee. Seeing this, the younger brothers lying on the ground cried for help. Brother Xian, help me. Brother Xian, please give me a hand." Zhou Joshuan and his younger brother who rushed over turned a deaf ear to him. "Are you kidding? It's already late. If we don't leave now, we'll all die here. Besides, these people were seriously injured and there was no way they could be saved if they went back. It would be a pure waste of food. As long as you have supplies, why worry about not being able to recruit followers?" At this time, because everyone was smashing the glass wall, the zombies were attracted by the sounds and scattered. There were not many zombies in front of Zhou Joshuan. They killed several zombies that blocked their way and ran towards the underground garage of the community. Soon after, more and more glass walls were knocked down. Everyone who was still able to move in the supermarket ran out, and no one cared about the life or death of the little brother lying on the ground. I saw my former big brother, friends, and neighbors all running away. The rest fell into despair. The sound changed from a cry for help to a vicious curse before death. Those who escaped wished they had 2 more legs and ran desperately towards the underground garage, not even having time to pick up the supplies that fell while running. After finally reaching the underground garage, they didn't dare to stop for a moment and hurried upstairs to go back to their homes. At this time, the residents of other buildings who were hiding in the corner and preparing to check for leaks looked at the supplies scattered on the ground with their eyes shining and swallowing their saliva continuously. After seeing all the building owners running back to their respective buildings, a brave resident rushed out directly. He picked up the food on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. His movements were like the starting gun in a game. All the others who had been hiding came out, scrambling for the food scattered on the ground. Countless people started fighting to grab the little food on the ground. At this moment, several zombies that were following intermittently from behind also entered the underground garage. They looked at the crowd fighting for food and immediately pounced on them. Someone shouted, "Zombies! Zombies are coming!" The owners who were fighting with each other just now heard the noise and fled in all directions like a group of frightened birds. Except for a few unlucky guys at the outside who were bitten by zombies, everyone else ran back to their own buildings. Chen Hu and his younger brother ran home in one breath. As soon as he caught his breath, he began to count the number of his brothers who had returned. After counting, Chen Hu felt annoyed. Damn it! I took over 20 of my men with me on this trip, but only half of them are back, and almost all of them are injured. You damn Zhou Jiaxuan, damn it! When I get back on my feet, I'll be the first one to kill you. In fact, Chen Hu's situation is still good, and his subordinates basically have not had to face zombies. That is, they were caught off guard by Zhou Jiaxuan in the supermarket, and several people were lost in the subsequent melee. If we count the little brothers lying on the ground who are not dead, the loss is not that big. The one who suffered the most was Xue Songchao, the owner of Building 15. The number of his subordinates who returned was less than 1/3 of the number who left. But after seeing the gains of this trip, Chen Hu felt a little more balanced. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, mineral water, geogrids, bread. They are all high-quality foods that are both filling and easy to preserve. There were more than a dozen big bags, enough for him to eat for a long time. Chen Hu looked at his tired subordinates and said immediately, "Brothers, you've all worked hard today. Let's cook now so we can have a good meal later. Also, you can have fun with the women in the house tonight." The younger brothers, who were originally a little indignant, immediately became excited after hearing this. "Brother Tiger, long live! Brother Tiger, you are so mighty and domineering." After Chen Hu took out the food he would eat later, he arranged for his younger brothers to take all the remaining supplies to his room. Looking at the supplies on the ground, Chen Hu thought for a while. Several OPs who went to the supermarket today suffered heavy losses. Whether it is to defend against the invasion of other posters or to invade other buildings, a large number of followers will be needed. Now that I have sufficient supplies, I have to recruit new followers as soon as possible to prepare for the unification of the community later. Thinking of this, he immediately took a few photos of the supplies, and then sent a message in the community group to recruit younger brothers. Building 90902, Social, Brother Tiger at everyone, I'm Chen Hu, the owner of Building 9. I'm now recruiting brave men who are willing to fight and obey my orders. Anyone in the community can apply. As long as you are accepted, you will have enough food every day and women to play with as you please. The number of places is limited, first come, first served. If you are interested, please chat privately or come to Building 9 directly to find me. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Just as Chen Hu sent the message, the group exploded. Seeing the photos of food and women sent by Chen Hu in the group, many people in the community were tempted. Especially those single guys, they all become excited when they see these photos of naked women. Moreover, they didn't expect that Chen Hu could get so many supplies. For a while, many people chatted privately with Chen Hu. At this time, the other posters couldn't sit still when they saw Chen Hu's message about recruiting followers. Chapter 42, Arriving at Jiangnan University, Song Xinyan's first zombie experience. Various recruitment messages immediately appeared in the community's property management group. We are not all fools. Everyone knows your little thoughts, Chen Hu. Besides, you, Chen Hu, are not the only one who has supplies and women. Anyone who has been to the supermarket today has brought back a lot of supplies. For a moment, the property management complex in the community was bustling with activity. At this moment, Lin Yi also brought Song Xinyan to the outside of Jiangnan University. Looking at his former alma mater, Lin Yi's heart was filled with emotion. I didn't expect that things and people would change so much just after graduation. Due to the large population base of the school and the fact that the apocalypse broke out not on a weekend or holiday, there were many teachers and students on campus. As a result, zombies are wandering around the school at this time. There are many compartments in places like dormitories in the school, so there are many places to hide and there are still many survivors. However, in large and crowded places like cafeterias and classrooms, there are almost no survivors. Lin Yi drove the armored vehicle directly towards the girls' dormitory. At this time, the survivors who were passing by the building saw the armored vehicle and thought it was official rescue. They lay by the windows and balconies, desperately shouting for help. However, Lin Yi didn't even look at it. He drove the car to the back door of the girls' dormitory and stopped in a secluded place nearby. After Lin Yi got out of the car, he put the armored vehicle into the space. Song Xinyan next to her looked extremely anxious. On the way here, she lost contact with her sister Song Xinyao. Her sister, who had been replying to her messages, suddenly stopped replying. Lin Yi kicked open the back door of the first floor of the girls' dormitory, and then rushed in with Song Xinyan. After entering the door, Lin Yi took out the iron chain and locked the door again to prevent the zombies outside from coming in. Then he took out a fire axe and handed it to Song Xinyan. After Song Xinyan took the axe, she faced the zombies that were rushing towards her and chopped them down directly. It's impossible not to be afraid when facing the terrifying appearance of zombies for the first time. However, at this moment, Song Xinyan's mind was full of her sister's safety. An elder sister is like a mother. Her concern for her sister made her face the zombies without hesitation. Lin Yi was standing beside him, nodding with satisfaction. Although Song Xinyan has awakened and her body has been strengthened. But it is truly commendable that he can have such courage when facing zombies for the first time. Much stronger than the first time Zhang Wanqing killed a zombie. However, it was Song Xinyan's first time killing a zombie, so her technique was still very unfamiliar. She followed Lin Yi's instructions in the car and chopped the zombie's neck with an axe. However, due to the poor angle of force, the zombie's neck could not be cut off at once, causing the axe to get stuck. She was just about to retract the axe when the zombie next to her pounced on her. Looking at the zombies rushing towards her with their bloody mouths wide open, Song Xinyan was so scared that her face turned pale. She felt that this was the end of her life today. At this critical moment, a cold light flashed. A machete suddenly appeared on the zombie's head, and then it fell down. Lin Yi stepped forward and killed all the zombies that rushed towards him from the corridor on the first floor. Only then did Song Xinyan's face regain some color. She looked at Lin Yi nervously and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Master, wasn't Xinyan too useless just now?" Lin Yi held her in his arms and comforted her. "You performed very well just now, but your movements are a little rusty. It's okay, I just need to practice more in the future. Also, when facing the enemy, your mindset is very important. Don't panic when things get tough, because panicking will lead to mistakes." Then Lin Yi briefly talked about a few techniques for dealing with zombies, and Song Xinyan listened very carefully. Then, Lin Yi came to the stairs and rushed directly to the fourth floor where Song Xinyan was. Song Xinyan behind took a deep breath and followed closely. With the help of Lin Yi, Song Xinyan killed the few scattered zombies in the stairs. This time, Song Xinyan's performance was much better than before. Lin Yi was very satisfied. This little girl learned very quickly. Soon, the two arrived at the fourth floor. As soon as he reached the fourth floor, Lin Yi felt something strange. There wasn't a single living zombie in the aisle. There were several zombie corpses lying on the ground. Lin Yi frowned, and he and Song Xinyan came to the door of dormitory 406 where Song Xinyan was. Song Xinyan knocked on the door, and a woman's voice came from inside. Here it comes, why is it here again?" Then the door opened, and an extremely fat girl appeared in front of Lin Yi. The girl was also stunned when she saw Song Xinyan at the door and blurted out, "Song Xinyan, weren't you just taken away? How come you're back so soon?" Then she came to her senses and realized she had recognized the wrong person. Although the woman in front of him looked very similar to Song Xinyan, her clothes were completely different and her physical condition was very good. Although Song Xinyan's face showed anxiety, her skin was very smooth and moisturized, her hair was clean, and her clothes were neat. It doesn't look like the look on someone who has been hungry for several days. Then, when she saw Lin Yi next to her, her eyes lit up. "What a handsome little brother, tall and strong, but the look in his eyes when he looked at me was a little cold." Seeing that it was a stranger, she quickly covered her mouth and prepared to close the door. Seeing this, Lin Yi stepped forward and blocked the door. Song Xinyan asked hurriedly. "Hello, classmate, we are here to look for Song Xinyao. Is she here?" "I'm her sister." When the fat woman heard that the person coming was Song Xinyao's sister, her eyes suddenly turned. Then she opened the door and said with a smile, "So she's Xinyao's sister. I was wondering why she's so beautiful. Sister, please come in and sit down." After Lin Yi and Song Xinyan entered, the fat girl immediately locked the door. Lin Yi glanced at the fat girl and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's getting more and more interesting." After Song Xinyan entered the room, she found that her sister Song Xinyao was not in the dormitory. She asked the fat girl anxiously, "Classmate, my name is Song Xinyan. Do you know where my sister is?" The fat girl said with a smile, "My name is Fong Huihui, Sister Song, don't worry. Xinyao was just called away by a classmate upstairs for something. She'll be down soon." Then she changed the subject and asked, "Sister, there are zombies everywhere outside. It's so dangerous. How did you get here?" At this time, the anxious Song Xinyan was just about to say that it was Lin Yi who came in an armored vehicle. But she immediately came to her senses and prepared to say a few perfunctory words. However, before she could say anything, Lin Yi spoke directly. "I brought her here in an armored car." Song Xinyan looked at Lin Yi in surprise. She didn't know why Lin Yi said it directly, but she still remained silent. Fong Huihui's eyes lit up when she heard this and she said excitedly, "Is that the armored vehicle someone just photographed in the school group chat? Brother, you're amazing." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Yi with admiration. Lin Yi smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He has been observing Fong Huihui. Although this fat woman seemed to be talking to them, her hands were kept hidden in her clothes and no one knew what she was doing. More importantly, from the moment they met. Under Lin Yi's detection of his supernatural powers, he could detect that this woman was emitting a red hostility. Chapter 43 Song Xinyao's News Jiangnanchu Family. Just when Fong Huihui was trying to find out the details of Lin Yi and the other person, there was a knock on the door. Fong Huihui ran to the door and opened it at a speed that was completely inconsistent with her weight. When the door opened, 5 or 6 men appeared. The leading man walked in with an arrogant look on his face. When he saw Song Xinyan's appearance, his eyes immediately lit up and his face was full of greed. Fong Huihui, who was standing next to him, looked at the leading man with a flattering look on her face and stepped forward to take credit. "Well, Master Chu, I didn't lie to you, did I? This woman is Song Xinyao's sister. They are twins. It took a lot of effort to hold them back and keep them here. Look at the supplies we just discussed." At this moment, Mr. Chu had been staring at Song Xinyan since he entered the room. Hearing Fong Huihui's words, Mr. Chu glanced at her, then showed a look of disgust on his face, but still said, "Don't worry, I, Chu Jiahao, always keep my word. The conditions I promised you before cannot be left out of you at all." After saying that, Chu Jiahao gestured to his younger brother behind him. The younger brother immediately threw a bag in his hand to Fong Huihui. Fong Huihui took the bag and opened it immediately, and found food and water inside. There was a lot of supplies in the bag, more than what she had agreed with Chu Jiahao before. Fong Huihui was overjoyed and showered Chu Jiahao with flattery. "Thank you, Master Chu. Master Chu is so generous." Fong Huihui looked at the food in her hand again, and then said to Chu Jiahao, "Mr. Chu, I wonder if you are interested in our department's counselor, Nan Jiwei?" When Chu Jiahao heard this, he looked at Fong Huihui. Nan Jiwei is a famous beautiful counselor at Jiangnan University. She is still unmarried and has countless suitors. But unfortunately, no one has succeeded in getting it so far. As for the reason, first of all, Nan Jiwei's family is well off. Her parents are both officials in Jiangnan City and their ranks are not low. Secondly, this woman has very high standards and ordinary people simply look down on her. Chu Jiahao has been coveting Nan Jiwei for a long time. He had pursued Nan Jiwei many times before, but Nan Jiwei didn't even look at him. Although his family's strength and status are higher than Nan Jiwei's family, they can use some shameful means. But if he created an enemy for his family and the government for such a small matter, his father would probably break his legs. So, after trying a few times, Chu Jiahao gave up decisively and turned to target other school beauties. Chu Jiahao asked immediately, "Why, do you know where she is now?" Fong Huihui said, patting her chest. Mr. Chu, Counselor Nan contacted me before, and she seems to be in our girls' dormitory. I'll contact her later and find out where she's hiding. I'll contact you once I get her address. Chu Jiahao was very satisfied with Feng Huihui's performance. He decided to give this guide who betrayed his classmates and teachers a sweet treat. Yeah, very good. As long as you can find out where Nan Jiwei is hiding, I will reward you handsomely. Also, you did a great job today. You can come upstairs later to get some more supplies. Feng Huihui was overjoyed after hearing this and kept expressing her gratitude to Chu Jiahao. At this time, Chu Jiahao looked at Song Xinyan again. Picture. So similar. They are indeed twin sisters, they look like they were carved from the same mold. Thinking of this, Chu Jiahao felt a surge of heat in his heart. Before the end of the world, he had won 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school, leaving only the bitch Song Xinyo who refused to give in. I was just about to use some forceful means, but I didn't expect the end of the world to come. But, the end of the world has come at a good time. I had already received the news through my family. At this time, the official situation was already paralyzed. Although a lot of forces still survived in the capital and several major cities, their control over the local areas was already shaky. Therefore, many surviving local tyrants like the Chu family, after confirming the news, immediately had thoughts that they should not have had before. Moreover, he had already found out that Nan Jiwei's parents had just died in a zombie outbreak 2 days ago. Without the support of her parents, Nan Jiwei is now at the mercy of others. Not to mention Song Xinyao, a bitch who had no background before. What Chu Jiahao didn't expect was, he had just brought Song Xinyao upstairs and was about to enjoy her when he received a message from Feng Huihui. At first, he didn't believe it. Song Xinyao's twin sister actually came to her door on her own initiative. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be true. When Chu Jiahao thought about enjoying this pair of sisters soon, the fire of desire in his eyes burst out. He raised his hand to the younger brother behind him and smiled lewdly. Bring this woman upstairs too. I'm going to have a One Dragon Plays 2 puppet show later. After saying that, the younger brother behind him prepared to step forward and capture Song Xinyan. Looking at Chu Jiahao, who didn't take him seriously at all, Lin Yi's smile grew wider and wider. He stepped forward and pulled Song Xinyan behind him. At this time, Chu Jiahao and his younger brothers noticed Lin Yi, who had been next to Song Xinyan. From the beginning to the end, Chu Jiahao and his younger brothers never took Lin Yi seriously. Although Lin Yi looks tall and strong. However, in Chu Jiahao's eyes, Lin Yi was nothing. To survive in this world, what matters is your background and your strength. Before the end of the world, in Jiangnan City, who would dare not give the Chu family some face? After the end of the world, with the official power severely weakened, the Chu family was able to do whatever they wanted and act lawless. The leading younger brother threatened. Boy, our Master Chu has taken a fancy to your girlfriend. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way right now, or you'll be covered in blood. Boy, do you know who our Master Chu is? I'll tell you and scare you to death. Through the conversation between Chu Jiahao and Feng Huihui just now, Lin Yi already knew who the visitor was. He smiled as he recalled some things about the Chu family in his previous life. The Jiangnan Chu family. Before the end of the world, everyone in Jiangnan City knew about it. The younger brother said with an expression of pride. It's good for you to know, my dear. Our Master Chu has taken a fancy to your girlfriend, which means he thinks highly of you. At this time, Chu Jiahao also said with arrogance on his face. Boy, I'm a kind person. Since you sent your girlfriend to my door, I'll give you some supplies later. Don't thank me, I will take good care of your girlfriend from now on. While speaking, Chu Jiahao deliberately emphasized the word take care of. The younger brothers next to him looked accustomed to it after hearing this. It seemed that this guy did this kind of thing a lot. Looking at Chu Jiahao, who looked like he had it all figured out, Lin Yi deliberately joked. I know about the Jiangnan Chu family, but I've never heard of anyone like Chu Jiahao. I wonder if your name is written in the Chu family's genealogy. Chu Jiahao was stunned when he heard this, but his face immediately turned gloomy. How did this guy know about that? Unless you are a top figure in Jiangnan City, it is impossible for ordinary people to know about that matter. He looked at Lin Yi carefully and found that he had no impression of Lin Yi at all. But out of caution, he probed. What's this friend's name? How did you get here? Chapter 44. I bet your hands can't shoot a gun. Before Lin Yi could speak, Feng Huihui next to him spoke directly. Mr. Chu, I know. They came in an armored vehicle, the same one that appeared in the group just now. When Chu Jiahao heard this, his expression changed. This man actually came in an armored vehicle. Could he be from the military? It shouldn't be. The news I received before. When the zombie outbreak occurred, the garrison troops in Jiangnan City suffered heavy losses, and there were hardly any people left. Besides, this guy wasn't wearing a military uniform and didn't look like a soldier. Could it be that the armored vehicle was secretly obtained by someone near the military camp? Without waiting for Chu Jiahao to continue testing, Lin Yi laid his cards on the table and said with a smile, "I am Lin Yi. Before the end of the world, to the so-called young Master Chu, I was just a nobody." While speaking, Lin Yi also deliberately put heavy emphasis on the words, the so-called young Master Chu. Chu Jiahao was furious when he heard this. That thing was the Achilles heel in his heart. Whoever touched it would die. This Lin Yi actually dared to bring up this matter again and again in front of him. He was simply courting death. And even if this person is from the military, so what? The end of the world is coming, strength is king. Chu Jiahao gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You're looking for death. No matter where you heard that, don't even think about leaving this door today. Even God can't stop you. I'm telling you." The younger brother next to him saw Chu Jiahao getting angry and immediately pounced on Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could make a move, Song Xinyan next to him took out a fire axe and chopped directly at the younger brother in front. She heard it clearly just now. It was this bastard who kidnapped her sister. "Anyone who dares to hurt my sister will never be let off." The younger brother was startled by Song Xinyan's reaction, but he calmed down immediately. Even if a little girl holds an axe, how much strength can she have? If it weren't for Mr. Chu's intention not to hurt her, I would have several ways to kill this little girl. He took out a machete and prepared to block the axe that Song Xinyan was going to chop him with. Unexpectedly, when the axe touched the machete, the little brother immediately said to himself that something was wrong. The axe split the machete in half and then hit the little brother's shoulder. The younger brother screamed and blood immediately gushed out of his shoulder. Song Xinyan pulled back the axe and then chopped it off the little brother's head. Seeing this, the other brothers nearby rushed forward to help. At this time, Lin Yi moved. 2 machetes immediately appeared in his hands. I saw several cold rays flash by. With a physique 3.5 times stronger than an average person and proficiency in cold weapons, Lin Yi shuttled back and forth between these younger brothers. When he returned to his original position, he made a knife flower. At this time, blood marks appeared on the necks of all the other brothers. Blood gushed out of their necks like burst water pipes. And Song Xinyan's axe also fell on the head of that little brother. This included Song Xinyan's angry blow, which directly split the little brother's head open and his brains were scattered everywhere. Only a dozen seconds passed. All the younger brothers brought by Chu Jiahao fell to the ground and were twitching constantly. Chu Jiahao and Feng Huihui at the back were stunned by this scene. Lin Yi walked slowly towards the two of them, holding a machete. Seeing Lin Yi approaching, Feng Huihui immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Brother Lin, I was wrong. I was forced. It's all Mr. Chu. No, it was that bastard Chu Jiahao who forced me to do it. I know where Xingyao is. I'll take you to find her right now." She was scared. She didn't expect Lin Yi to be so fierce. The few younger brothers brought by Chu Jiahao fell to the ground as soon as they met. Before Lin Yi could say anything, Chu Jiahao came to his senses and started cursing. "Fuck you, bitch. Didn't you take the initiative to contact me and sell Song Xingyao out? Why, now that my brothers are all ruined, you want to turn against me? Don't think that this is all I'm capable of. Just wait for me, I'll show you what I can do." Then, he suddenly pulled out a pistol from behind and pointed it at Lin Yi. When Feng Huihui saw this, her face changed drastically, and then she crawled to Chu Jiahao with a smile on her face. "Mr. Chu, I was just joking with you. How can this pretty boy compare to you? I can tell at a glance that it's easy for you, Master Chu, to deal with this pretty boy. I'll contact Counselor Nan Jiwei right now and find out where she is." Chu Jiahao kicked Feng Huihui away and cursed. "Go to hell, get out of here. After I finish dealing with this bastard, if you can't get Nan Jiwei's address, I'll kill you right away." When Feng Huihui heard Chu Jiahao's threat, she quickly hid aside, took out her cell phone, and started contacting Nan Jiwei. Chu Jiahao regained his previous arrogant look and looked at Lin Yi viciously. "Fuck, you're pretty good at fighting, right? Let's see which is faster, your knife or my gun." Fuck you, you're so shameless. It's your blessing that I like your girlfriend. How dare you destroy so many of my brothers? Now tell your girlfriend to take off her clothes. I'm going to fuck her in front of you. Song Xinyan's expression froze after hearing this. She didn't expect that Chu Jiahao actually had a gun. As long as you are a normal person, there is no one who is not afraid of this thing. Out of fear of guns, Song Xinyan was confused for a moment. She gritted her teeth and spoke out. Okay, I'll take it off, but please don't hurt my master. Looking at Song Xinyan, who was about to take off her clothes, Chu Jiahao immediately burst into laughter and said arrogantly, Lin Yi, weren't you very arrogant just now? Turns out you're also a cuckold who betrayed his girlfriend. Open your dog eyes wide and watch how I play with your girlfriend. Lin Yi looked at Song Xinyan's operation, feeling a little angry and a little moved. He pulled Song Xinyan behind him and started cursing. When will it be your turn to make a decision for your master? Are you a pig brain? What's the point of your newly awakened superpower? It's just a broken gun. Are you so unconfident in your master's strength? Then, Lin Yi looked at Chu Jiahao and spoke loudly. My women, no one can boss them around or tell them what to do except me. Song Xinyan, who was being pulled behind, looked at Lin Yi's tall back and was so moved that tears were about to fall. Although she was scolded by Lin Yi, she was deeply touched. This is the responsibility a man should have. I really did not follow the wrong person. After calming down, Song Xinyan cursed herself in her heart. Master is right, I really have a pig brain. I have awakened the ability to become invisible. Just now, if I activated this ability, I could have easily dealt with Chu Jiahao. Seeing that his good thing was interrupted by Lin Yi, Chu Jiahao was furious. Damn it, Lin Yi, if you want to die, I'll make your wish come true. As he said that, Chu Jiahao was about to pull the trigger of the pistol. Lin Yi looked at Chu Jiahao without any panic, and just said lightly, I bet your hands can't fire a gun. Chapter 45 Chu Family Secrets. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiahao looked at Lin Yi as if he was a fool. Fuck you, you idiot, you've watched too much TV. I'm going to shoot you right now. After saying that, Chu Jiahao pressed down the index finger of his right hand that was holding the gun. However, he immediately noticed something was wrong. He just felt that the trigger of the gun in his hand was as if it was welded and he couldn't press it no matter how hard he tried. Then, Chu Jiahao began to hold the gun handle with both hands and pressed the trigger hard, but it was still no use. He looked at Lin Yi in horror and said in fear, You did it? Lin Yi said with a smile. I said, I bet your hands can't fire a gun. Then, Lin Yi clenched his right hand. Chu Jiahao immediately experienced the treatment that Wang Ping had received before. He only felt his neck tighten, as if an invisible force was strangling his neck tightly. As Lin Yi gradually becomes more proficient in his telekinetic abilities. This time, Lin Yi directly lifted Chu Jiahao into the air. Chu Jiahao struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Fang Huihui, who was standing next to him, was so frightened when she saw this strange scene. The phone in his hand fell down with a crisp sound. Lin Yi glanced at her and said to Song Xinyan behind him, Xinyan, I leave her to you. Song Xinyan heard it and said immediately, Yes, master. Then, she picked up the axe and walked towards Fang Huihui with a murderous look on her face. Seeing this, Fang Huihui knelt down and begged for mercy again. Sister Song, I was wrong, please let me go. It was the Chu family who forced me to do it. Song Xinyan looked at Fang Huihui with hatred and shouted, Bitch, tell me, where is my sister? Fang Huihui rolled her eyes and bargained. Sister Song, as long as you let me go, I will take you to find Xinyao. Song Xinyan had a sneer on her face. This bitch was responsible from beginning to end. Not only did he betray his sister before, but he was about to sell himself as well. Now he actually dares to negotiate with me. Song Xinyan chopped down with the axe, cutting off all 5 fingers of Fang Huihui's right hand. Fang Huihui's screams were heart-wrenching. After a while, the whole cause and effect of the matter was explained clearly. Chu Jiahao, who was being held in the air, felt his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. The strong feeling of suffocation gradually stopped his struggle, and the gun in his hand fell. Lin Yi pointed with his left hand, and the pistol immediately floated to his side. Seeing that Chu Jiahao was about to die, Lin Yi loosened his clenched right hand and took the pistol in his hand. Chu Jiahao fell to the ground, knelt on the ground, and gasped heavily. Lin Yi walked towards Chu Jiahao while playing with the pistol. people always feel fear of unknown things instinctively. At this time, Chu Jiahao looked at Lin Yi, who was slowly approaching with a look of horror on his face. Lin Yi's actions just now were completely beyond his imagination. He shouted as he retreated. "Don't go on, don't kill me. I don't want this woman anymore, and I didn't touch her sister either. There are still many beauties and supplies up there, all of them are for you." Seeing that Lin Yi was unmoved, he walked straight up to him. Chu Jiahao, who had no way to retreat, half begged and half threatened. "As long as you let me go, I can agree to anything you want. By the way, my family will arrange a helicopter to pick me up in 2 days. As long as you let me go, I can take you away with me. I am from the Chu family. If you kill me, the Chu family will not let you go." Lin Yi looked at Chu Jiahao and asked with a smile. "Oh, you still dare to threaten me? If I kill you, I don't know if the other people in the Chu family will let me go. But your so-called brothers and sisters will probably be very grateful to me. Don't you think so, Master Chu?" Chu Jiahao looked at Lin Yi as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Yi said with a smile, "Don't look at me like that. I know a little about the internal affairs of your Chu family. Come, let me ask you something else." Without waiting for Lin Yi to do anything, in a short while, Chu Jiahao told Lin Yi everything he wanted to know. Speaking of Chu Jiahao's life experience, it is extremely bloody. The current head of the Chu family is Chu Longyun, who is over 70 years old. Chu Jiahao's father, Chu Shaotian, is the eldest son of the Chu family. Although Chu Jiahao also has the surname Chu, he is a bastard who is not recognized by the Chu family. When Chu Shaotian was young, he lived a life of debauchery and was surrounded by beautiful women. But by accident, I met my true love. This woman is Chu Jiahao's mother. At that time, the Chu family was not as prominent as it is now. Chu Longyun even arranged a marriage for Chu Shaotian early on. The other party's family power is even greater than that of the Chu family, so Chu Longyun wants to use this marriage to further enhance the power of the Chu family. But at that time, Chu Shaotian loved Chu Jiahao's mother so much that he insisted on marrying her. Due to the huge difference in status between the two parties, it was naturally strongly opposed by other members of the family. Chu Longyun even threatened that if Chu Shaotian dared to take that wild woman home, he would kick Chu Shaotian out of the house. The arm cannot twist the thigh. Faced with pressure from the family, Chu Shaotian finally chose to compromise. But unexpectedly, it happened a few years later. Chu Jiahao's mother fell seriously ill. Before she died, she found Chu Shaotian and entrusted Chu Jiahao, who was only a few years old at the time, to him. Faced with the dying entrustment of his beloved, Chu Shaotian took on tremendous pressure and resolutely took Chu Jiahao into his home. Because he felt indebted to his beloved, Chu Shaotian has spoiled Chu Jiahao since he was a child. Give Chu Jiahao whatever he wants. This caused great dissatisfaction among Chu Shaotian's original wife and his other children. Since childhood, he has been extremely hostile to Chu Jiahao, the bastard. Chu Shaotian had no choice but to consider Chu Jiahao's personal safety. He bought a large villa outside, placed Chu Jiahao in it, and arranged servants to take care of him. Because he had no one to discipline him since he was a child, and because Chu Shaotian doted on him extremely. This made Chu Jiahao develop an extremely arrogant personality since he was a child. As time went by, Chu Jiahao grew up gradually. He also slowly learned about his mother and his own life experience. It made him understand why other people in the Chu family called him a bastard in private. But this made the arrogant Chu Jiahao unacceptable from the bottom of his heart. I am the eldest son of the Chu family and will inherit the huge family business of the Chu family in the future. How could I be a bastard from outside? He kept hypnotizing himself in his mind. This must be a rumor deliberately spread by his other brothers in order to compete with him for the position of future head of the Chu family. To this end, Chu Jiahao specially purchased a lot of guns and ammunition from the black market, and secretly trained a lot of younger brothers. Prepare for the future fight for the position of head of the family. This incident became a sore spot in his heart. If anyone outsider dares to bring it up, he will kill that person. However, it was useless for Chu Jiahao to deny it in his heart. The current head of the family, Chu Longyun, had tacitly agreed to Chu Shaotian taking Chu Jiahao back home. However, Chu Jiahao's name has never been written in the family tree. It's obvious that he doesn't want to acknowledge this illegitimate grandson. The fact that Chu Jiahao has been trapped in the university and has not been rescued since the end of the world is a clear proof. Chapter 46, Killing Chu Jiahao and Song Xinyao's Experience. When the bloody rain of the end of the world just came, Chu Xiaotian wanted to send a helicopter to rescue Chu Jiahao. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiaotian's original wife Zheng Peiyun immediately quit after finding out. Bringing back this bastard Chu Jiahao at this time is just to fight for the family property. She started arguing with Chu Xiaotian directly. Seeing Chu Xiaotian's firm attitude, Zheng Peiyun filed a complaint to her father-in-law Chu Longyun. Chu Longyun has learned from various channels that the end of the world has come. For the future development of the Chu family, the support of the in-laws is even more needed at this time. How can we offend the Zhang family because of a bastard? Chu Longyun scolded Chu Xiaotian and decisively refused to send a helicopter to pick up Chu Jiahao. I thought that was the end of it. Chu Jiahao can only fend for himself in Jiangnan University. Unexpectedly, things suddenly took a turn for the better. 3 days ago, a zombie outbreak suddenly occurred, and Chu Longyun was unfortunately infected and turned into a zombie directly. Many people in the upper echelons of the Chu family were also directly infected and turned into zombies. The Chu family was in chaos for a while. At the critical moment, Chu Xiaotian took decisive action. He succeeded as the head of the family as the eldest son and forcibly suppressed the voices of dissatisfaction within the family. After several days of operations, the Chu family was finally stabilized. So he immediately contacted Chu Jiahao and said that he would send a helicopter to take him back to the Chu family in 2 days. Through continued interrogation of Chu Jiahao, Lin Yi learned that the current Chu family is the same as in his previous life. The senior survivors of the family have all been moved from the city center to the Yipingxianju community in the suburbs. The Yipingxianju community is one of the top communities in Jiangnan City, and the Chu family is the developer of the community. After Chu Xiaotian entered the Yipingxianju community, he immediately arranged for his men to prepare to clear out all the zombies in the community. Since the family had secretly stockpiled a lot of guns before, they were able to clear out the zombies very quickly. It was estimated that it would take only a few days to take over the Yipingxianju community. In addition, Chu Xiaotian also transported all the materials and personnel that could be mobilized to Yipingxianju. Prepare for the next expansion. After listening to this, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, none of these big families are easy to deal with. The Xia kingdom explicitly prohibits civilians from possessing firearms and other firearms. But wealthy families like the Chu family don't care about that. They have plenty of ways to get guns and other contraband. Moreover, even if the end of the world comes, as long as a big family like this is not wiped out all at once, there is just a slight chance that we can survive. It is countless times better than ordinary people. In the previous life, the Chu family was the first to rise in Jiangnan City thanks to its profound foundation. They plundered supplies everywhere, recruited survivors, and expanded rapidly. Through the brutal exploitation of the survivors at the bottom, several powerful high-level psychics emerged in the family. However, just when the Chu family was at its peak, a sudden split broke out within the family, followed by civil war and a rapid decline. Rumors within the Chu family were flying everywhere. Many of them are about Chu Jiahao in front of him. Ah! A scream was heard from the side. Lin Yi and Chu Jiahao turned around to look. Fang Huihui was lying on the ground motionless with an axe on her fat head. Song Xinyan took off the axe and came to Lin Yi's side. There was a lot of blood splashed on her body, making her look very evil. Lin Yi asked, "Have you made it clear?" Song Xinyan nodded and said, "Yes, master, Xinyo is in dormitory 509 upstairs." Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Chu Jiahao with a smile on his face. It was as if he could sense the malice hidden beneath Lin Yi's hypocritical smile. Chu Jiahao quickly begged for mercy. "Lin Yi, let me go, and we can work together. With your strength, plus my identity, we will return to Yipingxianju in 2 days and take over the Chu group directly." "Don't you want a woman?" There are many big stars and internet celebrities living in Yipingxianju, as well as mistresses kept by many other rich and powerful people. "I'll give you all these beauties then." Before Chu Jiahao could finish his words, Lin Yi slashed his neck with a knife. Chu Jiahao looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Lin Yi really dared to kill him. Looking at Chu Jiahao, who was struggling to death with his hands covering his neck, Lin Yi said with disdain, "Cooperation? Are you a bastard who is not recognized by the Chu family worthy of it? I, Lin Yi, don't need anyone to give me what I want. Because, from the moment I wanted it, it was mine." Listening to Lin Yi's ridicule, Chu Jiahao's eyes revealed an extremely unwilling and resentful look. But not long after, he stopped moving. Lin Yi sneered in his heart. Now that I've already offended you, how can I let you go? In the last days, we must do things thoroughly and uproot the weeds. As for whether it would lead to revenge from the Chu family in the future, Lin Yi didn't care at all. These so-called powerful forces are all stumbling blocks on one's future path. What's more, Lin Yi had just heard a lot of inside information about the Chu family from Chu Jiahao. There are plenty of ways to deal with the Chu family later. If the Chu family dared to retaliate, he wouldn't mind letting them go in an orderly manner. After dealing with Chu Jiahao and Fang Huihui, Lin Yi and Song Xinyan immediately went to room 509. At this time, in room 509, Lu Piapiao, one of the school beauties, looked at Song Xinyo, who was tied to the bed with envy and jealousy. Before the end of the world, she was a notorious gold digger at Jiangnan University. She was also the first of the 4 school beauties to be won over by Chu Jiahao. But as the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a prostitute is not as good as stealing, and stealing is not as good as not being able to steal. Most people will not cherish things that are too easy to get. What's more, she is a stinky bitch who doesn't know how to love herself. Not long after, Chu Jiahao got tired of her and dumped her. She thought she would never have any contact with Chu Jiahao again. But unexpectedly, after the zombie outbreak, Chu Jiahao came to the girls' dormitory by chance. Seeing that the Chu family had a large number of people and brought a lot of supplies from outside, Lu Piapiao immediately contacted Chu Jiahao and threw herself into his arms again. Chu Jiahao was also bored in the girls' dormitory, so he asked Lu Piapiao to come over and cheer him up. But after 2 days, Chu Jiahao got tired of it. I just heard from Fang Huihui today about Song Xinyo, who I had never been able to get. Chu Jiahao was about to give Lu Piapiao to his younger brother as a reward. Lu Piapiao was filled with hatred. As one of the 4 school beauties, how am I worse than Song Xinyo? But she didn't dare to get angry with Chu Jiahao. So while Chu Jiahao was out, he slipped into room 509 and prepared to vent his anger on Song Xinyo. Looking at Song Xinyo tied to the bed, Lu Piapiao felt a sense of joy in her heart. She opened her mouth and mocked. Isn't this our school's most beautiful girl, Song? Why are you dressed like this now? Where's your usual cool look? Song Xinyo glared at Lu Piapiao, but because her mouth was blocked, she could only make a woo-woo sound. The more Lu Piapiao looked at Song Xinyo's expression, the more uncomfortable she felt. She kicked Song Xinyo in the stomach and started cursing. You stinky bitch, even at this time, you are still pretending in front of me. I feel like vomiting when I see you looking so dead. What the hell? Wait till you see how Master Chu plays with you, you piece of shit. Just as Lu Piapiao was cursing, the sound of a doorknob turning was heard outside the door. Chapter 47, Accepting Song Xinyo. When Lu Piapiao entered the room just now, she locked the door to avoid being discovered by others. When she heard the sound, she thought it was Chu Jiahao coming back, and immediately returned to her previous coquettish state. She said in a delicate voice as she walked to the door and opened it. Here I am, Master Chu. Just after Lu Piapiao opened the door. When she saw Lin Yi and Song Xinyan standing at the door, she was stunned. At this time, Song Xinyan outside pushed Lu Piapiao away and rushed in. When she saw her sister tied to the bed, tears immediately flowed. Song Xinyo also looked at her sister in disbelief. She didn't expect Song Xinyan to really come to save her. Just now her heart was filled with despair. She thought she would be like the other girls snatched away by Chu Jiahao. After Chu Jiahao got tired of playing with her, he gave her to his younger brothers to become their plaything. Song Xinyan hurried forward and untied the rope on her sister. Then the 2 sisters looked at each other, hugged each other and cried bitterly. At this time, Lu Piapiao, who was standing at the door, came to her senses and shouted at Lin Yi. Who are you? Do you know that this dormitory belongs to Master Chu? Get out now. After Lin Yi entered, he locked the door and then looked at Lu Piapiao with a playful expression. At this time, the system sound sounded. Name, Lu Piapiao. Age, 20. Body size, 91. Appearance, 92. Overall, 91. Compliant with system standards. Lin Yi said with a smile. Chu Jiahao has been killed by me, do you want to go down and accompany him? Lu Piapiao looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Impossible. Master Chu has several men around him. How could you possibly kill him? Lin Yi didn't waste any time and directly took out Chu Jiahao's pistol and pointed it at Lu Piapiao. Lu Piapiao's face changed drastically when she saw this. She immediately changed her expression and said pitifully, "Handsome guy, you are here to save Xinyao. That's great." Xinyao, I, and several other girls from next door were all forcibly brought here by that bastard Chu Jiahao. Lin Yi smiled and watched Lu Piapiao's performance quietly. At this time, Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao stopped crying. Only then did Song Xinyao notice that Song Xinyan did not come in a wheelchair, but walked in. She looked at Song Xinyan in surprise. "Sister, your legs? Also, how did you get here?" Song Xinyan looked at her sister, then turned her gaze to Lin Yi. "It was the master who healed my legs, and it was he who brought me here to save you." Song Xinyao looked at her sister with a look of disbelief. "Owner?" She thought the man at the door was her sister's boyfriend, but unexpectedly he was her sister's master. Song Xinyan knew that her sister might not be able to accept it for a while. But she still spoke to Song Xinyao with a serious face. "Xinyao, I know what you want to say. But the world has changed, and the end has come. Do you know how chaotic the world is right now? Murder, rape, robbery have become the norm. For a bite to eat, people can have no bottom line. If we want to survive, we must find a man to rely on. And Master Lin Yi is that kind of man. Master not only saved my life in a critical moment, but also healed my legs and allowed me to awaken my supernatural powers. Most importantly, after hearing my request, he didn't hesitate to come and save you, even at the risk of his own life. For us, this is enough. Now, not only do I recognize him as my master, but you will also have to recognize him as your master later. He is our savior. No matter what happens in the future, we cannot betray him. Xinyao, do you understand? Ever since their parents died. In Song Xinyao's mind, Song Xinyan is not just a sister, but more like a mother. From her sister's words, Song Xinyao could understand how difficult it had been for her sister these days. It was this man who changed the fate of his sister and himself. She immediately nodded seriously. "Okay, sister, Xinyao understands." Then, Song Xinyan pulled Song Xinyao to Lin Yi's side and knelt down directly. Song Xinyan looked at Lin Yi with gratitude and tears in her eyes. "Master, thank you. Thank you for saving Xinyao. Your kindness and generosity will be forever unforgettable to us sisters. In my next life, I am willing to serve you like a slave and repay your kindness with my death." At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Song Xinyan, loyalty +3. Ding. Current goddess, Song Xinyan's loyalty is 100, the system is issuing rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Shelter Core. When Lin Yi heard the system voice, he felt a little disappointed. It turned out not to be the ability slot. Could it be that his previous speculation was wrong? Without having time to check the special items, Lin Yi helped Song Xinyan up and said with a smile. "Get up, Xinyan, you are my woman. I said, as long as you follow me and remain loyal to me forever, I will not treat you unfairly." Song Xinyao next to her also quickly spoke up. "Master, Xinyao is very grateful to you for saving my sister and me. Please take me in." At this time, the system sound sounded. Name, Song Xinyao. Age, 20. Body size, 93. Appearance, 94. Overall, 93. Compliant with system standards. Lin Yi glanced at Song Xinyao, then looked at Song Xinyan with some surprise. This little girl managed to get my sister so quickly? He is indeed a smart man. Song Xinyan blushed when Lin Yi looked at her, then she spoke seriously. "Master, please take my sister in. I promise she will never betray you again." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "Okay, it's getting late, let's go back right away." Lu Piapiao, who was standing next to him, knew as soon as she heard what he said that this man was no ordinary person. Not only is he so handsome, he is also very skilled. Chu Jiahao and his younger brothers, who had guns in their hands, were all killed by him. Moreover, he came from far away specifically to rescue Song Xinyao. The most important thing is that both he and Song Xinyao's sister have rosy complexions and no strange smell on their bodies. This shows that this man definitely has no shortage of supplies. She immediately made up her mind and said in a delicate voice, "Handsome man, can I also recognize you as my master? As long as you accept someone, they will definitely betray you in the future." As she spoke, Lu Piapiao raised the two large peaks in front of her and was about to rub them against Lin Yi's arm. Before Lin Yi could speak, Song Xinyao next to him directly exposed Lu Piapiao's past. In the past few days, Lu Piapiao has done a lot of bad things with Chu Jiahao. After she got tired of being played with by Chu Jiahao, she was afraid of being abandoned by him. So he immediately instigated Chu Jiahao to attack other girls in the building. She took the initiative to inquire about the information and told Chu Jiahao the dormitory numbers of some attractive girls. What's even worse is that she personally went to the girls' homes to trick them into opening the door, allowing Chu Jiahao and his younger brothers to go in and commit violence. Just before Lin Yi and the others came in, he was even preparing to insult and beat Song Xinyao. When Song Xinyan heard this, she immediately glared at Lu Piapiao. After listening to this, Lin Yi spoke calmly to Song Xinyan. Xinyan, I leave it to you. Although Lu Piapiao's appearance meets the system's standards, Lin Yi will not accept all trash. Let us not talk about how many men this kind of woman has been with before. Even the level of green tea is far inferior to Lu Rumei. If you bring her back, she will just be a vase. Apart from her figure and appearance, she has no other good qualities. What's more, there is a better Song Xinyao next to her. If they bring this guy back, sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao will feel more or less uncomfortable. The most important thing is that as soon as he entered the door, Lin Yi saw a faint red on her body. Chapter 48 New Target Song Xinyan's Decision. Song Xinyan grabbed Lu Piapiao's hair and dragged her into the dormitory bathroom. Looking at the bitch who had just bullied her sister, Song Xinyan went up and hit her with an axe. Lu Piapiao immediately let out a scream of pain. While Song Xinyan was dealing with Lu Piapiao, Lin Yi first handed Song Xinyao a bottle of water and a bag of bread, asking her to fill her stomach first. Then check the system rewards you just received. Shelter Core, the core of the apocalyptic shelter tailored for the host by the system. Place the core on a separate building to open the shelter. The shelter is fully equipped with living facilities and has strong external defenses that can withstand up to a nuclear bomb attack. After the core is installed, it is not easy to retrieve. Please choose the installation location carefully. For details about the interior of the shelter, please check it yourself after placing the core. Note, this item is a special item and cannot be returned by the system. After reading the system introduction, Lin Yi was delighted. It's like getting a pillow just when you're about to fall asleep. I can finally have a real home. Just think carefully about the installation location. According to the system, the core can be retrieved after installation, but it will probably cost a lot. Seeing that Song Xinyan had not come out yet, Lin Yi put all the supplies that Chu Jiahao had looted in the dormitory into the space. Lu Piapiao's screams in the bathroom became quieter and quieter, and soon there was no sound. At this time, Song Xinyan walked to Lin Yi with an axe. Master, it's done. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, Good job, Xinyan. When Song Xinyan heard Lin Yi's praise, her face lit up. Then she suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Yi, Master, just now when I was interrogating Fong Huihui downstairs, I learned that the beautiful counselor Nan Jiwei, whom Chu Jiahao mentioned earlier, is also in this building. She's downstairs in room 207. Do you want to go get her? When he heard Nan Jiwei's name, a beautiful figure immediately appeared in Lin Yi's mind. As a student who had just graduated from Jiangnan University, Lin Yi had long heard of this beautiful counselor. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but her parents are also high-ranking officials in Jiangnan City. Even a school beauty like Lu Rumei would be inferior to her. Before the end of the world, she was the real goddess by Yue Guang in the hearts of countless single men in Jiangnan University. If a man from an average family could win her over, he would save himself 30 years, or even a lifetime, of hard work. Unfortunately, countless men who think they are capable have suffered heavy losses in front of this woman. Thinking of this, Lin Yi nodded. Yeah, you can go and have a look. Anyway, Nan Jiwei is on the second floor, so I might as well take a look. It won't waste much time. If she is willing to be my maid, I will take her back. If she refused to obey, Lin Yi would not force her. In Lin Yi's opinion, apart from the blessing of her family background, Nan Jiwei now only has a pretty face and a good figure. There are plenty of beautiful women in the end times. For Lin Yi, loyalty is the most important thing. Then, Lin Yi took Song Xinyan and her sister to the second floor. As for the other girls in the dormitory next door who had been raped by Chu Jiahao and his younger brothers, Lin Yi didn't even bother to look at them. Song Xinyan followed behind Lin Yi, and she protected Song Xinyao tightly behind her. The three of them quickly arrived at the second floor of the girls' dormitory. There were more than 20 zombies wandering in the corridor. No wonder Chu Jiahao didn't occupy the entire women's dormitory. With just the gun in his hand and a few of his brothers, he was still unable to deal with so many zombies. At this time, the zombies heard the noise and immediately pounced on Lin Yi and the other two. When Song Xinyao saw this, her face turned pale with fright. Lin Yi said to Song Xinyan, "Xinyan, protect your sister." Song Xinyan immediately protected Song Xinyao behind her and nodded. "Okay, master, please be safe." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he picked up the axe and rushed towards the group of zombies. There was a flash of axe light, and the zombies' heads fell to the ground one after another. Lin Yi activated his special abilities and soon only 3 zombies were left standing in the corridor. Lin Yi retreated to Song Xinyan's side and said to her, "Xinyan, these last 3 zombies are left to you. You need to practice more now. The zombies will continue to grow stronger and more difficult to deal with. Remember what I taught you about dealing with zombies. I won't do anything this time. It's all up to you." Song Xinyan looked at Lin Yi's expectant eyes and nodded firmly. "Okay, master, Xinyan won't let you down." After saying that, she pulled away her sister's hand that was tightly holding her, and rushed forward with the axe in her hand tightly grasped. She kept recalling the fighting skills that Lin Yi had taught her in her mind, and reached out to chop at the first zombie. Speaking of which, Song Xinyan's awakened invisibility ability is a magical skill when dealing with humans. But at present, it is very useless to deal with zombies. Zombies rely on sound and smell to find humans and don't use their eyes at all. So now Song Xinyan can only rely on her newly strengthened body to deal with the zombies. I just don't know if her ability will be enhanced in dealing with zombies as her level increases. Soon, Song Xinyan killed the 3 zombies without any danger. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and encouraged. "Xinyan, you did a great job. Keep up the hard work." Song Xinyao, who was standing next to her, watched her sister kill the zombies and was shocked and surprised. She suppressed the nausea in her heart and ran to Song Xinyan from the broken limbs and debris on the ground. "Sister, you are so awesome. You scared me to death just now." Song Xinyan looked at her nervous sister and comforted her. "It's okay, it's all because of the master's good teaching." Then Song Xinyan did something that Lin Yi didn't expect. She handed the axe in her hand to Song Xinyao and said seriously, "Xinyao, go chop open all the zombie heads on the ground." On the way here, Lin Yi told Song Xinyan how the zombie crystal core was obtained. Just now, Lin Yi also had the idea of asking Song Xinyao to chop off the zombies' heads to find the crystal core. However, considering that Song Xinyao had just been rescued and her body had not yet recovered, she was not ordered to do so. Unexpectedly, Song Xinyan actually forced her own sister to do it directly. This made Lin Yi look at Song Xinyan with new respect. It's really not easy for her to be a sister. Song Xinyao looked at her sister in shock. She didn't understand why her sister did this. Looking at the zombie head on the ground with a hideous face and emitting a foul stench, Song Xinyao felt her stomach churning. But looking at Song Xinyan's eyes, they gradually became stern. Still with trembling hands, she took the bloody axe from her sister's hand. Seeing that Song Xinyao was hesitant to take action, Song Xinyan shouted loudly, "Hurry up, get started." Upon hearing this, Song Xinyao immediately closed her eyes and dropped the axe in her hand. With a bang, the axe hit the zombie's head, but was stuck. Song Xinyao opened her eyes and saw the zombie's white brain mixed with black blood flowing out from the gap, followed by a foul smell. She could no longer control her stomach and vomited out all the food she had just eaten. Chapter 49, Collecting Another Beauty and Preparing to Return to the Community. Song Xinyan walked up and patted her sister on the back. After a while, Song Xinyao finally recovered. She turned her head and looked at her sister with a wronged look on her face. Song Xinyan looked at her sister's aggrieved expression and sighed in her heart. She didn't want to force her sister like this, but she had to. Now they are in the end times. Although she and her sister had followed Lin Yi, she had already gained a preliminary understanding of Lin Yi from their interactions over the past 2 days. First of all, Lin Yi did fulfill his original promise and provided her with sufficient food and security. And she also offered her loyalty to Lin Yi. But including Nan Jiwei, who he will meet later, there are now 5 women around Lin Yi. As time goes by, there will be more and more women around Lin Yi. If she and her sister want to keep a place of their own in Lin Yi's heart, then they must demonstrate their own value. Serving men with your beauty will not last long. If they cannot demonstrate their own value, they will be gradually marginalized over time. This is what she doesn't want to see. To put it more bluntly, if they are abandoned by Lin Yi in the future, they can also survive in this doomsday with their own strength. So now, she had to be cruel to her sister and let her adapt as soon as possible. Today I just want my sister to see some blood and have a simple experience first. Later, she will have to face the living zombies like herself. Then, under the coercion of Song Xinyan, Song Xinyao picked up the axe again and completely chopped the zombie's head open. At this time, a crystal core was revealed. Regardless of the nausea, Song Xinyan picked up the crystal core and prepared to hand it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who witnessed all this, immediately stepped forward and hugged Song Xinyan in his arms. He took the crystal core handed to him by Song Xinyan, looked at the beauty in his arms, sighed and said, "Xinyan, I understand how you feel, but you don't have to be like this." I said, "As long as you remain loyal to me forever, I will never abandon you." And now you've done it. As for Xinyao, I will give her time to adapt slowly. Then, Lin Yi brought her to Song Xinyao. Then Lin Yi said to Song Xinyao with a serious face, "Xinyao, don't blame your sister. Everything she does is for your own good. In the end times, nothing can compare to the power you possess." When Song Xinyan heard Lin Yi's words, she looked at him with a moved expression. She knew this man understood her. Song Xinyao looked at her sister and Lin Yi, and immediately understood her sister's good intentions. So she picked up the axe and continued to chop the zombies' heads. Lin Yi also took out a new axe from the space and handed it to Song Xinyan, then gestured. Song Xinyan took the axe and immediately went forward to help her sister. The two sisters quickly split open all the zombie heads and found another zombie crystal core. Seeing this, Lin Yi pondered in his heart. Sure enough, as time went on, the probability of zombies generating crystal nuclei increased. I guess in a day or two, other people will find out about this. The three of them quickly arrived at the door of room 207. Song Xinyao knocked on the door and asked, "Is anyone there?" At this moment, a weak and excited voice came from inside the house. "Someone's there. Is help coming?" Then the person inside came to the door and opened it. Lin Yi looked and saw that the person who opened the door was Nan Jiwei. However, compared with the beautiful and charming impression she had before, Nan Jiwei now looked haggard and had a strange smell all over her body. At this time, the system sound sounded. Name, Nan Jiwei. Age, 25. Body size, 96. Appearance, 95. Overall, 95. Compliant with system standards. Nan Jiwei looked at Song Xinyao standing at the door and was stunned for a moment. "Song Xinyao, why are you here?" Song Xinyao pointed at Lin Yi and Song Xinyan and said, "Counselor Nan, this is my sister Song Xinyan, and this is my master Lin Yi. They are here to save me. I got the news that you were also trapped in the girls' dormitory. So I'm going to ask you if you want to leave here?" Nan Jiwei immediately became alert when she heard Song Xinyao's words. "Master? Xinyao, did he force you?" Song Xinyao immediately shook her head. "No, Counselor Nan, you misunderstood. I volunteered." Nan Jiwei was about to speak when Lin Yi, who was beside her, was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and interrupted her directly. "Nan Jiwei, right? My name is Lin Yi. I was also a student at Jiangnan University and just graduated not long ago. The official rescue you expect will not come. If you want to leave here, you must become my maid. Everything you have belongs to me. Likewise, I can provide you with adequate food and security. You have 1 minute to consider whether to follow me. But don't worry, if you don't agree, I won't force you. I'll just leave. Finally, by the way, your parents died in the zombie outbreak 2 days ago." When Nan Jiwei heard this, her heart sank, and her previous bad premonition resurfaced. But she still insisted. "Impossible, how did you know my parents were dead?" Lin Yi said lightly. "It was Chu Jiahao upstairs who told me to do that. I guess you should have guessed it." Nan Jiwei felt as if her heart was struck by lightning. When it was raining blood outside, she was still in contact with her parents. Her parents also said that they would send someone to rescue her in a few days and asked her to hold on for the time being. Unexpectedly, she couldn't contact her parents right after the zombie outbreak. And she also saw various chaotic information outside after the zombie outbreak on the internet in the past 2 days. She gathered herself and tried to regain her composure. Then she saw zombie corpses scattered all over the corridor outside. Nan Jiwei asked, "Did you drive the armored vehicle that appeared in the group earlier? And did you kill all these zombies?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "Yes, it's all me." "Have you thought it through?" Nan Jiwei looked at Song Xinyo and her sister and said with gritted teeth, "Okay, I promise to be your maid." "I hope you won't break your promise." Nan Jiwei knew. Having lost the protection of her parents, she now has no capital to negotiate terms with Lin Yi. Not to mention the outside world, even the school is in chaos now. The bad things Chu Jiahao had done before had long been posted in the school group, but no one could do anything to him. Many vicious violent incidents also occurred in other buildings in the school, and no one cared at all. Moreover, she hadn't eaten for 2 days. If she continues to be trapped here, she will surely die. I just don't know whether he died of starvation, being bitten by zombies, or some other way. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to fight. And since Lin Yu was willing to risk his life to save Song Xinyo, he must be a good person. Seeing that Nan Jiwei agreed, Lin Yi immediately brought the 3 girls to the girls' dormitory. After clearing the zombies at the door, Lin Yi immediately put the armored vehicle on the ground. Except for Song Xinyan, the other 2 women looked shocked. Lin Yi quickly asked them to get in the car. After the 3 girls got in the car, Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the school exit. Chapter 50, returning to the neighborhood to meet the girls. After graduating from Jiangnan University. Looking at Song Xinyo and Nan Jiwei who were sitting in the back, they still looked shocked. Lin Yi took out a lot of snacks and water from the space and handed them to Song Xinyan who was sitting in the passenger seat, then said, "Xinyan, give them some food and water first. We can have a big meal later when we go back." Song Xinyan took the food and water and nodded. "Yes, master." At this moment, the system's voice sounded immediately. Ding! The host gave the goddess Song Xinyan a bottle of mineral water, triggering the system to return it. The system returns 10,000 bottles of mineral water. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Ding! The host gave the goddess Song Xinyan a sausage, triggering the system to return it. The system will return 10,000 sausages. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Looking at the food and water handed over by Song Xinyan. Song Xinyo was fine, she had already eaten it and just vomited it out again. Nan Jiwei's eyes lit up and her mouth was watering. She hasn't eaten for 2 days. After taking the food and water, she immediately started to gobble them up without caring about her usual image. Song Xinyo asked in a low voice while eating her food while looking at her sister Song Xinyan. "Sister, how did the master suddenly conjure up an armored vehicle just now?" Song Xinyan looked at Lin Yi and said nothing. At this time, Lin Yi said to Song Xinyan, "It's okay, Xinyan, just talk to them." Song Xinyan then began to tell her sister about Lin Yi's mastery of space. Nan Jiwei, who was wolfing down her food nearby, also pricked up her ears and listened. Listening to Song Xinyan's story, Song Xinyo and Nan Jiwei's eyes lit up. In particular, Nan Jiwei's eyes when she looked at Lin Yi had obviously changed. Lin Yi saw the changes in the 2 women through the rearview mirror, smiled and said nothing. Finally, before dark, Lin Yi drove back to Jiahayuyuan community. He ignored the new zombies that appeared in the underground garage. Lin Yi and his 3 companions returned to room 1602, building 8. As soon as the door opened, Zhong Wanqing rushed over. "Hubby, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Lin Yi patted Zhong Wanqing on the back and asked, "How is it? No one came to cause trouble today, right?" Zhong Wanqing said, "No, husband. It's just that a few so-called hosts in the community took people to loot supplies from the supermarket outside. It seems that the losses were not small." Lin Yi nodded. "As long as no one comes to cause trouble, it's good. As for those landlords, they won't be able to stay here for many more days." Then Lin Yi pointed at the new arrivals Song Xinyo and Nan Jiwei and spoke to Zhong Wanqing and Lu Rumei. "These 2 are your new sisters. You must get along well with each other in the future." On the way here, Song Xinyo had heard from her sister that there were 2 beauties in Lin Yi's family. She hurried forward and said, "Sister Zhong, Sister Lu, hello. I am Song Xinyan's younger sister. Please take good care of me in the future." Nan Jiwei also stepped forward and said lightly, "Hello, everyone. I'm your university counselor. Please take care of me in the future." Zhong Wanqing said with a dignified look. Hello, my two sisters. From now on, we will both be my husband's women. As long as you are loyal to your husband, everything is fine. At this time, Lu Rumei, who was standing aside, looked at Nan Jiwei in surprise. Counselor Nan, you're here too? Nan Jiwei looked at Lu Rumei and felt that she looked familiar, but she couldn't remember her name for a moment. Who are you? Lu Rumei said immediately. I'm Lu Rumei. I'm from the Department of Financial Management and I just graduated. Don't you remember me? Nan Jiwei remembered it immediately when she heard the name. Isn't this the former campus beauty of Jiangnan University? Unexpectedly, I met you here. She hurried forward and finally met an acquaintance. Lu Rumei looked at Nan Jiwei and was also extremely surprised. This Nan Jiwei's family background is quite extraordinary. Why wasn't she rescued by the authorities? Judging from his miserable appearance, he must have suffered a lot. Then, she cursed Lin Yi in her heart. That bastard Lin Yi said he was going to rescue Song Xinyan's sister, but why did he bring back another beautiful woman? I'll see if I don't tire you out tonight, you bastard. Lin Yi asked Zhong Wanqing. Wanqing, is dinner ready? Zhong Wanqing said. Yeah, hubby, it's almost done. But I see there are quite a lot of people, so why not add a few more dishes? Lin Yi continued to give instructions. Okay, you and Rumei go add a few more dishes. Xinyan, take Xinyao and Jiwei to take a bath first. Then, Lin Yi took out new toiletries and clothes from the space and handed them to Song Xinyan. Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei, who were standing next to them, were delighted when they heard that they could take a bath. After Song Xinyan took the things, she said okay and took Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei into the bathroom. Lin Yi sat on the sofa in the living room and looked through the information in the community property group. In the bathroom. Feel the warm water spraying from the shower head. Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei both felt like they were reborn. They haven't had a bath in 10 days. Thinking back on what happened in the past 10 days, it was simply a nightmare. Now, the nightmare is finally over. At this time, Song Xinyao asked Song Xinyan doubtfully. Sister, why can Sister Zhong call the master husband? Is she the master's legal wife? Song Xinyan explained. Sister Zhong is the master's first woman. She used to be the master's boss. But they got together shortly after the apocalypse began. Sister Zhong is very loyal to the master, so the master specially allowed her to call the master husband. So, in the days to come, we should try not to conflict with her. Her position in the master's heart is different from ours. Song Xinyao nodded immediately. Okay, sister, Xinyao will remember it. Nan Jiwei, who was standing next to her, heard Song Xinyan's words and kept them in mind. Not long after, the three women came out of the bathroom after washing up. At this time, the table was already filled with sumptuous food. Lobster and abalone, grilled steak, boiled pork slices, braised lion's head, corn and pork rib soup, red wine and drinks. Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei looked at the food on the table and felt as if they had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. Although they had eaten a lot of snacks in the car, they were still swallowing their saliva. After everyone was seated, the five women turned their gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi said with a smile. Don't look at me, just eat it all. When the five girls saw Lin Yi picking up his chopsticks, they picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei looked at the steaming food in the bowl, feeling filled with emotion. After 10 days, they finally had something hot to eat. Several people devoured the food on the table like whirlwind. Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei's bellies were bulging from eating so much. After dinner, Lin Yi went to take a shower first. Zhong Wanqing directed the four girls to clean the dining table and kitchen. Not long after, when Lin Yi was washing his body, Zhong Wanqing walked in wrapped in a bath towel. Chapter 51, Zhong Wanqing's Temptation, Song Xinyan and Lu Rumei's Resentment. Seeing Zhong Wanqing come in, Lin Yi smiled. Is the outside cleaned up? Zhong Wanqing smiled charmingly. These few are enough. I'll help you clean up properly, husband. Then, Zhong Wanqing took off the bath towel, revealing her proud and hot figure. She brought a bench and asked Lin Yi to sit down. Then he picked up the shower head and started to help Lin Yi wash. Lin Yi closed his eyes and said as he enjoyed Zhong Wanqing's Japanese-style service. Wanqing, you are my first woman and hold the most special place in my heart. From now on, if there is anything going on at home, I will arrange for them to do it. Xinyan is a smart woman, and she knows how to behave in a measured way. She is 100% loyal to me now. You can get closer to her in the future. As for her sister Xinyao, she should be no worse than usual. Rumei and Jiwei are both very worried right now, so please pay more attention to them on a daily basis. As for what happens next, it all depends on how they perform. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanqing immediately acted like a first wife and spoke. Okay, husband, Wanqing understands. Wanqing will help you take care of this family. Looking at Lin Yi's almost perfect figure, Zhong Wanqing's hands became more and more dishonest. Ever since she and Lin Yi tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, Zhong Wanqing has become addicted to it and now wants to be with Lin Yi every day. Lin Yi was not here this afternoon, and she felt empty inside. Feeling the hands becoming increasingly dishonest on his chest, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He looked at Zhong Wanqing with seductive eyes and said with a smile, "Be good, take a shower first. I'll deal with you later when I get back to your room." After Zhong Wanqing heard this, her face showed a bit of resentment at first, but then she was secretly happy. Okay, husband. But husband, I won't get to taste the two new sisters tonight. Lin Yi said with a smile. There's no rush. We'll leave this neighborhood in a few days. Find a suitable place and build a home that truly belongs to us. As for the newcomers Xinyao and Jiwei, we'll take them in once they're settled. Zhong Wanqing nodded when she heard this. Okay, husband, I'll do as you say. After she washed Lin Yi, she also washed herself. Not long after, the two came out of the bathroom. At this time, the four women outside also cleaned up everything. Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing came to the living room and sat on the sofa. He took out a lot of entertainment equipment, fruits, wine and drinks from the space and handed them to Zhong Wanqing. Then the system received news about the return of supplies. Since the girls had just met and were not very familiar with each other, the atmosphere in the living room was a little depressing. At this time, it was Lu Rumei and Song Xinyan's turn to take action. One of them is a top green tea and the other is an internet celebrity anchor. The atmosphere in the living room soon became lively. The girls were reserved at first, but later on they became more and more relaxed. During this time, everyone played games and the losers had to drink as punishment. Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing are in one group, Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao are in one group, and Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei are in one group. At the beginning, Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing cooperated very well and kept winning. The other two groups kept losing. The four girls were punished to drink a lot of wine. Then, Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei decisively sought alliance with sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao to deal with Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing together. Lin Yi didn't care about their foul behavior. Then Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing were defeated by the combined forces of the four women and began to be forced to drink continuously. But Lin Yi was not at all panicked and accepted everyone who came. Before the end of the world, he had a good alcohol tolerance, and now that his body has been strengthened, his alcohol tolerance is even more amazing. Seeing Lin Yi drinking one glass after another without changing his expression at all, the women were all amazed. In the end, even Zhong Wanqing directly rebelled and joined the other camp. At this time, they stopped playing games. The five girls took turns drinking with Lin Yi. I just want to see how much Lin Yi can drink. Soon, Lin Yi's front was filled with wine bottles. White, beer, red. Seeing Lin Yi's huge appetite, the atmosphere in the living room gradually reached its climax. Before you know it, the relationship between the girls and Lin Yi, as well as between them, also became closer. Time soon came to past 11 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Yi stood up and ended the event. Until the end, Lin Yi did not show the slightest sign of drunkenness, but he went to the bathroom several times during the process. Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan are fine, their bodies have been strengthened. But her face was slightly red and she looked a little drunk. The remaining three girls were not in good condition, their faces were red and their eyes were blurry. After a simple wash, Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao went into the study, while Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei lived in the second bedroom. Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing came to the master bedroom. Seeing Lin Yi enter the master bedroom, Song Xinyao and Nan Jiwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Song Xinyan and Lu Rumei looked somewhat resentful. Song Xinyan, who has tasted the sweetness of Lin Yi, also wants to be loved by Lin Yi. But looking at her sister beside her, she sighed in her heart. But Lu Rumei is different. She is more interested in winning favor. In the master bedroom, Zhong Wanqing immediately changed into a set of sexy red silk pajamas and put on some simple makeup. When he saw Lin Yi come in, he immediately lay down on the bed. She struck an extremely seductive pose, looking at Lin Yi with a piercing gaze. Lin Yi chuckled and went straight to the bed, holding Zhong Wanqing in his arms. Looking at the beautiful woman in my arms, her face slightly red and slightly drunk. Lin Yi felt that Zhong Wanqing was more beautiful and more attractive tonight. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi with emotion. "Husband, hurry up, take me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately lowered his head. Soon, moving music was heard in the bedroom. More than an hour later, Zhong Wanqing's eyes were tender and her expression was filled with satisfaction. With a flushed face, she lay on Lin Yi's chest, enjoying the tenderness that followed. Lin Yi stroked Zhong Wanqing's smooth satin back with his left hand, feeling the tenderness in his arms. He suddenly thought of something. With a wave of his right hand, a pistol appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Zhong Wanqing was startled by the sudden appearance of the pistol. She exclaimed immediately. "Gun! Pistol! Where did you get that, huh?" No wonder she was so shocked. For ordinary people in Xia country, this thing is too intimidating. No matter what time it is the truth. But most ordinary people probably won't come into contact with it in their lifetime. Lin Yi smiled and briefly told Zhong Wanqing what happened at Jiangnan University during the day. When Zhong Wanqing heard that Lin Yi had a conflict with the Jiangnan Song family, there was no worry on her face. Now she has a blind confidence in Lin Yi and unconditionally supports every decision of Lin Yi. Lin Yi handed the pistol to Zhong Wanqing. "Wanqing, here you go, take a look first." After Zhong Wanqing took it, the system immediately sounded. Ding! The host gave the goddess Zhong Wanqing a Glock 19 pistol. Trigger the system to return it. The system returned 10,000 Glock 19 pistols. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Zhong Wanqing played with it curiously for a while, then returned the pistol to Lin Yi. "Honey, let me put it there first. If I need it later, you can give it to me." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you guys to practice your shooting skills. This thing is still very useful in the early stages. It's getting late, go to bed early." Having said that, Lin Yi put the pistol into the space. Zhong Wanqing squeezed into Lin Yi's arms and began to sleep. Chapter 52 Live broadcast of the strange operations in Building 15. Time quickly came to the next day. Lin Yi slept until after 10 o'clock in the morning. He felt around him and found no one. So he got up and went to the living room. I saw that a sumptuous breakfast had already been laid out on the table. Several women were already seated, waiting for the arrival of their master. Lin Yi glanced at the women. He found that except for Zhong Wanqing, the other four girls looked listless. Lu Rumei and Song Xinyan looked at him with resentment. Lin Yi immediately understood the reason and laughed. "You guys eat first, just leave some for me later, I'm going to go wash up first." Then, Lin Yi walked into the bathroom. Seeing this, Zhong Wanqing immediately called out to the other four women. "Listen to my husband, let's eat first." So the girls picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy the breakfast that seemed extremely luxurious to outsiders. In the bathroom, Lin Yi sat on the toilet and began to look through the messages in the Community Property Management Group. After all the crazy stuff last night, the number of subordinates under the building owners has increased instead of decreased compared to before they went to the supermarket. Among them, the owner of building number 15, Shui, has recruited a large number of younger brothers with good quality. In order to recruit younger brothers as soon as possible. At the beginning, several building owners sent recruitment information and photos of food and women in the group. But the conditions look similar. Some owners in the community who are interested are waiting and watching. The owner of building number 15, Shui Songchao, followed the advice of his younger brother. Take a different approach and be the first to come up with something new. Because of looting supplies from the supermarket today, his subordinates suffered the heaviest losses. After returning home, in order to boost the morale of his subordinates, improve their loyalty, and recruit new subordinates as soon as possible, he took out a lot of food and drinks at once, preparing to have a big dinner with his brothers tonight. He asked his younger brothers to form a big circle. Place the food and drinks in the middle to form a circle. Then the young woman who was abducted from Building 15 was arranged to stand in the middle of the circle. Shui Songchao forced them to wear extremely revealing and seductive clothes and dance in the middle. Anyone who dares to disobey will be beaten. As long as you agree, you will be given a bite to eat later. And whoever performs the best can eat as much as he wants at the end of the night. Faced with the violent threats from Songchao and his men, these women had no choice but to surrender. Finally, he arranged for a younger brother who was eloquent and had done live broadcasts before to start a live broadcast in the group. After a while, the dinner officially began. A burst of dynamic music sounded, and the women in the circle looked at each other, without moving. Songchao, who was sitting in the first seat, saw this and his face darkened and he cursed out loud. "Mad, you stinky bitches, do you want to die? Hurry up, jump up." Seeing that Songchao was about to get angry, one of the women with a coquettish look on her face immediately twisted her waist. Seeing this, the other women also started to move. However, the woman at the outermost edge looked stubborn and remained unmoved. When Songchao saw this, he laughed out of anger. He was already furious about the supermarket looting today. Unexpectedly, in Building 15, there were people who did not give face to Songchao. He stood up and walked directly to the woman's side. He grabbed her hair and dragged the woman aside. A brutal beating followed, and the woman screamed in pain. Before long, the woman's screams gradually became quieter. Seeing that the woman gradually became motionless on the ground, Songchao returned to his original position. The women dancing in the middle were horrified by the scene. They danced even harder. But after seeing it, Songchao was still not satisfied and he cursed loudly. "Fuck it, who are you crying for? Everyone, smile. I'll kill anyone who doesn't smile." When the woman in the middle heard this, she immediately smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. Songchao nodded with satisfaction, and then signaled the live broadcast boy next to him to start the live broadcast. As the live broadcast begins, other people in the community immediately saw their dinner party. The little brother sitting at the outermost edge immediately began to wolf down the food in front of him. But their eyes were fixed on the woman dancing in the circle. As time went on, the dancing woman gradually relaxed and her movements became more natural. They looked at the rich food in front of them and swallowed their saliva frantically. Ever since they were kidnapped here by Songchao and his men, they have not had a full meal. Thinking of Songchao's last promise, the woman with a flirtatious look on her face immediately made a big move. Following the rhythm of the music, she made various seductive moves. The clothes on his body, which were already few in number, became fewer and fewer as he danced. Seeing this, the women around her immediately joined in. Their movements became more and more vigorous, and their clothes became less and less. "They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, why play Liao Zhai? Now that you've let go, there's nothing to worry about. In order to be able to eat as much as you want." These women tried their best to strike alluring poses in order to win first place. When the younger brothers sitting around saw this, their eyes lit up and they looked like pigs. At this time, the live broadcast boy shouted loudly in front of the live camera. "Brothers of Jaha Yuan! Brothers of Jaha Yuan! Are you still worried about not having food? Are you still suffering from not having a woman? Brother Chow from Building 15 is now sincerely inviting all brave and hard-working brothers to join us. Join now and you'll have food and women at your fingertips." After saying that, he pointed the camera at the abundant food on the ground and the seductive parts of the woman in the middle and started taking pictures. At this time, the younger brothers around had already eaten most of the food. Under the stimulation of alcohol, they looked at the women in the circle with fiery eyes and felt hot all over. They all looked at Songchao at the same time. The live broadcaster quickly turned the camera towards Songchao. Songchao laughed loudly when he saw this. "Thank you all for your hard work today, brothers. I, Songchao, always keep my word. We share the good times and the bad times. Tonight, you can eat and drink as much as you want, and you can also play with women as much as you want. As long as you are loyal to me, I, Songchao, will never be stingy with rewards." Then, he waved his hand and signaled his younger brothers to come forward and pick any woman. Seeing this, the younger brothers immediately shouted, "Long live Brother Chow! Brother Chow is mighty and domineering. I swear allegiance to Brother Chow until death." As he spoke, the younger brothers rushed into the circle. They would grab the nearest woman and press her down on top of her, then touch her all over. These women ignored the men who groped them. They seized the opportunity, grabbed the food around them and stuffed it into their mouths desperately. At this time Songchao continued to speak to the camera. "The end of the world has arrived, and crises are lurking everywhere. We all need to unite and overcome the difficulties together. I, Shuai Songchao, once again extend an invitation to the brothers in the community. As long as you follow me and remain loyal to me, I, Shuai Songchao, will never treat you badly. Just come to Building 15, Room 1002 now to register. Once you are accepted, you can enjoy the food and women right in front of you. Also, this host is only accepting 20 people, first come first served. After saying that, he signaled the live broadcast boy to focus the camera on the live sex show that was being performed in the circle. Shuai Songchao's live broadcast content immediately caused a huge wave in the community. Chapter 53, Live Broadcast continues and other hosts' reactions. Since the live broadcast just started, the number of people in the live broadcast room has been increasing. By the time Shuai Songchao finished speaking, almost all the survivors in the community had entered the live broadcast room. Looking at the food all over the floor and the live sex scene going on in the middle, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Male owners, especially those who have run out of food and are single, as they looked at the images on their mobile phone screens, they felt their heartbeats quicken and their brains become congested. As soon as the live broadcast started, people kept chatting with Shuai Songchao privately. In the end, when most of the male owners heard that Shuai Songchao would only recruit 20 people, they could no longer sit still. They didn't care about the few zombies still wandering in the underground garage and all rushed to room 1002, building 15. Even many female owners in the community were moved when they saw the woman dancing in the live broadcast. Although they were being bullied by strange men, they could still eat food with big mouthfuls. At one time, many female property owners contacted Shuai Songchao. They said that as long as Shuai Songchao could give them something to eat, they could go dancing. In a short while, many male owners who came to apply for the job gathered outside room 1002, building 15. Shuai Songchao immediately called over a few of his younger brothers who had already finished their work. Start by maintaining order at the door and then conduct the interviews. Through the crack in the door, I saw the food on the floor inside the house and the live sex show being performed right in front of me. The male owners at the door were eager to join in immediately. Seeing more and more people applying for jobs at the door, Shuai Songchao immediately raised the application standards. We only recruit strong and obedient male owners between 20 and 30 years old. The first male owner who passed the application soon appeared and was put into the room by Shuai Songchao. As soon as he entered the room, he picked up the food on the floor and started stuffing it into his mouth. He gave up only when his stomach could no longer hold any more food. Then he turned his gaze to the naked women in front of him. He immediately took off his clothes and joined in. This live streaming guy is really a talent. He immediately turned the camera to film the new guy. He said loudly while taking pictures. Brothers from Jaha Yuan community, new brothers have joined us. Brothers who are still hesitating, take action quickly. Action is worse than thought, come early and enjoy early. As he said this, he said to the new brother, "Brother, come on, say something to the camera." The new guy immediately understood. He said this while shaking his body. "Hello everyone, I'm the owner of Building 6, and I just passed Brother Chao's interview. There's food and women everywhere. Thank you, Brother Chao. Long live Brother Chao." Then, the live broadcast boy turned the camera around and spoke. "Brothers, if you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. Our Brother Chao is a man of his word, and he always keeps his word. There are more and more applicants at the door. The number of places is limited. Come quickly. First come, first served." Seeing that Shuai Songchao kept his promise, he could enjoy food and women immediately as long as he passed the application. The last male owners in the community who were still hesitating could hardly sit still. Most of the single male owners rushed over. At this time, the owners of several other buildings received reminders from their subordinates and also entered the live broadcast room. Everyone was furious when they saw Shuai Songchao's outrageous actions. They had posted recruitment information in the group before, but the effect was not very good. In addition to Chen Hu, who sent the message first, he recruited several younger brothers, but the quality of them was mixed. Because the conditions given by the OPs are similar. Some interested owners in the community are waiting and watching. They plan to see if these landlords can offer a higher price later. Many male homeowners with families have privately chatted with these posters, asking if they can bring their families with them. These landlords are not fools. Don't worry about how good the job postings sound. Whoever comes is a brother, whoever comes gets plenty of food and you can have any woman you want. For these landlords. To put it nicely, it's called recruiting younger brothers, but to put it bluntly, it's recruiting cannon fodder. As a cannon fodder, how much treatment do you want? It's good enough if you can stutter. And with a family? They are not a charity, why do they need so many burdens? The posters originally planned to lure these people in first. As for the promised food and women, they certainly could not be fully fulfilled. As long as they come in, they can just flatten and twist them into whatever shape they want. Even if a few people regret it later, it won't cause any trouble. These Opie's Haven T thought about snatching my younger brother away. But just think about it. Firstly, all the possible followers in his building have basically been recruited, so if he wants to grab new followers, he can only go to other buildings. In the past, recruiting people took time and was inefficient. Secondly, even if you snatch the person away, loyalty will still be a big problem. If other OPs instigate this and then collectively turn against us, it would be more trouble than it's worth. It is better to recruit directly and focus on the principle of mutual consent. But they never expected it. Shwet Songchao is a shameless man with no moral principles. They actually started a live broadcast. The photos they had sent in the group before were nothing like the live broadcast, the effect was explosive. In order to recruit high-quality followers as quickly as possible, Shwet Songchao actually provided enough food and women to play with during the live broadcast. This has attracted many stingy posters and their current followers. Looking at the huge crowd of applicants in front of Shwet Songchao's house in the live broadcast group. And some of his subordinates are already wavering in their hearts. At this time, the owners of other buildings could no longer sit still. What if Shwet Songchao recruited all the remaining people in the community? None of them could withstand Shwet Songchao's attack. Then, they immediately arranged for their subordinates to enter Shwet Songchao's live broadcast room to cause trouble. Then he followed suit and took out a lot of food and started a live broadcast with the women. Fortunately, Shwet Songchao had set the application requirements very high before, which resulted in many male owners failing to pass. Seeing that Shwet Songchao was determined, these male owners refused to accept them. He cursed Shwet Songchao in his heart, but he could do nothing about it. Just as they were about to go home, one of them exclaimed, "Look, the owner of Building 3, Xiao Bo, has also started a live broadcast and started recruiting." When this group of people heard this, they immediately joined Xiao Bo's live broadcast room. All I see on the screen is the same scene and the same routine. One of Xiao Bo's younger brothers was working hard to explain the recruitment information. Then the remaining posters started their live broadcasts one after another. Among them, Chen Hu, the owner of Building Number 9, is the most impressive. He made all the women he had kidnapped put on makeup and then lie naked on the ground. Then he took out a large amount of supplies and poured them around these women. Then, let these women do various seductive poses in front of the camera. The young man on the side was shouting out various attractive recruitment conditions passionately and wantonly. This move not only attracted those male owners who were not favored by Shwet Songchao to apply for the job. Even the male owner who was still queuing at the back and had not applied for the job ran over. Chapter 54 Song Xinyao volunteered to unlock new skills. When Shwet Songchao saw that there were suddenly so many fewer people in the queue, he immediately went forward to check the reason. When I learned that other buildings had also followed my example and started live streaming to recruit people, Shwet Songchao cursed the owners of other buildings in his heart. Especially Chen Hu in Building 9. Damn it! When I was ransacking the supermarket earlier, I was screwed by you, Chen Hu. Now you come to rob my people again. Damn it, Chen Hu, just wait for me. I'll bring people to kill you in 2 days. Shwet Songchao had no choice but to immediately lower the recruitment standards in order to recruit more followers. And so, just one night passed. Relying on the supplies and clever operations in their hands, the owners of each building were able to revive with full health and recruit a large number of subordinates. Lin Yi looked at the comments in the group about the outrageous actions of the original posters last night, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before the end of the world, the entire Xia society was already in a state of chaos. I didn't expect that it would still be so complicated after the end of the world. After he washed up, he left the bathroom. At this time, the women had finished their breakfast. See Lin Yi come out. Zhong Wanqing immediately arranged for Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei to bring the breakfast that had just been left to Lin Yi. Lin Yi picked up the chopsticks and started eating. At this time, Song Xinyan, who was sitting on the sofa, whispered a few words to her sister Song Xinyao. Song Xinyao's face turned red as she listened, and she secretly glanced at Lin Yi from time to time. Just as Lin Yi was chewing slowly, Zhong Wanqing came to his side. She smiled and whispered in Lin Yi's ear. Hubby, eat quickly, there will be a surprise later. Lin Yi looked at Zhong Wanqing with a smile and asked. Oh, what surprise? Zhong Wanqing said with a smile. Honey, since it's a surprise, it would be boring if I told you about it. Looking at the little girl's playful expression, Lin Yi finished his breakfast in just a few bites. At this time, Song Xinyan immediately stepped forward to clean up the area in front of Lin Yi, and then took the dishes to the kitchen to start washing them. Song Xinyao also walked to Lin Yi's side. At this time, her face turned even redder, and then she asked Lin Yi nervously. Master, could you please come to the study? Xinyao wants to see you for something. Looking at Song Xinyao's expression, he guessed what the surprise was. Lin Yi glanced at Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan. Zhong Wanqing just winked and nodded at him. Song Xinyan was washing the dishes seriously. Only her occasional glances at Lin Yi revealed her nervousness at the moment. Lin Yi smiled and pulled Song Xinyao into the study. Seeing this, Song Xinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly cleaned up the kitchen, then came to Zhong Wanqing and said with gratitude, Sister Zhong, thank you. Zhong Wanqing took Song Xinyan's hand and said with a smile, Sister Xinyan, I know how loyal you are to your husband. Now we are all one family, inseparable. From now on, we must unite as one, live in harmony, and share more of the burden for my husband. Oh, my husband told me last night. You have already gained his recognition and are qualified to be his real woman. You don't have to call him master anymore. Song Xinyan was surprised by this sudden surprise. She looked at Zhong Wanqing in shock and began to stutter. Sister Zhong, what should I call my master from now on? Zhong Wanqing said with a smile. Of course it's the same as me. Song Xinyan's tears welled up in her eyes and she held Zhong Wanqing's hand tightly. Sister Zhong, thank you. From now on, my sister and I will follow your orders, except for what my husband says. Zhong Wanqing took out a tissue and wiped Song Xinyan's tears. Sister Xinyan, we are a family. As long as it's for the good of my husband, we can discuss everything else. Looking at Song Xinyan, who kept expressing her gratitude to him, Zhong Wanqing was filled with emotion. My husband is right. Song Xinyan really knows how to act in moderation. Although he has only been here for 2 days, he is always polite to everyone he interacts with. When it comes to treating yourself, you are even more flattering. After hearing Lin Yi's account of her experiences, Zhong Wanqing had to admire how amazing this woman was. I just got up this morning. I saw that she and her sister Song Xinyao had already gotten up and started making breakfast. When she saw me coming out, she came forward to look for me, keeping a very humble attitude. She asked herself to talk to Lin Yi and asked him to take her sister today. At that time, I felt that this woman was not simple. Now, anyone with a little bit of vision can see that Lin Yi is extraordinary. In this end times, you will definitely be able to carve out a place for yourself. But as Lin Yi's strength continues to grow, there will be more and more women around him in the future. At this time, quickly hold Lin Yi's thighs tightly, the sooner you get in the car the better. She spent the most time with Lin Yi. Although to outsiders, Lin Yi is decisive, ruthless, and cruel. But this is how we treat our enemies. When it comes to treating those who are loyal to him, she can feel that deep down Lin Yi is actually very loyal and nostalgic. The sooner you get on board now, the more stable your position in Lin Yi's heart will be. In this regard, Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei are typical negative examples. One got on the bus, but was not loyal enough. One has not yet gotten on the bus, but is arrogant and not proactive enough. As a result, these two people didn't even know about the zombie crystal core and the awakening of superpowers. In the study, Song Xinyao looked at Lin Yi and felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. But when I think of my sister's earnest teachings last night and the whispered instructions before she came in just now, Song Xinyao took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She began to take off her outer clothes, revealing her still somewhat immature body underneath. Then, she came to Lin Yi wearing a set of cute underwear specially chosen for her by her sister. Lin Yi reached out and held Song Xinyao in his arms, and a faint body fragrance came to his face. Song Xinyao looked at Lin Yi, who was so close to her. She only felt her heart beating faster and her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Master, please take Xinyao. Lin Yi asked with a smile. Xinyao, did your sister ask you to do this, or did you do it voluntarily? Song Xinyao looked at Lin Yi and answered. Master, this is what my sister wants, and it is also what Xinyao wants. I believe in my sister's judgment, and I also believe in my own judgment. Looking at the determination in the shy eyes of the beauty in his arms, Lin Yi picked up Song Xinyao and put her on the bed. Considering that it was Song Xinyao's first time, Lin Yi ended the battle in just 1 hour. At this time, the system sound sounded. Name, Song Xinyao. Age, 20. Body size, 93. Appearance, 94. Overall, 93. Loyalty, 90. Ding. The current goddess, Song Xinyao's loyalty exceeds 80, and the system is issuing rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Thermal Weapon Mastery. Lin Yi looked at the system information and was overjoyed. Chapter 55, Failed to Awaken the Crystal Core. Lin Yi used his supernatural powers to sense things beforehand. It has been observed that Song Xinyao's body is dark green. Although the color is not as dark as her sister's, it is certain that Song Xinyao's loyalty is definitely not low. But unexpectedly, Song Xinyao's loyalty reached 90 points and she would not betray the host. This pair of sisters is definitely worth cultivating well. Moreover, the rewards given by the system for unlocking 80 loyalty of the two sisters are also quite interesting. One is proficient in cold weapons, and the other is proficient in hot weapons. Lin Yi immediately checked the skill. Heat Weapon Mastery, master the use of heat weapons. This includes various firearms, artillery, tank guns, etc. I just happened to have a pistol, and this skill came in handy. Looking at the beauty in my arms, her face still had a few tears and was flushed, hugging me tightly. Lin Yi directly took out a zombie crystal from the space and handed it to Song Xinyao. Xinyao, come, eat it. Song Xinyao looked at the zombie crystal core with excitement on her face. She has learned information about zombie crystals, body enhancement, and superpowers from her sister. She took the crystal core with trembling hands and said with gratitude, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." At this time, the system sound sounded. Goddess Song Xinyao, loyalty +5. Ding. The host gave the goddess Song Xinyao a zombie crystal core level 1, triggering the system to return it. The system returns 5,060 zombie crystal cores level 1. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Lin Yi said with a smile. Xinyao, this is what you deserve, eat it quickly. This is your first time taking a crystal core. Xinyan told you what you need to be careful about, right? Song Xinyao nodded and said seriously. Yes, Master. My sister told me everything. Then she stood up and sat down, putting the zombie crystal core into her mouth. Lin Yi also stood up and put on his clothes, then took out a crystal core from the space and ate it. Through the system, he further strengthened the crystal core into telekinesis. After a while, Lin Yi checked his information. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 40 normal people have a 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, telekinesis level 1-10. Perception level 10-10 inch. Strength, 30 superpower energy. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart moved. Since I have awakened 2 superpowers, I can choose to strengthen them through the system. Does that mean that I can take another crystal core and choose to strengthen another superpower through the system? But when I think about it, many people in the previous life exploded and died because they took 2 crystal cores consecutively in one day. Lin Yi hesitated again. But after thinking for a while, Lin Yi decided to take a risk. Anyway, we have died once, so why should we be afraid of this? If successful, the speed at which my strength increases will be greatly improved. Lin Yi took out another crystal core and swallowed it. Not long after, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The system has detected that the host has taken a zombie crystal core level 1. Please choose to enhance your abilities. Lin Yi decisively chose to strengthen his perception ability. Then a warm current came, and Lin Yi's body was strengthened again. Success! Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Just that short moment was the most tense moment he had ever felt since his rebirth. Lin Yi quickly checked his information again. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 45 normal people have a 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, telekinesis level 1-10. Perception level 1-10 inch. Strength, 35 superpower energy. Lin Yi then activated his perception ability and felt that his perception range had increased, while everything else remained unchanged. At this time, Song Xinyao, who was sitting on the bed, opened her eyes. Her originally fair skin was covered with black filth and emitted a fishy smell. However, she felt that her body had never been so relaxed, as if she had been reborn. Lin Yi checked Song Xinyao's information through the system. Goddess, Song Xinyao. Constitution, 19. Normal is 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, awakening failed. Lin Yi sighed slightly in his heart. Song Xinyao actually failed to awaken. But he changed his mind and felt that this was reasonable. In the previous life, the probability of awakening was extremely low. However, now he, Zhong Wanqing, and Song Xinyan have awakened one after another. In the previous life, this would definitely be an extremely outrageous thing. Now, it's just a return to normal. If awakening fails, it fails, the impact is not that big. Song Xinyao is so loyal to me now, so there will definitely be no shortage of crystal cores in the future. Even if it depends on the continuous strengthening of the body, it will be a good helper in the future. Maybe the system will have some solution later. Song Xinyao looked at Lin Yi with surprise at first. Then she followed her sister's instructions and wanted to feel how to activate her own special abilities. But after trying for a long time, there was no response. An ominous premonition arose in her heart. She looked at Lin Yi with trepidation and asked nervously, "Master, am I awakened?" Lin Yi ignored the filth on Song Xinyao's body and held her in his arms. "I'm sorry, Xinyao, your awakening failed." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Xinyao immediately burst into tears. "Master, Xinyao, isn't Xinyao too useless? Xinyao is sorry for you and for my sister." Lin Yi comforted. "Xinyao, it's nothing. Whether or not you can awaken your superpowers is purely a matter of luck. The probability of awakening is already very low, and awakening failure is the norm. Don't take it personally. Even without superpowers, you can still improve your combat effectiveness in other aspects. Most importantly, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will never abandon you even if you fail." After hearing Lin Yi's comfort, Song Xinyao gradually stopped crying. She said to Lin Yi seriously, "Master, Xinyao will definitely work harder in the future and will not let you down again." Lin Yi said with a smile. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to your performance. Now go outside and wash up." Only then did Song Xinyao notice the filth on her body and Lin Yi, who had been soiled by her. Her face flushed red. "I'm sorry, Master. Xinyao will help you clean it right away." As they spoke, Lin Yi and Song Xinyao left the study and went to the bathroom to wash themselves. Just when Lin Yi wanted Song Xinyao. After a night of adjustment and expansion, the owners of each building began to reach out to the surrounding buildings that had no owners. Chapter 56, War breaks out again, threat from Chen Hu. A little after 10 o'clock in the morning, Shuai Songqiao, the owner of Building 15, woke up from the crowd of women. The woman sleeping next to him was the one who came from another building to apply for a job last night. Seeing that these women were all quite pretty, he accepted them immediately. Next, wait for the recruitment of good younger brothers. He took these new women to the master bedroom to experience it alone. After a crazy night, Shuai Songqiao now feels that these women are just so-so. He immediately got up and went outside. Looking at the young men and women lying naked on the ground outside, there was not a single person on guard. Shuai Songqiao felt a surge of fear when he thought about it. If someone had launched a surprise attack on me late last night, I would have died without even knowing how I died. In fact, he was worrying too much. Last night, the owners of other buildings followed his example and started live broadcasts to recruit followers. After recruiting the younger brothers, there was a carnival. After the guys had their fun, they all fell to the ground and fell asleep. No one wanted to launch a sneak attack. Shuai Songqiao kicked his younger brothers who were still sleeping one by one and shouted loudly, "Damn it, don't sleep anymore, get up and get ready to work." The younger brothers got up quickly when they heard the noise. Shuai Songqiao first arranged for someone to count the supplies consumed last night. After a while, the younger brother came to report. Nearly a quarter of the supplies were consumed at one time last night. When Shuai Songqiao heard this, he was shocked. Last night, in order to recruit new followers as quickly as possible, he was prepared to spend a lot of money. But I didn't expect to consume so much at one time. If they continue to eat like this, they will have to starve for 4 or 5 days. He didn't even think about the fact that he had originally planned to recruit only 20 men last night. But later, when he saw that other posters were also trying to recruit people, he directly expanded the number of people to 30. There were a few new women in the house. These people have been hungry for many days. As soon as he entered the house, he picked up the food on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't stop until his stomach couldn't take any more. At this time, all the younger brothers had packed up and were standing in front of Shue Songchao. Shue Songchao looked at so many younger brothers, feeling both love and hate in his heart. With so many mouths to feed all of a sudden, we have to hurry up and scavenge for supplies. We can't just sit here and eat up all the food. He cleared his throat and said, "Hey guys, I guess everyone had a great time last night." When the younger brothers heard this, they all laughed. Someone shouted at this time, "Brother Chow is so generous. Long live Brother Chow." Last night could be said to be the happiest night they had since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Shue Songchao waved his hand and continued. "I, Shue Songchao, always keep my word and keep my promise. Last night, I promised my brothers what I had to offer. I did it. Food is free to eat, women are free to play. But we can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. If we want to have as much fun as we did last night, we'll have to rob someone else. We have already taken over Building 15. We will split into 2 teams and seize the adjacent buildings 14 and 16. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed immediately. I'll see how you guys perform later. I'm going to say this today. I'll reward those who perform well. If you don't behave well, don't blame me for being ruthless." Did you hear everything clearly? When the younger brothers saw Shue Songchao's serious expression, they immediately started shouting. "Listen carefully, Brother Chow." Only then did Shue Songchao nod with satisfaction. He said to Peng Junwei, the younger brother who had been with him the longest, "Junwei, leave a few of your brothers to guard the house, and then split into 2 teams. I'll lead 1 team to Building 16, and you lead 1 team to Building 14. No matter if there are zombies or living people in the room, all closed doors must be smashed open. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed immediately. Finally, bring back all the supplies you looted." Peng Junwei immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Brother Chow, are you still worried about my work?" Then he began to make arrangements. Taking advantage of this time, Shue Songchao edited a message and sent it to the Community Property Management Group. Building 15, 1002, Shue Songchao at everyone, I am the owner of Building 15, Shue Songchao. Everyone in Buildings 14 and 16, listen to me. I will arrange for my younger brother to collect the supplies later. As long as you cooperate and open the door and prepare the supplies, I, Shue Songchao, will never hurt innocent people. But if anyone dares to resist, don't blame me, Shue Songchao, for being ruthless and merciless." At this time, Peng Junwei came to Shue Songchao and said, "Brother Chow, the distribution is complete." Seeing this, Shue Songchao waved his hand. "Okay. Let's go now." Then, a group of people walked towards the underground garage in a mighty procession. Shue Songchao's news was like a clarion call for attack. After seeing this, the owners of several other buildings took immediate action. They were also in the group, announcing the same information to people in the nearby buildings. Then they quickly brought their subordinates to the garage to gather and prepare for the attack. At this time, the owners of the several buildings that were named were all frightened. They had only formed a simple alliance before. Some buildings don't even have alliances. It's a complete mess. Facing the impending attack, each building reacted differently. Some buildings are more organized and the owners are more aggressive. They quickly elected a leader and formed a resistance team. Then people from every household came out and gathered quickly. I am ready to fight these little brothers led by the OP and resist to the end. They knew that if they did not resist, they would die. These posters said nice things in the group, saying that as long as the supplies are handed over, no innocent people will be harmed. If they hand over all the supplies, will they still be able to survive? Also, many of them have female relatives. For these OPs, a woman who is even slightly pretty is also a commodity. And more buildings simply choose not to resist. Firstly, the apocalypse had been going on for so many days, and their food had long been eaten up. Secondly, there is no organization at all. Even if there are 1 or 2 people who want to resist, there will be very few people who respond. Chen Hu, the owner of Building 9, set his eyes on Buildings 8 and 10 next to it. He followed the example of Shue Songchao, the owner of Building number 15, and also posted messages in the group. He directly copied Shuai Songqiao's information, changed the building number and sent it out. The only difference is that Lin Yi was specifically mentioned at the end. Building 9, room 0902, my tiger brother at integrity person, weren't you quite arrogant earlier? You said you'd wait for me in room 1602? I'm bringing people to building 8 to find you right now. Wash your F-King neck and wait. Chen Hu still remembers it happened just 2 days ago. This honest person posted photos of food and looked for beautiful women in the group. Since he was not strong enough at that time, he deliberately tried to win over this honest person. As long as he hands over half of the supplies, he will be appointed the owner of building number 8. I didn't expect that this honest person was so ungrateful that he asked me to get out. He also arrogantly said that he was waiting for him at 1602. Damn, when had Chen Hu ever suffered such humiliation? He held this grudge in his heart at that time. Once I take over building number 9, I will come find this honest man and make sure he dies a miserable death. After last night's operations, the number of his subordinates is now close to 60. Just ask who in this community has more younger brothers than him. However, just as Chen Hu gathered his men and prepared to split into 2 groups and head to buildings 8 and 10 respectively, a new younger brother he recruited last night stepped forward and slightly interrupted his attack plan. Chapter 57 Chen Hu's Decision. This new brother interrupted Chen Hu's offensive plan. Zhao Hang, who was in Building 7 and had previously exposed the supermarket information. It is said that yesterday, Xiao Bo and other OPs came to Zhao Hang's house with their subordinates to interrogate him about the supermarket information. Afterwards, not only were all the supplies he had just obtained robbed, but he was also beaten up. After everyone left, Zhao Hang immediately went to the door of Lu Yanyan's house opposite. He was ready to settle the score with the bitch who betrayed him. Lu Yanyan didn't give him a chance and immediately locked the door. Zhao Hang, who had no tools to open the door, could only stand at the door in frustration and finally returned home in disappointment. Looking at the house that was turned upside down, Zhao Hang, who had no food in his hands, shamelessly prepared to borrow food from Lu Yuan and others who were going to the supermarket to search for supplies. However, at this time, things about the supermarket had already spread all over the group. Everyone in the group knew that it was Zhao Hang who leaked the information. They hated Zhao Hang so much that their teeth were itching, so how could they possibly lend him food? Yesterday, when they finished looting supplies and finally separated, Lu Yuan, the leader, repeatedly warned them not to leak the secret. In the end, it didn't even last a day and became known to everyone. If he could keep a low profile and protect the secret, he could go to the supermarket again to search for supplies later. Now, all the supplies in the supermarket have been taken away by those OPs, and there is nothing left for them to do from now on. However, Zhao Hang didn't think so. Seeing these people not helping the dying, I also hated them in my heart. He swore to make Lu Yuan and his men pay. Although he hated them in his heart, he had no chance to take revenge on Lu Yuan and the others. Unexpectedly, in the evening, the owner of Building 15, Shuai Songqiao, took the lead in starting a live broadcast to recruit followers. He was originally a single guy, and when he saw the food all over the floor and the beauties in the live broadcast, he was immediately attracted. Fortunately, he had some brains and thought about it, but he didn't dare to apply. This Shuai Songqiao was one of the posters who brought his men to the house at noon to interrogate him for information. If I were to apply for a job, I would definitely be recognized. Just as he was watching the live broadcast, he felt like he was being scratched by a cat, scratching his ears and cheeks. Later, the owners of each building also started live broadcasts to recruit followers. He immediately took a fancy to Chen Hu in Building 9. This Chen Hu didn't come to the house at noon, so I probably don't know him. It should be fine if I change my name when I apply for the job. Zhao Hang acted immediately and quickly found Chen Hu and successfully passed the application. Until this morning, Chen Hu woke up all his younger brothers and started to lecture them. Zhao Hang stood below, still recalling the happy scene last night. When he heard Chen Hu say that as long as he performed well, he would be rewarded, Zhao Hang immediately had an idea and thought of Lu Yuan and others. They have a lot of supplies. And since these guys didn't help me in need, don't blame me for being heartless. When Chen Hu finished his lecture and was ready to leave, he hurried forward and said to Chen Hu, Brother Hu, I have something important to report." Chen Hu frowned and said to Zhou Tao beside him, "Who is this kid?" Before Zhou Tao could speak, Zhao Hang spoke directly. "Brother Hu, I'm Zhao Mo, from Building 7. I just joined your team last night. At this time, Chen Hu was fully focused on looting supplies from buildings 8 and 10 and had no time to chat with the boy. He said impatiently, "Fuck you, fart now." Seeing that Chen Hu was unhappy, Zhao Hang did not hide it. Chen Hu was told that Lu Yuan and others in building number 7 had hidden a large amount of supplies. He also suggested that Chen Hu temporarily abandon building 10 and start directly with building 7. When Chen Hu heard this, he was delighted, but when he looked at Zhao Hang, he felt a little skeptical. "Is what your mother said true?" Seeing that Chen Hu didn't believe him, Zhao Hang immediately cursed and swore. "Brother Hu, I swear to heaven that what I just said is absolutely true. If I tell even the slightest lie, I hope I'll be struck by lightning." Seeing that Zhao Hang dared to make such a cruel oath, Chen Hu immediately believed most of it. He patted Zhao Hang on the shoulder and said, "Okay, if what you said is true, I will definitely reward you handsomely after the task is accomplished." At this time, Zhao Hang remembered the bitch Lu Yanyan and immediately said to Chen Hu, "Brother Hu, after this is done, I don't want any other rewards. I just want Brother Hu to hand over this stinky bitch named Lu Yanyan from building 7 to me. I have some issues with this bitch." Chen Hu thought about it and said, "She's just a bitch." He nodded and said, "Yeah, sure." Then he said to Zhou Tao next to him, "Tao, take a team of brothers and head to building 7 now. First, rob the houses that brother Zhao Mo mentioned, and then search the other residents." Zhou Tao immediately promised. "Don't worry, brother Tiger, just wait and see." Then, Chen Hu turned his gaze to Zhao Hang. Zhao Hang said immediately, "Brother Hu, I'll lead the way." Chen Hu nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Set off. When Chen Hu and his younger brother arrived at the underground garage, several other posters also appeared in the garage with their subordinates. Because when several posters chose the buildings to attack, they tried their best to avoid the targets chosen by other posters. So, for the time being, they have not yet had another conflict. But everyone knows that this is only temporary. The groups looked at each other coldly, and then walked towards their respective target buildings. Chen Hu brought more than 20 of his men to the first floor of Building 8. The younger brother in front immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door of 101. Seeing that there was no movement inside for a long time, Chen Hu behind smiled coldly. He waved his hand without caring whether there were zombies or living people inside. "Break the door open for me." The younger brother in front heard Chen Hu's order and immediately picked up the tool to smash the door. It wasn't long before the door was broken down. The guy who was smashing the door in front immediately retreated, leaving a buffer zone around the door. At this moment, 2 zombies suddenly jumped out of the door. He was about to pounce in front of everyone. Several younger brothers behind him, who were holding homemade long pole weapons, immediately stepped forward and formed a circle. He tried his best to hold the zombies that were rushing towards him in the middle. But after a few days of evolution, the zombies became fast and fierce. With their extraordinary strength, they squeezed the long pole weapons into a deformed shape. Seeing that the zombies were about to break through control, Chen Hu shouted loudly, "Quick, tie up the zombies with chains." The 2 younger brothers immediately took out a long iron chain and passed it to The zombies are completely trapped. I saw that the zombies' hands were tied. At this time, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. 2 younger brothers stepped forward, each holding a long axe. He started chopping at the zombie's neck, head, and other vital parts. After a few seconds, the 2 zombies stopped moving. Seeing that the situation was settled, Chen Hu called his younger brothers into the house to search for supplies. The probability of finding supplies in houses with zombies is much higher than in houses with living people. In a short while, a lot of supplies were looted from room 101. Seeing this, Chen Hu said to a small leader, "Take 10 people with you and continue to search upwards, floor by floor. If you encounter a zombie, just follow the same routine as before." The little leader said immediately, "Okay, Tiger." After saying that, Chen Hu took the remaining dozen or so brothers to room 1602 where Lingyi was. Chapter 58. Chen Hu comes to the door. Room 1602, Building 8. After Lin Yi and Song Xinyao finished cleaning, they walked out. Song Xinyan, who had been waiting anxiously outside, saw Lin Yi and her sister coming out of the bathroom. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Xinyao ran to Song Xinyan and said with a nervous look on her face, "Sister, I'm sorry. Xinyao is so useless. The master gave me the zombie crystal core, but I was unable to awaken my superpowers. After hearing this, Song Xinyan felt a pang of regret in her heart, but she showed comfort on her face. It's okay, Xinyo. My husband gave you the zombie crystal core, which means he has truly accepted you. That's enough. Although you haven't awakened your superpowers, your body has been strengthened and is much stronger than an ordinary person. So, you need to work harder in the future and strive to become your husband's most capable assistant. Song Xinyo listened to Song Xinyan's comfort and nodded firmly. Okay, sister, Xinyo will remember it. Then, Song Xinyan told Song Xinyo about her feelings when killing zombies in the past 2 days. Song Xinyo listened very carefully. As soon as Lin Yi sat down on the sofa, Zhang Wanqing came over. Then she handed the phone to Lin Yi and said with a teasing look on her face, "Hubby, just when you were trying to surprise me, the landlords in the community started to expand outward. Our building 8 is being targeted by Chin Hu, the guy from building 9. Also, he mentioned it in the group chat, asking you to clean your neck and wait." Lin Yi patted Zhang Wanqing's butt, then hugged her in his arms and asked with a smile, "Wanqing, the enemy is about to attack us, why do you seem a little excited?" Zhang Wanqing said coquettishly, "Honey, I was so bored at home yesterday. Someone happened to come to my house to cause trouble today, so I just took it as a way to have some fun." Lin Yi gave Zhang Wanqing a speechless look. It is said that this girl has become more and more courageous since she awakened her special powers. Lin Yi took the phone and looked at the messages sent by the previous posters in the group. After seeing Chen Hu's arrogant message, Lin Yi smiled. He doesn't take these OPs seriously at all. Originally, Lin Yi was looking forward to conflicts and attacks between these OPs. Unexpectedly, they were quite cautious. This Chen Hu really has a strong desire for revenge. I originally wanted him to live a few more days to make the neighborhood more chaotic. But since he is so eager to die, I have no choice but to help him. Then Lin Yi took out 2 zombie crystal cores. One was handed to Zhong Wanqing and the other was thrown to Song Xinyan. The 2 women took the crystal core and swallowed it immediately. Then the system prompts the information about the return of the crystal core. Lu Rumei, who had been observing for a long time, saw this and quickly threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, acting coquettishly. "Master, what did you just give to Sister Zhong and the others? Can you give me one?" Ever since Song Xinyan's legs were healed yesterday, this question has taken root in her mind. I also approached Zhong Wanqing to try to get information indirectly. But this bitch just wouldn't tell me, and I had to ask Lin Yi myself. Just now, in the conversation between Song Xinyan and her sister, she secretly heard words like superpower, awakening, and enhancement. She guessed that it was related to the crystal-like thing that Lin Yi had just taken out. Looking at Lu Rumei with a flattering expression, Lin Yi took out another zombie crystal core from the space. Then, Lin Yi briefly explained the matter about the crystal core. The more Lu Rumei listened, the brighter her eyes became. Even Nan Jiwei, who had been far away, came over. The 2 women's eyes never moved away from the crystal core in Lin Yi's hand. In the end times, there is nothing comparable to this thing. Looking at the 2 women's eager, greedy and longing eyes, Lin Yi put the crystal core back into the space. Seeing the crystal core suddenly disappear from Lin Yi's hand, the 2 women immediately quit. They squeezed into Lin Yi's arms, acting coquettishly and attentively to him. Lin Yi said with a smile, "I still have quite a few crystal cores. But if you want it, it depends on your performance in the future. As long as you are loyal enough to me, I will give it to you." Lu Rumei said with a look of grievance. "Master, I've given you my body, isn't this even possible?" Lin Yi pinched her little face and said, "Rumei, I told you. I know exactly how loyal you are to me. Your little thoughts can't be hidden from me. Let's not talk about Ji Wei. I haven't taken her yet. But look at Xinyan and Xinyao, they came later than you. But I gave them the crystal core. Why? Because they are more loyal to me than you. I will never treat someone who is extremely loyal to me unfairly. And they will also receive a crystal core every day to strengthen themselves." After being pointed out by Lin Yi, Lu Rumei's face turned red. She does have a lot of little thoughts. This is also normal, not to mention in the end times, even before the end times. Who can be absolutely loyal to another person? But she is a smart woman. I know that Lin Yi doesn't like women who play tricks. What he wants is sincerity. Thinking of this, Lu Rumei felt that she had been wrong before. She needs to change her strategy, accept Lin Yi from the bottom of her heart, and fall in love with Lin Yi. Lu Rumei said to Lin Yi seriously. Master, Rumei understands. Please wait and see how she performs next time. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Lu Rumei, loyalty plus 10. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and then spoke to Nan Jiwei. Jiwei, you too. Nan Jiwei also solemnly promised Lin Yi. Although Nan Jiwei has not been taken away yet, her specific loyalty cannot be seen for the time being. However, through his perception ability, Lin Yi still saw that the color of her body was gradually changing from light green to darker. Just then, there was a violent knock on the door. Then, shouting and cursing began. Honest people of Alpaca, open the door quickly, our tiger brother is here. Open the door now, and I'll make your death quicker. Without thinking, Lin Yi knew who was outside. But before he could stand up, Zhong Wanqing said excitedly. Honey, don't move. I'll go open the door. At this time, outside the door, Chen Hu and a dozen of his brothers surrounded the door. Seeing that there was no sound from inside, Chen Hu prepared to ask his younger brother to break down the door. Just then, the door opened. A great beauty appeared in front of everyone outside. The younger brothers outside, including Chen Hu, were all stunned when they saw Zhong Wanqing's exaggerated figure and peerless beauty. Beautiful. It's so damn beautiful. In the past 2 days, Chen Hu has slept with all the attractive women in Building 9. But whether it is appearance or figure, compared with Zhong Wanqing in front of him, they were all just a bunch of people on the roadside. And this woman has clean and smooth hair, neat clothes, rosy complexion, and a faint fragrance. It's obvious that they have no shortage of supplies and have never suffered any hardship. At this time, Zhong Wanqing asked deliberately. Hello, who are you looking for? Chapter 59, Chen Hu turns into a dead tiger when he arrives at the house, and the women's first experience of shooting. Hearing Zhong Wanqing's pleasant voice, Chen Hu straightened his chest, walked past his younger brothers and came in front of Zhong Wanqing. He said this in the manner of an elder brother. Beautiful lady, I am Chen Hu, the owner of Building 9. I think the beauty has heard of it. This time, I'm looking for a man named Integrity Man in the community group. Zhong Wanqing said directly. Chen Hu? Never heard of him. Also, there's no man called Man of Honesty here. As she said that, Zhong Wanqing was about to close the door. Seeing this, Chen Hu immediately stepped forward and blocked the door, preventing Zhong Wanqing from closing it. Just kidding, even if I found the wrong person, so what? Once you meet a beauty of this level, there is no reason to let her go. And it looks like she has a lot of supplies. Thinking that he would get both money and life today, Chen Hu said with a lewd smile. Beautiful lady, don't be anxious. It's the end of the world now. It's very dangerous outside. I'm now the owner of Building 9, and I have many subordinates. As long as you follow me, I will love you and protect you. Just when Zhong Wanqing pretended to be weak and was about to tease Chen Hu, Lin Yi went straight to the door, and the other 4 women followed closely behind him. Seeing Lin Yi appear, Chen Hu immediately turned his gaze towards Lin Yi. Then he noticed the 4 women behind Lin Yi. Chen Hu and his younger brothers were once again stunned by the appearance of the 4 women behind them. Is this a stroke of luck today? Have I stumbled upon a beauty? Why are all the women in the room so pretty and have such amazing figures? Suddenly, Chen Hu saw Song Xinyan behind him. Isn't this the anchor Yan Yan Yishao that I have been thinking about before? Why is she here? Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi coming out and said coquettishly. Husband, please don't come out yet. You're letting someone tease him. Later, I can handle them by myself. Lin Yi smiled and patted Zhong Wanqing's buttocks and said. Wanqing, be good and stop playing. I'm going to go out later, so hurry up and get it done. When Zhong Wanqing heard Lin Yi's words, she put away her playful mood and looked at Chen Hu with a frosty face. Chen Hu thought for a moment and then looked at Lin Yi with an unfriendly face. Are you the man of integrity? Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, I am the honest person in the group. Chen Hu's expression became even uglier, and then he pointed at Song Xinyan and said. This anchor Yan Yan Yishao is from Building 9. You rescued her? And you killed 3 of my brothers? Lin Yi smiled and nodded as he continued speaking. Yes, it's still me. Hearing Lin Yi's affirmative answer, Chen Hu laughed out of anger. He himself is a very arrogant person, but he didn't expect that Lin Yi is even more arrogant than him. He has more than a dozen younger brothers on his side, while there is only one man and 5 women on the opposite side. How dare you talk to him like that? Chen Hu said angrily. Damn it, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Come on, kill this guy and bring all these women back. I'll reward you handsomely. Lin Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly took out a pistol from the space and shot it at the head of the younger brother in front of him. With a bang, a bloody hole immediately appeared on the little brother's head. Because the distance was too close, the bullet pierced the brother's head and hit the brother behind him. The brain matter mixed with blood of the brother who was shot in the head sprayed all over the body of the brother behind him. The younger brothers who were so excited just now and ready to capture Lin Yi fell into deathly silence. I don't know which little brother shouted. Gun! It's a real gun! Run! The crowd finally woke up from their dream and ran towards the stairs. I saw that their boss Chen Hu had already rushed to the front of the escape. Just now, gunshots were heard. He knew that the gun in Lin Yi's hand was a real one. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately put on the grease and prepared to run away. However, Lin Yi would not give him a chance. With the skill, thermal weapon mastery, Lin Yi can now hit whatever he points at. He shot Chen Hu twice at his legs. Chen Hu fell to the ground immediately. Before he could get up, the panicked younger brothers behind him didn't care about the life or death of their boss. He stepped directly over Chen Hu. In a short while, they all disappeared. Lin Yi was too lazy to pay attention to these little bastards. He brought a few women to Chen Hu and said jokingly, Brother Tiger, do you still want to kill me now? Seeing that his life was in Lin Yi's hand, Chen Hu didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He immediately begged for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I have been blinded by my ignorance. Please let me go. I still have a lot of supplies, I'll give them all to you. I will be your most loyal dog from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Seeing Chen Hu's disgusting look when he begged for mercy, Lin Yi immediately lost interest. He took out a new gun from the space and handed it to Zhong Wanqing, then spoke to the women. There are 15 rounds of bullets in this gun. Each of you fire 3 shots to practice your hand movements. Wanqing, you come first. When Chen Hu on the ground heard Lin Yi's words, his heart suddenly felt numb. No, buddy, even if you have to kill me, please just give me a quick death. What's the point of letting these women use me to practice shooting? Lin Yi didn't care about Chen Hu's subsequent protests and scolding. He first briefly explained to the women the basics such as how to hold a gun and how to shoot. Zhong Wanqing took the pistol excitedly. She thought of the bad things Chen Hu had done and her previous experiences. He fired 3 shots at Chen Hu's crotch. Chen Hu was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground. Next is Song Xinyan. After she took the pistol, she thought of Lin Yi's explanation just now. He immediately assumed a more standard shooting posture. He fired the first shot at Chen Hu's other non-vital parts. Since it was her first time shooting, Song Xinyan was quite nervous, her hands were shaking, and her shooting was not very accurate. Then she took a deep breath, adjusted her shooting posture, and fired 2 shots in succession. This time it worked very well and hit the spot she wanted. Song Xinyan handed the gun to her sister Song Xinyao. It was Song Xinyao's first time touching a gun, and also her first time killing someone. I became more nervous and my hands shook even more violently. Fortunately, her sister Song Xinyan kept helping her, allowing her to fire 3 shots successfully. Next is Lu Rumei. Lin Yi originally thought that this girl's performance should be similar to Song Xinyao's. After all, he was the first to shoot and kill someone. I didn't expect that this girl's hands were shaking so badly. But from her eyes, Lin Yi actually saw a hint of excitement. Especially after the first shot was fired, the excitement became even more obvious. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Lu Rumei, loyalty +3. Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Yi was a little amused. But on second thought, this does fit Lu Rumei's personality. After firing 3 shots, Lu Rumei handed the gun to Nan Jiwei somewhat reluctantly. After Nan Jiwei took the gun, resistance instinctively appeared on her face. But seeing Lin Yi's stern gaze, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes and shot Chen Hu randomly. She knew that if she dared to disobey, she would choose not to shoot. Lin Yi would definitely kick her out without hesitation. And it was because of her random shooting that another bullet hit Chen Hu's head. This building boss has been arrogant for only a few days in the apocalypse and has done all kinds of bad things. he died at the hands of several women. Chapter 60 Encounter in the Garage. Seeing Chen Hu being shot to death by Nan Jiwei, Lin Yi threw his body and the body of another younger brother directly out of the window. Then he arranged for several women to wash away the bloodstains on the floor at the door with water. At this time, Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing, "Wanqing, I'm going to the hospital to search for some medicine and other medical supplies. You'll be there later?" Before Lin Yi finished speaking, Zhong Wanqing spoke immediately. "Hubby, Wanqing wants to go with you too." When the four girls nearby heard that Lin Yi was going out, they all stepped forward and expressed their desire to go with him. Lin Yi looked at the expressions on the four girls' faces. It goes without saying that sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao really want to help Lin Yi. Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei's statements were more of a statement of opinion. Lu Rumei was better off and was somewhat moved. She performed well when she killed Chen Hu just now, but if she faced a horde of zombies, she would probably be scared to death on the spot. Nan Jiwei is not like that. When she was killing Chen Hu just now, if Lin Yi hadn't looked at her sternly, she probably wouldn't have been able to do it. However, Lin Yi still agreed with the two women's statements. Lin Yi waved his hand and continued. "The hospital we're going to this time is different from other places we've been to. When the blood rain fell, the hospital admitted many humans infected by the blood rain. Now that the zombie virus has broken out, the hospital is definitely the hardest hit area where zombies are rampant. There are still some survivors in other places. But in a hospital, the chances of survival are close to zero. So many zombies together, after these few days of evolution. It is very likely that a second-level zombie has been born. So, hospitals are very dangerous right now." Hearing Lin Yi's analysis, the hospital is so dangerous. Sisters Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan wanted to go even more, as they wanted to help Lin Yi share the danger. "Husband, since the hospital is so dangerous, we should go and help you," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Wanqing, although you were the first to awaken your superpowers and have the most experience facing zombies, this family needs you to take charge when I'm not around. Xinyan and Xinyao, you two don't have enough experience facing hordes of zombies. By then, I may need to split my attention to take care of you. Rumei and Jiwei, not to mention the two of you, you have no experience in facing zombies. And this time, I don't need to go deep into the hospital. I just need to get some medical supplies that can be used later. Too many people will attract a large number of zombies. And I guess the way to the hospital will be very difficult." After comforting several women, Lin Yi took out two new pistols from the space and gave them to Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan respectively. "Wanqing, Xinyan, take these two guns. Although Chen Hu is dead, there is no guarantee that there will be other ignorant people who will come to cause trouble in the future. If anyone causes trouble again, just beat them to death," Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan said. "Okay, husband, don't worry, I'll take care of the house. Husband, be careful on the road. If you encounter danger, don't force yourself." Lin Yi nodded and walked towards the underground garage under the worried and reluctant gazes of the five women. After a while, Lin Yi came to the garage. Just after he took the warrior armored vehicle out of space. Suddenly, sounds of chasing and shouting were heard from the underground staircase of Building 7 not far away. Lin Yi didn't take it seriously at first and was ready to fill up the armored vehicle with gas and leave. But just as he was cheering, the shouting and cursing at the stairs became louder and louder. After a while, two disheveled figures rushed out from the stairs. One of them was obviously injured and was supported by another, trying desperately to move forward. The uninjured person also had a cut on his backpack. The intense running caused the food inside to scatter all over the floor. Then, a group of people armed with simple weapons followed out. They quickly caught up with the two people in front and surrounded them. The leading man said arrogantly, "Damn it! Run! Run for me! See where you two bastards are running to." At this time, another man next to the arrogant man spoke. TSK, Brother Yuan, why are you doing this? As long as you obediently hand over the supplies and Li Jie next to you, and kneel down and surrender, our brother Tao will not make things difficult for you." The two people surrounded in the middle were Lu Yuan and Li Jie, who had first looted the supermarket supplies. Li Jie was seriously injured at this time, and blood from his body dripped onto the ground bit by bit along his clothes. Lu Yuan next to him held a knife in one hand and helped Li Jie up with the other. Hearing what Zhao Hang said, Lu Yuan started cursing. "Damn it, Zhao Hang, you bastard, stop pretending here. It's you who brought them here. I was so blind that I accepted an ungrateful bastard like you to go to the supermarket to plunder supplies. When Zhao Hang heard Lu Yuan's curse, he stopped pretending and cursed back. Fuck you, calling you brother Yuan, you really think you're a dish? Am I ungrateful? Yesterday when I asked you to borrow supplies, none of you lent them to me. And this Li Jia, not only did he not lend me supplies, he even scolded me. I'm made of clay. Lu Yuan responded directly. You have the nerve to say that. You deserve it. What did I tell you to do in the beginning? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. As a result, everyone in the community knew about it the next day. Zhao Hang was furious when his past was exposed. However, he knew that Lu Yuan was quite skilled. If you push the other party into a corner and they chase you and attack you alone, it will be a waste of time and effort. So he finally spoke up to persuade them to surrender. Lu Yuan, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the food and Li Jia, then kneel down and surrender, or you won't live. Lu Yuan was about to curse Zhao Hang back. Li Jia, who was standing next to him, held Lu Yuan's hand and said weakly. Brother Yuan, before the apocalypse, we all worked in the same company. You know I have a big family, and I'm the only one who supports them through work. You see it in your eyes, and you always take care of me. I've kept all of this in mind. After the apocalypse, my family's food ran out quickly. You even squeezed out some of your already limited food to support my family. Otherwise, our family would have starved to death long ago. Now, it's time for me to repay you. Brother Yuan, I will risk my life to hold them back. You take this opportunity to rush out and seek refuge with other landlords, and then strive to avenge me and my family in the future. When Lu Yuan heard Li Jia's words, his eyes whitened and reddened. Don't say that, bro. If you hadn't risked your life to come up and tell me the news, I would have been trapped in my house by those bastards and killed by them. Brother, if we are going to die today, let's die together. I, Lu Yuan, am definitely not a coward. Li Jia shook his head and said while holding Lu Yuan's hand tightly. Brother Yuan, I'm already injured. Under the current conditions, even if we rush out, we won't survive later. I might as well risk my life and see if I can get you out. If you can avenge me and my family, I will die with my eyes closed. Lu Yuan looked at Li Jia's sincere eyes and smiled bitterly. Stop it, brother. On the road to the underworld, having a brother like you by my side will make my life worthwhile. Seeing that Lu Yuan and Li Jia refused to accept his toast, he drank a penalty drink. The leader Zhou Tao looked at Li Jia with hatred and shouted loudly. Fuck you. Come on, everyone. Kill these two bastards. Just then, a cough was heard nearby. Chapter 61 Accepting Lu Yuan and Li Jia. Everyone present was shocked, even the younger brothers who were about to surround them stopped. Everyone turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. I saw a tall and handsome man walking out from the shadows. This person was Lin Yi, who had been eating melon next to him for half a day. Through their conversation, Lin Yi roughly understood what had happened. Seeing the performance of Lu Yuan and Li Jia who were surrounded in the middle, Lin Yi immediately became interested. In the last days, most people are selfish. In order to survive, you can do anything. This is normal, after all, it is human nature. However, there are still some people who choose to die for the sake of their relatives, friends, loyalty, etc. And this kind of person is exactly what Lin Yi needs. He himself may not be such a person, but he needs his subordinates to be such people. From the current perspective, Lu Yuan and Li Jia meet this criterion. Of course, not everything remains static. Just because you meet the standards now doesn't mean you will meet them in the future. However, he has the ability to perceive, so there is no need to worry too much. As long as these two people have any ulterior motives, he can find out immediately. Seeing that Lin Yi was walking over alone, Zhou Tao immediately stepped forward and drank. Who are you fucking, kid? Lin Yi said with a smile. I'm Lin Yi, I just happened to be passing by. Just passing by, trying to fool a fool. Zhou Tao immediately threatened. Kid, get out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. Lu Yuan and Li Jia in the middle looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. When Lin Yi appeared just now, they were still excited. At this time, those who dared to show up in the garage were most likely the people from the big building owners. But when he saw that Lin Yi was alone, his heart sank immediately. If there were more people on Lin Yi's side, they would decisively choose to ask for help. But now Lin Yi is alone, and there is no way he can fight against the more than 20 people around Zhou Tao. Lu Yuan sighed in his heart, but still reminded him kindly. Little brother, this is not a place for you to stay. Go home quickly. Lin Yi was quite surprised to hear this. This Lu Yuan is quite interesting. He himself was imprisoned and about to die, yet he was still able to speak out and remind others. Lin Yi looked at Lu Yuan, smiled, and said nothing. At this time, Zhao Hang next to him noticed the armored vehicle not far behind Lin Yi. He immediately pointed in the direction of the armored vehicle and said to Zhou Tao, Brother Tao, look. There's an armored vehicle over there. Zhou Tao followed the direction Zhao Hang pointed and saw an armored vehicle. His eyes immediately widened. No man can refuse this thing. But he wondered when there was an armored vehicle in this underground garage. Could it be the boy in front of me? But he was simple-minded and didn't think too much about it. The look he gave the armored vehicle revealed undisguised greed. As long as we have this thing, can't we go to more distant places to plunder supplies? He asked directly. Boy, is that armored vehicle behind you yours? Lin Yi smiled and nodded and said. Yes, it's mine. Hearing Lin Yi's affirmative answer, Lu Yuan in the middle looked at Lin Yi with a different look immediately. This person named Lin Yi has an extraordinary identity. But Zhou Tao on the side said in an extremely arrogant manner. Boy, this car has been requisitioned by Brother Tiger from Building 9. Hurry up and give me the car keys. Then you can get out. If you dare to say no, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. With a bang. Before Zhou Tao could finish his words, a bloody hole appeared on his head. His face still retained the arrogance he had in his lifetime, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene and stood there in a daze. They saw that a pistol suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand, and then he opened fire. At this time, Lin Yi said to everyone with a smile. Why didn't you tell me you were Chen Hu's man earlier? You wasted so much of my time. Also, are all of Chen Hu's men idiots? You know I drive an armored vehicle, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Only then did Chen Hu's other brothers react. They were all blinded by greed just now. Anyone who can drive an armored vehicle must be a military person. Could it be that the authorities have sent people to rescue us? But the Lin Yi in front of him didn't look like a military man. Everyone knows the behavior of Xia country soldiers. It is impossible for them to shoot at ordinary civilians right away. But, just like Lin Yi said, in the end times, anyone who can drive an armored vehicle is definitely not someone to be trifled with. And judging from Lin Yi's tone, he obviously had a grudge against Chen Hu. Thinking of this, these younger brothers immediately backed off. Although, Lin Yi on the opposite side only had one person and one gun. But none of these little brothers dared to go up. Just kidding, everyone followed Chen Hu just for a bite to eat. Now that the leader Zhou Tao is dead, why are we still risking our lives? At this time, the little brother who was farthest away from Lin Yi immediately put on the oil and ran desperately towards the stairs next to him. Seeing that the man had escaped successfully and Lin Yi had no intention of killing him, the other brothers all dispersed. Looking at his younger brothers fleeing in all directions, Lin Yi did not waste the bullets in his pistol. With Lin Yi's current strength, these people are just a group of ants in his eyes. As for Zhao Hang who betrayed Lu Yuan, he looked at Lu Yuan, and an idea came to his mind. After a while, only Lin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Li Jia were left in the garage. Lu Yuan helped Li Jia come to Lin Yi and knelt directly on the ground. They both spoke to Lin Yi. My dear boss, I, Lu Yuan Li Jia, will never forget your life-saving grace. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently. I told you, I was just passing by. Besides, I have some grudges with that Chen Hu. Seeing Lin Yi was about to leave, Lu Yuan looked at Li Jia who was gradually getting weaker due to blood loss. He became anxious and quickly stepped forward to grab Lin Yi's trouser leg and said, Boss, I can tell from your appearance that you are not ordinary. My brother Li Jia is injured now, please save him. If you can save him, I will give you all my food. Even my life is yours. Li Jia next to him also noticed Lin Yi's extraordinariness and immediately spoke. Brother Yuan, please don't say that. I'm already injured, just leave me here to fend for myself. My dear sir, my brother Yuan is a man of integrity and extraordinary skills. Please take him in. Looking at the two people in front of him, Lin Yi used his perception ability to see that they were both green. Then he said to Lu Yuan, take off his clothes. After hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately took off Li Jia's shirt. Li Jie's body was covered with bruises from being hit by blunt objects, and there were also several obvious knife wounds. There was a spot so deep that the bone was visible, and blood was constantly flowing out. Seeing Li Jie's miserable appearance, Lu Yuan's eyes turned red. Then, in front of the two of them, Lin Yi took out gauze, disinfectant and other items for cleaning the wound from the space. Chapter 62. The first test for Lu Yuan and Li Jie, going to the hospital. Lin Yi handed the thing to Lu Yuan, and then he said, "First, disinfect the wound and then bandage it. I don't have any anti-inflammatory drugs on hand at the moment. Take him to Building 8, Room 1602, and find a woman named Zhong Wanqing. She's my woman. Ask her to look around the house and see if there's any anti-inflammatory medicine. If not, then he can only go first. I'm just about to go out and look for supplies. I should be able to find the relevant medicines. But whether he can survive later depends on his own luck." Lu Yuan and Li Jie looked at the gauze, disinfectant and other supplies that appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's hands with disbelief on their faces. How did he appear? But Lu Yuan reacted immediately. Li Jie next to him was about to speak when he was pressed to the ground by him. He took the things Lin Yi handed over, and then knelt down on the ground. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I, Lu Yuan, swear hereby that I will be absolutely loyal to you, boss. If you dare to have second thoughts, you will die a miserable death." Li Jie next to him also reacted and swore. "I, Li Jie, also swear here that I will be absolutely loyal to you, boss. If I disobey you, I will be struck by lightning." Lin Yi looked at Lu Yuan with great satisfaction. This person is a smart person. When talking to smart people, you don't need to say too much. Then Lin Yi ignored the two of them and turned and left. At this time Lu Yuan caught up and said to Lin Yi, "Boss, it's very dangerous outside. Do you need me to go with you?" Lin Yi patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "No, just take care of him." Lin Yi came to the armored vehicle, got in, quickly started the vehicle, and then rushed out of the underground garage of the community. Wait until Lin Yi leaves completely. Only then did Lu Yuan return to Li Jie's side. He took out the disinfectant and began to disinfect Li Jie's wound, saying, "Brother, hold on." Li Jie said, "It's okay, Brother Yuan, I can bear it." However, when the disinfectant touched the wound, Li Jie still groaned in pain. Just as Lu Yuan was carefully cleaning the wound, Li Jie couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yuan, did you see clearly how the boss suddenly produced these things just now?" Lu Yuan stopped what he was doing and said to Li Jie with a serious face, "Brother, we are now the boss's people. There are some things we can talk about privately. But don't ask anything you shouldn't ask in front of the boss. If the boss wants us to know, he will tell us. If you don't want us to know, don't say anything. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Li Jie immediately nodded. "Okay, Brother Yuan, I understand." Li Jie continued, "Brother Yuan, do you think that big guy's power is a superpower? Before the apocalypse, I often saw novels about the apocalypse on tomatoes. There are quite a few descriptions of this kind of superpowers in it." Lu Yuan then helped Li Jie clean the wound and said, "The end of the world has already come, nothing is impossible. All you need to know now is that our boss is very powerful and mysterious. It's not just because he had a gun in his hand. At this time, anyone who dares to go out alone to search for supplies is a ruthless person. Did you notice the expression on his face when he shot and killed Zhou Tao just now?" Li Jie thought about it and scratched his head. "Brother Yuan, the boss didn't seem to have any expression at that time." Lu Yuan began to bandage Li Jie's wound and continued, "No expression, that's right. Zhou Tao was not a human being in the eyes of the boss. Shooting him was like shooting a chicken. You can experience for yourself what this means." When Li Jie heard this, his heart was shocked and he stuttered a little. Yuan brother, this. Seeing that Li Jie was a little scared, Lu Yuan smiled and comforted him. "Isn't this a good thing? In the end times, only by following a ruthless big brother like this can you have a future. I can feel it from the contact just now. As long as we are loyal to the boss and work hard, we will definitely not suffer any loss if we follow him." After hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Jie felt a little relieved. "Brother Yuan, I'm a person with a straightforward mind and a slow mouth. In the future, when I work behind the boss, I need you to remind me and take care of me." Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, "Do we brothers still need to say this?" Follow the boss from now on, we will help each other and make progress together. After Lu Yuan bandaged Li Jie's wound, he helped Li Jie up and walked towards room 1602, building 8. Not long after Lin Yi drove out of the community, he called Zhong Wanqing. Zhong Wanqing on the other end asked after answering the call. Husband, what's wrong? What happened? Lin Yi briefly told Zhong Wanqing what had happened in the underground garage about Lu Yuan and Li Jie. He continued later. Wanqing, they will come to find you later. When you meet, place some supplies in a conspicuous place in the house so they can see them as soon as they open the door. And you must not show any special abilities or take out your pistol. Just act like a normal person and see how they react. Zhong Wanqing understood as soon as she heard it. This was Lin Ye's way of testing them. I understand, husband. If they have any bad intentions, I will kill them. Lin Yi nodded and teased deliberately. Yeah, Wanqing is getting smarter and smarter. Zhong Wanqing was unhappy when she heard this. Hubby, I've always been very smart, okay? Only in front of you am I a stupid woman. Lin Yi said with a smile. I know, my Wanqing is the smartest. Zhong Wanqing laughed when she heard Lin Yi's praise. Lin Yi continued. Wanqing, if they behave normally, check if there are any anti-inflammatory drugs at home. If you find any, give them to them. If not, forget it. Wait until I come back. And put them next door. I checked before, there's no one next door, but there's a zombie inside. Give Lu Yuan an axe and hand this zombie over to him. Zhong Wanqing said after listening. Okay, husband, Wanqing understands. Afterwards, Lin Yi gave a few brief instructions and hung up the phone. This was Lin Yi's first test for Lu Yuan and Li Jie. An extremely simple test. Test whether they can withstand the temptation. Lin Yi made the decision about this test after a brief thought. He had a feeling that this test would probably be of no use. Because from the previous contact, Lin Yi had already estimated that Lu Yuan and Li Jie had a high probability of passing. Especially Lu Yuan, he is a smart man. But even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Things developed just as Lin Yi had expected. He just took the pistol and took the object out of thin air. This made Lu Yuan and Li Jie so respectful of him that they had no intention of betraying him at all. However, the development of the matter was a little beyond Lin Ye's imagination. Chapter 63 Lu Yuan's reaction passing by the Public Security Bureau. Lu Yuan and Li Jie finally arrived at the door of 1602. Lu Yuan knocked on the door. When Zhong Wanqing heard the voice, she knew that the person her husband was talking about had arrived. She stood up and walked to the door, opening it. Lu Yuan and Li Jie's eyes widened immediately when they saw Zhong Wanqing opening the door. Oh my god, this woman is so beautiful. You are worthy of being a big boss. Even such a beautiful woman can get it. Then, they saw it on the coffee table in the living room not far behind Zhong Wanqing. It was filled with a lot of food including fruits, drinks, snacks, etc. Lu Yuan and Li Jie swallowed hard. They looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Wow, the boss is so powerful. Others can't even eat instant noodles now. There are fresh fruits and drinks in this room. The other 4 women in the house heard the knock on the door and thought someone was coming to cause trouble again. So they all got up and came to the door. Looking at the 4 beauties who appeared at the door again. Lu Yuan and Li Jie were both numb. Holy shit, is this still the end of the world? Are they from the same world as the big boss? 5 stunning beauties. 2 of them were obviously sisters. At this time, Song Xinyan asked. Sister Zhong, is there someone so blind as to come here and cause trouble again? Zhong Wanqing said with a smile. Not this time, Sister Xinyan. My husband met someone in the garage and arranged for me to come here. Looking at Lu Yuan and Li Jie who were shocked and speechless. Zhong Wanqing was also very puzzled. This is different from what my husband described. The 2 people in front of him looked at him in shock, falling into serious self-doubt. There's no sign of any bad intentions at all. Seeing that Lu Yuan and Li Jie didn't speak, Zhong Wanqing asked. Did my husband let you guys here? When Lu Yuan heard Zhong Wanqing's question, he was the first to react. He saw the 5 women in front of him, and he didn't know who was the boss's first wife and who was the boss's second wife. Afraid of saying the wrong thing and offending others, he gritted his teeth and spoke in a humble manner. Hello, ma'am. Boss Lin Yi asked us to come here. He asked us to find a lady named Zhong. Let us both follow her arrangements. Zhong Wanqing smiled when she heard that. This should be Lu Yuan, he has quite a keen eye. I'm Zhong Wanqing. My husband has already told me about your affairs. This is anti-inflammatory medicine. Here you go. My husband arranged for you to temporarily live in the adjacent 1601. But there's a zombie in there. Whether you can live there or not depends on you. As she spoke, Zhong Wanqing handed the anti-inflammatory medicine and a fire axe in her hand to Lu Yuan. After Lu Yuan took it, he spoke directly without any hesitation. Okay, ma'am, I'll go take out that zombie right now. At this time, Song Xinyao, under her sister's instructions, went into the house, took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Li Jie. Seeing this, Li Jie quickly took it and thanked Song Xinyao. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. When Song Xinyao heard someone calling her madam, her face immediately turned red. After taking the anti-inflammatory medicine, Li Jie said to Lu Yuan. Brother Yuan, I'll go with you. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said. Okay brother, you help me scout the enemy from behind. As he spoke, Lu Yuan picked up the fire axe and Li Jie took the machete that Lu Yuan had used before and came to the door of 1601. Looking at the locked door, the two were in a dilemma. Even with the tools in their hands, it was a bit difficult to open the door. At this time, Zhong Wanqing, who was standing next to him, was quite satisfied with the reactions of Lu Yuan and the others. They both passed this test. She knew in her heart that Lin Yi wanted to recruit younger brothers and start building his own power. So she decided to help them. Zhong Wanqing came to the door of 1601, put her hand on the door handle, and then activated her ice ability. After a while, the lock core was frozen to a brittle state. Then, Zhong Wanqing exerted a little force and the door lock was opened. Lu Yuan and Li Jie next to them were shocked by this scene. They just felt the temperature around them suddenly drop, and then the unbreakable door lock was gently turned open by Zhong Wanqing. Is this still a human being? How come even the boss-ass woman is so scary? Then, a feeling of relief arose in their hearts. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have any bad thoughts just now. If they showed even a hint of evil thoughts, they would probably fall to the ground on the spot. Zhong Wanqing said with a smile. Are you ready? Lu Yuan swallowed and nodded. Ready, ma'am. Then, Zhong Wanqing opened the door. At this time, the zombies in the house heard the noise and rushed out immediately. The zombies came quickly and urgently. Even though Lu Yuan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the reaction of the zombies in front of him. Compared to when the zombie outbreak first occurred, the zombies' speed at this time is comparable to that of normal people. But their strength is slightly greater than that of normal people, and they have no sense of pain and are not afraid of life or death. Seeing that the boss's woman was looking at him, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and went up to her. The whole process was relatively safe. Finally, with the help of Li Jie, the two of them worked together to kill the zombie. Seeing this, Zhong Wanqing spoke. Very good, you two will clean up the zombies' bodies and then live here temporarily. Come with me later to get some food. We'll talk about the rest when my husband comes back. Lu Yuan responded immediately. Yes, ma'am. After saying that, Lu Yuan and Li Jie worked together to throw the zombie's body downstairs. On his way to the hospital, Lin Yi passed by a police station. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi drove the armored vehicle to the door of the police station and quickly got out. Lin Yi put the car into the space and rushed into the police station building. There were more than a dozen zombies wandering in the hall, most of them wearing police uniforms. When they heard the noise, they immediately pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi was afraid that the gunshots would attract more zombies, so he took out two axes and rushed forward. These zombies have become a bit tricky for ordinary people. It's not even good enough in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi cleared out these zombies in no time. Then he began to search. He planned to go to the equipment management room of the public security station, take the weapons, ammunition and equipment inside, and then prepare to evacuate. As for whether there were any survivors in this police station, Lin Yi didn't care at all. After some searching, Lin Yi finally found the equipment management room deep in the corridor. After dealing with the zombies that attacked him along the way, Lin Yi arrived at the door of the equipment management room. Unlike the doors of other offices, the door of the equipment management room is a thick iron door. Faced with this iron gate, without the key, others might be helpless. Even if it can be opened, it will take a lot of effort. But for Lin Yi, this iron gate was completely useless. He first used his perception to see the lock core inside the iron door. Then he used his telekinetic power to turn the lock inside the door, and opened the door in an instant. After the door was opened, Lin Yi looked at the scene inside the house, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Chapter 64, Survivors of the Great Harvest Hospital. Inside the room, a large number of medical equipment were neatly stacked. Since Jiangnan City is a big city, before the end of the world, its economy has always ranked among the top 3 in Xia Kingdom. So even though it is a public security station, the weapons here are much higher in both quantity and quality than other places. Lin Yi hurried in and started searching. As he counted them, he put all the equipment into the space. After a while, Lin Yi finally put all the equipment in the house into the space. He took a rough inventory. The optical and thermal weapons include 10 Type 93 9mm pistols, 6 Type 96 5.8mm automatic rifles, 4 Type 98 18.4mm shotguns, and 30 boxes of various bullets. Other equipment. For example, explosion-proof shields, bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, batons, handcuffs, tear gas sprayers, high-intensity flashlights, police standard knives, police water bottles, first aid kits, multifunctional belts, cut-resistant gloves, walkie-talkies, stab-proof clothing, police equipment bags and so on. Lin Yi immediately put on a bulletproof vest, a bulletproof helmet, and cut-resistant gloves. As for weapons, put them all in the space. Because you can take it out with just a thought, it is more convenient than carrying it on your body. After doing all this, Lin Yi prepared to leave the police station. On the way back, Lin Yi chopped open the heads of the zombies he had killed before. Finally found a zombie crystal core. After leaving the police station, Lin Yi took out the armored vehicle. Then he quickly got in the car and drove towards the hospital. But after driving for only more than 20 minutes, Lin Yi had to get off the car. This is different from yesterday's visit to Jiangnan University, which is located in a somewhat remote area. Jiangnan First People's Hospital is located closer to the city center. Abandoned vehicles along the way blocked the road. Watching the zombies who heard the sound gradually gathered around. Lin Yi had no choice but to take out the lighter and smaller motorcycle. Fortunately, I didn't bring Zhong Wanqing and the other girls with me. Otherwise, faced with this situation, you can only choose to go home. I got on the motorcycle, because this time Zhong Wanqing was not behind me. With the skill, vehicle driving mastery, Lin Yi simply let himself go. He showed off all kinds of difficult motorcycle riding moves. He managed to carve out a path through the various abandoned vehicles and zombies. After more than half an hour of operation, Lin Yi finally arrived at the hospital entrance. At this time, a large number of zombies gathered at the entrance of the hospital, and Lin Yi drove the car into the underground garage. After entering the underground garage, Lin Yi discovered that there were far fewer zombies here than above. Lin Yi parked the car at the stairs and got out quickly. After easily taking care of several zombies nearby, Lin Yi put the car into the space. Then he walked up the stairs to the first floor of the outpatient clinic. After reaching the first floor, Lin Yi did not rush out. He looked through the glass window in the hallway door. There were at least 200 or 300 zombies wandering in the hall on the first floor. Then, Lin Yi looked around and found that the pharmacy was about 50 meters away from him. Fortunately, it's not very far. This way, he wouldn't have to waste energy and strength to clear all the zombies in the hall. Lin Yi opened the door gently. Then he randomly took out a can of Coke from the space and shook it vigorously. Then he threw it in the opposite direction of the pharmacy. Lin Yi threw the bottle of Coke very far away and it hit the wall directly. There was a loud bang and the Coke exploded. The zombies in the hall were immediately attracted over. Lin Yi seized the opportunity and immediately rushed to the pharmacy. The distance was more than 50 meters. With Lin Yi's current physical strength, he arrived at the door of the pharmacy in the blink of an eye. After opening the door, Lin Yi immediately walked in and then locked the door. At this time, there were more than a dozen zombies wandering in the pharmacy, and they immediately pounced on Lin Yi. After easily getting rid of these dozen zombies, Lin Yi transformed into a hard-working little bee and began to search. It took more than 20 minutes for Lin Yi to store all the medical supplies in the pharmacy. As expected of being the #1 hospital in Jiangnan City, this pharmacy occupies a huge area. Not only are the types of medicines very rich, but the quantity is also astonishingly large. After finishing the search, Lin Yi looked at the time. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to search other places. It would be best to see if we can find a living doctor. Lin Yi exited the pharmacy while the zombies in the hall were attracted by the previous noise. He walked down the corridor. Soon Lin Yi arrived at the corner of the corridor. He stopped and then looked out. There are not many zombies in the corridor at the corner, about 20 or so. Lin Yi took out an axe and rushed in. After a bloody storm, the corridor was covered with zombie corpses. After splitting open all the zombies' heads, Lin Yi found another zombie crystal core. Then, Lin Yi activated his perception ability to detect the departments on both sides of the corridor. After searching for a long time, most of the boxes were empty, with only 1 or 2 gray zombies showing up. But not a single living person was found. After checking the first floor, Lin Yi came to the second floor. There are obviously more zombies in this corridor on the second floor than on the first floor, about 30 or 40 of them. But Lin Yi was not afraid at all. He picked up the axe, used his supernatural powers, and quickly killed all the zombies. Then Lin Yi continued to use his perception ability to detect survivors. Hard work pays off. Lin Yi finally found traces of a living person at the door of the internal medicine clinic. He simply forced the door open. I saw a female doctor huddled in the corner of the room, trembling all over. But when she saw Lin Yi opening the door dressed as a sheriff, she immediately stood up excitedly. "Hello, Sheriff, Since I haven't eaten for a few days, my blood sugar is low." The female doctor just stood up and didn't finish her words. She felt her eyes go dark and she fainted. Seeing this, Lin Yi locked the door and came to the female doctor. At this time, the system sound sounded. Name, Chen Shi. Age, 27. Body size, 92. Appearance, 93. Overall, 92. Compliant with system standards. I didn't expect she was a beautiful doctor. Lin Yi quickly picked her up and placed her on the table. He took out a bottle of mineral water and slowly poured it into Chen Shi's cracked lips. Not long after, Chen Shi woke up slowly. What came into view was Lin Yi's tall and handsome face. Seeing Chen Shi wake up, Lin Yi put away the phone in his hand and said lightly, "Woke up? Or maybe it's because I've been living in fear and starving for so many days. Perhaps it was the excitement of seeing official rescue." Chen Shi asked excitedly. "Hello, Comrade Sheriff, are you here to receive official assistance? Have all the zombies outside been killed?" Looking at Chen Shi, who was asking him questions non-stop, Lin Yi waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. "Excuse me, doctor. I'm not a sheriff, nor am I an official rescuer. Not all the zombies outside have been killed. Now, if you want to survive, you have to answer a few questions for me." After hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Shi was stunned. Chapter 65 Chen Shi's Memories. Chen Shi pointed at Lin Yi and asked, "You're not the sheriff, so why are you wearing sheriff's gear?" Lin Yi chuckled. "Who said only sheriffs can wear this gear?" Chen Shi immediately became alert. She has been hiding in her room these days and has learned about the general situation outside through her mobile phone. The whole world is in chaos. Various criminal activities are emerging one after another and social order has collapsed. She looked at Lin Yi and immediately thought of the criminals outside. Lin Yi didn't care about it at all. He continued to ask, "Did you know there were other survivors throughout the hospital?" Chen Shi frowned and said nothing, looking at Lin Yi with hostility. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled inwardly. This woman is quite stubborn. Then I'll tease you and see how long you can endure it. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a bag of bread. Then he started eating in front of Chen Shi as if no one was around. When Chen Shi saw the bread, his eyes widened. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for several days. When she fainted just now, Lin Yi gave her some water, so she is not so thirsty now. But once she drank the water, her hunger became even stronger. Smelling the aroma of bread, her mouth was watering like crazy. Seeing that Lin Yi ignored him completely, Chen Shi couldn't help but complain about Lin Yi in his heart. How can this man be so despicable? He has no gentlemanly manners at all. Lin Yi finished eating the bread and took out a box of self-heating hot pot. While the hot pot was cooking, Lin Yi took out another apple and started eating it. Chen Shi's eyes widened. How come the man in front of me has all kinds of food? This is too luxurious. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Her stomach started to growl uncontrollably. Seeing that Lin Yi ignored him, he just started eating. Chen Shi couldn't help it anymore and said to Lin Yi, "Hey handsome guy, can you give me something to eat?" I haven't eaten in days. Lin Yi glanced at her and said nothing. Seeing this, Shi couldn't help but say, "How can you be so rude, you grown man? I was just talking to you." Lin Yi said lightly. Impolite? It seems like I was just talking to someone, and that person was very rude. Listening to Lin Yi's ridicule, Shi's face turned red. You. Lin Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and interrupted her loudly. What are you talking about? If you want to eat, then answer the questions honestly. Shi was startled by Lin Yi's sudden shout. Seeing Lin Yi's unfriendly expression, he immediately lost his temper and nodded obediently. Lin Yi continued to ask, "Do you know if there are other survivors in this hospital?" Shi replied with a painful look on his face. "I don't know about the people in other departments, but I am the only one still alive in my department." Lin Yi remembered that the sign outside the clinic door said cardiovascular department and then asked, "Are you a physician?" Shi shook his head. "No, I'm a surgeon." Lin Yi was somewhat surprised to hear that this beautiful woman Shi was actually a surgeon. You have to know that for surgeons, the scene of facing patients will make people feel uncomfortable to some extent. Lin Yi asked, "So how did you get to this office?" Recalling the scene when the zombie outbreak first occurred, she still feels a lingering fear. When the blood rain first broke out, the hospital's helpline was overwhelmed with calls. At the beginning, the doctors in the hospital went to treat patients in the spirit of curing diseases and saving lives. But what they didn't expect was, even if they took adequate precautions, it would be of no avail. The doctor who was rescued showed symptoms of infection in less than a day. This forced the hospital's top management to decide to stop admitting patients from outside. At the beginning, the army was also dispatched and sent a lot of patients. But at the same time, anyone who enters the blood rain will be infected. As a result, a large number of soldiers were also infected. Officials also had to cancel the rescue. At this time, the hospital began to focus on treating the infected people. Because Jiangnan First People's Hospital is not only the best hospital in Jiangnan City, but also one of the top infectious disease research centers in the country. Before the end of the world, a huge number of people came here for medical treatment every day. After the bloody rain broke out, the hospital was overcrowded with patients. The beds in the inpatient department have long been full, and even the corridors are crowded with patients. As the number of infected people increases, the disease becomes more severe. The tragic conditions that appeared on the infected people's bodies were accompanied by the painful and wailing sounds they made. When people see it, they think they have come to hell on earth. Due to the large population of the hospital, a large amount of supplies are consumed every day. In order to ensure that the hospital can develop an antidote to the virus as soon as possible, the authorities organized soldiers to form suicide squads every day to deliver supplies to hospitals. Even though they know they will die if they go, there are still soldiers who volunteer to go every day. Even so, the initial supplies for Jiangnan First People's Hospital were not in short supply. This also allowed Shi and the others to safely pass through the bloody rain stage. But 7 days passed. Doctors tried every possible way, but still couldn't defeat the virus. During this period, people continued to die, and the hospital morgue was overwhelmed with so many bodies. 7 days later, the blood rain stopped. Just when people were cheering for the end of the disaster, a zombie virus broke out. Due to the large number of infected people, a large number of zombies appeared in the hospital at the beginning. The inpatient department collapsed in an instant. Except for a few people who managed to hide, almost no one escaped. Then countless zombies quickly spread outward, and all the survivors in the hospital ran outside to escape. But Shi was luckier. When the zombie outbreak occurred, she was not in the inpatient department because she was on shift change. "I haven't contacted my family for a few days." She went to a secluded place on the second floor of the outpatient building to make a phone call. Unexpectedly, she had just said a few words to her mother when the zombies broke out. Suddenly, her mother's frightened voice came from the other end of the line, and then the phone fell to the ground. Then came the screams of her mother. After a while, the screaming stopped, followed by the sound of chewing. As she kept calling for her mother, there were sounds of panic in the hospital and people fled in all directions. Then a zombie heard the sound and walked towards her. Seeing this scene, she immediately thought of something. She immediately ran away and started to twist her body towards the doors of the clinics in the second-floor corridor one by one. Due to the virus outbreak, all these doctors were transferred to the inpatient department for support. Many doors were locked. Seeing more and more zombies approaching her, Chen Shi gradually fell into despair. At this critical moment, she opened the door of the cardiovascular department. After Chen Shi entered the room, he quickly locked the door and thus escaped danger. Seeing Chen Shi's frightened look, Lin Yi continued to ask, "Do you know if there is any place in the hospital besides the pharmacy where a large amount of medical supplies are stockpiled?" Chapter 66, except Chen Shi's level 2 zombie appears. Chen Shi fell silent again. But this time he wasn't trying to show his disdain to Lin Yi. She looked at the self-heating hot pot in front of Lin Yi, which was bubbling with steam and had already boiled. My stomach growled again. Seeing this, Lin Yi chuckled and pushed the self-heating hot pot in front of her. Chen Shi looked at Lin Yi in surprise. She couldn't believe that this man actually gave her food. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Eat. Seeing that Lin Yi was serious, he didn't tease her. Chen Shi immediately turned on the self-heating hot pot. A spicy aroma instantly spread. She didn't care about the heat, picked up a potato with chopsticks and blew hard. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled inwardly. It's okay. I still feel hot. However, she couldn't wait to put the potato into her mouth after blowing on it twice. It was still so hot that the corners of her mouth were twisted. But Chen Shi endured the heat and ate the potatoes. Lin Yi looked at Chen Shi, who looked like a starving ghost, and took out another bottle of water and handed it to her. She looked at Lin Yi in surprise again. Through her mobile phone, she realized how precious food and water are now. The food that Lin Yi gave her just now was enough for any woman who had no food to do many things. She suddenly felt that she must have wronged the man in front of her. Chen Shi said quickly, "Thank you. Thank you." In a short while, Chen Shi finished eating the self-heating hot pot. I almost drank the soup. Seeing that she was still unsatisfied, Lin Yi took out another pack of instant noodles and handed it to her. Looking at the instant noodles that Lin Yi handed over again, Chen Shi finally couldn't hold it anymore. She suddenly hugged Lin Yi and burst into tears. Lin Yi was a little overwhelmed by Chen Shi's actions. It was she who had scolded me just now, and it was also she who was hugging me and crying now. But out of sympathy, Lin Yi still touched Chen Shi's back. There is absolutely no other meaning here, it is purely to comfort the beauty in my arms. What Lin Yi didn't know was, during these few days of the zombie outbreak, Chen Shi almost had a mental breakdown. When she was first trapped in this room, she sent out countless messages for help. Unfortunately, all of them fell on deaf ears. As time went by, her hope gradually turned into despair. There is no one alive in the WeChat group of my department except myself. Through her mobile phone, she learned that the world outside had become a chaotic one. Hunger, thirst, loneliness, the death of her parents, and the occasional roars of zombies outside gradually pushed her to the brink of collapse. She knew that no one would come to save her. So she huddled in the corner of the room, slowly waiting for death to come. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Yi appeared. Just now, she felt Lin Yi's kindness, and she could no longer control her long pent-up emotions. After a long time, Chen Shi calmed down. Feeling the touch on her back, her face flushed and she gently pushed Lin Yi away. At this time, the woman's modesty prevailed again. Seeing this, Lin Yi let go of Chen Shi indifferently. Seeing that Lin Yi let go of him, he did not take any further action. Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. She remembered Lin Yi's question just now and quickly answered. Handsome man, the hospital has a central warehouse with a large amount of medical supplies stored in it. It's on the first floor of building 3 next door. Lin Yi nodded when he heard this, said thank you, and then turned around to leave. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to go out, Chen Shi became anxious. She said hurriedly, Handsome, do you want to go out?" Lin Yi said, "That's right." Chen Shi asked, "Could you please take me out with you?" Lin Yi looked at Chen Shi with amusement. "It's very dangerous out there, why should I bring a burden like you with me?" Chen Shi said, "I just told you where the hospital's supplies are stored." Lin Yi pointed at the instant noodles in Chen Shi's hand and said, "I exchanged it for food and water. You should know how precious this thing is now." Chen Shi was speechless. Her face flushed and she forced herself to speak. But. Lin Yi interrupted directly. "No, I'm a fair person. If you want to leave here, then see what else you have to exchange." Chen Shi calmed down. She was not an unreasonable woman. Lin Yi was right. The two of them met by chance and didn't know each other. Lin Yi is not a sheriff, he has no obligation to save himself. I just gave her food and water, which was the most I could do. And now, apart from this body, what else can she exchange? Just when Chen Shi's face was changing from gloomy to bright, Lin Yi said with a smile, "It's not impossible to take you out." Chen Shi heard it and said immediately, "What are your conditions?" Lin Yi continued, "If you will become my maid, I can get you out. But all that you have belongs to me, and you must remain faithful to me forever. If I find out you're being unfaithful, I'll kill you. Similarly, as long as you follow me, I will provide you with sufficient food and security." After hearing Lin Yi's harsh conditions, Chen Shi agreed without a second thought. This surprised Lin Yi a little. After these few days of painful suffering, Chen Shi no longer wants to live like this. As long as she can leave here, she will agree no matter how harsh Lin Yi's conditions are. Lin Yi thought about it for a moment and then said to Chen Shi, "Wait here for a moment. I'll come back to pick you up after I've looted the medical supplies." Chen Shi changed his mind and felt that there was no need for Lin Yi to lie to him, so he agreed. Lin Yi walked out and closed the door. Since there were zombies everywhere outside, he did not go to Building 3 from outside. Instead, he chose to return the same way and went to the underground garage. We went through the garage and arrived at the basement of Building 3. Then I went up the stairs to the first floor of Building 3. Along the way, he killed all the zombies he encountered. Lin Yi opened the door to the central warehouse on the first floor. As soon as the door was opened, Lin Yi was shocked by the scene inside. Compared with this central warehouse, the previous pharmacy is nothing. I saw that this central warehouse was nearly as large as 2 standard football fields. Various medical supplies are neatly stacked inside. From small items like syringes and scalpels to large items like various examination instruments, we have everything. More importantly, there wasn't a single zombie inside. Lin Yi was overjoyed and quickly put all the supplies into the space. Just when Lin Yi was busy searching for supplies, a roar suddenly came from the inpatient building, and a level 2 zombie was born. Chapter 67, First Encounter with Level 2 Zombies Evacuating the Hospital. Not long ago, in a room on the top floor of the inpatient building, a group of zombies were gnawing on several fresh corpses. These bodies are the last survivors in the hospital building. After the zombie outbreak, they were trapped here. But because they had no food, they soon became very hungry. So the extremely hungry people set their sights on the others. They quickly reached an agreement in private and prepared to find an unlucky person to kill and eat. However, just as they tied up the unlucky guy and prepared to kill him, the desire to survive made this unlucky guy burst out with amazing strength. Coupled with not having eaten for several days, the other people had no strength left. The unlucky guy quickly broke free from the restraints of several people. But this sudden burst of power came and went quickly. He soon lost all his strength. Seeing that everyone else was rushing towards him with crazy looks on their faces, the unlucky guy decisively chose to open the door. "Since you won't let me live, then if we have to die, let's all die together." As the others panicked, the door opened. The zombies who had been waiting outside for a long time rushed in instantly. The unlucky guy didn't resist and let the zombies behind him bite him. He looked at his fellow human beings trembling with fear, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Then, the others burst into painful wails and curses. In a short while, all the survivors in the inpatient department died. Just as this group of zombies were feasting, a zombie in a white coat suddenly mutated. Its cloudy eyeballs suddenly trembled violently, and its cervical vertebrae made a creaking sound like gears. It was as if something was awakening. Its finger bones began to crack, and the 3 knuckles extended like stretched springs. The nails cracked and curled up, revealing the black cuticle underneath. The ho-ho sound in its throat suddenly rose to a high-pitched roar, and its vocal cords were reassembled after repeated tearing. The sound waves caused the surrounding blood beads to float in suspension. The most horrifying changes occurred in the chest cavity. The originally collapsed ribs suddenly stretched outward, and the skin cracked like paper, revealing the wriggling muscle fibers underneath. The previously gray and rotten tissue was turning red and expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, rolling like boiling asphalt and wrapping around the bones inside. When the shoulder blade pierced the skin, 2 rows of jagged bone spurs popped out, emitting a cold metallic light. When it raised its head again, a network of bloodshot appeared in its cloudy eyeballs, and its pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. It stood up, shook off the rotten flesh that had fallen off earlier, revealing the new flesh and blood inside. The body size is nearly 1/3 larger than before. It looked at its fellow creatures competing with it for fresh flesh and blood, and its eyes revealed a bit of wisdom. It punched the zombie in front of it, and the zombie's head was instantly blown up. Then he picked up the fresh flesh and blood on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. It didn't take long before it had eaten all the corpses in the house. As if it was not full, it sniffed its nose, quickly left the room and walked downstairs. Lin Yi worked in the central warehouse for nearly 2 hours before he finally stored all the supplies into the space. Looking at the empty central warehouse, Lin Yi prepared to return the same way and go back to the second floor of the outpatient clinic to pick up Chen Shi. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the door of Chen Shi's clinic. Chen Shi in the room had already become impatient and almost thought that Lin Yi had abandoned her and left the hospital. Just as she was about to secretly open the door to see what was going on outside, Lin Yi opened the door. Chen Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yi come in. Lin Yi said after entering the room, "There are a lot of zombies outside, and it's very dangerous. Once you get out there, there's no turning back. Have you thought it through?" Chen Shi took a deep breath and nodded. "Yeah, I've thought about it." Lin Yi continued with a serious expression. "Since you've made up your mind, I'll tell you something up front so you don't regret it later. Follow me when we get out. No matter what happens, control your mouth and don't make any noise. If a large number of zombies are attracted because of you, I will abandon you without hesitation. Do you understand?" Chen Shi thought for a moment and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Master, I understand." Then Lin Yi took out a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet and handed them to Chen Shi. After Chen Shi was dressed, Lin Yi took her out of the clinic. As soon as he went out, Chen Shi saw zombie corpses all over the ground. The disgusting and hideous appearance, as well as the foul stench, made her legs go weak and she felt nauseous. But seeing Lin Yi, he didn't stop at all and kept walking in front. She knew that Lin Yi was not joking with her. There was a real possibility that she would be abandoned by Lin Yi. So, Chen Shi gritted his teeth, tried hard to control his fear and nausea, and followed Lin Yi. When they came to the first floor lobby, looking at the hordes of terrifying zombies, Chen Shi could only feel his teeth chattering. In order to prevent herself from making any sound out of fear, she covered her mouth with her hands. Lin Yi used the same trick again. He took out a can of drink and threw it hard across the stairs. The zombies in the hall were instantly attracted by the sound and surrounded it. At this time, Lin Yi picked up Chen Shi and ran towards the stairs. Chen Shi felt like in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the stairs. Lin Yi quickly closed the door and put Chen Shi down. Chen Shi looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Is this still a human being? Before the end of the world, even the world sprint champion Bolt was not so fast. While she was stunned, Lin Yi had already walked down the stairs. Seeing this, Chen Shi hurried to follow. The two finally arrived at the underground garage. After arriving at the garage, Lin Yi took the motorcycle out of the space. Looking at this magical scene, Chen Shi was stunned again. Lin Yi spoke. "Hurry, get in the car." Chen Shi woke up as if from a dream and immediately sat behind Lin Yi. As the motorcycle started, the surrounding zombies immediately surrounded it. Seeing that the zombies had been alarmed, Lin Yi immediately took out his pistol. He held a gun in his left hand and drove a motorcycle with his right hand. As long as a zombie dares to approach, it will be shot in the face. And every bullet hit the zombie's head accurately. Chen Shi sat behind Lin Yi, looking at the zombies swarming towards him, and was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes. She bit her lips hard and hugged Lin Yi's waist tightly. Soon, Lin Yi rushed out of the hospital's underground garage. At this moment, the second-level zombie also arrived at the door of the hospital. When he saw Lin Yi rushing out from a distance, it sniffed, its eyes revealing an indescribable desire. It felt that as long as it ate this man, it could gain huge benefits and evolve faster. Without any hesitation, the second-level zombie immediately chased after him. At the same time, Lin Yi also discovered this unusual big guy. He shot the zombie in the head. As soon as the gunshot rang out, the second-level zombie dodged away. Seeing this, Lin Yi was shocked and blurted out, "Fuck, a level 2 zombie." Chapter 68, Fighting Against Level 2 Zombies. Although before coming to the hospital, Lin Yi had already sensed that level 2 zombies might have appeared in the city center. But when this living second-level zombie appeared in front of him, he was still shocked. Too fast. Zombies are evolving too fast. At this stage, it is very difficult for ordinary humans to deal with the increasingly powerful first-level zombies. Not to mention the second-level zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Yi wanted to give himself a big slap. I am such a bad mouth. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi decisively chose to evacuate here as soon as possible. It's not that he is afraid of this level 2 zombie. In one-on-one situations, Lin Yi felt that he could rely on his current strength and some supplies and firearms in the space. I can still fight against this level 2 zombie. But he was now in the city center, surrounded by zombies. And he didn't even have a helper around him. There is also the burden of Chen Shi behind him. Even if he could take down this level 2 zombie. But what he is about to face next is the siege of hordes of first-level zombies. With so many zombies, they can wear him down to death here. The best solution for him now is to evacuate from here first. Once we get out of the city center and find a place with fewer level 1 zombies, we can find a way to take down this level 2 zombie. Immediately afterwards, an idea immediately emerged in Lin Yi's mind. The zombies outside were surrounding them and gradually forming an encirclement. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator of the motorcycle to the bottom. At this time, the motorcycle roared. Under his control, it was like a wild horse running on the road. Then, Lin Yi drew his gun and fired a burst of shots at the zombies blocking the way. Each bullet hit a zombie's head accurately. Soon, a gap was opened in the encirclement formed by the zombies outside. Lin Yi seized the opportunity and rushed out. The second-level zombie that had been chasing behind became furious when he saw his prey trying to escape. It roared and sped up its pursuit of Lin Yi. Along the way, all the level 1 zombies that stood in its way were knocked away by it. Chen Shi, who was sitting in the back, heard the roar of the second-level zombie. She couldn't help but glance back. The scenes that could only be seen in games and movies in her previous life instantly appeared in her eyes. It immediately left an indelible impression on her mind. Chen Shi felt his whole body trembling and he almost peed. She quickly turned her head and closed her eyes. However, the terrifying and hideous appearance of the second-level zombie still lingered in her mind for a long time. Chen Shi hugged Lin Yi's waist tightly. The two peaks on his chest were pressed tightly against Lin Yi's back, deformed by the accumulation of pressure. Feeling the masculine aura coming from Lin Yi immediately gave her a lot of sense of security. Lin Yi was in no mood to feel the softness on his back. All his energy now was focused on driving and shooting. Lin Yi controlled the speed of the car while firing a few shots from behind from time to time. Let the second-level zombie chase him slowly. As time passed, Lin Yi finally left the city center. At this time, there were fewer and fewer zombies and abandoned vehicles on the road ahead. Another 10 minutes passed. Lin Yi finally arrived at a section of the road where there was not a single zombie in front of him. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Yi took action immediately. He took out nearly 10 200L gasoline barrels from the space at once and threw them on the ground. The gasoline barrel rolled along the road towards the second-level zombies. At this time, the second-level zombie had not noticed the danger and was still rushing towards Lin Yi. Just as it was about to pass the gasoline barrel, Lin Yi stopped the car decisively, then took out his pistol and fired several shots. The bullet flashed with cold light and hit the gasoline barrel accurately. There were loud bangs of bang, 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 and the gasoline barrel exploded instantly. The shockwave generated by the explosion directly blew away the first-level zombies at the center of the explosion. The zombies in the distance were also blown to the ground. At this time, Lin Yi was already far away from the center of the explosion, but he could still feel the heat wave coming towards him. Then flames engulfed everything around the core of the explosion. Lin Yi widened his eyes and observed the situation of this level 2 zombie. After a while, a figure staggered out from the fire. Lin Yi was shocked when he saw this. Such a violent explosion didn't kill it directly. This thing is really hard. This second-level zombie now looks extremely miserable. Its entire body was charred black, and the white coat it had been wearing had completely disappeared. Some parts of the body were still burning. His right arm was blown off, and his left arm and legs were also deformed. As the wind blew, a strange smell of burning rotten meat drifted over. Just now, the gasoline barrel exploded. This second-level zombie seemed to sense danger. It instinctively dodged to the side and grabbed the two level 1 zombies next to it and held them in front of it. Then it used its hands to protect its body, head, and other vital parts. It was this action that kept it alive temporarily. The huge energy generated by the explosion first tore the two level 1 zombies in front of him into pieces. Then the energy hit its arms and legs. It seemed that this second level zombie was seriously injured. The surrounding first level zombies were also wiped out by the explosion, and the zombies behind were blocked by the fire. Lin Yi directly picked up Chen Shi from behind and dropped him to the ground. Then he started the motorcycle and rushed towards the level 2 zombie. Chen Shi looked at Lin Yi rushing towards the zombies and felt that his brain was not enough. Is he crazy and wants to die? But if you want to die, don't take me with you. Seeing Lin Yi coming towards him, this second level zombie tore off the burnt skin and muscles on its body with its bare hands. Then the new flesh and blood were like wriggling worms, rapidly interweaving and combining. New skin muscles gradually form. Lin Yi's heart sank when he saw this. What an amazing recovery ability! While driving, Lin Yi took out a Type 96 automatic rifle and fired at the head of the second level zombie. Because his legs were deformed by the explosion, his movements were greatly affected. This makes it impossible for this level 2 zombie to effectively dodge bullets. As a last resort, it raised its left hand to protect its head. Bullets rained down on its arms, but none penetrated. Lin Yi quickly arrived in front of the second level zombie. By this time, its injuries had almost recovered. Although he is still tall, he is much thinner than before. It was clear that shooting from a distance could not cause any substantial damage to this level 2 zombie. Lin Yi could only choose close combat, slashing at the second level zombies with 2 axes. A cold light flashed. With a pop sound, Lin Yi brought down the axe in his right hand. He wanted to chop the zombie's neck. Unexpectedly, the zombie reacted quickly and immediately raised its left arm to block. Even with Lin Yi's current physical fitness of 45 points, he was unable to completely cut off its arm. The axe only cut the muscles on the zombie's arms, but did not cause much damage to the bones inside. Lin Yi was shocked. As expected of a level 2 zombie, his physical fitness is too strong. If this is converted into a numerical value, its physical fitness was at least over 100 points before it was injured. It should only be 50 or 60 points now. Fortunately, I just used a gasoline barrel to consume it. Otherwise, if you just rely on your physical strength from the beginning, you will not be able to win. At this moment, the second level zombie suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Yi's neck. Chapter 69: Killing a level 2 zombie and destroying the level 2 crystal core. Faced with this fast and fierce attack, Lin Yi immediately activated his telekinesis ability. The second level zombie head seemed to be suspended in time. The bloody mouth stopped only 10 centimeters away from Lin Yi's neck. But it only took 2 seconds. The second level zombie regained its freedom of movement and bit down directly with a big mouth. Unfortunately, it was a pity. Lin Yi used these short 2 seconds to retract his head and avoid the fatal blow. Sure enough, the level of my telekinesis ability is still too low. Facing an enemy with higher physique than oneself, one feels a little weak. You can only control the opponent for a few seconds. Unlike the previous dealings with Wang Peng and Xu Jiahao, he could easily kill them. Seeing that its attack missed, the zombie prepared to bite Lin Yi again. Unfortunately, Lin Yi did not give it a chance this time. Just now when Lin Yi pulled his head back, he put the axe in his left hand into the space. Then, a pistol appeared in his hand again. Lin Yi fired several shots at the level 2 zombie's head. The zombie's head shook repeatedly after being hit by these bullets. Unfortunately, pistol bullets do not have strong penetrating power. It didn't penetrate its skull. Seeing this, Lin Yi let go of the axe in his right hand and took a step back. He put the pistol into the space again and then took out a shotgun. Just shoot the zombie in the head. The zombie immediately retracted his left hand that was blocking the axe and blocked it with his head. All the shotgun bullets hit the zombie's arms. Lin Yi was not discouraged, he laughed. You like to cover your head, right? He kept firing to attract the zombie's attention while taking a few steps back. Then quietly take out all the automatic rifles and shotguns from the space. Silently manipulate these guns behind the zombies' heads. Then he used his telekinesis ability again on the zombie's head. Within 2 seconds when the zombie was controlled again, all the guns behind opened fire immediately. This time the zombie's head could no longer withstand the impact of so many large-caliber bullets. Finally got penetrated. At this moment, Lin Yi's strength was completely exhausted. Without the control of supernatural powers, all the guns fell to the ground. At this time, Lin Yi did not hesitate at all. He drew his axe and approached the zombie. He gathered all his strength and chopped down on the zombie's head. 1, 2, 3. Lin Yi chopped the head of this level 2 zombie more than 10 times before he split it open. At this time, a red zombie crystal core appeared in front of Lin Yi. When Lin Yi saw this, he was overjoyed and immediately picked up the crystal core. At this time, the system sounded. Zombie crystal core detected, level 2. Zombie crystal core level 2 can be used to strengthen physical fitness and supernatural powers. Requires physical fitness or supernatural powers to reach the peak of level 1 before taking. Looking at the axe with a bent blade in his hand. After a moment of thought, Lin Yi put the body of this second level zombie into the space. At this time, the first level zombies behind also gradually surrounded them. Lin Yi quickly collected all the guns and motorcycles on the ground. Then he took out the warrior armored vehicle and sat on it. He drove the car next to Chen Shi. Said to Chen Shi, who was still in a daze, "Hurry up and get in the car." Chen Shi finally woke up from his dream and hurriedly climbed onto the armored vehicle. She really climbed up there, her legs completely out of control. After getting in the car, Chen Shi couldn't calm down for a long time. Recall what just happened. Her mood was like a roller coaster. At the beginning, the second level zombie was blocked by the explosion of the gasoline barrel. She still felt a surge of joy in her heart. I thought to myself that I could finally escape. When the zombie came out alive, she began to get nervous again. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi did not choose to evacuate at this time. Instead, he carried her out of the car and rushed straight towards the zombies. At that time, she felt that Lin Yi was crazy and wanted to die. Is this something a normal person can do? However, what happened next was beyond her expectations. Lin Yi actually killed that terrifying zombie. This result was completely beyond her understanding. Not to mention the second level zombie, it is a monster in the first place. But the Lin Yi in front of him didn't look like a human at all. Normal people would be shocked by the exaggerated size and ferocious and terrifying appearance of the zombie. Even if he had a gun in his hand, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. Lin Yi, on the other hand, took 2 axes and started fighting against the second level zombies. And then there was the gun that suddenly appeared from behind, floating in the air and firing automatically. All this shows how powerful and mysterious Lin Yi is. Chen Shi looked at Lin Yi, who was driving seriously. Although I was shocked beyond words, an inexplicable sense of security suddenly emerged in my heart. Lin Yi didn't notice the psychological changes in Chen Shi next to him. He was still thinking about the battle with the second level zombies. It was a bit risky just now. In terms of physical strength alone, a level 2 zombie is stronger than a normal level 2 evolver. Although some evolved beings have special abilities, the zombie's recovery ability is too abnormal. If I hadn't gone to the police station and gotten a lot of hot weapons before coming to the hospital today. If I rely on my current physical condition and supernatural powers to fight, the outcome of the battle is hard to predict. Moreover, the physique of a second level zombie is such that even small caliber pistol bullets cannot penetrate its defense. If it is a level 3 zombie, even a large caliber sniper rifle would be powerless. But the result was still gratifying. He harvested a second level zombie crystal core. Enough for him and the other women to use later. But thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a sense of crisis again. There will be more and more level 2 zombies later on. The more densely populated the place is, the greater the chance of them appearing. After he returns, he will prepare to move out of his current community. As for where to develop and establish a new base, Lin Yi already has a goal in mind. Just as Lin Yi was on his way back, the death of Chen Hu caused an uproar in the property management group of Jiaha Yuyuan community. First, there were a dozen younger brothers who followed Chen Hu to Lin Yi's house in Building 8 and broke down the door. When they saw Chen Hu being beaten to death, they immediately ran down in panic. Just as they were escaping through the second floor of stairs, he was seen by the remaining subordinates of Chen Hu, who continued to break down doors and search for supplies on the second floor. Looking at their panicked look, the guy on the second floor who was breaking down the door asked, "What happened upstairs just now? Is it thundering?" The frightened little brother upstairs ignored him and ran to the underground garage for his life. Finally, the person walking at the back couldn't help but say something. "Run! That honest man upstairs has a gun. That noise just now was a gunshot." Brother who has been knocked to the ground. I think he's in great danger now. At this moment, the sound of pa 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 was heard again upstairs. It was the sound of Zhong Wanqing and the other girls starting to practice shooting with Chen Hu. Seeing this, the guy who was smashing the door on the second floor immediately stopped. They looked at each other. Then they quickly followed and ran towards the underground garage for their lives. They were afraid that if they were any later, Ling Yi would come down and shoot them with a gun. Chapter 70, When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Wait until this group of guys ran to the underground garage in one breath. It seems that Lin Yi did not chase after him. They then stopped, all gasping for breath. Then everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. At this time, one of them asked, "What do we do now? The gunshots just now went off a few more times. I guess Brother Hu is doomed." Another person interrupted. "Brother Hu is gone, why don't we go to Building 7 and seek refuge with Brother Tao? He's been with Brother Tiger the longest." At this time, a person next to him heard this and had a strange expression on his face. He is a newcomer who came to join Chen Hu last night. Seeing Chen Hu dead, he immediately had an idea and sneered. "Zhou Tao? Who the hell is he? I came here for Chen Hu's reputation." That honest person clearly had a grudge against Chen Hu, Zhou Tao, and the others. Who knows if he'll come after Zhou Tao next? I won't stay and die with Zhou Tao. Now that Chen Hu is dead, I might as well go and seek refuge with other building owners. After saying that, he ran straight to Building 9. When the others saw this man running towards Building 9, they knew what he was going to do. But no one spoke up to stop it. Because everyone thinks what this person said makes sense. Everyone joined Chen Hu just to get a bite to eat. Now that Chen Hu is unreliable, he has hit a wall and was beaten to death. Then what is there to hesitate about? They took advantage of this good opportunity and went up to divide the supplies that Chen Hu had looted. You can enjoy it yourself later or give it as a welcome gift to other OPs. It just so happened that another team led by Zhou Tao was still in Building 7. This way, there are fewer people distributing supplies, and you can get more. So everyone rushed to Building 9. Soon the group arrived at Chen Hu's lair. At this time, the few younger brothers who were guarding the house inside were still surprised. How come the people who went out to plunder supplies came back so quickly? Unexpectedly, the group of people outside went straight to Chen Hu's bedroom after entering the door. Just as they were about to stop him, they heard that Chen Hu had been killed. Without hesitating for a second, these people immediately joined in. Everyone worked together to break open the bedroom door and then rushed in. Looking at the large amount of supplies Chen Hu had hoarded in the bedroom, their eyes turned red. Then they pounced on him while cursing Chen Hu as a bastard. The people in front each picked up a large bag of supplies and ran outside. Seeing this, the people behind immediately stopped. There are nearly 30 people present at the moment. If each of you takes a big bag, there will be nothing for the others to share. Before the people in front could walk out of the bedroom, they were rushed by the people behind them and knocked to the ground. Then the people behind started to scramble. Soon all the bags were torn to pieces in the scramble. The food and water inside immediately scattered all over the floor. At this time, someone shouted deliberately, "Zhou Tao is bringing people up." When everyone heard this, they were shocked. If they were blocked by Zhou Tao and his men, they would not have a good ending, right? So everyone didn't bother to fight for it. They all took off their clothes and packed up the food and water on the ground, regardless of how much they grabbed. Then he rushed out of the door and ran towards his original home. At this time, the women who were detained nearby and kept there to satisfy their sexual desires also heard the noise next door. Since the gatekeeper also joined the action next door, there is no one to look after them now. The group of women came out quietly. It only took a short while. The younger brothers in the bedroom basically divided up all of Chen Hu's supplies. Then they all ran out, leaving behind a mess. There was no movement in Chen Hu's room. The group of women bravely walked in. As soon as they entered, they found that there was no one inside. There was a lot of trampled food and water scattered on the ground. The girls didn't care about the dirt and just picked up the food and water on the ground and stuffed them into their mouths. During this time, the women started fighting again in order to compete for the food and water. Just when they were fighting vigorously, the group of younger brothers led by Zhou Tao to Building 7 also ran up. Just now in the underground garage, after Zhou Tao was killed by Lin Yi, they fled in all directions. Then they followed the example of the group of men led by Chen Hu himself and prepared to divide up Chen Hu's supplies. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Looking at the empty bedroom, these 20 or so younger brothers were stunned. Oh my god, where are the supplies? Through simple interrogation of these women, they knew that Chen Hu had been killed. The supplies were divided up by the group of brothers who went to Building 8 and the brothers who stayed at home. Everyone started to curse the group for not having martial ethics. At this time, Zhao Hang, who was mixed in the crowd, saw that there was no supplies to salvage. He immediately set his sights on the group of women in front of him. He walked over, grabbed a good-looking woman and walked out. Just as the woman was about to resist, Zhao Hang slapped her several times, and then she became obedient. Seeing this, the other brothers immediately followed suit and started to rush forward to snatch the woman. Since we didn't get the supplies, we might as well take a woman back. Not only can you enjoy yourself by bringing her home, but you can also use her as a pimp. If all else fails, you can take your woman and seek refuge with other OPs. It's always better to have something in your hands than to go empty-handed. In a short while, all the women in the house were also looted. Looking at the woman they had robbed, many of the younger brothers immediately became interested. He grabbed the woman and ran towards his original home. Some of the impatient brothers directly pulled the women to the next room and started practicing. Just as other posters started breaking down doors and looting supplies in the buildings they had chosen, they received reports from their subordinates one after another. It was said that he was one of Chen Hu's subordinates, who came to seek refuge with him, bringing women or supplies. When these posters heard this, their first reaction was disbelief. Could it be that Chen Hu, that bastard, was playing dirty tricks and planting an undercover agent? But on second thought, it felt wrong. No one would come here to be an undercover agent and introduce themselves. So, these OPs summoned Chen Hu's younger brothers to inquire about the situation. Before long, everyone in the community knew about it. Chen Hu went to Building 8 to settle accounts with the honest person who had previously sent a message in the group recruiting beauties. As a result, he hit a wall and was killed. The body was also dumped downstairs of Building 8. Then someone sent a photo of Chen Hu's body to the group. When everyone in the community saw this, there was an uproar. They didn't expect that the first person in the community who claimed to be the owner of the building would be killed. Then came even more important news. This honest man actually had a gun in his hand. After hearing this news, the other posters were completely unable to sit still. They didn't expect that there was such a great god hidden in this community. To Lin Yi, these so-called hosts were nothing more than a group of ants. But for these landlords, Lin Yi's appearance completely disrupted the balance of power in the community. Facing the gun, this is the truth of the world. There is no one who is not afraid. So these building owners all ended their search of other buildings at the same time. They all retreated into their own nests and began to wait and see. Let us see if Lin Yi will take the next step. At this time, Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5, took the initiative to take the lead. He created a new group and invited all the posters in the community to join the group. Chapter 71, Other OP's Responses. In the host group. Building 15, Xuet Songqiao, damn Chen Hu. It's fine if he's looking for death himself, but he brought out such a ruthless person. Wang Chang from Building 12, exactly. Damn it, Chen Hu is such a jinx. He just died, and he really screwed us over. Xiao Bo from Building 3, damn, this honest man is really well hidden. He only made his move after Chen Hu knocked on the door. Pang Jiaodong, Building 18, this honest man has hidden secrets, but he's not a pushover either. I heard it from the younger brother of former Chen Hu who came to seek refuge here. Chen Hu brought a dozen of his men to the door, but this honest man opened the door without saying a word. He just shot one of Chen Hu's men dead, then shot him twice in the leg. Later, he beat Chen Hu like a sieve without blinking an eye. You can tell at a glance that he's not someone you'll want to mess with. The first part of what Pang Jiaodong said was true, but the latter part was just exaggeration by Chen Hu's younger brothers. Wang Chang, Building 12, I heard that this honest man is not only ruthless, but also surrounded by beautiful women. The person who opened the door for Chen Hu was a beautiful woman. After the honest man came out, he was followed by 4 or 5 beautiful women, all of whom were big stars or internet celebrities. Building 15, Xuet Songqiao at Building 12, Wang Chang, is this real or fake? Have you ever seen him? Wang Chang, Building 12 at Xuet Songqiao, Building 15, this can't be fake. You know Yan Yan Yishao on Douyin before, she was one of the women around the honest man. Building 15, Shuetsongchao, damn, I know that Yin Yeni Xiao, she's just beautiful and charming. Damn it. With all these beauties, that bastard honest person won't be exhausted to death. It seemed that the chat content in the group was about to go awry. Group leader Zhou Jiaxuan quickly spoke up. Zhou Jiaxuan from Building 5 at everyone, bosses, the most important thing for us right now is to discuss how to deal with this honest person. Shuetsongchao from Building 15, how else can we respond? They have guns. Building 18 Pang Jiaodong, and I think this honest man should have a lot of bullets in his hands. He fired a lot of bullets when he killed Qinhu, and later in the underground garage he also killed Qinhu's subordinate Zhou Tao. If he didn't have many bullets, would he dare to do this? Xiao Bo from Building 3, this is going to be difficult. If he doesn't have many bullets, we can still use our brothers' lives to deal with him. If there were more bullets, who would dare to go up and give them away for free? Wang Chang from Building 12, hey guys, I'm not trying to dissuade you from doing this. I think he might have more than one gun in his hand, and he might have other weapons. Building 15, Shuetsongchao, no way. Our Xia country is famous for its strict gun control. Having a pistol is already a big deal, how could there be other things? Building 3 Xiao Bo, what should we do now? Should we just admit defeat and surrender? Building 15, Shuetsongchao, how is that possible? I won't surrender even if I'm beaten to death. Zhou Jiaxuan, Building 5 at everyone, bosses, I actually don't think the situation is that bad. Building 15, Shuetsongchao at Building 5, Zhou Jiaxuan, boss Zhou, what do you mean? Zhou Jiaxuan, Building 5, everyone, I checked the information in the property management group. This honest person only posted a message in the group chat about offering food to recruit maids, and there has been no further activity since then. Until this time, Chen Hu took the initiative to provoke and knocked on the door. This man of integrity was forced to fight back. He never showed up before, let alone claim to have occupied Building 8. Building 3 Xiao Bo, are you saying that as long as we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, they won't come out to cause trouble for us? Building 5 Zhou Jiaxuan, you can say that. But to be on the safe side, we'd better not even go to Building 8 in the future. What if we go to other floors of Building 8 to search for supplies and affect him? If you make him unhappy and he pulls out his gun and starts shooting, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Pang Jiaodong, Building 18, if you ask me, this honest person isn't someone who would actively cause trouble. All the bosses in the group are not unreasonable idiots like Chen Hu. Why don't we just go over to his house and say hello to him? We can promise that Building 8 will be his territory from now on, and none of us will touch Building 8. Similarly, he has no control over other buildings in the complex. We have nothing to do with him. Wang Chang from Building 12, Boss Pang's words make sense. But isn't it a bit too risky for us to visit in person? What if we show up and he takes us all away? How about we send one of our men over to tell them? Building 3 Xiao Bo, if you ask me to go over and say hello, it's better not to go. If they feel embarrassed, it would backfire. Zhou Jiaxuan, Building 5, sending a little brother over there is indeed a bit disrespectful to them. Building 15, Shuetsongchao, there are so many of us, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's take some more brothers and go together. I don't believe he can kill us all with just a gun. It would be best if he was reasonable and gave us face. We are not unreasonable people. If you don't give us face, then there's nothing to say. Just start fighting. Building 3 Xiao Bo, Boss Shui is right. It's getting late today, why don't we go together tomorrow morning? How do you feel, bosses? Building 18 Pang Jiaodong, I think it's okay. Then meet at the underground garage at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and we'll go up together. What are your opinions, bosses? Building 12, Wang Chang, okay. Building 15 Shuetsongchao, yes. Building 5 Zhou Jiaxuan, okay. Boss, now that it's settled, let's meet in the basement garage tomorrow morning. Just like that, the community fell into a brief and eerie silence. All the posters retreated to their respective nests and restrained their subordinates from running around. At this moment, in room 1601, Building 8. After Lu Yuan and Li Jia entered the new room. After spending some time tidying up the room, we sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted. Li Jia said to Lu Yuan, "Brother Yuan, did you see clearly what Mrs. Zhong did when she opened the door just now?" Lu Yuan thought about it, then shook his head uncertainly. "I don't know the details. I just felt that when Mrs. Zhong turned the doorknob, I felt that the temperature around me dropped significantly." When I closed the door just now, I touched the door handle and it was ice cold. It's like it just came out of the freezer. I guess Mrs. Zhong should have superpowers like the boss. When Li Jie heard Lu Yuan's analysis, his face was filled with horror. Fuck, why are all the boss's women so powerful? Chapter 72. Li Jie's condition worsens and Lu Yuan comes to seek help. Li Jie continued with a look of fear. Fortunately, we didn't show any evil thoughts towards the boss's wives just now. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Lu Yuan gave Li Jie an expression that said, I understand, and continued. Why do you think the boss is so confident that he lets us go straight to his wives? If these ladies don't have some means of self-protection. Big boss, can you leave these beauties in the community and go out to look for supplies alone? Li Jie was smart for once, he said. Brother Yuan, do you think this is a deliberate test by the boss? Lu Yuan thought about it and nodded. It's possible. But let's not worry about that. In troubled times, ability is secondary, loyalty is the most important. Following such a powerful and resourceful boss, as long as you work loyally, you won't end up in a bad situation. Li Jie nodded immediately. Yeah, Brother Yuan, you make sense. By the way, Mrs. Zhong and the two ladies who look like her are pretty nice people. Not long after. Li Jie felt that he was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. He only felt that his limbs were gradually becoming sore and weak, and his spirit was getting worse and worse. The voice of Lu Yuan, who was talking, became smaller and smaller. After a while, Lu Yuan next to him noticed that something was wrong with Li Jie. He asked aloud. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? Li Jie waved his hand and said. Nothing, maybe I exerted too much force just now, and now I feel a little tired. Lu Yuan thought of something and walked up to touch Li Jie's head. So hot. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. He quickly stripped off Li Jie's clothes. Found the location of the knife wound that was so deep that the bone was visible. I saw that the skin at the wound was severely red and swollen. Some pus produced by inflammation flowed out of the wound, emitting a fishy smell. The wound infection has worsened. The anti-inflammatory drugs I took before were not very effective. Lu Yuan quickly brought water and anti-inflammatory medicine and gave them to Li Jie first. Then he took out disinfectant and helped Li Jie clean the wound again. After cleaning and bandaging the wound, he laid Li Jie flat on the sofa. Looking at Lu Yuan's worried expression, Li Jie said with a smile. It's okay, Brother Yuan, I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a short rest. Lu Yuan forced to smile and said. Brother, don't talk for now and have a good rest. Li Jie nodded and closed his eyes. Time passed minute by minute, and Lu Yuan touched Li Jie's head from time to time. The situation did not improve, and Li Jie's body became hotter and hotter. Looking at Li Jie, who showed a painful expression from time to time in his sleep, Lu Yuan seemed to have made some kind of decision. He walked straight out of room 1601 and came to the door of room 1602. Then he knocked on the door. After Zhong Wanqing opened the door, Lu Yuan knelt down on the ground and begged for help. Mrs. Zhong, please save Li Jie. Zhong Wanqing was startled by Lu Yuan's actions and asked quickly. Get up and talk first, what happened? Lu Yuan did not stand up. Instead, he briefly mentioned that Li Jie's wound infection had worsened and he had a high fever. After listening to this, Zhong Wanqing thought for a moment and then spoke. Wait here for a moment. After saying that, Zhong Wanqing went into the house and started rummaging through the medicine box that was always available at home. Then he asked Nan Jiwei to bring a large bucket of purified water and a few spare towels to the door. Then Zhong Wanqing came to the kitchen. She took out a plastic bag and poured a lot of water into it. Then he used his ice power to turn the water in the plastic bag into ice cubes. Finally, Zhong Wanqing returned to the door. She handed the antipyretic medicine, ice cubes, purified water and towel to Lu Yuan, while saying, take all these. Give Li Jie some fever-reducing medicine when we get back. Then use ice and water to cool him down physically. There's a kettle over there, right? Let him drink more warm water. For now, we can only let him stay like this. Let's wait until my husband comes back later and see what to do. Lu Yuan took the items handed to him by Zhong Wanqing with a grateful look on his face and said excitedly. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. I thank you on behalf of Li Jie. There's a kettle over there, I'll be right back. Zhong Wanqing said, go ahead. Lu Yuan quickly took the items in his hand to room 1601. Continue to take care of Li Jia. Zhong Wanqing watched Lu Yuan leave at the door inside. This is all she can do for now. If Li Jia's condition worsens further, we can only wait for Lin Yi to come back. However, she was once again impressed by Lu Yuan's performance. In this end times, most people are selfish. Everyone will do anything to survive. When it comes to interests, even brothers, fathers and sons, and husbands and wives will become enemies. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan would go to Li Jia's house and beg him on his knees. It seems that my husband has a good eye for people. This Lu Yuan is a subordinate worth training. I just don't know if Li Jia can hold on. Thinking of this, Zhong Wanqing sighed again and then closed the door. It was soon evening. Lin Yi and Chen Shi finally returned to the underground garage of the community. After a while, Lin Yi returned to room 1602, building 8. As soon as the door opened, Zhong Wanqing rushed over first. Then the other women gathered around. They all looked at Lin Yi with joy on their faces. Lin Yi kissed each of the 5 women in the room. Then, Chen Shi was introduced to the 5 girls. This is Chen Shi, a surgeon at the Jiangnan First People's Hospital. She's also your new sister, so you must get along well with each other from now on. Chen Shi hurried forward and greeted the women in the room. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Shi. Please, sisters, take good care of me in the future. Zhong Wanqing doesn't care anymore. No matter who comes, she is the eldest wife. She greeted Chen Shi with a dignified look on her face. Sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyo have easygoing personalities. He also greeted Chen Shi with a kind face. But Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei were under a lot of pressure. Especially Nan Jiwei. Even though she just came yesterday. But only one day passed. She realized that she must quickly hug Lin Yi's thighs. Following Lin Yi, not only will you eat well and wear warm clothes, but you will also have full security guarantees. Lin Yi also has the zombie crystal core, a magical item in his hand that can strengthen the physique and awaken superpowers. Today, she and Lu Rumei asked Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan a lot of questions, and they were very humble. Zhong Wanqing was also annoyed by these 2 women and had no choice but to get Lin Yi's consent. He then told all the information about zombies, crystal cores, superpowers, enhancements, etc. She and Lu Rumei took it very seriously when they heard it. As they got to know each other better, their desire for zombie crystal cores became stronger. I remembered that Lian Song Xinyo had already taken the crystal core. Nan Jiwei is now very regretful and wants to give herself a slap in the face. She regretted not taking the initiative last night and this morning, giving Song Xinyo an advantage for nothing. Now, Lin Yi has brought back another beautiful woman, who is a doctor. Nan Jiwei felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in her heart. She remembered the proposal Lu Rumei made to her privately at noon. She was a little hesitant at first, but now she immediately made up her mind. Chapter 73 Lin Yi returns to treat Li Jia. As soon as Lin Yi entered the house, he immediately arranged for Chen Shi to wash up first. Then I went to the sofa and took a rest. At this time, Zhong Wanqing came to Lin Yi's side. I briefly described what happened in the community later. After hearing this, Lin Yi smiled disdainfully. I feel even more contempt for these so-called OPs in my heart. He just exposed his gun and scared them all into retreating. Then Zhong Wanqing said, Hubby, Lu Yuan and Li Jia have been arranged to stay next door. The zombie inside was also killed by the 2 of them. It's just that Li Jia's health isn't very good. Lin Yi asked after hearing this. What's wrong? What happened? Zhong Wanqing told Lin Yi that Li Jia's wound infection had worsened and he had a high fever, and that Lu Yuan had come to her house and begged for help. After listening to this, Lin Yi had a more positive impression of Lu Yuan. He said to Zhong Wanqing, This Lu Yuan is okay, he deserves to be trained more in the future. Zhong Wanqing nodded. Okay, husband. I just don't know how Li Jia is doing now. Lin Yi said. Wait until Chen Shi finishes washing up, I'll take her over to see him. Chen Shi is a surgeon, so it shouldn't be a big problem. And today I went to the hospital and looted a lot of medical supplies. After hearing this, the girls nearby all looked happy. My husband is awesome. Master, thank you for your hard work. Not long after, Chen Shi finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. Just the eyes are a little red. Just now when I was washing up, I felt the warm water spraying on my body. She thought back to the days of fear and hunger. She couldn't help crying. Chen Shi came to Lin Ye's side. Lin Ye asked when he saw the strange look on her face. What's wrong? Chen Shi looked at Lin Yi and said embarrassedly. Nothing, master. She finally took a hot bath just now, and she was a little excited. Lin Yi nodded and continued. There's a patient nearby who has a knife wound. I'll take you there to have a look, is that okay? Chen Shi nodded immediately. No problem, master, I'll go with you now. Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing beside him. Wanqing, ask them to cook a few more dishes. They've been working a bit too hard today. Zhong Wanqing said quickly. Okay, husband. Then, Lin Yi brought Chen Shi to 1601. At this time, in room 1601. Lu Yuan looked at Li Jie, whose face was full of pain, with a look of anxiety. As soon as he came back, he gave Li Jie some antipyretics. But not long after Li Jie's high fever subsided, it relapsed. And the burning was even worse than before. He could only keep wiping Li Jie's body with ice water to cool him down physically. But the effect is not very good. He also thought about going to Zhong Wanqing for help again. But he knew that Zhong Wanqing had no other choice. She had given him all the medicines she had available. Now we can only wait for Lin Yi to come back and see if he has any solution. Just when Lu Yuan was getting as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, the door of 1601 was opened. When Lu Yuan saw Lin Yi standing at the door, he quickly welcomed him in. When Lin Yi came to the living room, he immediately knelt on the ground. He said anxiously, Boss! Boss! Please save Li Jie! Please save Li Jie! Lin Yi helped him up and said, Get up first. What's Li Jie's situation now? Lu Yuan briefly told Lin Yi about Li Jie's current condition and the measures he had taken. After listening to this, Lin Yi looked at Chen Shi, who was standing behind him, and said, Can it be saved? Only then did Lu Yuan notice Chen Shi following in from behind. At this time, Chen Shi was radiant because he had just taken a shower. Lu Yuan glanced at Chen Shi and quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. He was shocked again. Oh my god, I've never seen this beauty before. Could it be that the boss just brought it back today? The boss is so awesome. You can pick up such a beautiful girl when you go out. And judging from the boss's tone, could this beauty be a doctor? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of hope in his heart. Seeing this, Chen Shi hurried forward to carefully check Li Jie's physical condition. After a while, she said to Lin Yi, Master, he got a knife wound that caused an infection, which led to a high fever that wouldn't go away. I took a look and found that the wound on his body has worsened a bit, but it's not serious. If it's delayed until tomorrow, or even longer, it will be a bit troublesome. Now we need to clean his wound thoroughly, then give him an 4-drip and inject antibiotics. Just rest and take medicine, continue with the 4-drip, and wait for the wound to heal. However, I don't have the relevant medicines and equipment on hand right now. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you need anything. Chen Shi immediately told about the medical equipment and medicines that would be used. Lin Yi just waved his hand, and all the items he needed appeared on the coffee table in the living room. Chen Shi was shocked again. Because Lin Yi never told her anything about the supernatural space from beginning to end. So Chen Shi is still kept in the dark. Then Chen Shi disinfected his hands first. Then he put on a white coat, a surgical cap, and medical gloves. Then the wounds all over Li Jie's body were disinfected and sutured. Lu Yuan also changed into the same outfit and helped Chen Shi. Not long after, Chen Shi finished cleaning and suturing, and gave Li Jian 4. Then he said to Lin Yi, Master, it has been taken care of. Let him finish hanging these bottles of medicine today, and then take these medicines. I think his fever should subside once the medicine is finished. Then just rest and try not to exercise, and wait for the wound to heal. Lin Yi nodded and said, Okay, thank you for your hard work. Then he said to Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan, remember what Chen Shi said just now, right? Lu Yuan knelt down again and spoke to Lin Yi and Chen Shi with gratitude. Boss, I remember everything. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chen. When Chen Shi heard Lu Yuan call her madam, her face turned red. At this time, Lin Yi used his perception ability to see that Lu Yuan's body had changed from light green to medium green. And it is changing to dark green. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, then helped Lu Yuan up. Lu Yuan, I'll leave this to you. Chen Shi and I will go first. This food should be enough for you to eat for a few days. If you have any questions, come to me later. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out some food from the space and handed it to Lu Yuan. Among them are some supplements that are urgently needed by patients. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. Thank you, boss. I, Lu Yuan, swear hereby. Lin Yi interrupted Lu Yuan's oath. In the end times, I don't believe in things like oaths. I'll see how you perform in the future. Lu Yuan, you are a smart man. And I can also see that you are a man who values friendship and loyalty. That's great. As long as you are absolutely loyal to me, I will not treat you unfairly. After listening to this, Lu Yuan looked serious and nodded heavily at Lin Yi. Okay, boss. Please wait and see how Lu Yuan performs in the future. Chapter 74 Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei's decision. Lin Yi and Chen Shi walked out of the door of 1601 with Lu Yuan's farewell. When they returned to the living room of 1602, they saw a sumptuous dinner on the dining table. As soon as Chen Shi entered the door, he smelled the aroma of food. When she saw the table full of food, her eyes widened. Is this still the end of the world? The ingredients in high-end restaurants before the end of the world were not so luxurious and abundant. Lin Yi came to the main seat and sat down. The women then took their seats. When Lin Yi picked up the chopsticks, he said, "Eat everything." The women then started to move. While Lin Yi was eating, he felt that Nan Jiwei was secretly looking at him from time to time. The same was true for Lu Rumei on the side. What are these two little girls planning to do? Chen Shi was still a little cautious when eating at first. At the end, I completely let go and ate with great joy. Soon dinner was over. While the girls were cleaning up, Lin Yi went to the bathroom to take a shower. Wait until Lin Yi finishes washing up and comes out of the bathroom. The girls also finished cleaning up and started chatting in the living room. Lin Yi immediately joined in and started playing the game. During this time, Lin Yi was surrounded by women, feeling very happy. Time quickly came to around 10 o'clock in the evening and the event ended. The girls began to wash up and went back to their rooms. At this time, Zhong Wanqing said to Lin Yi, "Hubby, Sister Chen Shi will sleep with me tonight." Lin Yi said with a smile. "So where should I sleep tonight?" Zhong Wanqing said seriously. "Hubby, you should sleep in the second bedroom tonight. Sister Rumei and Sister Jiwei have been begging me all day. As the eldest wife, I also understand the principle of treating everyone equally and that too much is as bad as too little. Although I also hope that you can accompany me every night, husband. But if I monopolize you every day, it will be unfair to the other sisters, and it will be detrimental to our future relationships." Looking at Zhong Wanqing, who was so sensible, Lin Yi felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He kissed Zhong Wanqing on the forehead and said gently, "My Wanqing is really sensible and considerate of the overall situation. I'll be relieved to leave the affairs of this family to you from now on." Hearing Lin Yi's praise, Zhong Wanqing smiled happily. Then he pulled Chen Shi and walked towards the master bedroom. Lin Yi walked into the second bedroom. At this time in the second bedroom, Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei both changed into extremely sexy pajamas and waited for Lin Yi's arrival. Nan Jiwei looked nervous and looked at Lu Rumei with some trepidation. Seeing this, Lu Rumei hurried over to cheer her up. "Counselor, don't be nervous, the master is still very gentle. Look, the master brought back another beautiful woman today. There will only be more and more women around him in the future. We must seize the opportunity and serve the master well tonight. Strive to gain the master's approval as soon as possible. This way you can get the master's reward." If this happened 2 or 3 days ago, Lu Rumei couldn't believe that these words came out of her mouth. Before, she was very concerned about sharing Lin Yi with other women. But as more and more women surrounded Lin Yi, and every one of them is not inferior to her in appearance, this added to her stress. Before the end of the world, the tricks that allowed her to easily control the men around her no longer work. In the past few days, Lin Yi's strength and mystery have fascinated her even more. In order to survive better, she had to make changes. Now he even instigated Nan Jiwei to serve Lin Yi together. Just then, Lin Yi walked in. Lu Rumei immediately stepped forward and said in a soft voice, "Master, you haven't come to see me for several days. I miss you so much." Lin Yi held her in his arms and said with a smile, How much do you want it? Let me see. Lu Rumei immediately acted coquettishly. Master, you are so bad. Then she said seriously. Master, don't go back tonight. For your sake, they specially asked Counselor Nan to stay with us. Lin Yi smiled evilly. If you want me to stay, it's not impossible. It all depends on your performance tonight. Then Lin Yi picked up Lu Rumei and walked to the bed. Then he hugged Nan Jiwei, who was standing beside him at a loss, into his arms. Looking at the two girls in his arms, one is the former school beauty and the other is the beautiful counselor. Lin Yi felt as if he was in another world. If it was before the end of the world, the two of them would definitely have disdained me. And at the end of the world, maybe it was fate that I took them in. Then they try to please themselves and flatter themselves. At this time, Nan Jiwei was sitting on Lin Yi's lap, her little face flushed with embarrassment. She had never been touched so closely by any strange man in her life. Looking at Lin Yi's handsome face, she said softly, Master, this is Jiwei's first time. I hope the master will have mercy on me. After saying that, she fell into Lin Yi's arms in embarrassment. Looking at these two pitiful beauties in my arms, Lin Yi immediately lowered his head and began to savor it slowly. Chapter 75 Special Rewards. After a full 2 hours, the battle finally ended. During the process, Nan Jiwei was quickly defeated because it was her first time. But Lu Rumei learned some new tricks from somewhere. For a moment, Lin Yi almost lost his position. In the end, Lin Yi defeated her with his extraordinary strength. The battlefield was in a mess at this time. Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei had fallen into a deep sleep due to overwork. Only then did Lin Yi check the system information. Name, Nan Jiwei. Age, 25. Body size, 96. Appearance, 95. Overall, 95. Loyalty, 75. Lin Yi was a little surprised after seeing the system information. I didn't expect Nan Jiwei's loyalty was quite high when she was unlocked for the first time. Just 5 points away from the 80 loyalty mark. Not only will you be able to claim new rewards then, but the probability of betrayal will also become extremely low. Then, the following system information caught Lin Yi's attention. Goddess Lu Rumei, loyalty plus 5. Ding! The current goddess, Lu Rumei's loyalty exceeds 80, the system will issue a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Plundered Crystal Cores 10. Lin Yi was delighted. Before she knew it, the loyalty of Lu Rumei, the high-class green tea girl, had just reached 80 points. Then, Lin Yi checked the items rewarded by the system. Plunder crystal cores and used, can plunder the awakened abilities of other humans. Humans who have not awakened or have failed to awaken will directly gain superpowers after using this. To plunder superpowers, simply place the plundering crystal core on the forehead of the plundered person. When using, just take it as normal. This item is a special item and cannot be returned by the system. Lin Yi was shocked when he saw the introduction of plundering crystal cores. Is there such a thing? This is too perverted. Song Xinyao just failed to awaken yesterday, and she secretly thought it was a pity. I didn't expect the system to reward me with such a perverted thing today. With this thing, then he wouldn't have to worry about the women around him failing to awaken anymore. And in a sense, a power plundered is better than one awakened naturally. Because the abilities that awaken naturally are random. If you awaken a useless ability, it will be a waste of time. The superpowers plundered are controllable. He will definitely encounter enemies who have awakened powerful superpowers later. As long as you defeat him, you can plunder his supernatural powers. Then give it to your woman or loyal subordinates. This is equivalent to killing a powerful enemy. Just add a powerful woman or subordinate to yourself. The only pity is that this thing is a special item and cannot be returned by the system. But Lin Yi thought about it and felt it made sense. It would be great if this thing could be returned. Just plunder an ordinary superpower at random. Through the system, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan will be returned. Then he started recruiting new followers, and everyone's special abilities were awakened by then. Let us not consider the issue of my younger brother's loyalty for now. Just by relying on this power. In these last days, Lin Yi just wanted to say one thing. Who else? Moreover, the system reward of 10 plundering crystal cores this time is not a small amount. It is completely enough for Lin Yi to use now and for a long time to come. Lin Yi also wondered whether the system would reward him with such good things again in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yi wanted to reward Lu Rumei, the great contributor. Chapter 76. Lu Rumei takes the crystal core and the landlords come to her. Lin Yi looked at the time. Then he looked at Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei, who had fallen asleep in his arms due to his tossing and turning. It's already past midnight. It's too late. Lin Yi did not wake up Lu Rumei. Originally, he planned to give Lu Rumei a zombie crystal core as a reward. It just so happened that Lu Rumei's loyalty reached 80 points. It just meets Lin Yi's minimum standard for giving the maid zombie crystal cores. In that case, I can only give her this surprise tomorrow morning. After a night, the next morning, Lin Yi woke up. At this time, Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei beside him had already gotten up. Lin Yi also stood up and went to the living room. At this time, the women had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for him. After breakfast, Lin Yi called Lu Rumei to the second bedroom. Lu Rumei thought Lin Yi didn't have a good time last night, so she pounced on Lin Yi as soon as she entered the room. Looking at Lu Rumei, who was trying to please him, Lin Yi smiled. He directly took out a zombie crystal and held it in front of Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei looked at the zombie crystal and was stunned for a moment. Then she said uncertainly, "Master, is this for me?" Lin Yi nodded. "Rumei, I have seen your changes. I said I would never mistreat those who are loyal to me. I'll give you this crystal. Please know the precautions after taking it." Lu Rumei's tears instantly burst out and she said excitedly, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Sister Wanqing told me about the precautions before." At this time, the system voice sounded. "Goddess Lu Rumei, loyalty +5. Lin Yi said with a smile. "Then take it quickly." Lu Rumei took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, Master." Then, Lu Rumei put the crystal core into her mouth. Half an hour later, Lu Rumei's body strengthening is finished. Lin Yi immediately checked Lu Rumei's physical information through the system. Goddess, Lu Rumei. Constitution, 19. Normal is 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, awakening failed. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. The probability of successful awakening is still too low. But Lin Yi thought about it again. I think Lu Rumei's failure to awaken is not necessarily a bad thing. With the plundering crystal core, maybe I could plunder a powerful superpower for her in the future. And it can also increase her loyalty again. It's like killing two birds with one stone. At this time, Lu Rumei finally understood what Zhong Wanqing and the others felt. She just felt an unprecedented sense of relief all over her body. Then, she tried to activate her supernatural power. But after trying for a long time, there was no response. She immediately realized that, like Song Xinyao, she had failed in her awakening. She looked at Lin Yi with trepidation. Master, did Rumei fail to awaken? Lin Yi nodded and said, Rumei, don't take it too seriously. The probability of awakening is already very low, and only a small number of people can successfully awaken. Your current physical condition is enough to defeat most people. Also, you will receive a crystal core every day, and your body will be continuously strengthened. After hearing Lin Yi's comfort and promise, Lu Rumei felt much better. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Lu Rumei, loyalty +5. Lin Yi was delighted that Lu Rumei's loyalty had reached 90 points. She will never betray herself. Looking at Lu Rumei, who was covered in filth, Lin Yi said, Rumei, go wash your body first. Since you haven't awakened successfully, you need to work harder in the future. I will teach you the use and techniques of cold and hot weapons later. You have to study hard, okay? Lu Rumei nodded immediately. Okay, master. Rumei understands. After saying that, Lu Rumei left the second bedroom and went to the bathroom to wash herself. At this moment, in the underground garage, Xue Songqiao from Building 15 and his younger brothers were the first to arrive at the underground staircase of Building 8. Not long after, several other posters also came to the underground garage with their subordinates one after another. When several OPs met, they greeted each other with forced smiles. See, everyone is here. Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5, spoke up. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Several OPs nodded and walked towards 1602. Lu Rumei had cleaned herself up and walked out. Sisters Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan knew at a glance that Lu Rumei had taken the zombie crystal. This is nothing new. Nan Jiwei looked at Lu Rumei with some resentment. We agreed to serve Lin Yi together last night. Why did you take the crystal first this morning? Seeing this, Lu Rumei hurried over to comfort Nan Jiwei, an important ally. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhong Wanqing thought it was Lu Yuan from next door who came, so she motioned Chen Shi to go over and open the door. Seeing this, Chen Shi quickly ran over to open the door. Chen Shi was startled when the door opened. I saw a large group of people standing outside the door. Shuetsongqiao, the owner of Building 15, took a look. I was surprised to see that the person who opened the door was a beautiful woman. Damn, it seems the rumors are true. In the home of this honest man, even the person who opens the door is a beautiful woman of this level. At this time, Chen Shi asked, "Who are you looking for?" Shuetsongqiao, the owner of Building 15, puffed out his chest and said, "Beauty, we are here to find the man of integrity." Chen Shi had just arrived yesterday and didn't know who the honest person was. Just when she was at a loss. Seeing the movement outside the door, Lin Yi walked over. The women in the house also followed. Lin Yi came to the door and pulled Chen Shi behind him. Looking at the people at the door, I had a rough idea of the identity of the visitor. He said with a smile, "I am a person of integrity." At this time, several OPs and their followers were shocked again when they saw the beauties behind Lin Yi. Especially Shuetsongqiao, the owner of Building 15, who was nearby, his eyes widened. Damn, these women are so hot. What kind of damn luck does this honest person have? Where did you get so many beauties from? Damn it, why have I never met such a gorgeous woman? At this time, Zhou Jushuan, the owner of Building 5, reacted. He stepped forward and said, "I don't know what this big guy's name is." Lin Yi looked at everyone's reactions and continued. "No problem, my name is Lin Yi." Zhou Jushuan, the owner of Building Number 5, said with a smile. "It turns out to be Boss Lin. I've heard so much about you. I am Zhou Jushuan, the owner of Building 5. These are Shuetsongqiao, the owner of Building 15, and Xiaobo, the owner of Building 3. As he spoke, Zhou Jushuan introduced all the other hosts. After listening to this, Lin Yi thought to himself that it was indeed so. He said it in a deliberately joking tone. Who was I then? So you guys are the famous landlords in Jiahaiyuan community. I don't know what it means to bring so many people here today. Chapter 77. Who the hell do you think you are? All the posters could hear the sarcasm in Lin Yi's tone. Suddenly, their faces turned very ugly. Just then, Lu Yuan from room 1601 heard the noise outside and opened the door. When he saw several OPs with a large number of followers blocking Lin Yi's door. Go back inside immediately. He grabbed a machete and an axe and rushed out. Li Jia, who was lying on the sofa recuperating from his injuries, saw this and immediately asked, "Brother Yuan, what's wrong? What happened?" Lu Yuan said, "Brother, lie down and don't move. Someone is blocking the boss's door, I'm going out to help." After saying that, he rushed out the door and locked it. Lu Yuan walked through the crowd and came to Lin Yi's side. He picked up the weapon in his hand and stood in front of Lin Yi. Then he turned to Lin Yi and said, "Boss, Lu Yuan is here. Should we kill them?" When the other posters heard Lu Yuan's words, their faces became even uglier. Fuck it. Where did this little jerk come from? Do you really think that so many of them are made of clay? If it weren't for the gun in Lin Yi's hand. With just Lin Yi and his men, it would only take a few minutes to handle it. Lin Yi looked at Lu Yuan and nodded. Then he signaled him to stay calm. The scene was a bit awkward. At this time, Zhou Jushuan, the owner of Building 5, hurried out to smooth things over. "Boss Lin, we, the landlords, have no other intention in coming here today. I just heard about Boss Lin's reputation, so I came to visit him today. Please forgive me if I have offended you in any way." Lin Yi looked at Zhou Jushuan and said with a smile, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Zhou Jushuan chuckled. "That's right, Boss Lin. I heard that Chen Hu from Building 9 overestimated his own capabilities yesterday and actually came to your doorstep to provoke you. But fortunately, you managed to destroy it. This bastard deserves to die." We, the landlords, are very grateful to Boss Lin for getting rid of a major nuisance in our community. Everyone, do you agree? Then, Zhou Jiaxuan winked at the other posters. Then, several other posters nodded in agreement. Yes, Boss Zhou is right. Fuck Chen Hu. Last time we went to the supermarket to search for supplies, he screwed us over. Thank goodness Boss Lin took action and restored peace to the community. Boss Lin may be young, but he has extraordinary skills. You can tell at a glance that he is no ordinary person. How can that bastard Chen Hu compare to Boss Lin? He's really courting his own death. Looking at the several posters who were cursing Chen Hu and praising themselves, Lin Yi sneered in his heart. How dare you, a bunch of bastards, criticize Chen Hu? After the zombie outbreak, the things you did were as ruthless as Chen Hu's. Now, he actually ran in front of me and pretended to be a good person. Lin Yi smiled coldly, interrupting the cursing of several posters. Get to the point. When Zhou Jiaxuan saw that Lin Yi didn't buy his trick, his heart sank. This Lin Yi looks difficult to deal with. Just now he saw that Lin Yi was very young, surrounded by beautiful women, and spoke arrogantly. So he signaled other posters to praise Lin Yi highly. Most young people would be blown away by this trick. No matter what conditions he proposed later, he still got what he wanted. Unexpectedly, this Lin Yi is not an ordinary person. So, Zhou Jiaxuan decisively changed his strategy. Boss Lin, I also heard about it before. This Chen Hu offended you in the property management group before. He took the initiative to provoke me this time, and he deserves death. But don't worry. As long as there are a few of us in the community, we will never let this happen again. Anyone who dares to disturb you will be an enemy of us. Of course, Building 8 will be your territory from now on. We will definitely not let our subordinates or other ignorant people get near Building 8. What do you think? As they spoke, the hosts all looked at Lin Yi expectantly. For them, this is definitely the best of both worlds. As long as Lin Yi agrees, they can expand outside without restraint. And Lin Yi can also dominate Building 8. Everyone does not disturb each other and lives in peace. Lin Yi looked at the posters and smiled. I feel not so good. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the faces of all the landlords turned gloomy. Then he looked at Lin Yi with an unfriendly face. At this time, Xiao Bo, the owner of Building 3, said, Young man, don't be too impulsive. Lin Yi, so many of us came to see you, but we've given you enough face. Don't be ungrateful. Wang Chang, the owner of Building 12, also said, Boss Chao is right. Lin Yi, you don't think that we are afraid of you because so many of us came to your house, do you? The hot-tempered owner of Building 15, Shuai Songqiao, even started cursing. Fuck you. Lin Yi, you really think you're a dish? Thinking I'm invincible just because I have a broken gun. Shame on you. There are so many of us outside now, let's see how many bullets you have in your gun. Seeing the boss being scolded, Lu Yuan pointed at Shuai Songqiao and scolded him back. Fuck, how can you talk to a big boss like that? Clear your fucking mouth. Otherwise I'll chop you to death. I'm so surprised that a little punk dares to jump like that in front of me. Shuai Songqiao was even more furious. Where did you come from, you little jerk, to show off in front of me? Lin Yi, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. There was a loud bang. Before Shuai Songqiao could finish his words, he was shot in the head. Then he fell to the ground with an incredible look on his face. Everyone saw a pistol suddenly appear in Lin Yi's hand. He shot Shuai Songqiao in the head. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone who had just been yelling at Lin Yi immediately shut up. Lin Yi blew on the muzzle of the gun. Then his face turned cold and he snorted coldly. Who the hell do you think you are? In front of me. Do you really think you so-called hosts can have such face? At this time, the other posters looked at each other and all shrank behind the younger brother. The negotiations have broken down and this matter cannot be resolved peacefully today. But they must capture Lin Yi. If they flee without a fight. If this gets out. The deterrent force they have worked so hard to build up will collapse in an instant. Not only will it be difficult to lead their subordinates in the future, but people in other buildings will also not take them seriously. And Lin Yi will be a sharp blade hanging over their heads, ready to take their lives at any time. At this time, several posters all hid behind. Wang Chang, the owner of Building 12, spoke up immediately. Everyone in Building 12, come at me. He doesn't have many bullets left in his gun. With so many of us, can't we capture him alone? Whoever can kill Lin Yi will be rewarded handsomely. Pang Jiaodong, the owner of Building 18, also said this. Brothers in Building 18, listen to me. Who can kill Lin Yi? I'm in charge. You can pick any of the beauties around Lin Yi after you snatch them. And I'll give him half of the supplies I found in Lin Yi's house. Chapter 78 Crushing. At this time, the remaining few posters also proposed very tempting conditions. As long as Lin Yi can be captured. In a word, give me what you want. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man under a big reward. The younger brothers looked at the beauty beside Lin Yi. I remembered the photos of supplies that Lin Yi had sent in the group before. Suddenly my heart was burning with joy. More importantly, before coming. All the OPs expressed this to their subordinates. Lin Yi only had a gun and a magazine on him. Lin Yi had already used up a lot of bullets to kill Chen Hu and his little brother Zhou Tao yesterday. I just killed Xue Songqiao and used up another one. Now there are only a few bullets left in his gun. Faced with the sky-high prices offered by various landlords, all the brothers have the idea of trying to turn their bicycles into motorcycles. There are nearly 100 people here today. Now they are closer to Lin Yi and the others. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. What are you afraid of? So the little brother in front looked at Lin Yi with red eyes. Then he took the simple weapon in his hand and slashed towards Lin Yi. The younger brothers behind him rushed forward. He was afraid that Lin Yi's head would be snatched away by the people in front, and he wouldn't even be able to drink a sip of soup. Looking at the OP's younger brother rushing towards him, Lu Yuan, who was standing in front of Lin Yi, was the first to pick up the weapon in his hand. He ran towards the person closest to him and slashed with a knife. At this time, the door of 1601 was also opened. Li Jia held the wound on his body and held the kitchen knife in his hand. A sneak attack from behind. He stabbed one of his younger brothers in the back of the head. The little brother immediately screamed and was chopped to the ground. At this moment, someone shouted immediately. Damn it, someone is attacking from behind. So the younger brothers behind him immediately turned around and attacked Li Jia. Just then, Lin Yi quickly emptied the bullets in the gun in his hand. The little brother who rushed over first fell down instantly. Each one was shot in the head and killed instantly. The younger brother behind was horrified when he saw this. Lin Yi's shooting is so accurate. So they all began to think of giving up and preparing to retreat. But at this moment, the sound of Lin Yi's pistol emptying the chamber was heard. Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5, who was carefully observing Lin Yi's movements, shouted immediately after hearing the sound. Quick! Now is the time to hurry up. The gun in his hand is out of bullets. Brothers! Whoever captures Lin Yi will own the woman behind him. At this time, the other posters heard Zhou Jiaxuan shouting. They also shouted incitement to their subordinates. All kinds of free promises are made without any charge. The younger brothers watched as Lin Yi threw the gun directly to the ground. But he didn't take out a new pistol again. They immediately believed what their boss said. It turns out that you really only have a pistol. Damn it, now that we have run out of bullets, let us see how you can still be so arrogant. So they mustered up their courage again and rushed towards Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi chuckled. He directly activated his telekinetic ability. A ball of steel spike suddenly appeared and then floated around his right hand. Then Lin Yi pointed with his right hand. The steel nail flew out instantly, as fast as lightning. These steel nails immediately pierced the head of the younger brother who was rushing in the front. Lin Yi discovered that the steel nails were lighter. It makes him consume less energy. But the effect is comparable to that of a small caliber bullet. At this moment, Zhong Wanqing beside Lin Yi also activated her supernatural power. Everyone present felt that the temperature around them dropped immediately. Then ice blades suddenly appeared out of thin air. It instantly slashed across the neck of the younger brother who was rushing towards him. The sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao are more violent and direct. The two of them picked up axes and attacked the crowd. Lu Rumei, who had just strengthened her body, saw this. Also eager to try. She followed Song Xinyan and her sister and slashed at the crowd. There were only Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi who had neither taken the zombie crystal core nor had any weapons. He was so scared that he hid behind Lin Yi and watched the people fighting. Just a meeting. The little brothers in front fell down in groups. All the younger brothers who were preparing to charge behind were scared. The courage they had mustered up with great difficulty was immediately lost. The few posters hiding behind the crowd were all stunned by the scene before them. Oh my god, what is going on? Are Lin Yi and the others still human? He currently only showed a pistol and a magazine, that's right. But what is it like to control objects through the air and manipulate steel nails to kill people? What the hell is that ice blade that suddenly appears? And those three beauties actually rushed into the crowd and acted unparalleled. They saw with their own eyes that their younger brothers were chopped to the ground one by axes. No one could resist it. At this time, someone shouted, "Ghost! Run! Run! They are not human!" Then everyone reacted. Running towards the corridor, running down desperately. I only regret that my parents didn't give me 2 more legs. At this time, the surviving posters looked at each other. Then quickly prepared to blend into the crowd and escape. Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't give them a chance. Lin Yi continued to use his telekinetic abilities. Instantly locked onto these OPs. Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5, was just about to escape. I felt like I was controlled by a mysterious force. He just felt his neck tighten. Then his feet left the ground and he floated in the air. He danced and struggled, but to no avail. Then he quickly asked for help from his younger brothers who were running around. "Save me! Come and save me!" The younger brothers who are running for their lives are all around. Looking at Zhou Jiaxuan who was floating in the air and struggling desperately. All the dead souls are flying. Faced with this strange scene, who would dare to step forward to help? I just regretted that I ran too slowly and couldn't leave this horrible place immediately. Zhou Jiaxuan looked at his younger brother who didn't even look at him, and felt anxious. He started cursing. "Damn it! You bunch of losers, come and save me. Whoever doesn't come to save me, I'll make him pay later." When Zhou Jiaxuan's younger brothers heard the boss's threat, no one paid any attention to it. They hated their boss in their hearts. Damn it, you dare to come and challenge your opponent without knowing their strength. Isn't this just sending them to die in vain? If they hadn't seen Lin Yi and the others still present. Now decisively turn against it. First kill Zhou Jiaxuan, this incompetent general who exhausted the entire army. As for Zhou Jiaxuan's threat, no one cared at all. You should get past Boss Lin first. At this time in the corridor. Except for the younger brother who ran slowly and was killed by Zhong Wanqing and others. The rest of the brothers all scattered. And Lin Yi did not let Zhong Wanqing and others continue to pursue. It's a complete waste of energy to chase after these little karami. All the other living posters are like Zhou Jiaxuan. Lin Yi used his telekinesis ability to grab him out of thin air. Lin Yi looked at the OPs floating in the air in front of him, struggling in pain. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 79. Who shouted the loudest just now? Being strangled by the neck for a long time and floating in the air. The faces of these posters turned red. Following Lin Ye's manipulation, they all came in front of Lin Yi. Looking at the cruel smile on Lin Ye's lips. The fear in their hearts reached its peak. In fact, it's not just these landlords. Lu Yuan, Li Jia, Lu Rume, and Nan Jiwei all looked at Lin Yi in shock. It was the first time they saw Lin Yi display his telekinetic abilities. This weird scene. It can only appear in pre-apocalyptic science fiction movies. Unexpectedly, he appeared in front of them alive after the end of the world. At this time, Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of Building 5, was the first to beg for mercy. Lin, Boss Lin. Please spare my life. We won't dare to do that again. The other posters also followed suit and begged for mercy. However, Lin Yi ignored it. He saw Li Jia not far away. At this time, he was covered in blood and was sitting on the ground. So Lin Yi said to Lu Yuan, "Lu Yuan, go see how Li Jia is doing." After hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately calmed down and recovered from his shock. Then he quickly said, "Okay, boss." He quickly walked over the corpses scattered all over the ground and his younger brothers groaning in pain, and came to Li Jia's side. Seeing Li Jia's miserable appearance, Lu Yuan hurriedly asked, Brother, how's it going? Li Jie also recovered from his shock and waved his hand. Brother Yuan, I'm fine. I just overexerted myself a little bit, and I'm a little tired. Just rest for a while. He looked at Lu Yuan, who was also covered in blood, and asked back. Brother Yuan, are you okay? Lu Yuan said casually. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Yuan is really fine. Just now. He had just knocked down 2 people and was about to pounce on the third. Unexpectedly, the situation at the scene had already been decided and was completely under Lin Yi's control. So even though he is covered in blood, he is not injured. But Li Jie is different. In the battle just now, he was besieged by 2 or 3 people. Not only did it reopen his old wounds, he was even stabbed in the chest. If Lin Yi hadn't taken control of the situation so quickly, it is very likely that he will die here today. Lu Yuan did not believe Li Jie's one-sided statement. He hurried forward to check his injuries. Immediately afterwards, he saw a new knife wound on Li Jie's chest. Lu Yuan quickly said to Lin Yi, Boss, Li Jie's old wound has broken open, and he was stabbed in the chest again. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the performance of the 2 just now. Through his ability of perception, Lin Yi saw that both of them were dark green. If converted into numerical values, loyalty should be above 90 points. So he said to Lu Yuan, Take Li Jie back to the house and clean yourself up first. I'll come find you guys later. Lu Yuan nodded immediately. Okay, boss. As he said that, he helped Li Jie up and went into 1601. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Yuan said to Li Jie in a deep voice, Brother, didn't I tell you not to come out? The boss and his wives are so powerful. Aren't you just here to cause trouble? I'll have to trouble Madame Chen to treat you later. She's a big boss's woman, this won't have a good influence. Li Jie knew that although Lu Yuan's tone was blaming him, he was actually full of concern for him. Li Jie scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Brother Yuan, I was just observing the situation outside from behind the door. I didn't intend to go out. But when I saw those bastards dare to attack the big boss, I couldn't hold back. You said that this morning. If the boss hadn't found some very valuable medical supplies last night and bring Madame Chen to treat me, maybe I couldn't hold on last night. Brother Yuan, you know my personality. The boss treated me like this, I will repay him even if it costs my life. Then, Li Jie remembered the scene just now. He said with lingering fear, Brother Yuan, the boss and his wives are really awesome. That scene just now scared me to death. When Lu Yuan heard what Li Jie said, he was still frightened. I think of those little brothers of the OP who rushed over just now. Just like harvesting wheat, it fell in front of him in large sheets. He couldn't help but shudder. His awe for Lin Yi reached its peak. Who says it's not? When the boss used up all the bullets in his pistol just now, I was ready to fight to the death. I didn't expect that the boss actually has this kind of superpower. No wonder he dared to go out alone to look for supplies. Just when Lu Yuan was helping Li Jie treat his wound, Lin Yi in the corridor interrupted his telekinesis ability. Several posters fell to the ground instantly. They breathed in the bloody smell coming from the ground, facing Lin Yi and the women who were staring at him covetously. All the posters gave up their plans to escape. At this moment, Pang Jiaodong, the owner of Building 8, just took 2 breaths. Lin Yi used his supernatural power again and lifted him into the air. Lin Yi looked at Pang Jiaodong and said with a smile, Just now it seemed like you were the one who bid me the highest and shouted the loudest. Yes or no? As he spoke, Lin Yi increased the strength of his telekinesis once again. Pang Jiaodong only felt that breathing was more difficult than before. He quickly begged for mercy. It's unfair. Boss Lin. Just now, I was definitely not the one who shouted the loudest. The one shouting the loudest is Wang Chang from Building 12. Wang Chang, who was still gasping for breath next to him, immediately became anxious when he heard Pang Jiaodong shifting the blame. Boss Lin, this is unfair. Don't listen to that bastard Pang Jiaodong's nonsense. He was the one who yelled at you the most fiercely just now, and he even tried to take advantage of your woman. At this time, Lin Yi looked at the other posters and asked with a smile. What do you think? Who shouted the loudest just now? The other posters saw the look Lin Yi was giving them. Without hesitating for a second, he spoke quickly. Boss Lin, that's Pang Jiaodong. Yes, Boss Lin, I heard it clearly just now. That bastard Pang Jiaodong shouted louder than anyone else. That's right, Boss Lin. I swear, Pang Jiaodong was the loudest just now. Pang Jiaodong, you're responsible for your own actions. Don't let me look down on you. In fact, the scene just now was so chaotic. God knows who shouted the loudest at Lin Yi. But, since Lin Yi has already mentioned you, Pang Jiaodong, there's nothing we can do about that. I have no choice but to ask you, Pang Jiaodong, to make a small sacrifice, leaving a glimmer of hope for everyone. Hearing the unanimous accusations from other posters, Pang Jiaodong's mentality exploded. Damn it, you don't want me to live, right? Then none of you will survive. Pang Jiaodong immediately started cursing at the other posters. And they keep exposing the dark history of other OPs. Seeing this, the other posters also became anxious. If you, Pang Jiaodong, continue to say this, I'm afraid none of us will survive. So he immediately started to fight back against Pang Jiaodong. Just when several posters were arguing the most, everyone only heard a click. Pang Jiaodong's neck was twisted in a strange posture. Then his head dropped weakly, and there was no sound. Lin Yi was like throwing away garbage. Throw Pang Jiaodong to the ground. Chapter 80, the OP's team is destroyed. The other posters were stunned by the strange appearance of Pang Jiaodong's neck after it was twisted off. Wang Chang in Building 12 was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. The yellow liquid flowed down his pants. If Lin Yi had believed Pang Jiaodong's words just now, he would be the one lying on the ground now. At this time, Lin Yi looked at the people on the ground who were not killed directly. The little brother was seriously injured and groaning in pain. He frowned. So he said to Zhong Wanqing, Wanqing, give Jiwei and Sierra an axe each. Jiwei, Sierra, the two of you should give those who are still alive on the ground a quick death. It hurts me to see them suffering here. Just consider it a good deed. Just now, you two were hiding in the back and didn't participate in the battle. I don't blame you. But now, I have to come out and see blood. Several OPs heard what Lin Yi said. I was speechless. Is this what you call human language? What does it mean to not be able to bear to see others suffer? If you can't bear to see others suffer, why don't you save them? What does it mean to just kill someone? Just think of it as a good deed. Just because you killed someone, I should thank you. But at the same time, these posters also have a deeper understanding of the cruelty of Lin Yi's methods. At this time, Zhong Wanqing handed the two axes to Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi respectively. Looking at the two people with frightened and hesitant expressions, Zhong Wanqing kindly reminded. Two sisters, go quickly and don't make your husband angry. They felt Lin Yi's increasingly unfriendly gaze towards them. Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi walked forward tremblingly with axes in their hands. They came to a young man who was seriously injured. In the battle just now, this little brother's stomach was cut open. Intestines and other internal organs were scattered all over the floor. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. Looking at the hellish scene in front of me, Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi felt their stomachs churning. But they tried hard to control themselves and not vomit. At this moment, they actually saw hope in the eyes of this little brother. That's one. Rather than waiting for death in pain, it is better to kill him with a knife to end his happy look. Nan Jiwei closed her eyes first and chopped down with an axe. The little brother immediately let out a scream. Then the axe in Chen Shi's hand also fell down. Looking at the blood splattered on my hands, they couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. Seeing this, Zhong Wanqing and several other women walked forward. They said as they patted Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi on the back, Sister Jiwei, Sister Sierra, don't blame your husband for being cruel. This is the end of the world. Just think about it, if my husband hadn't stopped them just now, what would have happened to us? Song Xinyan echoed. Sister Zhong is right. In the end times, we don't have to bully others. However, in the face of the enemy's active provocation, we must fight back without hesitation. Hubby, this is for your own good. My sister, Sister Zhong, and I all got here this way. Lu Rumei continued. The world will become increasingly chaotic. If we want to survive, we must adapt as quickly as possible. We still have our master's care now, giving us time to adapt. You can see what kind of life the other women in this community are living. Listening to the persuasion of Zhong Wanqing and other girls, Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi also understood Lin Ye's intention. So they both nodded vigorously. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Goddess Nan Jiwei, loyalty +2. Then, Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi picked up axes and began to clean up the injured younger brother of the OP. Seeing the sudden change in Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi, the remaining posters were all terrified. Damn it! The two women who were so delicate and didn't dare to take action just now. Why did he suddenly become so violent? This Lin Yi is really good at marrying women. So many beautiful women are so harmonious together. At this time, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Zhou Jiaxuan, the owner of building number 5. I heard that it was you who organized the group and gathered them together to bring people here? When Zhou Jiaxuan heard this, he immediately cried out that he was innocent. Boss Lin. This is a misunderstanding. What a huge misunderstanding. I have absolutely no intention of opposing you in creating this group. We absolutely come here with sincerity. It's all the fault of that idiot Xuezong Chao. If it weren't for him just now, none of us would have dared to fight you. Don't you think so? Seeing this, the host of the next post quickly spoke up. Yes. It's all the fault of that bastard Xuezong Chao. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't dare to use force against you, Boss Lin, even if we had 100 guts. Zhou Jiaxuan rolled his eyes and continued. Boss Lin, please spare my life, Zhou Jiaxuan. I, Zhou Jiaxuan, swear hereby that I will be a loyal dog by your side from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. From now on, you have the final say in our community. Whoever dares to say no will be the first one I kill. Boss Lin, I still have a lot of supplies. I will give them all to you when I return. The posters nearby reacted immediately and started swearing. They all want to become Lin Ye's running dogs. Lin Yi looked at the group of OPs in front of him expressing their loyalty in various ways. Lin Yi felt nauseous. Without using his supernatural powers, he knew what these people were planning. Lin Yi sneered in his heart. With people like you? Are you worthy to follow me? You are worthy of being my dog. At this moment, Lin Yi deliberately spoke loudly. Since you are so enthusiastic, you must acknowledge me as your lord. Then I'll give you a chance. After hearing Lin Ye's words, all the hosts showed surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect that Lin Yi was so easy to fool. That would set them free. They really began to blame Xuezong Chao in their hearts. Damn it, if Xuezong Chao hadn't been such an idiot just now. Maybe if we talk a little more nicely, Lin Yi will agree to their conditions. It won't be like this now. What a horrible scene this is. However, they didn't have long to be happy. Lin Yi said jokingly. Just jump down from the 16th floor. As long as they are not dead. I took him in immediately. After hearing Lin Yi's outrageous conditions, all the hosts' faces turned red. Zhou Jiaxuan quickly spoke out. Boss Lin, stop joking. Jumping from the 16th floor will kill you. Lin Ye's face turned cold. Joke. Do you think I'm kidding? Since I've given you the chance, you're useless. Then don't blame me. When the landlords heard what Lin Yi said, their expressions changed drastically. They knew that Lin Yi had no intention of letting them go. But before they could speak, Lin Yi activated his telekinesis ability again. Several OPs were strangled out of thin air. Immediately following, click sounds rang out one after another. At this point, all the building owners who had been rampant in Jiahayuyuan community for a few days were killed. Chapter 81 The second test for Lu Yuan and Li Jia. Looking at the OP whose neck was twisted, Lin Yi simply threw their bodies downstairs. Then he spoke to Zhong Wanqing and the other girls. You guys go back first, I'll go see Li Jia. Zhong Wanqing and the other girls nodded in response. Okay, hubby. After that, the girls entered room 1602. Lin Yi walked into 1601 and saw Lu Yuan bandaging Li Jia's wound. When they saw Lin Yi come in, they quickly stood up. Boss. Boss. Lin Yi nodded, then gestured for them to sit down. Lu Yuan felt anxious when he saw that Chen Shi was not following behind Lin Yi. I thought Lin Yi was angry at Li Jia's self-assertion just now. So he knelt down quickly. Boss, I'm sorry. Li Jia just acted impulsively and caused a lot of trouble for the boss. I will bring Li Jia to apologize to the boss. I am willing to accept the punishment on behalf of Li Jia. Please, sir, please consider Li Jie's eagerness to protect his master. Please ask Madame Chen to help Li Jie heal his injuries again. Li Jie saw that Lu Yuan was willing to kneel down and apologize for him. He also knelt down and said, "Boss, this is all Li Jie's fault. It's none of Brother Yuan's business, so please don't punish Brother Yuan." Lin Yi looked at the two people in front of him who were blaming each other, with a look of surprise on his face. "When did I say I was going to punish you too?" After hearing this, Lu Yuan was also stunned. "Did I understand it wrongly?" Lin Yi said with a smile. "You're not just seeing that I didn't bring Chen Shi to Li Jie for treatment. You thought I was angry." Lu Yuan said quickly. "I dare not." Lin Yi directly took out 2 first-level zombie crystal cores and continued. "Get up. These 2 crystal cores, take them both, 1 each." Lu Yuan and Li Jie quickly stood up. They took the zombie crystal core and looked at Lin Yi with confusion. Then, Lin Yi briefly explained the information about the zombie crystal core. "I heard that the crystal core in my hand can actually strengthen my body and gain superpowers." Lu Yuan and Li Jie were shocked again. They looked at the crystal cores in their hands, their eyes becoming extremely fiery. It turns out that the reason why the boss and his wives are so powerful is because of this thing. But Lu Yuan immediately calmed down. "Boss, such a powerful treasure must be extremely valuable. How could Li Jie and I be so worthy as to possess such a treasure? Please take it back, sir." Having said that, he returned the crystal core in his hand to Lin Yi. Seeing this, Li Jie next to him quickly handed the crystal core to Lin Yi. Lin Yi laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Take it. I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. I still have quite a few of these. From now on, as long as you are loyal and do your work with peace of mind, I will reward you generously." Seeing that Lin Yi's expression did not seem fake, both of them were overjoyed and accepted the crystal core. Then they said in unison, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Lin Yi told them, the two of them, about the precautions to take when taking the crystal core. After hearing this, the two of them quickly found a place to take it. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan and Li Jie opened their eyes. The two looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Especially Li Jie. He felt well and comfortable, and even all the injuries on his body recovered. Lin Yi was observing the colors on the two of them through his perception. Give Lu Yuan and Li Jie the zombie crystal core. This was also a decision Lin Yi made after careful consideration. First of all, the two have always performed well and are very loyal. Then Lin Yi prepared to leave this community and go to a new place to establish his power. Then he can't do everything by himself. And the women around him are not suitable to be in public for a long time. At this time, the younger brothers below are needed to do the work. And it requires a strong younger brother. Just like today. If he has some powerful younger brothers blocking outside. As for the group of little Karami led by the OP, there was no need for Lin Yi to take action at all. About the loyalty of these two people. Giving them both zombie crystal cores is the second test for them. These 2 zombie crystal cores are both honey and poison. If the two of them had any evil thoughts after taking the zombie crystal core, Lin Yi will take direct action. Relying on numerical crushing and thermal weapons in space. Lin Yi had absolute confidence that he could kill the two of them directly. But Lu Yuan and Li Jie's performance did not disappoint Lin Yi. They successfully passed Lin Yi's test. At this moment, they did not have any inappropriate thoughts about Lin Yi. In Lin Yi's eyes, the green color on their bodies became darker and darker. It's almost the same color as Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan. At this time, Lin Yi said to the two of them, "You two try and see if you can awaken any special abilities." Lu Yuan and Li Jie tried it immediately. Immediately afterwards, Li Jie's skin, which was free of dirt, began to emit a metallic luster. He said to Lin Yi with an ecstatic look on his face, "Boss! Boss! I seem to have awakened superpowers. I can metallize my skin to protect it from external damage." Seeing this, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. This is a nice defensive power. From now on, whether it's killing zombies or dealing with other people with superpowers, Li Jie is the best front row. Lu Yuan next to him tried hard for a long time, but there was still no response. He said to Lin Yi with some disappointment, "Boss, I'm sorry. I am incompetent. I haven't awakened any special abilities. After hearing this, Lin Yi secretly thought it was a pity. Although Lu Yuan and Li Jia are very loyal to me now. But whether it is personal ability or speaking and doing things, Li Jia is far behind Lu Yuan. To be honest, Lin Yi hopes that Lu Yuan can awaken his superpowers. But Lin Yi thought about it and felt that it didn't matter. Anyway, there are plundered crystal cores. If Lu Yuan performs well in the future and remains loyal to him, at worst, I can plunder a powerful superpower for him. Lin Yi spoke out. It's okay, Lu Yuan. The probability of awakening superpowers is already very small, so don't worry too much. Lu Yuan nodded with emotion. Li Jia next to him also said, "Oh, brother Yuan. If I had known this, I would have given you the crystal core I just took. It prevented you from awakening your superpowers." Hearing Li Jia's words, Lu Yuan felt warm in his heart, but he still pretended to scold him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear what the boss just said? Awakening is a matter of probability, and has nothing to do with which crystal core you take." Then, Lin Yi took out several large buckets of pure water from the space and placed them on the ground. He said to Lu Yuan and Li Jia, "You two should use this water to wash your bodies first. Then clean up the bodies outside. Come back to me when you're done." Lu Yuan and Li Jia said immediately. "Okay, boss. Okay, boss." Before leaving, Lin Yi patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Then he said to him and Li Jia, "I'm very optimistic about both of you. Especially you, Lu Yuan. As long as you perform well later, there will be surprises. Don't let me down." Listen to Lin Yi's words. Lu Yuan and Li Jia immediately knelt on the ground. He bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. "Thank you, sir. We too swear here. I will never betray the boss again." At this moment, the property management group in the community was in an uproar again. Chapter 82, Preparing to leave the community, the terrorizing zombie tide. Just recently, the OP's younger brother, who was frightened by Lin Yi and fled in all directions, ran back to the garage. These people didn't even have time to divide up the supplies and women in the previous strongholds of the various OPs. They all returned to their original homes and hid. I'm afraid that Lin Yi will kill a few of the OPs. Go to their house and catch them all in one go. Soon after, news came that all the OPs were wiped out and most of the younger brothers who came to visit were also killed or injured. It appears in the property group of the community. The other survivors in the community listened to the description of the younger brother who had escaped. All of them looked incredulous. Several big business owners came with nearly 100 people. You tell us that most of them were killed by one man and several women on the opposite side? Could it be that Lin Yi is holding a heavy machine gun? What else to say? Lin Yi can control steel nails to kill people from a distance. His women also have superpowers. Listen to what you are saying, are you making a movie? However, as Lu Yuan and Li Jia cleared the corridor, they threw all the bodies downstairs of Building 8. As the bodies piled up, people immediately took photos and videos and posted them in the group. People in the community had to believe it. Then, the group was completely in an uproar. Everyone was praising Lin Yi in the group. Lin Yi was praised as a savior. And about the abilities of Lin Yi and the women around him. People even added fuel to the fire, making the story more and more outrageous. Lin Yi didn't care about this at all. At this time, there were many people who were extremely hungry. He immediately set his sights on the supplies left behind by the deceased owners of these posts. Start sneaking towards the strongholds of these OPs. Room 1602. After Lin Yi came back from 1601, he said to the girls in the living room, "Just pack up and we'll leave this neighborhood later." When the girls heard this, they all felt it was very sudden. Zhong Wanqing asked, "Honey, where are we going?" Lin Yi said, "Let's go to the Shuiyun Jiangshan community in the suburbs. That will be our home from now on." Zhong Wanqing said with surprise. Watery rivers and mountains. Before the apocalypse, what were the top 3 residential areas in Jiangnan City? At this moment, Chen Shi's face suddenly looked a little strange. Lin Yi nodded and explained briefly. "Yes, that's it. The neighborhood we're in is still too close to the city center. And within a few months, there will be a zombie tidal wave in the city center. This neighborhood will be completely submerged by the tide of zombies. So, we have to get out of here as soon as possible." When the girls heard this, they looked confused. Zombie tide. Honey, what is a zombie tide? Thinking of the tide of corpses in his previous life, Lin Yi looked solemn. Level 2 zombies have already appeared among the zombies. As time goes by, there will be zombies at levels 3, 4, and even higher levels. As their levels increase, their intelligence will also increase accordingly. They will command the other low-level zombies. Lead them to attack the remaining human survivors. After all the survivors in the city center are eaten, they will expand outward, forming a terrifying tide of corpses. The most important thing is that there will be more than one zombie wave. Its scale and intensity will become more and more violent each time. After hearing Lin Yi's description, all the girls shuddered. Lin Yi told them about the hospital last night. On his way back, he encountered level 2 zombies and a fierce battle took place. Just think about how powerful level 2 zombies are. I wonder how terrifying those level 3 and level 4 zombies are. And the overwhelming swarm of zombies makes one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. The most terrifying thing is that there was more than one zombie tide. It makes me despair just thinking about it. Even when Lin Yi thought of the zombie tide he experienced in his previous life, he still felt a lingering fear. Before the first zombie wave occurred, Jiangnan City has formed many survivor strongholds of various sizes. Most of them exist in the form of residential areas or individual buildings. No matter how cruel the rule within the stronghold is, at least people can still survive with difficulty. But after the zombie tide occurred, everything has changed. Countless low-level zombies are led by high-level zombies. Like a swarm of locusts passing through, no grass grows. Countless small and medium-sized survivor strongholds were reduced to ashes in an instant. Large strongholds also suffered heavy losses. Only the super-large survivor stronghold manned by high-level psychics barely managed to hold off the attack of the zombie tide. You have to know about the first zombie tide. It was only initiated under the leadership of a few level 3 zombies. In the zombie tide that followed, the level of the leading zombies became higher and higher. So after the first zombie tide occurred, except for human survivors in remote areas, the other survivors who survived the zombie tide all flocked to the supersized survivor for shelter. This has led to the formation of several super-large survivor bases in Jiangnan City. This includes the Shuiyun Jianshan community where Lin Yi is about to go. This community has a great location, far from the city center. He was not affected by the first zombie wave. This gives the survivors in the community ample time to develop. And because it is one of the most upscale communities in Jiangnan City, it is not inferior to the Yiping Xianju community where the Song family lives. The surrounding supplies are also very rich. Several powerful people with special abilities were born in the community one after another. It eventually became one of the super-large survivor bases in Jiangnan City. In the previous life, until Lin Yi's death. In the early days, humans could only barely resist the onslaught of the zombie tide. But later on, more and more people started taking zombie crystal cores. More and more people are awakening their special abilities. Only then did they finally become evenly matched with the zombies. They can even launch a counterattack occasionally. However, that's where the relationship between the human survivors and the zombies ends. No one can completely kill the other. At this time, Lin Yi looked at the horrified expressions of the women. He spoke in comfort. You don't have to worry too much. The Shuiyun Jiangshan community we are about to go to is far from the city center. So, the first zombie wave didn't reach there. We can take advantage of this period of time to properly manage and develop the area. Be prepared for the second wave of zombies. But you can't let your guard down just because of this. We must continue to strengthen our own strength to face the upcoming dangers. Do you understand everything? When the girls heard Lin Yi's words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all said with a serious face, "Okay, hubby." "Yes, master." In fact, Lin Yi in this life is not as afraid of the zombie tide as he was in his previous life. The reason for saying this is to give the girls a heads up on defense in advance. Especially Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi. Let them adapt as quickly as possible and keep up with their pace. And with the experience of rebirth and the blessing of the system, Lin Yi was full of confidence in facing the tide of zombies behind him. At this time, Lu Yuan and Li Jie had finished cleaning up the bodies in the aisle. They knocked on the door of 1602. Chapter 83 Lu Yuan and Li Jie's Revenge. Lin Yi came to the door and opened it. Lu Yuan and Li Jie said immediately, "Boss, I have already cleared the aisle. Please arrange it." Lin Yi looked at the aisle, nodded and said, "Lu Yuan, Li Jie. We're going to leave this neighborhood soon. Go back and pack up, then gather in the underground garage." Lu Yuan and Li Jie were also surprised when they heard this. According to common sense, Lin Yi had just killed those OPs and so many of their minions. Now is the heyday. As long as he sends a message in the community property group, demand submission from all, then who else in this community dares to compete with it? As long as he stays, he is the sky in the community. But unexpectedly, Lin Yi actually took the initiative to leave the community. He gave up what others dreamed of so easily. Is this the boss's style of doing things? But since the boss has made the decision, as a subordinate, all you have to do is to carry out the orders conscientiously. Lu Yuan and Li Jie calmed down and spoke together. "Okay, sir. I understand." Then Lu Yuan asked, "Boss, a lot of supplies have been looted from the homes of these posters. And these landlords were killed by you personally. Then these supplies should be yours, both morally and logically. Would you like me to bring all these supplies here?" Lin Yi simply shook his head. With just that little supplies, it's not worth the hassle of running back and forth. Lin Yi really looked down upon those supplies. If he's interested. I had already ransacked the supermarket outside the community. How can these OPs have a turn? But Lu Yuan and Li Jie felt differently after hearing it. They had a more intuitive understanding of Lin Yi's wealth. If all the supplies of those OPs are brought back, if you eat sparingly, it will definitely be enough for a family of several months. How could they know? It only happened in these few days. Lin Yi returned it through the system. Supplies in the space are piled up like mountains. There were so many that he was too lazy to count them. Lin Yi thought about it again and continued. "By the way, do you two know anyone else in this neighborhood? If you have any, you can bring them along too. But the prerequisite is that these people must be loyal and reliable, have the courage to fight and work hard, and be down to earth and conscientious. Those who are sneaky and have bad intentions are not welcome. As long as you work hard, the salary won't be a problem later. But if these people run into big problems later, I'll be the first to settle accounts with you too." Lu Yuan understood what Lin Yi meant as soon as he heard it. It turns out that the boss looks down on Jiahayuan community. Come to think of it, it makes sense. The shallow pond in Jiahayuan community is totally unable to accommodate Lin Yi, a real dragon. The boss is preparing to recruit younger brothers. Then he took his men out to conquer new territories and began to formally establish his power. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's heart was burning with anger. Based on Lin Yi's strength and skills, the power he will establish in the future will definitely be no small matter. He and Li Jie were Lin Yi's earliest followers. Unless there are no unexpected events, he will definitely be reused. Then the two of them took off with Lin Yi. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and then said to Lin Yi, "Boss, I actually know a few good people who know the rules. I'll go find them right away." "Don't worry, boss. If these people dare to do anything to offend the boss later, I, Lu Yuan, will be the first to kill him." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Can. But make it clear to them. It's a long journey to the new place this time. If something unexpected happens on the way, I won't stop and wait. Come if you have the courage. If you don't have the courage, I won't force you." Lu Yuan nodded. "Okay, sir. I understand." Just as Lin Yi entered the house, he remembered Zhao Hang, who had betrayed Lu Yuan and Li Jie before. "So I said it casually. That Zhao Hang, I don't think I saw him just now. Don't leave any regrets before you leave." After saying that, Lin Yi returned to the house. When they heard Zhao Hang's name, Lu Yuan and Li Jie clenched their fists, their faces full of anger. Especially Li Jie, his entire family was killed by Chen Hu's men because of this traitor. It's an irreconcilable hatred. Just now they were thinking about killing that guy before leaving. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi helped them remember it. So I felt touched again towards Lin Yi. Lu Yuan first took out his mobile phone and sent messages to several people he was going to recruit. He briefly explained Lin Yi's conditions and requirements. Then I entered 1601 with Li Jie. They packed up the food and water that Lin Yi gave them and took them all away. Then head to Building 7. After a while, the two of them arrived at Zhao Hang's door. Seeing that the door was locked, Li Jia immediately activated his supernatural power. I saw that the skin of his right fist and arm turned into the color of metal. Then, he slammed the door hard. It can be said that Zhao Hang is really generous. Inside the house at this time, he was severely training the woman he had snatched yesterday on the bed. I haven't seen any of the latest news in the community group. Just as he was about to reach the critical moment, I was startled when I suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. His little brother immediately shrank back. Then Zhao Hang became furious and got out of bed cursing. "Who the hell is that? It's broad daylight, and you're knocking on my door." But before he reached the door was smashed open by Li Jia. Looking at Lu Yuan and Li Jia standing at the door, Zhao Hang was so scared that he immediately ran to the bedroom. Lu Yuan took a quick step forward and kicked Zhao Hang hard from behind. Zhao Hang immediately fell flat on his face. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Brother Yuan, Brother Jia, spare my life. I was forced to betray you. Please also consider that we went to the supermarket together to scavenge for supplies. Please spare me this time." Li Jia looked at Zhao Hang with his eyes wide open, and immediately thought of his family members who died tragically yesterday. How could she listen to his plea for mercy? He grabbed Zhao Hang and started beating him up. Because Li Jia's body was strengthened and his superpowers were awakened. With Zhao Hang's small body, Lu Yuan didn't even have time to make a move. He was beaten unconscious by Li Jia. At this time, Lu Yuan next to him looked at the time. Then he took a sip of water and sprayed it directly on Zhao Hang's face. Zhao Hang was suddenly awakened. Lu Yuan handed another knife to Li Jia and said, "Brother, you have a bigger grudge against him than I do." After Li Jia took the knife, tears welled up in his eyes. He nodded at Lu Yuan. Then, in front of Zhao Hang's horrified gaze, he stabbed him with a knife. Zhao Hang screamed immediately. However, Li Jia's actions did not end there. He kept repeating the action of drawing the knife and stabbing it again. Soon, countless holes were pierced on Zhao Hang's stomach. Seeing that Zhao Hang had died, Lu Yuan stepped forward and held Li Jia's knife-holding hand. "Brother, he's dead. Let's go back and clean up. The boss is still waiting for us." Only then did Li Jia let go of the knife and left Zhao Hang's house with Lu Yuan. Shortly after they left, the woman who was abducted by Zhao Hang in the bedroom heard that there was no movement outside. Then he poked his head out. I saw Zhao Hang lying on the floor in the living room. There was a look of extreme hatred in her eyes. Then, she actually lay on the ground, picked up Zhao Hang's arm and started chewing it. Chapter 84: Leaving the Community. At this time, in room 1602 of Building 8. Looking at the women who were packing their things, Lin Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly thought of something. Then he picked up his phone, edited a message and sent it to the Community Property Management Group. "Honest people at everyone, several so-called hosts in the community came to provoke me today, and I killed them all. And I decided to leave this neighborhood immediately. If anyone wants to follow me and leave, you can gather at the underground garage under Building 8 within 20 minutes. No waiting after the expiration date. The journey to the new destination is quite long. Accidents may happen on the road. To ensure the safety of the rest, I will not perform any rescue operations. In addition, I will not take the supplies left by the host. Anyone in the community can go and search, and whoever gets it owns it." As soon as the news was released, it immediately caused an uproar. Most of the survivors in the community only paid attention to Lin Yi's last two sentences. They all flocked to the buildings where the posters were located. As for the first part of the message Lin Yi sent, almost no one cared. The world outside is so chaotic and there are so many zombies. If I go out now, I will be seeking death. And Lin Yi did not promise to provide rescue if they encountered danger. Then even fewer people will go there. And the reason why Lin Yi did this is to screen them one last time to see if there are any suitable subordinates. It is also a test for everyone in the community. Let's see if there are any people in this community who have a long-term vision and dare to take a risk. As long as you dare to come, there is still a glimmer of hope. Those who choose to continue hiding in the community will only end up dead. Lin Yi was also very sure. I don't know how many people in this community are hoping he will leave. Now everyone in the group is saying nice things and praising Lin Yi as a savior. But who wants to put a living father on his head? I guess many people think that if Lin Yi stayed in the community, the people behind are definitely the same kind of people as those OPs. And after he left, someone will immediately jump out and continue to be the host. At this moment, Shenxi, who had been looking strange just now, came in front of Lin Yi. She said to Lin Yi with a nervous look on her face, "Master, there is something Sierra has been wanting to tell you." Lin Yi held Shenxi in his arms and spoke softly. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Chen," she said nervously. "Master, I live in Shuiyun Jiangshan community. I was on the phone with my parents when the zombie outbreak happened. They may have met with an accident. When we get to Shuiyun Jiangshan, can you let me go see them?" Lin Yi looked at Chen Shi's eager eyes and felt surprised. I didn't expect that this little girl was so powerful before the end of the world. He actually lives in Shuiyun Jiangshan community. But on second thought, at a young age, Chen Shi is already a formal surgeon at Jiangnan First People's Hospital. That family must be quite good. This news is also good for me. This will make you more legitimate than trying to force your way in. Lin Yi comforted. "Sheer, I'm so sad. This is the end of the world. Don't worry, I'll go to your house when we get to Shuiyun Jiangshan." Chen Shi was very excited when he heard Lin Yi's words. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." At this time, the other women had packed up their things and came to Lin Yi. Lin Yi put all the items into the space. Then he spoke to the women. "Let's go to the underground garage first." Several people came to the door. Only stayed here for a few days though. But several people felt reluctant to leave. Especially Zhong Wanqing. She took a deep look inside the room, then took a deep breath and locked the door. Several people quickly arrived at the underground garage. At this time, Lu Yuan and Li Jia were already waiting here with a few unfamiliar faces. Seeing Lin Yi and several women arriving, he hurried forward and spoke to several people. "Quick, call the boss. Call the lady." Those people shouted immediately. "Hello, boss. Hello, madam." Lu Yuan then introduced Lin Yi. "Boss. Ladies. This is Pan Guoliang, this is Lu Jianjun, and this is..." After listening to the introduction, Lin Yi briefly glanced at the few people. There is a couple, 2 bachelors, and a father and son. At this moment, these people were looking at Lin Yi nervously. Especially the couple and the father and son. They were afraid that Lin Yi would abandon them because they were carrying a burden. When Lu Yuan sent them the message before, they were a little hesitant. After all, they saw the message Lin Yi sent in the group. They were afraid that Lin Yi would encounter danger and abandon them along the way. And after Lu Yuan and Li Jia arrived, introduced Lin Yi's terrifying strength to them. As for the message Lin Yi sent in the group, Lu Yuan saw Lin Yi's purpose at a glance. Then he made a promise to them. Finally, Lu Yuan and Li Jia took out a lot of supplies. They agreed without any hesitation. In their hearts, Lu Yuan is a good brother who stands up for justice. Now that he is a big shot that even Lu Yuan recognizes him, he must be good. Then they started to worry again. Since the boss is so powerful, will he look down on them? After all, as long as you have food and supplies, why worry about not being able to recruit followers? At this time, Lin Yi used his perception ability to look at these newcomers again. Most of them were light green, only the child was white, and no one was red. Only then did Lin Yi nod. "If there's anything else going on, I'll arrange it for Lu Yuan. From now on, you will all be under Lu Yuan's management and work under him. I won't say anything else. Let's see how you perform in the future. As long as you behave well, I won't treat you unfairly." Lu Yuan quickly spoke to a few people. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." At this time, the underground garage gradually became lively. People kept coming from the underground garage to the buildings where the posters lived to look for supplies. When they saw Lin Yi and his companions, they all hid far away. This is a man who kills without blinking an eye. If you accidentally provoke him, you won't even know how you died. But they were sure of one thing. That is, Lin Yi really wants to leave this community. So someone sent this information to the community group. The survivors in the community who had been watching from the sidelines could no longer sit still. They all ran towards the building where the posters were. Lin Yi looked at the time and it was almost time. He sighed inwardly. I didn't expect that there were only Lu Yuan and a few others in this community. No one dared to follow him. Lin Yi first took out the armored vehicle, then took out some fuel and handed it to Lu Yuan and Li Jie. Have them fill up their gas tanks. Since there are not many people walking, only 3 cars are needed. Lin Yi took a few women in an armored vehicle. Lu Yuan and Li Jie each drove an off-road vehicle to take the others. After everyone got on the bus, with the roar of the armored vehicle, amidst the shocked gazes of other survivors, he was the first to rush out of the community's underground garage. The 2 off-road vehicles behind quickly caught up. At this moment, someone immediately sent a video showing that Lin Yi had left to the group. After confirming that Lin Yi and the others had all left, some people in the community immediately had an idea. Chapter 85 New Era Community arrives at destination. At this time, it was the home of Zhou Jiaxuan, the former owner of building number 5. The people who came to plunder supplies were in chaos. Most of them are survivors from building 5 and several surrounding buildings. Mine, this thing is mine. Oh my god. Is your name on it? Fuck, I picked this up first, don't try to grab it. I'm robbing you. Damn, you're carrying so much food by yourself, aren't you afraid of choking to death? Everyone in the house was fighting over the food on the floor. Some people picked up some food and wanted to go out. However, he was blocked in the house by the continuous flow of people arriving from behind, and could not move forward or backward. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside the house. I saw a dozen men holding simple weapons and rushing towards me from behind. They beat anyone they saw. While beating, he shouted, "God damn it, give me the way. Those who don't want to die, get out of here." The people who had just arrived saw that this group of people were ruthless and unreasonable. After being hit a few times, they all ran away. Soon, these dozen people cleared out the people outside and arrived at Zhou Jiaxuan's door. People in the house were still fighting over food. Seeing a dozen people outside watching closely, he stopped immediately. At this time, a person who seemed to be a leader came out and said, "Everyone inside, listen to me. All the supplies in this building now belong to our Jiahe gang. You all come out one by one now. If you're smart, leave the supplies you found at the door. If anyone dares to hide it and is discovered by us, we will kill him immediately." When the people in the house heard this, someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. These supplies belonged to Boss Lin. He said whoever picked up these supplies would own them. That's right, I'll give it to you for whatever reason. Looking at the people in the room talking at once, the person who was speaking outside sneered again and spoke. Boss Lin. Boss Lin has already left this neighborhood. Right now, in Building 5, we, the Jiahe gang, have the final say. Fuck you, if you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Brothers, go together. After saying that, more than a dozen people outside picked up their weapons and rushed forward. Soon the people in the house were defeated. Then, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. The man sneered again. Damn, what a bunch of bastards. What a waste of our energy. Now, take out all the stuff. The people in the house immediately took out the supplies they had picked up. But there were a few people who took chances and did not take out all the food. And they will soon regret it. The Jiahe gang began to search the people in the house. They released the men who had no problems. But the women who were a little pretty were kept by them. Soon, they found those people who were still hoping for a lucky break. As a result, none of these people escaped and were all caught red-handed. The people from the Jiahe gang simply ignored these people's pleas for mercy. Drag them all outside and execute them one by one on the spot. Then the execution process was filmed into a video and sent to the group. There is a sentence at the end of the video. This is what happens to those who dare to go against the Jiahe gang. After searching all the people in the house, the people from the Jiahe gang immediately collected the supplies. Then they started eating and drinking. After eating, he grabbed the woman who had stayed with him and started exercising. At this time, all the other buildings in the community were repeating what happened in Building 5. The old host was killed by Lin Yi. Wait until he leaves. New gangs began to form. Most of these gang members are subordinates of the previous surviving host. Then some new blood was absorbed. Because there is no person as influential and capable of convincing the public as the previous OPs. Therefore, most of these gangs have not yet elected a leader. Less than half a day later, the community entered the gang era again. In fact, whether it is the previous OP era or the current gang era, one thing is certain. That is, the community will become more and more chaotic, and the rule will become more and more cruel. Looking at the gangs that were formed in the community, many people regret it. Why didn't you choose to go out with Lin Yi before? At this time, we are on the way to Shuiyun Jiangshan. Lin Yi drove the armored vehicle and took the lead, clearing the way. From time to time, passing zombies were knocked away by armored vehicles. But as the vehicle drove on, it gradually arrived at the suburbs. There are fewer and fewer zombies on the road. There was a section of the road where there were almost no zombies. Lin Yi was driving seriously in the car. He spoke on the phone. He kept in touch with Lu Yuan and Li Jia, who were driving behind him. Then from time to time tell them about some of the situations on the road ahead. Don't let them fall behind. The women at the back, except Shenxi, all sat quietly. As he got closer to home, Shenxi's facial expressions became more and more varied. There is both the excitement of seeing my parents soon and the sadness of anticipating their death. At this time, Lin Yi noticed that the atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing, and it was already past noon. So he took out a lot of food and water from the space and handed them to the women behind him. The girls ate and started talking and laughing. The atmosphere in the car gradually became lively. Even Shenxi's nervous mood improved a lot. Because Lin Yi was driving the whole time. Zhong Wanqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, picked up food from time to time and fed it carefully to Lin Yi. Looking at Zhong Wanqing's drawn eyes, the girls behind immediately started teasing Zhong Wanqing. Sister Zhong, look at your eyes, it feels like you're going to eat your husband. Yes, Sister Wanqing. Why do I feel like we're a little redundant here? That's too much. Sister Wanqing, next time I want to sit next to the master and feed him. Zhong Wanqing's face turned red and she looked at Lin Yi for help. Lin Yi laughed, then shrugged, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Seeing that Lin Yi was not going to help her, Zhong Wanqing acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. She picked up a bottle of water and took a sip. Then all the women were stunned. He stood up and kissed the water in his mouth into Lin Yi's mouth. Lin Yi was also shocked by Zhong Wanqing's actions. Lin Yi finally reacted when Zhong Wanqing returned to her seat. He smacked his lips and found the water a little sweet. When the women behind saw what Zhong Wanqing did, they immediately stopped. He just started to attack Zhong Wanqing. They all asked to switch places with Zhong Wanqing right away. At first, Zhong Wanqing didn't care at all and looked at the women behind her provocatively. He looks like, what can you do to me? But when Lin Yi heard the suggestions of the women behind him, he was immediately moved. Then Zhong Wanqing was asked to take turns changing seats with several other women in the car. Looking at Zhong Wanqing's somewhat resentful eyes, Lin Yi said a few words in her ear. Only then did Zhong Wanqing come to the back with a blushing face. So next. While watching the girls laughing and playing, Lin Yi enjoyed the special services they provided in turn. Just like that, time passed quickly. Lin Yi and everyone finally arrived at the Shuiyun Jiangshan community. Chapter 86, Shuiyun Jiangshan Community. Chen Shi kills his parents. Shuiyun Jiangshan Community is built on a hill in the suburbs of Jiangnan City. It is the highest residential area in Jiangnan City. When the developer built it, he first leveled the top of the hill. Then construction begins after the foundation is thoroughly leveled. After the community was completed, it immediately caused quite a stir in Jiangnan City. Because the community is full of high-end single-family villas. In addition, its superior geographical location and pleasant environment make it extremely suitable for living. This has caused the price of villas to rise. Before the end of the world, the price of each villa started at tens of millions of yuan. Even this can be bought with money. The property was fully booked before it was even put on sale. Those who can buy it are basically upper-class people in Jiangnan City. Among them are wealthy families, asset tycoons, superstars, and so on. The community is surrounded on three sides by steep hillsides several dozen meters high. There is only a road directly in front of you that leads to the foot of the mountain. This is one of the reasons why Lin Yi chose this place as his base. Facing the zombie tide coming later. This place is definitely easy to defend but difficult to attack. And because the residents in the community are all rich or noble people in Jiangnan City. This led to prosperity at the foot of the mountain. There are all kinds of living facilities and buildings. Later, the developer built 2 or 3 more high-end residential communities below. Lin Yi drove the car to the gate of Shuiyan Jiangshan community and stopped for a while. He found that the gate of the community was open and there was no one in the guard room. So he drove straight in. What surprised Lin Yi was, at this time in the community, there were not many zombies wandering outside the villa. Along the way, you can occasionally see the corpses of zombies. At this time, the zombies still alive outside heard the sound. They all followed behind Lin Yi and his companion's car. And Lin Yi could vaguely feel it. Shortly after they entered the community. In the darkness of the community, countless pairs of eyes were watching them silently. But Lin Yi didn't care. He followed Chen Shi's instructions. After a while, the car arrived at Chen Shi's doorstep. Because we are not sure what the current situation is in this community. Lin Yi gave instructions to the women behind him, Lu Yuan and Li Jie. Don't reveal their true strength for the time being. He asked Chen Shi to open the courtyard gate of the villa via remote control. Then he drove the car in. Lu Yuan and Li Jie, who were following closely behind, did not go in, but parked the car outside the villa. After Lu Yuan and Li Jie parked the car, they immediately asked the other men to get out. They picked up their weapons and began to guard the vehicle. Only the woman and the child were left in the car, looking at the zombies gradually surrounding from behind. Lu Yuan and his companions immediately stepped forward and chopped down all the zombies approaching the convoy. After ensuring the safety of the area around the vehicle, Lu Yuan then signaled to others to bring the woman and child out of the car. At this time, Lin Yi and several women also got out of the car. Looking at Lin Yi walking over, Lu Yuan immediately said, "Boss." Lin Yi pointed to the villa next to him and said, "Lu Yuan, take them to live in that villa first. I just checked, there are about 2 or 3 zombies inside, be careful when opening the door. By the way, do you have enough food and water?" Lu Yuan quickly responded, "Okay, boss. The food and water you gave me before are still plenty, more than enough." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Good. Thank you all for your hard work today. We'll go back later and let everyone have a good meal and rest. If you don't have enough supplies, come to me. But when you go to bed at night, don't sleep too deeply. We are new to this neighborhood after all, so we must be vigilant." Lu Yuan nodded. "Okay, sir. I understand. I'll arrange for people to take turns on duty tonight." Lin Yi continued. "Can. If anything happens, I'll contact you." Lu Yuan said. "Okay, boss. Then I will go first." Seeing Lin Yi nodded, Lu Yuan immediately called a few people to go to the villa next door. He walked in front and Li Jie followed behind. The rest of the men walked outside, while the women and children were at the innermost part. After seeing Lu Yuan and his companions leave, Lin Yi signaled Chen Shi to close the door. Then he and a few girls came to the entrance of the villa. At this time, Chen Shi was preparing to open the door with trembling hands. At this moment, Lin Yi sighed in his heart. Through his perception ability, he had already seen the 2 zombies in the house. They should be Chen Shi's parents. As soon as the door was opened, the zombies in the house rushed over immediately after hearing the sound. Lin Yi directly activated his telekinetic ability to control them. Although the faces of these 2 zombies have become extremely distorted and terrifying, but Chen Shi still judged it from their clothes and the general outline of their faces. These are her parents. Tears instantly welled up in my eyes. Seeing my parents who once loved me become like this. Chen Shi just felt heartbroken. Although she had prepared herself mentally before coming. But when she really faced this moment, she still felt like the sky was falling. She threw herself into Lin Yi's arms and burst into tears. The women around couldn't help feeling sad when they saw this scene. Especially Zhong Wanqing and Nan Jiwei. Both of their parents were killed after the apocalypse. Therefore, I can better understand Chen Shi's mood at this time. Lin Yi took out a machete from the space. Through telekinesis, he controlled the machete to pierce the limbs of Chen Shi's parents. Nailed them to the wall. Then he comforted Chen Shi in his arms. It took a long time for Chen Shi to calm down. At this time, Lin Yi took out an axe and handed it to her. "Sheer, I'm so sad. This is the end of the world. Take this axe and go set your parents free. Let them truly rest in peace. Chen Shi took the axe handed to him by Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Yi's encouraging eyes, her eyes gradually became firm. Then she nodded and said, "Okay, master. Sierra understands." After saying that, she picked up the axe and walked in front of her parents. Looking at the parents who were struggling to break free, Chen Shi said this silently. "Dad, Mom, please rest in peace. Sheer will miss you forever." With that, she swung the axe and struck her parents on the neck. Soon, Chen Shi's parents became silent and died completely. Lin Yi activated his telekinesis ability again at this time. Pull out the machete that was controlling Chen Shi's parents. Then remove the sheets and plastic bags from the space. Then he said to Chen Shi, "Wrap up your parents' bodies first. When the time is right, bury them together with Wanqing's parents." Chen Shi and Zhong Wanqing next to him were both stunned after hearing this. Zhong Wanqing didn't expect that Lin Yi still remembered this matter for him. Both girls had tears in their eyes. "Thank you, husband." "Thank you, master." Then Lin Yi and several women worked together to wrap up the bodies of Chen Shi's parents. Then it was taken into the space by Lin Yi. At this moment, Shuiyun Jiangshan community was bustling with activity due to the arrival of Lin Yi and his companions. The already tense situation in the community became even more complicated. Chapter 87, New Superpower Shuiyun Jiangshan Biaga. In the bedroom on the third floor of Shuiyun Jiangshan Villa number 5. A burly man was moving vigorously on the bed. The woman under him deliberately made loud moans. Just then, there were several knocks on the bedroom door. After hearing this, the strong man immediately sped up his pace. It didn't take long before the battle ended abruptly. Then the man got up, put on some pajamas and opened the door. The moment the door opened, the younger brother outside the door immediately looked through the gap. I saw the coquettish-looking woman on the bed in the bedroom. At this time, the woman was only wearing a nightgown, with the middle door left open. It seemed as if he noticed the greedy look of the younger brother outside the door. This woman deliberately tore open her pajamas, revealing 2 towering peaks inside. This scene made the younger brother outside the door open his eyes wide. Until the strong man asked, "Have you found out everything?" The younger brother outside the door finally came to his senses and quickly nodded and bowed. "Brother Biao, I've found out everything. Today, there were 3 cars that arrived at the community, and about 14 or 15 people got out. The leader turned out to be an armored vehicle." Brother Biao looked shocked. "Armored vehicle? Did you hear it right?" The younger brother quickly swore an oath. "Brother Biao, there's absolutely no mistake." They stopped at Villa number 26. It's the information provided by the owners of the neighborhood surrounding Villa number 26. He saw it clearly and provided videos and photos. As he said that, the younger brother handed the phone to Brother Biao. After Brother Biao took the phone, he immediately checked it. While Brother Biao was watching the video, the younger brother looked into the bedroom again. But this time, he was a little disappointed. At this time, the woman had already gotten out of bed and was sitting in front of the dressing table, putting on makeup with her back to the little brother. But the woman still saw the little brother through the reflection in the mirror on the dressing table. So she loosened her clothes on her chest and licked her lips. She kept winking at her younger brother in the mirror. After seeing this, I felt really hot and uncomfortable all over. Damn it! This woman is so slutty. I don't know if Brother Biao can handle it alone. At this time, Brother Biao was attracted by the content of the video. He didn't notice anything strange about the younger brother in front of him. Only seen in the video. After Lu Yuan, Li Jia and others got out of the car, they hacked several zombies around them to death. Then after talking to Lin Yi for a few words, he headed to Villa number 25 carrying 2 large bags of things. Lin Yi took a few women directly into Villa number 26. When they saw that none of Lin Yi and his men were wearing military uniforms, Brother Biao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these people should not be officials or military personnel. They must have gotten the armored vehicle from somewhere. Just then, Brother Biao noticed the women around Lin Yi. I was immediately attracted by the looks of these women. I only saw a few women around Lin Yi. Each one has a hotter body than the other. Each one looks better than the other. She is no worse than the female celebrities and internet celebrities living in the community. Seeing this, Brother Biao immediately became interested in Lin Yi and his group. In his opinion, the leader Lin Yi should have been a rich young man before the end of the world. Wherever he goes, there are 5 or 6 beautiful women around him. Lu Yuan, Li Jia and others should be his bodyguards or something like that. But now it is the end of the world. Past wealth and power are all fleeting, and only one's own strength is the most important. And it just so happened that he had acquired superpowers 2 days ago. Now he is the strongest person in the community. And the strong are born to own everything in the community. So the armored vehicle that Lin Yi drove, the woman beside him, the supplies he brought, and his bodyguards all belong to him. Brother Biao said to his younger brother, "Have these people made any movement since entering the villa?" The younger brother immediately withdrew his gaze from the woman in the room and spoke quickly. "No, Brother Biao. After they entered the villa, they never came out." Brother Biao continued. "Good. Tell the guy who filmed the video to keep a close eye on these people. Report any unusual movements to me immediately. As long as they haven't left by tomorrow, I'll give them a huge reward. If anything goes wrong, I'll kill him," the younger brother quickly assured. "Brother Biao, don't worry. I'll arrange it right away. I will report to you immediately if that group makes any movement." Brother Biao nodded and continued. "It's a little late today. Let the brothers rest early tonight. The supplies we looted a few days ago have almost been used up. Tomorrow we will continue to search for supplies. Let's start with the group of people who just arrived in the community today. Then we will strive to take over the entire community as soon as possible. I heard that we have to go out to search for supplies again tomorrow." Thinking of what happened yesterday, he said with lingering fear. "Brother Biao, do you think we'll run into Su Chaoyun and his men again when we go out tomorrow? He has a gun in his hand. We met them yesterday. As a result, 2 brothers were killed on the spot. If we go again tomorrow, the brothers will be a little scared." Brother Biao shouted. "I'm afraid of nothing. He had a gun. I have superpowers, why should I be afraid of Kuan? Didn't I kill both of them yesterday?" The younger brother muttered softly. "You have superpowers, of course you're not afraid, but we don't. Who wouldn't be afraid of a gun? And in the end, he was chased back yesterday." After Brother Biao took the zombie crystal core, his hearing was enhanced. He immediately heard the younger brothers mumbling. Remembering the embarrassing scene when he came back yesterday, he immediately slapped his younger brother. Then he became angry and said, "Fuck, that was just an accident yesterday. It happened so suddenly that I didn't react. If I run into Su Chaoyun and his gang again tomorrow, I'm going to kill them all right here and then." After being beaten, the little brother didn't dare to say anything. I quickly gave Brother Biao some compliments. Brother Biao felt comfortable being photographed, so he signaled his younger brother to go back. The younger brother turned around, took one last look at the woman in the room, and went downstairs unwillingly. When Brother Biao thought of Su Chaoyun, he became angry again. "I can awaken superpowers, so I am the legendary child of destiny. Su Chaoyun, you bastard, you think you can recruit me with just a gun? Don't you have a lot of supplies? After I kill all your dogs, everything you have will be mine." As for Lin Yi and his group, Brother Biao didn't take them seriously at all. In his opinion, killing Lin Yi and his gang would only take a few minutes. Then Brother Biao went back into the bedroom. "I didn't have a good time because I was interrupted by my younger brother just now." After he closed the door, he picked up the woman in front of the dressing table again. Then he threw it on the bed. Amidst the woman's gasps, he pounced on her again. At the same time, on the other side of the community, in Villa number 45, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was also listening to his subordinates' reports on Lin Yi and his group. Chapter 88: Su Chaoyun's Ambition. After his subordinates finished their report, Su Chaoyun looked a little solemn. Then he waved. The men immediately left tactfully. Speaking of Su Chaoyun, before the end of the world, he was considered a prominent figure in Jiangnan City. His Su group's comprehensive strength ranks among the top 10 in Jiangnan City. Although it still lacks some foundation compared to old and wealthy families like the Chu family. But for ordinary wealthy people, they are definitely people to be looked up to. He happened to be in the Su group building when the blood rain began. During this period, he used his connections to inquire from various sources. We know that this global disaster has dealt a severe blow to governments around the world. The authorities were unable to provide rescue. In other words, faced with the bloody rain, the authorities were simply unable to carry out rescue operations. So he arranged his men early on. All the supplies in the Su Group building were concentrated in his hands, and he was responsible for their unified distribution. Under his management. During the bloody period, people in the Su Group building were relatively stable. There was no major unrest. But I didn't expect it. As soon as the blood rain ended, zombies broke out. This caught him off guard. Half of the people in the building turned into zombies. If he didn't have a gun in his hand and his men didn't fight desperately, he nearly died in the building. After he and his men finally occupied a room, he immediately contacted various friends. After making a series of calls, he knew the world was over. If you want to survive from now on, you can only rely on yourself. He knew very well that if he stayed in this building any longer, he would die. We must leave this building quickly, leave the city center, and go to a place with fewer zombies. After thinking about it, he turned his gaze to the Shuiyin Jiangshan community in the suburbs. There is more than just one property of his here. His mistress and illegitimate child are also here. As for his legal wife and son, they all live abroad. I can't get through to him on the phone and still don't know whether he is alive or dead. It just so happens that one of Su's private helicopters is parked on the roof of the Su Group building all year round. So after 2 days of hard work, he and his men finally reached the roof of the building. Then he took his men and all the supplies he had looted and flew to the Shuiyin Jiangshan community in a helicopter. After arriving at Shuiyin Jiangshan community, he began to contact the people in the company who were in charge of food production, material procurement, etc. Let them deliver food, water and other necessary supplies to Shuiyin Jiangshan community. As a result, these people were either uncontactable or simply ignored him. Are you kidding? There are zombies everywhere outside now. Only people like Lin Yi who are strong and proficient in driving dare to go out and have fun. Who else would dare to drive to such a far place like Shuiyin Jiangshan community to deliver supplies? Besides, it's the end of the world. You, Su Chaoyun, are nothing now. The authorities are paralyzed and no longer care about the matter. You are nothing but a CEO of a company before the apocalypse. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just guard the supplies and rule the mountain? They eagerly give you the supplies and then run to be your subordinate. Unless we are mentally retarded, we will do this. Su Chaoyun had thought about flying a helicopter to settle accounts with these former subordinates. But he had to consider whether the plane had enough fuel, and whether it would work even if he went. So Su Chaoyun considered it again and again, and finally had no choice but to give up. At this time, the gap between Su Chaoyun and old families like the Chu family can be reflected. An old family like the Chu family. All important positions in the company are generally held by members of the Chu family. Facing disaster, they can quickly work together. Because they know very well that without their family, they are nothing outside. Even if there are 1 or 2 rebellious ones, it will not affect the overall situation. So almost at the same time, after Chu Shaotian solved the family inheritance problem, he can quickly mobilize all parties and arrange for supplies and personnel to go to his Yiping Xianju. Because the leaders of each department below are almost all members of their Chu family. However, newly emerging forces like Su Chaoyun are not so good because they have too little centripetal force. But Su Chaoyun was not discouraged. He cleared his mind. He immediately set his sights on Shuiyin Jiangshan and the supporting buildings and communities at the foot of the mountain. He had also hidden several guns in Shuiyin Jiangshan's home. Then he decided to rely on the guns in his hands and the men he brought with him. First, unify the water and the mountains. Then he recruited some younger brothers and moved into the supermarket at the foot of the mountain. The supermarket at the foot of the mountain is very big and should have a lot of supplies inside. Just occupy that place. He used the supplies inside to recruit people from several communities at the foot of the mountain as his subordinates. In this way, he had the capital to dominate the area. But unexpectedly, problems arose in the first step of this plan. Before he came, Wang Debiao, the former security captain of the community, gathered the security team members. First, occupy Villa number 5 in the community. He killed the male owner of Villa number 5 and then took possession of his mistress. Then send the message within the cell group. It is said that Wang Debiao has the final say in this community from now on. Then they began to raid the villas around Villa number 5 and search for supplies. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Other people in the community dared not speak out. Originally, Su Chaoyun didn't care about this. In his opinion, Wang Debiao and his group are just a bunch of clowns. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than a gun? If I meet him later, it would be best if he could submit to me. If you dare to resist, you will be beaten to death. It's a good opportunity to set an example for other owners in the community. Su Chaoyun and his group arrived at Shuiyun Jiangshan community the day before yesterday. So yesterday he personally led the team and began to plunder supplies and personnel from the surrounding villas. As luck would have it, they ran into Wang Debiao's gang. At that time, Su Chaoyun was surprised that his villa was quite far away from Wang Debiao's villa number 5. How dare this group of people leave their nest so far away and come to his side to loot supplies? Later I learned that Wang Debiao had fallen in love with a female celebrity who lived near him. Su Chaoyun saw that Wang Debiao was tall and strong, and the security team under him were also young and strong. So the intention to recruit people came into being. But unexpectedly, Wang Debiao didn't know where he got the confidence from, and he looked down on him. Seeing that the negotiations broke down, Su Chaoyun stopped talking to Wang Debiao. They decided to target Wang Debiao first to establish their authority in front of other owners in the community. So he took out his pistol, pointed it at Wang Debiao and shot him. Wang Debiao has a quick reaction because his body is strengthened. He immediately hid behind a little brother beside him. The younger brother was beaten to death on the spot. Wang Debiao looked at his fallen brother and suddenly became furious. He immediately activated his fire ability and a huge fireball was thrown at Su Chaoyun and his group. Su Chaoyun's men were immediately hit and 2 of them fell down. Only then did Su Chaoyun and the other younger brothers react, not caring about the horror in their hearts. He quickly found cover and hid. Su Chaoyun fought back with his gun while constantly changing his position. Wang Debiao and his younger brothers also quickly hid. The 2 sides remained deadlocked for a while. At this time, Wang Debiao had already used up a lot of his energy using his supernatural powers to kill zombies along the way. Now, after just a few fireballs, his energy was exhausted. In addition, the surrounding zombies heard the noise and gathered over. Had to choose to retreat. Seeing that Wang Debiao was about to run away, Su Chaoyun immediately ran out and continued shooting. Another of Wang Debiao's subordinates was shot. Wang Debiao didn't care at all and ran back to villa number 5 in a panic with the others. Seeing that there were more zombies, Su Chaoyun did not pursue them. Temporarily retreated to his own villa. Just when Su Chaoyun was thinking about Wang Debiao's special abilities and how to deal with him, unexpectedly, Lin Yi and his group of uninvited guests came to the community. Chapter 89 Unlock Chen Shi to get new items. Su Chaoyun is not that simple-minded guy as Wang Debiao. He was full of vigilance towards Lin Yi's arrival. At present, no one dares to drive to this community when there are zombies everywhere outside. That's definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, the leader Lin Yi was driving an armored vehicle. Let us not worry about how Lin Yi got this car for now. Being able to drive this kind of car speaks volumes in itself. Lin Yi and his gang are definitely not as simple as they appear. Thinking of this, Su Chaoyun rubbed his temples. He felt a little headache. Yesterday afternoon, he came back from a conflict with Wang Debiao's gang. He showed an extreme desire for the superpowers displayed by Wang Debiao. After returning to the villa, Su Chaoyun thought about it. Finally, I decided to contact Wang Debiao. In order to ease the relationship between the 2 parties, he wanted to find out where the superpowers came from. Su Chaoyun was very humble and expressed his willingness to form an alliance with Wang Debiao to jointly divide the Shuiyun Jiangshan community. But I don't know what is wrong with Wang Debiao, his attitude is extremely arrogant. He didn't take Su Chaoyun seriously at all. He actually asked Su Chaoyun to submit to him voluntarily. He also asked Su Chaoyun to give him all the supplies he had. Otherwise, Su Chaoyun will be in trouble. This made Su Chaoyun very angry. Before the end of the world, he was the boss of a large group in Jiangnan City and a well-known top figure. You, Wang Debiao, are just a stinky security captain in a residential complex, but you really think you are some big shot. How would Su Chaoyun know? Before the end of the world, Wang Debiao liked to read novels on tomato. My favorite novels are those about the end of the world. After the zombie outbreak, he based his actions on the setting in the novel. After killing a zombie for the first time, chop open its head to see if there is a crystal core inside. The result was definitely nothing found. If I were a normal person, I would have given up long ago. But Wang Debiao did not give up. Relying on his sturdy physique, he killed more than a dozen zombies one after another. Finally, a crystal core was found. He was overjoyed and didn't care whether the crystal core had any side effects. Just swallow it in one gulp. Then he actually awakened the power of fire. From the moment he gained superpowers, Wang Debiao's ideas changed. He believes that he is the protagonist of the novel and the man of destiny. So he sneered at Su Chaoyun's recruitment and goodwill. I am the man of destiny, why do I need to rely on you? It would be better if you, Su Chaoyun, took the initiative to come to me. It depends on my mood whether I will accept you or not. After all, according to Wang Debiao's understanding, as the man of destiny, he now takes the initiative to join him. That is equivalent to being in a chaotic ancient time. Join the emperor's startup group that would eventually conquer the world. Just wait for your meteoric rise to success. Just as Su Chaoyun was thinking. The scene inside Villa number 26 was quite different. After dealing with the bodies of Chen Shi's parents, the women simply tidied up the villa. Then they started to choose their own rooms. Villa number 26 has 3 floors and many bedrooms. Soon the women chose their rooms. But Lin Yi did not take out the core of the shelter. He took a fancy to a 5-story villa located in the middle of the community. I decided to move there after I got the residential complex. Currently living in Chen Shi's home. Time soon came to evening. After everyone finished dinner, Chen Shi returned to his room early because of his parents' death. The others chatted in the living room for a while and then prepared to go back to their rooms to rest. Then the women all looked at Lin Yi with burning eyes. Look whose room he's about to enter. At this time, Zhong Wanqing came to Lin Yi and gave him some advice. Hubby, Sister Sierra just suffered a blow today because of her parents' matter. I understand how she feels. Why don't you go to her room tonight? Lin Yi thought about it and realized that Chen Shi was the only one left to be unlocked. Just to see if there are any surprises. He looked at Zhong Wanqing again. I feel that Zhong Wanqing is becoming more and more like a first wife. So he nodded. Okay, you guys should get some rest early too. Seeing this, the other women understood and returned to their rooms. After Lin Yi simply washed up, he came to Chen Shi's door on the 2nd floor. He turned the doorknob and found it was unlocked. So I walked in. Chen Shi, who was lying on the bed and crying quietly, immediately stood up after hearing the noise and looked towards the door. Chen Shi was also surprised when he saw Lin Yi coming in. He spoke quickly. Master, I. Looking at Chen Shi, whose eyes were red and a little swollen. Lin Yi came to the bedside and then lay down next to Chen Shi. As soon as he raised his hand, Chen Shi lay obediently in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi wiped the tears from Chen Shi's face and spoke softly. Better? Chen Shi nodded. Sheer is much better now, master. It's strange to say. Chen Shi was just feeling sad and worried about the death of his parents. But Lin Yi came. The sad feeling immediately eased a lot. She felt an unprecedented sense of security from Lin Yi. It was as if she was back on the way back from the hospital. Lin Yi rode the motorcycle and she sat on the back. It's the same sense of security that comes from hugging Lin Yi's broad back. Feeling Lin Yi's gentle touch on his back. And there was Lin Yi's south handsome face so close to him. Chen Shi's face became redder and redder. After killing her parents with her own hands, Lin Yi is now her only support. She couldn't help but say to Lin Yi, Master, please take sheer. After saying that, he actually moved closer to Lin Yi's mouth. After a lot of ups and downs, Chen Shi curled up in Lin Yi's arms like a kitten. Lin Yi was checking the information sent by the system before. Name, Chen Shi. Age, 27. Body size, 92. Appearance, 93. Overall, 92. Loyalty, 85. Ding. The current goddess, Chen Shi's loyalty exceeds 80, and the system will issue a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, skill copy card 30. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Chen Shi's loyalty actually exceeded 80 points for the first time. This way you will be qualified to take the zombie crystal core. Then, Lin Yi checked the items rewarded by the system. Skill copy card in used, can copy the system reward skills obtained by yourself. After copying it, give it to others to use. After use, the user will permanently gain this skill. This item is a special item and cannot be returned by the system. See the introduction of skill copy card. Lin Yi was a little amused and helpless. This thing can be used by his woman, which is equivalent to increasing his combat power in disguise. But system, can you give me something that can directly enhance my strength? At this time, Chen Shi and Lin Yi's arm saw the strangeness on his face and said softly, "What is it, master?" Lin Yi said with a smile, "Nothing. By the way, this is for you." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a first-level zombie crystal core from the space. Chen Shi was stunned when he saw the crystal core in Lin Yi's hand. She said with a trembling voice, "Master, is this for me?" Chapter 90 Chen Shi's Awakening Zombie Crystal Core revealed. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Yes, take it. You know how to take it." Chen Shi nodded heavily and took the crystal core. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Chen Shi, loyalty +5. Ding. The host gave the Goddess Chen Shi a zombie crystal core level 1, triggering the system to return it. The system returns 1030 zombie crystal cores level 1. The supplies have been stored in the host's infinite space, please check them. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Currently, Chen Shi's loyalty has reached 90 points and he will not betray me. At this time, Chen Shi stood up and swallowed the crystal core. Take advantage of this time. Lin Yi took out a skill copy card that he had just been rewarded. Then the system voice came. Ding. A skill copy card has been detected. Host, please copy your own skills. Lin Yi silently said yes in his heart. The system sound rang again. Host, please select the skills you want to copy. Lin Yi currently has only 3 skills rewarded by the system. They are Vehicle Driving Proficiency, Cold Weapon Proficiency, and Hot Weapon Proficiency. Because this time 30 copy cards were awarded, Lin Yi simply picked Hot Weapon Mastery at random. Then the system sound rang out. Copying host skills, please wait. About a minute later, the system sound rang out. Skill copy card has been copied, please check it. During the process of copying the skills, Lin Yi didn't feel anything, as if nothing had happened. Then he checked the copy card in his hand. Skill copy card used, Thermal Weapon Mastery. Lin Yi put the copied card into the space. Then do the same and continue copying skills. Lin Yi currently has 6 women around him. So he copied 6 copies of each of his 3 skills, for a total of 18 copies. The remaining 12 copy cards are kept as backup. See if you can acquire new skills later. Not long after, Chen Shi opened his eyes with a look of surprise on his face. Lin Yi immediately checked Chen Shi's information through the system. Goddess, Chen Shi. Constitution, 18 normal people have a 10, including strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Ability, healing level 1010. Strength, 10 superpower energy. Lin Yi was overjoyed. I didn't expect that Chen Shi actually awakened his superpowers, and it was a healing power. Could it be related to her work as a doctor? Without waiting for Chen Shi to speak, Lin Yi spoke directly. Sheer, congratulations. You have gained the healing ability. After hearing this, Chen Shi looked incredulous. Really? Master. Lin Yi nodded. Certainly. When someone gets hurt in the back, you can show off your special abilities. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Chen Shi, loyalty +5. Looking at Chen Shi, who was excited and full of gratitude towards him, Lin Yi said, Go wash up first. At this time, Chen Shi said with a blushing face, Master, Sierra wants to take a bath with you. When Lin Yi heard this, he couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't care about the filth on Chen Shi's body, picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. After a while, beautiful music came from the bathroom. Time quickly came to the next morning. Lin Yi came to the restaurant downstairs. I saw Chen Shi and several other women busy making breakfast. At this time, Zhong Wanqing said to Lin Yi with a serious expression. Honey, did you read the information online this morning? Lin Yi asked in surprise. What's wrong? Wanqing. Zhong Wanqing continued. Just now, the news about the zombie crystal core has gone viral online. Now everyone knows that crystal cores will appear in the heads of zombies. Taking the crystal core not only strengthens the body, but also potentially awakens superpowers. After saying that, Zhong Wanqing handed the phone to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the phone and flipped through it casually. Sure enough, news about zombie crystal cores was everywhere. The cause of the incident was that someone accidentally obtained a zombie crystal core yesterday, and after taking it, he awakened superpowers. A normal person would definitely hide it and not let others know, just like Wang Debiao. Or tell the trustworthy people around you and spread it in a small circle, just like Lin Yi did. But this person just posted it online to show off and explained all the ways he obtained it. So someone immediately formed a team and went to kill the zombies. After continuous killing, the zombie crystal core finally exploded. These people then posted the results online. It immediately caused a sensation. Especially those who have already run out of food and are ready to give it a try. They formed teams and ran out to kill zombies. The desire for powerful strength instantly overcame the fear of zombies. And as more and more people go out to kill zombies. In addition, after several days of evolution, the probability of zombies exploding crystal cores has become much higher. Unlike when the zombies first broke out, you need to kill dozens or even hundreds of them to get one. As a result, more zombie crystal cores exploded. Although in this process, many people failed to kill the zombies but were bitten to death by them instead. But I still can't resist the enthusiasm of these people. Everyone understands what the zombie crystal core means. It means food, it means not being bullied, it means the hope of survival. And as more and more people take the crystal core, the number of people awakening their special abilities is also increasing. Although compared with the number of people who took the crystal core, the number of people who awakened is still very small. But there are already many lucky people who have awakened their superpowers. He uploaded his awakened superpowers to the internet and started showing off. The various supernatural powers attracted a group of people to watch. There are also many people who have taken crystal cores but have not awakened who have come forward to share their experiences. Show the improvement in all aspects of your physical fitness after strengthening your body. This further stimulated those who had not yet obtained the zombie crystal core. There are also many people who are unwilling to go out and take risks, and are willing to exchange the supplies and women around them for crystal cores. But almost no one exchanges. Lin Yi even saw some extreme people. This apocalyptic disaster was described as a blessing from God. It is said that this is a gift from God to mankind, allowing mankind to evolve again. Lin Yi could only express this. The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. Wait until they face the tide of zombies and see if they can still say such words. After reading it, Lin Yi didn't feel how serious the matter was. He had long anticipated that the matter of the zombie crystal core would be exposed sooner or later. The time of exposure now is actually later than he expected. Although there are many people awakening their special powers online now, there are also many people taking crystal cores. But compared with the number of all surviving humans, it is still far behind. Most people are lucky enough to obtain a zombie crystal core. Lin Yi and the others had already taken it. And there are so many crystal cores in Lin Yi's space that it's scary. In a few days, Lin Yi and the girls were able to reach the peak of level 1. Then take the level 2 crystal core. Lin Yi has now awakened 2 superpowers and can take 2 crystal cores at the same time every day. His stats are absolutely overwhelming compared to normal psychics. Lin Yi actually hopes that more people can awaken powerful superpowers. This way he could plunder their supernatural powers. Use it for yourself or the women and subordinates around you. If there is a person with superpowers who dares to come and provoke him, Lin Yi will let him know what the gap is. Just when Lin Yi was about to tell Zhong Wanqing not to take it too seriously, suddenly, there was a loud shouting outside the villa door. Chapter 91. Thank you Brother Biao for coming to deliver the superpower. Feel like a bad visitor is coming. Lin Yi first took out the crystal core from the space. Except for Nan Jiwei, the other women each took one. After the women took the crystal cores, the system immediately made a sound of returning them. Lin Yi took 2 pills himself. Then he looked at his own messages. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 65. Normal people have a 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, telekinesis level 1-5-10. Perception level 1-4-10 inch. Strength, 55. Superpower energy. At this moment, Lin Yi was in poor physical condition and had great strength. They have all reached the peak level of ordinary psychics at level 1. However, his ability level is only less than intermediate level 1. At this time, the shouting outside became louder and louder, accompanied by swearing. Only then did Lin Yi and the other girls walk out of the villa's living room door. Just out the door, Lin Yi saw Lu Yuan and Li Jia holding weapons. With the few people he had just recruited yesterday, he was confronting a group of uninvited guests outside the courtyard gate of the villa. This group of people was none other than Wang Debiao, the former community security captain. Wang Debiao said in an extremely arrogant manner. "Fuck you, who the hell do you think you are? Call out your boss, I need him for something. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Yuan said with a gloomy face. "Watch your mouth, you bastard. You, a brat, with this bunch of scumbags, want to see our boss. You don't deserve it." When Wang Debiao heard this, his face darkened. "Boy, if you say another word, I'll kill you right away. Now, I'll give you 2 minutes to call out your so-called boss to me. Otherwise, I'll lead my men in and kill them." When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately showed the weapon in his hand. "Listen to me, you bastard. Get out of here with your dog. Otherwise, the axe in my hand won't recognize anyone." Just when the two sides were on the verge of fighting, the gate to the villa's courtyard opened. Lu Yuan saw Lin Yi and several girls standing at the door of the living room. He immediately brought Li Jia and others to Lin Yi. "Boss, your subordinates deserve to die. I'm sorry to disturb your and the ladies' rest." Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly and asked, "Who are these people across the street?" Lu Yuan said, "Boss, this group of people are the security guards of the residential complex, and the leader is the security captain, Wang Debiao. It's the local tyrant here. He thinks we're new here and easy to bully, so he wants to get some benefits from us. I will take care of them right away." Lin Yi activated his perception ability at this time and looked at Wang Debiao and the group of people behind him. Wang Debiao was seen emitting a faint light, while his younger brother behind him was not glowing. He is actually an awakened one. Lin Yi was a little surprised, and then he was overjoyed. What surprised him was that he didn't expect that people with special abilities would appear around him so soon. What makes me happy is that this guy actually came to my door. I just don't know what kind of special ability Wang Debiao has awakened, and how powerful it is. Are you qualified enough to be plundered? So, Lin Yi said to Lu Yuan. The leader, Wang Debiao, should be a person with special abilities. You and Li Jia will go together later. Be careful. When Lu Yuan heard that Wang Debiao was a person with superpowers, he was a little surprised. But he immediately calmed down. Then he came to Li Jia and whispered a few words to him. At this time, Wang Debiao and his younger brothers behind him. They were all attracted by the stunning figures and looks of the women around Lin Yi. Ever since I saw these women, Wang Debiao felt that his eyes were not enough. He circled around Zhong Wanqing and the other girls. Beautiful. It's so damn beautiful. Even more beautiful than in yesterday's video and photos. These women are beautiful in their own unique way. Each has its own merits. Especially the twins, what a perfect pair. Wang Debiao immediately put the slutty woman at home behind his mind. He noticed the women around Lin Yi. Not only does she have a good figure and looks, but she is also very elegant. Only this kind of woman is worthy of his identity as the child of destiny. Then he coughed. The younger brother next to him immediately understood and shouted to Lin Yi. You kid, you are the leader of this group. Do you know who is behind the Shuiyun Jianshan community? It's our brother Biao. Let me tell you, our brother Biao is a super powerful fire user. If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the supplies you have and the beauties next to you. Our brother Biao might consider taking you in. Otherwise, you'll just have to rely on these rotten fish and shrimp in front of you. Our brother Biao will kill him in minutes. After the younger brother finished speaking, Wang Debiao looked at Lin Yi arrogantly. He thought Lin Yi would be so scared that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. He quickly offered his women and supplies with both hands. However, at this time, Lin Yi had no interest in Wang Debiao at all. I'm too lazy to even speak. I feel like talking to such a stupid person is a waste of my life. Perhaps Wang Debiao thought that Lin Yi and his group were just ordinary people. It doesn't matter if you expose your special abilities, it can even intimidate the other party. But the prerequisite is that you must first make sure that Lin Yi and his group are ordinary people. No one started the war before. Facing a group of strangers whose backgrounds are unknown to him, he revealed his cards clearly. Lin Yi waved to Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan, who was standing on the left and right of Li Jie and had unknowingly approached Wang Debiao, saw this. He shouted immediately. "Get started!" After saying that, he displayed the strength of his enhanced body. An axe was chopped towards Wang Debiao. Li Jie next to him also immediately activated his supernatural power, his hands turned into metallic color, and smashed towards Wang Debiao. Wang Debiao was confused by this scene. Damn! These two people also took the zombie crystal core. And there is also a person with superpowers. Wang Debiao's reaction was quite quick. Relying on his strengthened body, he dodged the axe that Lu Yuan was chopping at from the left. But unfortunately, he failed to dodge Li Jie's fist on the right. Li Jie hit him hard on the back. It felt like hitting a hard plate. He immediately let out a muffled groan, and then a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Wang Debiao immediately stepped back. I hope to distance myself from Lu Yuan and Li Jie. But Lu Yuan and Li Jie didn't give him a chance. I know you have awakened your fire ability. How can I give you a chance to be released? The two men chased Wang Debiao and hacked him all the way. Seeing that he couldn't get away, Wang Debiao shouted to the younger brother next to him. Fuck, I'm just watching a show. Come on, everyone. However, these younger brothers saw that there were also people with superpowers on Lin Ye's side. He was still so fierce and was beating Wang Debiao. They knew that they had hit a wall this time. At this time, the few people Lu Yuan brought yesterday also rushed towards them desperately. After several people were hacked to death, this group of little brothers immediately gave in. Except for a few younger brothers at the outermost edge who took advantage of the chaos to run towards villain number 5. The rest all knelt in surrender. At this time, Wang Debiao was suppressed by Lu Yuan and Li Jie and was constantly hit. He looked at Lin Yi, who was surrounded by women not far away and had a calm expression on his face. I felt both aggrieved and angry. No matter how you look at it, this guy looks like the protagonist. So he made up his mind and ignored the axes and fists thrown at him by Lu Yuan and Li Jie. He desperately released a huge fireball towards Lin Yi. Chapter 92: Seizing the Superpower. Saw the fireball flying towards Lin Yi. Lu Yuan and Li Jie were shocked and were about to go back to resist with their physical bodies. Suddenly, an ice barrier appeared in the air. It was Zhong Wanqing who activated the ice power. The fireball exploded immediately after it came into contact with the barrier. Then Lin Yi activated his telekinetic ability. All the flying ice fragments stopped in mid-air and then fell directly to the ground. Wang Debiao and his younger brothers who were kneeling in surrender were all stunned when they saw this scene. Damn! There is actually more than one person with superpowers in this group. Lu Yuan and Li Jie breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Yi was fine. They turned and glared at Wang Debiao. Then he prepared to hit Wang Debiao's vital points with the weapon in his hand. Just then, Lin Ye's voice sounded from behind. Save his life for now and bring him here. Lu Yuan and Li Jie stopped immediately. The two men dragged Wang Debiao to Lin Ye's front, one on the left and one on the right. Then one of them kicked Wang Debiao on the leg. Force him to kneel down. Then he said to Lin Yi. Boss. Boss. Lin Yi nodded and signaled Lu Yuan and Li Jie to let go of Wang Debiao. Wang Debiao thought about the battle just now and felt extremely dissatisfied. If he had distanced himself from Lu Yuan and Li Jie from the beginning and released his firepower, it is really difficult for Lu Yuan and Li Jie to take him down. However, before Wang Debiao could speak, he felt like someone was strangling his neck. A strong feeling of suffocation came instantly. He looked at Lin Yi in front of him in horror. This guy is not a rich young man or a playboy at all. He is actually a person with superpowers. And he could feel that the other party's ability level was definitely much higher than his. At this moment, Wang Debiao wished he could kill himself with a piece of tofu. I was so blind that I actually provoked such a group of people. Just when Wang Debiao was in a trance and felt that he was about to see the legendary Tainai, he suddenly felt his neck loosen and immediately began to breathe in the fresh air greedily. Lin Yi said word by word at this time. I ask, you answer. If you dare to tell a lie, you know the consequences. When Wang Debiao heard this, he didn't dare to say a word. In a short while, all the information that Lin Yi wanted to know was explained clearly. Seeing Wang Debiao finish his explanation, Lin Yi took out 2 first-level crystal cores and threw them to Lu Yuan and Li Jie, saying, "One for each of you two. Now go down and ask those people to see if there's anything Wang Debiao missed." After Lu Yuan and Li Jie received the crystal core, they were both overjoyed. They said immediately, "Thank you, sir. We'll go right away." After saying that, the two of them walked towards Wang Debiao's younger brother. As he walked, he put the crystal core into his mouth and swallowed it. Then they both felt their bodies and abilities strengthened again. At this time, Wang Debiao and his younger brothers were shocked again after seeing this. Now they know what Lin Yi is holding in his hand. That's a zombie crystal core. It can strengthen your body. Awakening superpowers. There is no need to say how valuable this thing is now. For ordinary people, if they want this thing, they have to exchange their lives for it. Just taking out one can make others crazy. And Lin Yi actually took out 2 at once. Wang Debiao has a deep understanding of this. Thinking back to when he wanted to get that zombie crystal core. It was a dangerous situation and I was almost bitten by a zombie. In the end, I got it with a bit of luck. He suddenly felt that his defeat was not unfair at all. What kind of strength must a person have to be able to easily take out 2 zombie crystal cores for his subordinates to use? Thinking of this, Wang Debiao no longer felt that he was a man of destiny. Kneel down directly in front of Lin Yi. This big guy. The villain Wang Debiao didn't recognize Mount Tai and bumped into the big boss. "I beg you, sir, to be magnanimous and spare me. I am willing to serve you, sir." Lin Yi looked at Wang Debiao and chuckled. "You don't deserve it." Just as Wang Debiao was about to speak, he felt himself being strangled again. Then Lin Yi used his telekinesis to forcefully pin him to the ground, unable to move. Then Lin Yi took out the plundering crystal core from the space and placed it on Wang Debiao's forehead. At this time, the system sound sounded. Ding! Detected that there is a superpower that can be plundered. Do you want to use plunder crystal core? Lin Yi immediately chose yes. Suddenly, a faint light emanated from Wang Debiao's body, and then all of it began to slowly converge on the plundering crystal core. All the women around Lin Yi looked at Wang Debiao lying on the ground with surprise. I don't know what Lin Yi is doing. As time passed, Wang Debiao felt that the supernatural powers in his body were slowly disappearing. He looked terrified and tried to struggle desperately. But under Lin Yi's strong suppression, it was of no avail. As the light on Wang Debiao completely disappeared, the system sound rang out. The plundering crystal core's plunder is completed. Lin Yi picked up the plundered crystal core and examined it. Plundering crystal core used, fire ability. Then, Lin Yi looked at Wang Debiao, who was lying on the ground and was completely worthless. With a little force, Wang Debiao's neck was immediately broken. This so-called son of destiny, who had just awakened his superpowers 2 days ago, died in Lin Yi's hands in such an extremely miserable way. At this time, Lu Yuan had already finished interrogating his subordinates. He walked up to Lin Yi and gave him a brief report. Then he pointed at the group of people and asked, "Boss, how do we deal with this group of people?" Lin Yi used his perception ability to look at this group of younger brothers again. I don't know if I was intimidated by his powerful methods. Except for 1 or 2 people whose bodies were still red. Most of the rest of the brothers were white, and a few of them had turned light green. Lin Yi thought for a moment. Then he pointed at the 2 younger brothers with red clothes on them and said to Lu Yuan, "Except for those 2 who can't stay, ask the others if they want to be my little brothers. If you don't want to be one, just let it go. Those who want to be here can stay. I'll follow you for now. But make it clear to them. If you become my younger brother, you must follow my rules. As long as you are down to earth and hard-working, you will never starve to death in the future. Those who work hard, perform well, and are loyal to me will receive extra rewards. But if there are people with bad intentions or double-mindedness, I can spot them at a glance. Don't blame me for being cruel when the time comes." After listening to this, Lu Yuan immediately nodded. "Okay, sir. I understand." Then, Lin Yi took out a large bag of food from the space and handed it to Lu Yuan. "Take this bag of food first. Take your men and have a good meal at noon, and there will be action in the afternoon. I'll let you know when the time comes. Lu Yuan took the food and said quickly. Okay, sir. I'm on standby. Then Lin Yi brought the women back to the villa. Lu Yuan handed the bag of food to Li Jia. He carried Wang Debiao's body and came to the group of younger brothers outside. Chapter 93 Lu Yuan's shock and Zhong Wanqing's worries. Lu Yuan came to the group of younger brothers outside and threw Wang Debiao's body on the ground. When these younger brothers saw Wang Debiao's body, they all looked horrified. They saw it clearly just now. Even Wang Debiao, such a powerful psychic, couldn't even cause any trouble in Lin Yi's hands. He was under control from beginning to end. They were afraid that Lin Yi would kill them all like he did to Wang Debiao. At this time Lu Yuan said with a gloomy face. How dare you, a bunch of scum, come and disturb the boss and his ladies. I'm just tired of living. The group of younger brothers immediately begged for mercy. Brother, we were wrong. It was that bastard Wang Debiao who forced us to do this. Yes, it was all because of that bastard Wang Debiao. Otherwise, even if we had 800 guts, we wouldn't dare to come to your door. Please, big brother, please show some mercy and spare us. We won't dare to do that again. Seeing the cries of begging for mercy from these younger brothers, Lu Yuan's expression eased a little. The boss has shown great mercy. I'll show mercy and spare you this time. When the younger brothers heard this, they were all overjoyed as if they had been pardoned. He just flattered Lin Yi. Lu Yuan continued. And the boss decided to give you a chance. Anyone who wants to follow the boss can stay now, and then they will be one of us in the future. If you don't want to follow, you can leave now. But I can't say what will happen next time we meet. Just now, these younger brothers were shocked by the extraordinary methods of Lin Yi and his companions. At this time, who would dare to say no? Immediately, a younger brother raised his hand and said, Big brother, I am willing to follow you. Before this little brother finished speaking, the other little brothers all raised their hands. Brother, I am willing to follow you too. Brother, there's me too. Seeing that all these younger brothers were willing to join, a smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. He continued. Good. Since everyone wants to follow the boss, I will follow the boss's request and take you in temporarily. But before that, there's one more thing to do. After saying that, he gestured to Li Jia. The two came to the two people that Lin Yi pointed out could not be left behind. Then they were taken out one by one. Then Lu Yuan said sternly. Today I will teach you the most important thing about following the boss. That's the word loyalty. For other aspects, if you don't know how to do it, you can learn it slowly. But from now on, if anyone gets confused about this word, this will be the result. After saying this, he didn't give the two people a chance to explain. Lu Yuan and Li Jie simply twisted the necks of the two evil-minded younger brothers. The other brothers were all trembling with fear when they saw the two men falling to the ground helplessly. Damn it! Lin Yi and his gang are too cruel. If someone says kill, then kill. At this time, Lu Yuan saw that all the younger brothers were frightened and nodded with satisfaction. Continued. Other brothers, don't be afraid. The reason why I killed these two people. That's because these two had evil intentions, and the boss saw through them immediately. I saw that the younger brothers below all had some doubtful looks in their eyes. Lu Yuan sneered again. You may not believe me when I say this. But the boss's mysteriousness is beyond your comprehension. If anyone doesn't believe it later, you can go and try it. When the time comes, I will definitely be the first to kill him. When the younger brothers below heard this, they were all shocked. Now it is the end of the world, and supernatural powers have emerged. Maybe the boss really has the ability to discern people's hearts. Otherwise, how could Lu Yuan and Li Jie lock onto their target right away? It doesn't seem like they were just looking for someone to establish their authority. Thinking of this, all these people felt like they had survived a disaster. Fortunately, I didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about Lin Yi just now. Otherwise, I would be the one lying on the ground now. I saw that all these younger brothers looked nervous and scared. Lu Yuan picked up the package that Lin Yi had just given him. Then he opened the package and placed it on the ground. The younger brothers were immediately attracted by the rich food in the package and all swallowed their saliva. They were once again shocked by Lin Yi's strength. This boss is so powerful. So much food was just casually given to my little brother. How rich must one be to be able to do this? They have been following Wang Debiao these days. Although they also robbed several villas and looted some supplies. But the lion's share was taken away by Wang Debiao alone. What was left was just enough for them to eat, but definitely not enough to fill them up. Moreover, after so many days since the apocalypse, most of the food has gone bad. You can imagine what they have been eating these days. Lu Yuan glanced around and continued. These are all rewards from the boss. Everyone go back later and have a good lunch. We'll start working in the afternoon. Follow the boss. As long as you are loyal and work hard, the boss will never treat you unfairly. When the younger brothers heard that they would also have a share of the food and could eat as much as they wanted, they were amazed. He immediately put the deaths of the two people behind him and started cheering. The boss is mighty and domineering. Big boss is awesome. Long live the boss. Then Lu Yuan took these younger brothers to deal with the bodies on the ground and returned to the villa next door. Lin Yi returned to the villa and checked the time. Because of the delay caused by Wang Debiao's matter, it was almost noon. So he asked the girls to cook more food and have lunch directly. At this time, Zhong Wanqing came to his side and said with some concern. Hubby, isn't it a bit too risky to continue giving crystal cores to Lu Yuan and the others? It's not that I don't trust them. I'm afraid that as their personal strength grows, they will have some inappropriate thoughts about you. After hearing this, Lin Yi knew that Zhong Wanqing was also sincerely considering him. Lu Yuan and Li Jia are his subordinates after all. Unlike the women around Lin Yi, because of the system. As long as the loyalty reaches 90 points, he will never betray you. Lin Yi held Zhong Wanqing in his arms and said with a smile. You don't have to worry about that. I still know what kind of people Lu Yuan and Li Jia are. I will also keep an eye on them from now on. If they have any ill intentions, I will find out. Given their strength, I can handle them effortlessly. And now everyone knows about the zombie crystal core. The number of first-level zombie crystal cores will increase soon. Even if I don't give it to you, there will definitely be a lot of zombies popping up after clearing out the zombies in this community. Why don't I give it to them now? It will also increase their loyalty. The most important thing is that having a level 1 zombie crystal core is just the beginning. And being able to obtain the second level zombie crystal core is the key. Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi and asked in confusion. Husband, why is this? Chapter 94 Lin Yi's plan and Zhong Wanqing's new mission. Lin Yi said with a smile. The current level 1 zombies have evolved over the past few days. Both the speed and strength have been greatly improved. In a one-on-one situation, it's still difficult for ordinary people to kill without taking any damage. But it only takes a dozen or even a few people to form a team. Provide good protection, use some tools, and provide proper command and coordination. We can deal with 2, 3, or even 5 or 6 zombies at the same time. Zhong Wanqing nodded upon hearing this. That's right, husband. Lin Yi continued. So as time goes by, level 1 crystal cores won't be as valuable as they are now. Someone will soon reach the peak of level 1. But for ordinary people, their journey of strengthening stops here. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 will get many people stuck. Because to reach level 2, you need a level 2 crystal core. And to obtain a level 2 crystal core, you need to kill level 2 zombies. But level 2 zombies aren't that easy to deal with. Zhong Wanqing remembered that Lin Yi had just killed a level 2 zombie, so he had the most say. At this time Lin Yi continued. First of all, there aren't many level 2 zombies. I guess there aren't even a few left in Jiangnan City right now. Although their numbers will continue to increase later on, they won't be everywhere like level 1 zombies. Secondly, the level 2 zombies already possess some intelligence and can command the level 1 zombies. So a large number of level 1 zombies will gather around them. The strength of a level 2 zombie is terrifying. It is not comparable to that of an ordinary level 1 peak enhancer. If you want to kill it, you really have to rely on human lives. The rate at which people acquire level 2 crystal cores will plummet compared to what it is now. Every level 2 crystal core is extremely valuable. Speaking of the level 2 zombie that Lin Yi encountered last time that had just evolved successfully. If it were someone else, they would have been torn into pieces and become meat in the zombie's mouth. They don't have space for Lin Yi. You can take out nearly 10 gasoline barrels and a large number of guns at any time to deal with level 2 zombies. Lin Yi continued. So, giving Lu Yuan and Li Jia the level 1 crystal core is no big deal. Not just these two, I'll also give level 1 crystal cores to other people who perform well. But they'll quickly get stuck at peak level 1. And we will ascend all the way to the peak of level 2 without any hindrance. And even if I can deal with the level 3 zombies that come later, I have considerable confidence. After listening to Lin Ye's analysis, Zhong Wanqing looked at Lin Yi with admiration. Hubby, you're awesome. Then Zhong Wanqing thought of something and asked. Hubby, if everyone reaches the peak of level 1, does that mean the level 1 crystal core is useless? Lin Yi said with a smile. No. Not really. The level 1 crystal core will be very useful later. As for how it's useful, you'll know later. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't want to say more, Zhong Wanqing didn't ask. At this time Lin Yi said to Zhong Wanqing. By the way, Wanqing. Later, you will come up with a plan for personnel management and points redemption. Zhong Wanqing was confused and asked. Honey, what is this plan about? Lin Yi said with a smile. That's right. In the afternoon, I will arrange for Lu Yuan and Li Jia to lead a unified operation in this community. Clear all the zombies in the community. Then rescue all the survivors and put them under centralized management. Those who are willing to obey me will stay, and those who are unwilling will be kicked out of the community. But anyone who is hostile to me will be killed directly. Zhong Wanqing listened and nodded. Lin Yi continued. But I don't keep idle people under my command. If you want to get food, you need to work. I need you to list all the work you need to do in the future. Then divide them into various tasks, such as patrolling, construction, killing zombies, looting supplies, etc. Each task is marked with points. The food and other supplies I have here must have corresponding points for them to redeem. And to increase their loyalty and motivation to do things. You can also add special items for exchange. For example, Zombie Crystal Core. Zhong Wanqing understood Lin Ye's intention as soon as she heard it. Hubby, Wanqing understands. Lin Yi continued. If you have any good ideas for this plan, you can put them in. There aren't many people in this community right now, so let's do this for now. When there are more people below us in the future, we will need to make further improvements. Zhong Wanqing said immediately after listening. Okay, honey, I'll be there in a minute. By the way, husband, Sister Ji Wei just came to see me. Lin Yi asked. What's wrong? Zhong Wanqing said. Among us, she's the only one who hasn't taken the crystal core yet. She's feeling quite embarrassed and anxious. So I want to talk to you, can I talk to you alone? Lin Yi glanced at Nan Jiwei's current loyalty, which was 77 points. It's very close to 80 points. Lin Yi thought about it and decided to give Nan Jiwei a chance to see what she would say. Okay. Let her wait for me in the bedroom later. At this moment, the other women had already prepared the meal. Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing went to the dining table and started eating. At this time, in the villa next door, Lu Yuan arranged rooms for the new arrivals. Then someone started cooking. They found a few large pots and put them on a portable gas stove to boil water. Because there were so many people, Lu Yuan directly took out a whole box of bagged instant noodles. Have someone tear them apart separately and put them into the pot after the water boils. It's not over yet. In the shocked eyes of the younger brothers. He then took out various plastic wrapped foods such as meatballs, sausages, etc. It's like putting it in for free. It only took a short while. The lid of the pot began to emit steam with a flutter sound. Lu Yuan, Li Jia and the few people who followed him yesterday were fine. They just watched indifferently. But these newly recruited younger brothers are different. They all stared at the pot, leaning forward to smell the aroma coming from it. Lu Yuan looked at the time and felt that the food was almost cooked. So he walked past the crowd, cursing. Damn it! Get back, look at what you've accomplished. After being scolded, these little brothers smiled awkwardly and moved back. But everyone's eyes were fixed on the pot. Lu Yuan opened the lid of the pot and the aroma instantly filled the air. This time, except Lu Yuan and Li Jia. Everyone swallowed. Fragrant. It smells so damn good. Since the end of the world. They didn't know how long it had been since they had eaten such a delicious and hot meal. Wang Debiao's younger brother had also eaten instant noodles before. But they were all chewed dry. Water was more precious than food, so there was no condition to cook it. Not to mention that there are so many side dishes added in now. At this time, all the new brothers were looking at Lu Yuan eagerly. No one dared to come forward and pick up the chopsticks. Seeing this, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction and then spoke. Eat it all. Chapter 95, Training Nan Jiwei's Long-Lost Skills. I saw the little brothers picking up instant noodles and side dishes and stuffing them into their mouths. Even though it was scalded and made him wheeze, he was reluctant to spit it out. Everyone is afraid that they will eat less because of the slow speed. Lu Yuan and Li Jie, who were standing next to them, looked at the way these people ate and smiled helplessly. They can totally understand this feeling. Because they followed Lin Yi, they were able to eat full meals for 2 days. Although I had bought a lot of supplies in the supermarket before. But in order to live longer, you can only be frugal. Especially Li Jie, who had a family to support at that time. I dare not eat more. The younger brothers wolfed down all the food in the pot. In the end, he even drank the soup. They all lay on the ground with their round bellies to rest. At this time, a new brother asked Lu Yuan. Brother Yuan, can we eat like this every day if we follow the boss? Lu Yuan said with a smile. How much work you put in, how much food you eat. As long as you're loyal to the boss and work hard, you can eat better than this. The younger brothers were a little skeptical about Lu Yuan's words. Just this meal consumed a lot of precious food. If we eat it sparingly, this will be enough for the whole family to eat for 10 days to half a month. Even if the boss's villa was filled with food, it couldn't withstand such consumption. Seeing the expressions of disbelief from the younger brothers, Lu Yuan continued. The boss's strength is beyond your imagination. This little bit of stuff isn't even a drop in the bucket of what the boss has. And not to mention instant noodles and plastic sealed foods, even vegetables and fruits are available there. The younger brother immediately asked. Brother Yuan, have you tried it? Lu Yuan said with a smile. Not only me, but Brother Li has eaten it too. Li Jie next to him nodded. Brother Yuan is right. I was injured the day before yesterday, and the boss gave me a lot of fruit. Then Li Jie took out 2 apples from the room and showed them to his younger brothers. When the younger brothers saw this, they immediately believed it. After so many days of the apocalypse, the vegetables and fruits exposed outside have already rotted. The apple in Li Jie's hand was still fresh. At this time Lu Yuan said with a serious expression. If you want to eat more and eat better, it depends on your performance. I hope everyone enjoyed this meal. There will be action this afternoon. I'll see how you all perform then. If he behaves well, give him more food at night. Those who don't perform well will have no food. If anyone dares to be sneaky and run away from the battlefield, no need for the boss to say anything, I'll kill him on the spot. Did you hear that clearly? When the younger brothers heard that they could have another meal like this in the evening, they all spoke loudly. I heard it clearly. Shortly after Lin Yi finished his meal, he walked towards Nan Jiwei's room. At this time, Nan Jiwei was fidgeting in the room. She is under a lot of pressure now. Among Lin Yi's daughters, she is the only one who has not taken the crystal core. This was clearly a sign of Lin Yi's distrust of her. Although Lin Yi has not shown any intention of driving her away yet. But she could feel that the other women were distancing themselves from her intentionally or unintentionally. Especially Lu Rumei. Ever since she took the crystal core. Although he kept comforting himself, he was not as enthusiastic as before. Thinking of this, Nan Jiwei felt confused. Just then, Lin Yi came to her door and walked in. Nan Jiwei felt a little nervous when she saw Lin Yi coming in. Lin Yi spoke. What's the matter with you coming to me? Nan Jiwei felt her mind was a little confused and spoke in a nervous tone. Master, I. Lin Yi came to Nan Jiwei and said with a sigh. Counselor Nan, if you feel that you've lost out by following me. Since we were once teacher and student, I can let you go. When Nan Jiwei heard this, she immediately became anxious. She heard the alienation in Lin Yi's words. Moreover, she was such a beautiful and weak woman and she left Lin Yi's protection. What will be the outcome? She knew it clearly in her heart. No, master. Jiwei definitely doesn't have that in mind. I just feel a little confused and don't know how to face you. Lin Yi shouted sternly upon hearing this. What are you messing about? Have I ever wronged you? Or am I, your master, usually too kind to you? Nan Jiwei was frightened by Lin Yi's scolding. In the past few days of contact, she had never seen Lin Yi so angry. Thinking back on the past few days, Lin Yi has been very kind not only to her, but also to the other women around him. Although they are nominally Lin Yi's maids. But Lin Yi didn't care about making mistakes in some small things. Even if they occasionally joked with him, Lin Yi would just laugh it off and never take it to heart. In terms of living conditions, she has never been treated unfairly. What do most people outside eat now, and what does she eat? She didn't know where to find such a master. Nan Jiwei fell into deep self-blame. She felt that she had been too selfish and had too many thoughts before, and she had let Lin Yi down. With tears in her eyes, she threw herself into Lin Yi's arms and begged. Master, it's Jiwei's fault. It's Jiwei who has failed you. Jiwei will never dare to do that again. Please give Jiwei another chance. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Nan Jiwei, loyalty plus 10. Ding. The current goddess, Nan Jiwei's loyalty exceeds 80, and the system will issue a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Combat Mastery. Lin Yi was a little surprised when he said that. Nan Jiwei's loyalty actually increased by 10 points, reaching 87. It seems that he really knows how to repent. Lin Yi kept stroking Nan Jiwei's back. Nan Jiwei gradually stopped crying. Looking at the tearful beauty in his arms, Lin Yi said, I forgive you this time. But if you dare to do it again. Before Lin Yi could finish speaking, Nan Jiwei took the initiative to give him a kiss and whispered. Master, please trust Jiwei. There will definitely not be a next time. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, then carried Nan Jiwei, whose face was flushed, to the bed. After some ups and downs, Nan Jiwei lay in Lin Yi's arms, hugging Lin Yi tightly. At this time, Lin Yi took out a level 1 zombie crystal core and handed it to Nan Jiwei. Eat. Nan Jiwei said in surprise. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Nan Jiwei, loyalty plus 8. At this point, except for Zhong Wanqing and Song Xinyan, everyone else has 100 points of loyalty. The loyalty of the other women is all above 90 points. Just when Nan Jiwei took the crystal core, Lin Yi checked the new rewards he had obtained. Combat Mastery, master various melee skills, making every part of the body a fighting weapon, including martial arts, sanda, boxing, etc. This skill is finally here. But it's not too late. Although Lin Yi is now mainly using telekinesis, the enemy basically can't get close to you. But there are enemies to be faced later. The superpowers they awakened were absolutely varied. There must be face snap abilities like flash and teleport. Until then, with his extraordinary physique and proficiency in fighting, it will definitely give these enemies a surprise. Chapter 96, Plundering Crystal Cores, the third ability slot. About half an hour later, Nan Jiwei opened her eyes with surprise. Lin Yi checked her information through the system. Goddess, Nan Jiwei. Constitution, 19. Normal is 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, awakening failed. However, Nan Jiwei's awakening failed. Lin Yi didn't feel disappointed at all. Anyway, with the existence of the plundering crystal core, there will be no shortage of powerful superpowers in the future. The most worrying thing is that she awakens a rubbish ability. And for some reason, the success rate of these women around Lin Yi in awakening their superpowers is frighteningly high. That's exactly half the success rate. This success rate will definitely shock everyone outside. Nan Jiwei was still a little disappointed when she found out that she had not awakened any special powers. But when he thought that Song Xinyo and Lu Rumei had not awakened their special powers, he felt a lot more balanced. As long as her master Lin Yi has her in his heart and doesn't abandon her on his own initiative, that's enough. Next comes the indispensable bathroom cleaning process. Lin Yi once again enjoyed the daily bathroom service. After Lin Yi and Nan Jiwei finished washing up, they came to the living room. At this time, the women in the living room saw Nan Jiwei's blushing face and the clothes she had just changed. She knew that she had received Lin Yi's approval and had already taken the crystal core. So he stepped forward to congratulate Nan Jiwei. Lu Rumei once again showed concern for her former ally and asked Nan Jiwei about her well-being. When I learned that Nan Jiwei also failed to awaken, I felt relieved. But he kept comforting Nan Jiwei and told her to relax. No matter what, it's no big deal even if the awakening fails. But not long after she said this, she was slapped in the face. Lin Yi smiled and said, Xinyao, Rumei, Jiwei, even if you fail to awaken, it's nothing. I have a way to give you superpowers. When the girls heard this, they were all shocked. Really, hubby? Did I hear you right, master? Seeing several women talking at once, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, Lin Yi directly took out the plundered crystal core that had been plundered. Said with a smile. That's it. Chen Shi asked. Master, isn't this just an ordinary first-level crystal core? Song Xinyan said at this time. No, this crystal core is slightly different from the first-level crystal core in appearance. Honey, is this the one you just put on Wang Debiao's head? Lin Yi nodded, and Song Xinyan was still as meticulous as ever. Yes, this is indeed not an ordinary zombie crystal core. It's called plundering crystal cores. Then, Lin Yi briefly introduced the function and usage of plundering crystal core. All the women stared at the plundering crystal core in Lin Yi's hand in amazement. Especially Song Xinyao, Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei, the three girls, watched plundering crystal cores. That fiery gaze seemed to melt the plundering crystal core in Lin Yi's hand. Is there such a magical thing in this world? Where did Lin Yi get it? Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, the girls were tactful and didn't ask. At this time, Lin Yi said deliberately. This plundering crystal core has plundered Wang Debiao's fire ability. After taking it, you can awaken the fire ability. Who of you wants it? Song Xinyao, Lu Rumei and Nan Jiwei heard it. You look at me and I look at you. They actually all wanted it in their hearts, but no one wanted to lose face in front of Lin Yi. So Song Xinyao spoke first. Master, give it to Sister Lu. Lu Rumei spoke quickly when she heard it. No, Master, give it to Sister Nan. Nan Jiwei also spoke quickly. No, Master, give it to Sister Xinyao. Seeing that the three women were trying to refuse each other, Lin Yi stopped testing them. Don't worry, I have more than one plundering crystal core, which is definitely enough for the three of you. As long as you plunder superpowers later, you will all have them. And as the number of superpowers you plunder increases, your choices will become wider. Currently, this fire ability is pretty good too, it's considered a powerful ability. Are you considering having it now? Or should we wait until we acquire other powerful abilities and choose? When the three women heard that Lin Yi actually had more than one plundered crystal core, they were shocked again, but also relieved. So the three women who had just been pushing each other became entangled again. This firepower looks good. But now after choosing this ability, what if Lin Yi plunders a more powerful superpower later? Wouldn't that be a loss? Song Xinyan was also thinking about it here. Since it concerns her sister's future abilities, she has to consider it carefully. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind. He whispered a few words to his sister Song Xinyao. After listening to this, Song Xinyao nodded and then spoke to Lin Yi. Master, let the two sisters choose the firepower first. Xinyao can wait. Lin Yi said. Okay, sure. Nan Jiwei thought about it and decided to give up the firepower. So he said to Lin Yi. Master, Jiwei has also decided to give up this ability. Let's leave it to Sister Rumei. At this time, Lu Rumei saw that both of them had given up. She gritted her teeth and decided to take this firepower. As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth 100 in the bush. Besides, this firepower is no worse than Zhong Wanqing's ice power. Lu Rumei said to Lin Yi. Master, Rumei is willing to take this ability. Seeing that the three women had made their decision, Lin Yi handed the plundered crystal core to Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei took it and started taking it. After a while, a fiery red light emanated from her body. Then, the light slowly disappeared. Lin Yi used the system to check Lu Rumei's information. Goddess, Lu Rumei. Constitution, 24 normal people have a 10, including strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Power, fire level 1010. Strength, 10 superpower energy. Lu Rumei opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi with gratitude. At this moment, the system voice sounded again. Goddess Lu Rumei, loyalty plus 10. Ding. Current goddess, Lu Rumei's loyalty is 100, the system is issuing rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability slot, the number of abilities activated +1. When Lin Yi heard the system's voice, he was ecstatic. Ability slot. He can finally activate his third superpower. I don't know what superpowers I can awaken this time. Lin Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart and spoke to Lu Rumei first. Rumei, try your special ability. Lu Rumei nodded. Then she stretched out her right hand and a fireball floated above her hand. Then Lu Rumei waved her hand and the fireball disappeared. Lin Yi said to Lu Rumei. Very good, Rumei. Later, as the level of superpowers increases, the power energy will increase. You need to study more about the techniques and usage of supernatural powers. This will increase your combat effectiveness. Lu Rumei said quickly. Okay, master. Rumei understands. Lin Yi then said to the girls with a smile. It's not just Rumei who has the plundering crystal core. I've also prepared other goodies for you, everyone gets a share. Chapter 97 New Superpower Lin Yi's Deduction. After hearing this, the girls were all surprised. I didn't expect Lin Yi to have a gift. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out the skill copy card. There are 24 in total. Just now, while Nan Jiwei was taking the crystal core, Lin Yi copied 6 copies of the combat mastery he had just obtained. When the girls saw the card in Lin Yi's hand, they all looked puzzled. Then Lin Yi explained the function and usage of the skill copy card. After hearing this, the women were shocked again. They really wanted to ask how many good things he had in his hands. Lin Yi gave the copy cards to several women. As soon as they got the card, it disappeared immediately. Soon after, the girls all learned Lin Yi's 4 skills. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Song Xinyao, loyalty +3. Goddess Nan Jiwei, loyalty +3. Goddess Chen Shi, loyalty +2. Lin Yi looked at the information of the 3 women. Their loyalty is very close to 100 points. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder if the system would reward him with ability slots later. The girls acted coquettishly and cutely towards Lin Yi. While Lin Yi was playing with the girls, he took out a level 1 crystal core and put it into his mouth. At this time, the system voice sounded. Ding, checking that the host has taken the zombie crystal core level 1, whether to activate the awakening of new superpowers. Lin Yi decisively chose yes. After a while, the system voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening a new ability, physical enhancement. Lin Yi immediately checked his information. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 83 normal is 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, telekinesis level 1510. Perception level 1410. Physical enhancement level 1010 inch. Strength, 65 superpower energy. Lin Yi tried out the effect of this new ability. But after trying for a long time, I didn't find any new changes in myself. Is there something wrong with the system? Wrong. At this moment, he suddenly noticed his physical value, which was 83 points. According to common sense, his physical fitness should be 75 points at this time. Could it be that this physical enhancement ability directly increases his physical attributes? So simple and crude. After back and forth calculations, Lin Yi came up with a terrifying guess. This physical enhancement ability actually enhanced his overall physique. The current enhancement factor should be 1.1. Because 75 1.1 is equal to 82.5. This number is closest to 83. If Lin Yi's conclusion is correct, then this ability is too terrifying. Just awakened, the basic coefficient is 1.1. So if he takes another crystal core tomorrow, will the coefficient become 1.2? If this is the case, when this ability reaches its peak level 1, the coefficient will become 2.1. Then upgrade this ability to level 2, level 3, or even higher. I can't imagine what the coefficient will become. The most important thing is, if an ordinary person awakened this ability, because the enhanced physique only has so much. Even after being enhanced by this special ability, the physical fitness value will not be exaggerated to the point of being abnormal. But Lin Yi is different. He currently has 3 superpowers and his physical fitness is 3 times that of a normal person. And will Lin Yi get the ability slot rewarded by the system again and awaken new abilities? Plus the coefficient of this supernatural power. Lin Ye's physique will reach a level that can be called abnormal. He felt that he would have no pressure even when facing level 3 zombies. Even an easy kill. As for whether the result will be as he speculated, it depends on the result of taking the crystal core again tomorrow. Just then, the doorbell of the courtyard gate rang inside the house. After hearing this, Lin Yi temporarily stopped playing with the girls. So he talked to the girls. I'm going to go out and talk to Lu Yuan outside first. Put on these equipment first, we'll be going out later. Wanqing, don't go later. You watch it at home and complete the plan I mentioned earlier. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out several sets of police equipment from the space and handed them to the other women. After Zhang Wanqing heard it. Although he also wanted to go with Lin Yi, he still spoke obediently. Okay, hubby. Lin Yi nodded, then walked out carrying 2 sets of police equipment. Outside the courtyard gate at this time, Lu Yuan, Li Jie and their younger brothers had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Yi coming out, the younger brothers immediately greeted him respectfully. Boss. Boss. Lin Yi nodded. Then he handed the 2 sets of equipment in his hand to Lu Yuan and Li Jie. Put on these 2 sets of equipment first, both of you. Lu Yuan and Li Jie were both surprised when they saw the equipment Lin Yi handed over. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The equipment Lin Yi provided included bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, cut-resistant gloves, etc. There are also several blast shields. As for firearms such as pistols, Lin Yi did not give them for the time being. Shuiyun Jiangshan community is a high-end villa community. The number of residents inside is not as densely populated as in other ordinary communities. So there aren't that many zombies. With the strength of Lu Yuan and Li Jie plus so many younger brothers, they can definitely win. At this time, the other brothers were all jealous of the equipment in Lu Yuan and Li Jie's hands. Boss, did you rob the police station? How come there are even police equipment? This thing can save your life when facing level 1 zombies. Lin Yi asked. Have other owners in this community group been notified in advance? Lu Yuan replied. Boss. According to your request, I have already sent you a message in advance. And to facilitate subsequent actions, I also shared the news of Wang Debiao's death in the group. Lin Yi nodded and said to Lu Yuan, Li Jie and everyone else. Yeah, sure. Then from now on, the 2 of you will lead the team to carry out a dragnet cleanup of the community. Kill all the zombies. Since these owners have been notified in advance. Then for these villas, we need to check and clean them house by house. If you're sure there's someone alive inside, let them go for now. If there's no response after you shout, just score. If it's a zombie, just kill it. If it's a living person, leave it alone for now. But if anyone dares to resist, don't be polite, just attack them. During the cleanup, the 2 of you will distribute the unowned materials among yourselves, and leave the owned ones alone. The main purpose of this operation is to clear out the zombies. I hope to clear out all the zombies in the community as soon as possible. Lin Yi really doesn't like the supplies that are still available in the community. And he estimated that now in this community, except for a few owners who still have supplies, the rest of the people should have basically nothing left. Lu Yuan and Li Jie changed their equipment while listening carefully to Lin Yi's instructions. Lin Yi continued. During this operation, all of you must carefully follow the instructions of Lu Yuan and Li Jie. During the operation, some dared to create unnecessary complications and disobey orders. Lu Yuan, Li Jie, you 2 can handle it. Lu Yuan and Li Jie said immediately. Okay, boss. I understand. Lin Yi said finally. One last word. I'll give you a reward for good performance. If you don't behave well, don't blame me for being rude. Do you understand? Everyone shouted. I understand, boss. Chapter 98 Separate Actions, the community is in turmoil. Seeing Lin Yi waving his hand, Lu Yuan immediately spoke to his younger brothers. Everyone, go. After seeing that everyone had left, Lin Yi turned around and went to the living room of the villa. At this time, except for Zhang Wanqing, the other women had already changed their equipment. Lin Yi also took out a set of equipment from the space and put it on. Then he went to the garage with a few girls and got on the armored vehicle. This time, Lin Yi asked Song Xinyan to drive so that she could practice. The other women all have driver's licenses, and with the vehicle driving proficiency skills given by Lin Yi, they should have no problem driving an armored vehicle. However, Song Xinyan had never been in contact with a vehicle before because of her legs. Lin Yi sat in the passenger seat, watching Song Xinyan's operation. With Lin Yi's guidance, Song Xinyan successfully drove the armored vehicle out of the villa. Song Xinyan asked at this time, "Honey, where are we going now?" Lin Yi said, "Let's go to the big supermarket at the foot of the mountain first." Song Xinyan asked as she called up the navigation, "Honey, are we running low on supplies?" Lin Yi said with a smile, "Not really." I saw that all the women looked confused. Lin Yi said, "Of course, the more supplies the better. Although I have enough supplies, if we don't take them, others will take them." The girls understood immediately after hearing this. Lin Yi paused and continued, "This time I'm taking you out, on the one hand, to plunder some supplies, and on the other hand, to train you. You have all taken the crystal cores and used the skill cards I gave you. Now is a good time to train your fighting abilities. Especially Xinyao, Rumei, Jiwei, and Xier. The four of you need to exercise more. I won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. It all depends on your performance." After hearing this, the women had different expressions on their faces. Song Xinyan's expression remained normal. Song Xinyao and Lu Rumei were eager to try. Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi were a little nervous. But after hearing Lin Yi's words, the girls all nodded seriously. Just as Lin Yi and a few girls were heading to the supermarket, Shuiyan Jianshan was in an uproar because of the message Lu Yuan had sent in the group. They didn't expect that Wang Debiao, the ruthless man who had awakened the power of fire, was actually killed by someone. Before, he was arrogant and domineering in the community, bullying men and women. He asked everyone to offer their supplies and then submit to him. Unexpectedly, only 2 or 3 days had passed. Someone took a photo of the body and posted it in the group. The actions of the group that took down Wang Debiao are also puzzling. First, a man named Lu Yuan came out to make the announcement. From now on, this community will be managed by Lin Yi. He will arrange for people to clear out all the zombies in the community. All residents in the community stayed at home obediently, waiting for Lin Yi's men to arrive. If no one responds when they come to the door, they will just break in. Anyone who stands in the way will be killed immediately. Wait until all the zombies in the community are cleared out. Everyone waited for Lin Yi's next move. When the owners in the community saw this message, they were all stunned. Is there such a good thing? Someone actually took the initiative to clean up the zombies in the community. And this group of people did not force them to donate supplies. Could it be someone from the official side? Thinking of this, all the survivors in the community were shocked. In the community chat group, all of a sudden, all the messages were supportive. There are all kinds of free flattery messages everywhere. There are also many people at Lu Yuan, hoping that Lu Yuan and others can give them something to eat. When Lu Yuan saw this information, he sneered and ignored it. Do you really think they are here to do charity? Lu Yuan fully understood Lin Yi's intention. All the boss wants is this place as a foundation for future development. As for the people in this community, the big guys who can see the situation clearly and have self-knowledge don't mind accepting it. Those who fail to understand the situation and are taking advantage of others, do they really think they are just decorations? At this time, it was in villa number 45 on the other side of the community. Su Chaoyun, who had just woken up in the morning, was still excited when he saw the news about zombie crystal cores on the internet. I cursed Wang Debiao in my heart for being ignorant of the current situation. Yesterday he lowered his stance and took the initiative to seek peace, but Wang Debiao refused. Now, wait for him to get the zombie crystal core and awaken his superpowers. With the gun in your hand, let us see how you, Wang Debiao, can fight him. However, he didn't feel happy for long. He saw Lu Yuanfa's messages and photos in the group. People were dumbfounded at that time. Damn it! Wang Debiao, who had fought with him the day before yesterday. He was slaughtered so easily. It's not that he didn't think that Lin Yi and his gang were not simple people. I didn't expect it to be so brutal. And based on the information sent in the group by several of Wang Debiao's escaped brothers, it is said that there are several people with special abilities in Lin Yi's group. Wang Debiao was completely slaughtered unilaterally. Su Chaoyun was even more shocked after reading it. He couldn't help but wonder in his mind. Are these newcomers really official? If it's an official, then there's nothing I can do. With just the few guns in his hands, he's definitely no match for us. Also, if they clash now, public opinion in the community is clearly not on his side. What to do? Think about it. Su Chaoyun could only decide to hide in the villa first, not to have a conflict with Lin Yi, and to observe. Here, Lu Yuan and Li Jie brought their younger brothers to Villa Number 1 at the corner of the community. They killed all the zombies they encountered along the way. Before entering Villa Number 1, Lu Yuan said to everyone. Everyone heard clearly what the boss said just now. Go in later, everyone, listen to my instructions first. Anyone who dares to lose his composure, or even desert the battlefield, will be killed immediately. You are not allowed to hide the looted materials. Take it back and I'll distribute it. Those who perform well, I'll give more. Those who perform poorly, nothing at all. Did you hear everything clearly? It's a matter of whether you eat meat or air at night. All the younger brothers were ready to fight and shouted. I heard it clearly, Brother Yuan. After saying that, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and the younger brothers entered Villa Number 1 in an orderly manner. At this time Lu Yuan took Li Jie's hand and said, Brother, after we kill the zombies, you will be the one to open their heads. All the collected zombie crystal cores will be kept with you. Wait till night and hand everything over to the boss. Li Jie nodded after listening. Okay, Brother Yuan. Everyone came to the door of Villa Number 1. It had been confirmed that no one responded in the villa, so they prepared to break the door. It just so happened that one of these guys had learned how to pick locks. After some tinkering, the door was fixed. At this time Lu Yuan gave the command. Open the door later, no matter if there are zombies inside. Those holding blast shields will push in first, and the others will follow. If there are zombies, the person behind with the long pole and lasso should tie up the zombie's hands first. Then the one with the axe or machete went up and killed the zombie. Don't panic if you encounter an emergency. Li Jie and I will take action. Seeing that all the younger brothers nodded, Lu Yuan shouted. Superior. Chapter 99 backfired. The two younger brothers next to the gate just opened it. The three zombies in the living room heard the noise and immediately pounced over. Seeing this, Lu Yuan immediately shouted. Don't panic. Shield team, come on, maintain your formation, and don't leave any gaps between people. After saying that, several brothers holding explosion-proof shields immediately formed a dense shield formation to block the zombies' crazy scratching and biting. Then, everyone worked together to push the zombies into the house. Lu Yuan continued. Lasso the long pole, aim it. The younger brother holding a homemade long pole lasso at the back put the lasso down over the zombie's head. After being put in the trap, pull it down immediately, then tighten the rope in your hand, and the zombie's hands will be tied immediately. Seeing that the three zombies were tied up, Lu Yuan said. The shield team formed a circle and held the zombies inside to control them. Those with axes or machetes should attack the zombies' heads, necks, and other vital parts. Just then, a zombie suddenly jumped out of the kitchen next to the living room. The younger brothers were shocked. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Don't panic. Everyone do their job. Don't mess around. After saying that, Li Jie next to him picked up the axe in his hand and ran towards the zombie that suddenly jumped out. This zombie was obviously no match for Li Jie and was hit on the head with an axe. Then he fell to the ground. Only then did the younger brothers feel relieved. Then follow the steps and kill the three zombies. Seeing that all the zombies were killed, Lu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he gave the order. As we said before, divide into teams. Search each room of this villa separately. Make sure not to spare a single zombie. Then we search for food and water, and finally gather in the living room. The younger brothers immediately obeyed the order and began to act separately. At this time, Li Jie was chopping off the zombie's head while speaking to Lu Yuan. Brother Yuan, this feels so troublesome. Why don't we just take an axe each and deal with these zombies easily? Lu Yuan said with a serious expression. Brother, are you a tiger? Can killing zombies inside the house be the same as killing them outside on the street? There's plenty of space outside, and the view is great. As long as there aren't hordes of zombies, we too can easily handle them. But in the house, you never know where one might pop up. If you get bitten or scratched, you'll die here. I want to stay safe inside the house and kill zombies without getting hurt. The only way is to use a method that looks stupid, but is the safest. Why did the boss give us equipment? Isn't it just to improve our defenses and prevent accidents? Li Jie smiled awkwardly at what Lu Yuan said. He thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. So he touched his head and said awkwardly, "Sorry. Brother Yuan. You're right. I really didn't think of this. I was just thinking about completing the boss's task as soon as possible." Lu Yuan said upon seeing this. "There's no need for us to say sorry to each other, as long as you understand." Just then, a scream came from upstairs. Lu Yuan and Li Jie looked at each other and ran upstairs. Just now, the guy who was searching the bedroom upstairs just opened the door. A beautiful zombie wearing sexy pajamas rushed towards him. Fortunately, the guy in front was holding a shield, otherwise he would definitely be hit. Because the space at the bedroom door is too narrow, the person behind cannot move around. So the team slowly retreated. At this time, other team members who heard the sound arrived one after another. When they retreated to a larger space, everyone worked together to kill the zombie. When Lu Yuan and Li Jie arrived, the zombies had already fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Yuan nodded to these younger brothers and said a few words of encouragement. Then let these little brothers continue to act. Since they didn't encounter any more zombies later, everyone quickly looted the villa. Then we returned to the living room to gather. Lu Yuan counted and found only a few cans of drinks and a small bag of rice. The rest of the food had rotted and was inedible. Lu Yuan handed these supplies to a younger brother. Then he took everyone to the next villa. As the younger brothers became more and more skilled in cooperating, Lu Yuan and his team cleaned the villa faster and faster. Some owners in the community also sent videos and photos of Lu Yuan and his team cleaning up zombies to the group. Looking at the leaders Lu Yuan and Li Jie wearing sheriff's equipment. And almost all of Wang Debiao's younger brothers followed behind. Now the people in the community are even more convinced that Lin Yi and his group are official people. There was a sudden jubilation in the community chat group. People were all sighing that the country had not given up on them and they were saved. At this time, several dissenting voices were heard. "I asked it for food, but why hasn't he responded yet?" As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused a frenzy of criticism from other owners. "Where did this idiot come from? Kick him up right now, or else you'll embarrass our community. Didn't you see that the sheriff is leading people to clean up the zombies? How could he have time to reply to your message? That's right, how can these people be so selfish? People are risking their lives in the front, and you guys are still thinking about food in the back? You dare come out to collect supplies before the zombies are completely cleared out. Everyone, just hold on. Once the zombies are cleared, supplies should be distributed. Yes, everyone, hold on a little longer. We must trust the country and the authorities. Ah, God has eyes. The scourge Wang Debiao has finally been dealt with by the authorities. Those of you who did bad things in the community before, just wait for the authorities to settle the matter. That's right, I'll report it once the sheriff finishes clearing out the zombies." At this time, Lin Yi was sitting in the car and was pulled into the group by Lu Yuan. Seeing the various messages sent by the owners in the group, I was a little amused. This can be considered as his own fault. But after thinking about it, I feel that it is not a bad thing. The more these owners expect official rescue now, the more disappointed they will be when their illusions are shattered. Not long after, Song Xinyan drove the armored vehicle into the supermarket's underground garage. At this time, Lin Yi gave each of the women a pistol. These pistols are no ordinary stuff. Instead, it was a high-end product that Lin Yi obtained through system quality return. A version with unlimited ammo. Lin Yi said before getting off the car. "Get off the car later, and practice your fighting and cold weapon skills first. Try to kill zombies at close range. This is mainly to help you overcome your psychological fear of zombies as quickly as possible. If you see something's not going right, use your pistol or superpowers to attack." After hearing this, the women all nodded. Then he and Lin Yi all got off the car. Faced with the zombies rushing towards them, sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao took the lead. He just chopped the zombies wildly. Next was Lu Rumei, who felt the power brought by taking the crystal core. She was eager to try, and started swinging her axe. In between using weapons, large fireballs are emitted from time to time. Then one zombie after another fell down in front of her. Lu Rumei was intoxicated by this powerful force and couldn't extricate herself. She loved this feeling. Then the look he gave Lin Yi became extremely obsessed. Because she knew that all this was given to her by Lin Yi. Finally, there are Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi. They looked at each other, took a deep breath, and pounced on the zombies. After killing several zombies in a row, they both suddenly felt that zombies were not that scary. And there were a few women leading the way. Lin Yi walked up to the first floor as if he was strolling in the garden. Chapter 100, Mr. Lin will pay for all the expenses today. Lin Yi and the girls quickly arrived at the supermarket entrance on the first floor. Several people just entered the supermarket. The zombies heard the noise and rushed over like a tide. Lin Yi was surprised to find out. The scale of this supermarket is surprisingly comparable to the previous supermarket in Yida Plaza. Facing the zombies swarming into the supermarket. The 5 women in front were like 5 strong shields, blocking the zombies firmly. From time to time, the women let out bursts of screams and killed the zombies that rushed over. Through fighting zombies, they continuously accumulate experience and integrate various skills and abilities. Lin Yi was watching the performance of the girls from behind. Only when they see that they are really in danger will they take decisive action. Soon, the women were surrounded by piles of zombie corpses. Seeing that the overall situation has been decided. When the noise was heard in the supermarket, all the zombies that rushed over were killed. Lin Yi then spoke to the women who were already exhausted and out of breath. Very good. You all performed very well. Now take a break. But we still need to be vigilant and be careful of zombies that might suddenly appear. The women spoke to Lin Yi weakly. Yes, master. Okay, hubby. Lin Yi nodded, then walked to the supermarket shelves and began to collect supplies. The relationship between the girls has been further strengthened because of their fight just now. They found a clean open space to rest. Then they began to exchange their combat experiences. Wait until you have rested enough. Several women began to clean up the battlefield and look for zombie crystal cores. Here, Lin Yi collected supplies while killing any fish that had escaped the net. After some operations, all the supplies in the supermarket were finally put into the space. Then Lin Yi came to the side of the women. They have also cleaned up the battlefield. Song Xinyan handed all the collected zombie crystal cores to Lin Yi. After Lin Yi took it, he took out the mineral water and handed it to the women to wash their hands. Then they returned to the underground garage. Coming to the armored vehicle, Song Xinyan asked, "Honey, where are we going now?" Lin Yi said with a smile, "You all performed well just now. Now I will take you to a nice place as a reward for you." When the girls heard this, they all became interested and asked at once, "Master, what is the reward?" "Master, just tell us." Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. "It's pointless to tell you now. You'll understand when we get there. Now everyone get in the car, I'll drive." With that, all the girls got into the car. Lin Yi quickly drove the car out of the underground garage. Then we came to a street of luxury stores not far away. Before the girls even got out of the car, they saw many luxury stores of international brands on both sides of the street. All of their eyes lit up. As soon as Lin Yi parked the car, the women couldn't wait to get out. There aren't many zombies on the streets. As soon as they pounced, they were quickly killed by the women working together. That's much more efficient than in the supermarket. Lin Yi, who was standing next to him, was speechless after reading it. He still underestimated the appeal of these things to women. Maybe other women are still struggling to survive. But for the women around Lin Yi, they have long achieved freedom over food. So these luxury goods became their pursuit again. It makes up for the regret of not being able to go on a shopping spree before the end of the world. After killing all the zombies that rushed towards them on the street, the women looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled when he saw it. Then he waved his hand and spoke to the women. "I'll pay for all the consumption today." Several women cheered immediately. "Thank you, husband. Long live the master." With that, the girls rushed to the nearest jewelry store. After opening the door, the women quickly killed the clerk inside who had already turned into a zombie. Then she started picking up various pieces of jewelry and trying them on. This jewelry store covers a large area, and the counters are filled with various rings, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and other accessories. The materials of jewelry are also varied, including diamonds, gold, platinum, jade, and so on. Several women gathered together and kept trying on various accessories. Then they started to comment on each other. It was as if we had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era, with a group of girlfriends coming to book the entire store to shop. As soon as Lin Yi came in, several women came to him with all kinds of precious jewelry as if they were presenting treasures. "Honey, does this look good on me? Master, what do you think of me wearing this?" Lin Yi expressed his opinions and made a few comments at the beginning. As the women continued to bombard, Lin Yi seriously suspected that he had dug a hole for himself. Then he foolishly jumped in. In the end, he just gave up and spoke mechanically to everyone. "Yeah, not bad. Yeah, it's okay." But not long after, Lin Yi no longer thought so. After raiding the jewelry store, the women went to the lingerie store. Looking at these former international brands, the girls started chattering again. At this time, Lu Rumei made an amazing move. She just took off her equipment. He changed his clothes in front of Lin Yi and several girls. The movements are gentle and slow, very provocative, and the process is full of temptation. After changing clothes, Lu Rumei was like a model on a catwalk, and she even turned around a few times in front of Lin Yi. Then she licked her lips and said, "Honey, do my clothes look good?" Lin Yi was stunned by this operation and thought to himself, "She is worthy of being the green tea among green teas, the queen among sea queens. It has to be you." Lin Yi hugged Lu Rumei in his arms and lifted her chin and said, "The clothes are beautiful, and the person is beautiful too. You're even more beautiful without clothes." Lu Rumei looked shy when she heard that. "Oh, husband, you are so bad." After the other women nearby saw it, everyone cursed Lu Rumei in their hearts for being shameless. He was so bold just now, but now he is pretending to be shy. At this time, Lu Rumei said in Lin Yi's ear, "Honey, can you help me change into a few more clothes?" When Lin Yi heard this, there was no way he would refuse. Nodded and agreed decisively. So Lu Rumei got up from Lin Yi's arms. "I chose another new set of clothes and changed from inside to outside." The other women here immediately stopped after seeing this. "Damn! Lu Rumei, are you done yet? This is how we play, right? Okay. Let us all go together." Then the women looked at each other and took off their equipment. They also started changing clothes in front of Lin Yi, showing off their proud figures. This was a great opportunity for Lin Yi, as it gave him a feast for the eyes. The girls have different temperaments, and they changed into clothes of different styles. Inside the clothing store, suddenly, it was colorful and full of splendor. The only pity is that Zhong Wanqing didn't come with us. If she came, the scene would definitely be more exciting. Seeing this, Lin Yi almost couldn't help but want to deal with these little goblins on the spot. But just think about it. In public, with zombies surrounding us, the atmosphere was not good. If this had happened last time, it would have been a bit too much. Let us go back to the villa at night and do it again with Zhong Wanqing. Time soon came to evening, and Lin Yi returned to the community with the girls. Chapter 101: Zhong Wanqing's plan and Lu Yuan's thoughts. After returning to the watery landscape, Lin Yi contacted Lu Yuan and asked about the progress of the community cleaning. After Lu Yuan received Lin Yi's message, he immediately reported to him the progress of today's work. "Boss, Li Jie and others are still cleaning up. Nearly half of the villas in the complex have been identified and cleared today. There are no casualties at this time. We expect to complete the cleanup of the entire community tomorrow." After seeing Lu Yuan's reply, Lin Yi was quite satisfied with the progress of the cleanup. He looked at the time and it was getting late. So Lu Yuan was asked to bring everyone back for dinner first. Wait for a night's rest and take action tomorrow. Then ask Lu Yuan to bring a few of his brothers with him when he comes back and take more supplies. Lu Yuan replied immediately. "Roger that, sir." At this time, while the women were cooking, Zhong Wanqing took out the plan she had made in the afternoon and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took it and looked at it carefully. As expected of his former boss, the plan was very detailed. Almost all the things that need to be done in the future are listed. Then break them all down into long-term or short-term tasks. The points that can be obtained for each task are indicated, and corresponding reward and punishment measures for task completion. Then we need to classify the people who will be recruited in the future into different levels. The higher the level of the subordinates, the better the treatment and the more points they will earn. The lower the level of the subordinates, the worse the treatment and the fewer points they will receive. Whether you are loyal to Lin Yi, Have you taken Crystal Core? Whether to awaken superpowers. Do you dare to go outside to explore and kill zombies? These are all important criteria for assessing the level of subordinates. But the level of subordinates is not static. By completing assessments and tasks and performing well, you can be promoted to a higher level. If you fail to complete the assessment and tasks and continue to make mistakes, your level will be lowered. Anyone who is dissatisfied with Lin Yi or even holds a grudge against him will be dealt with without mercy. Finally, there are the materials that can be exchanged. Although Zhong Wanqing and Lin Yi had previously gone to search the supermarket in Yida Plaza together, knowing that Lin Yi has a large variety and quantity of supplies. But this time Zhong Wanqing did not list all the materials that could be exchanged. It only lists the supplies that survivors need most, such as food, water, drinks, cigarettes, and alcohol. As more people follow, you will have more points. Then gradually increase the types of materials. After reading it, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said to Zhong Wanqing, "Wanqing, thank you for your hard work. The plan is great." Zhong Wanqing was very happy when she heard this. Then Lin Yi and Zhong Wanqing optimized the plan again. He added some police protective gear and level 1 zombie crystal cores to the exchangeable supplies. As for firearms, Lin Yi didn't plan to put them in for the time being. Later, when his physique is no longer afraid of ordinary firearms, we will decide based on the situation. And if Lin Yi's previous speculation was correct, then in a few days, his physical condition will reach this standard. Not long after Zhong Wanqing sorted out a new plan based on Lin Yi's opinions. The women had already prepared dinner and brought the sumptuous meal into the dining room. Lin Yi and the girls started eating. Lu Yuan received Lin Yi's message. Said to his men, "The boss just spoke. After cleaning this villa, let's go back to eat and rest. Come with me later, a few people, and go get supplies from the boss." The younger brother, who was exhausted and out of breath, immediately became energetic after hearing this. "Hurry up and clean up this villa." Not long after, everyone gathered in the living room. Under the leadership of Lu Yuan, some of the looted supplies were brought back. After returning to Villa number 25, Lu Yuan waited for a while. After confirming that Lin Yi had finished dinner, he and Li Jia brought 2 or 3 younger brothers to the door of Villa number 26. When Lin Yi saw Lu Yuan asking if there was any news coming out, he went to the door. When Lu Yuan and others saw Lin Yi coming out, they hurriedly shouted, "Boss! Boss!" Lin Yi nodded. Lu Yuan stepped forward and reported today's progress and results to Lin Yi in detail. He also signaled Li Jia to hand the zombie crystal cores collected today to Lin Yi. After Lin Yi took it, he found that there were 3 or 4 zombie crystal cores. Then Lin Yi threw the crystal core back directly. Said to Lu Yuan and Li Jia, "You two take these collected crystal cores and use them yourselves." Lu Yuan and Li Jia both looked surprised. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir." Then Lu Yuan said, "Boss, if nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to completely eliminate all the zombies in the community tomorrow night. Please give me some instructions on how to proceed." Lin Yi thought about it and said, "If the community can be cleaned up by tomorrow night." At night, we arranged for people to guard the gate of the community and not allow anyone to enter or leave. Then notify all survivors in this complex to gather at the central square of the complex at noon the day after tomorrow. If you don't come, you will do so at your own risk. When the time comes, I will have something important to announce. You will maintain order at the scene and follow orders." Lu Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, sir. I understand." Then Lin Yi talked about the management point system that would be implemented later. I talked to Lu Yuan and Li Jia about it in advance. Then asked them to pay more attention to the younger brothers below in the future. Let us see who are loyal to Lin Yi and have outstanding abilities. You can report and recommend to him. Lu Yuan understood as soon as he heard it. Then his eyes lit up. This is the boss storing talents for the future ruling team. This is definitely a good thing for both of them. As the power behind Lin Yi grows stronger, there will definitely be many factions. He and Li Jia are definitely veterans. The younger brothers below were elected by them and will definitely be grateful to them. Surrounding them naturally. Lin Yi's career is just starting now. They are the only 2 capable men around him. They will definitely be one of the most important factions under Lin Yi in the future. But Lu Yuan also knew. Not every younger brother can be recommended to Lin Yi. The first thing is to be loyal to Lin Yi. What if the younger brother who recommended me betrays me later? Their status in Lin Yi's heart will definitely be greatly affected. That would be a waste of time. The second is ability. Can't recommend the pig up there enough. You must have the strength and ability to be recognized by Lin Yi. So he immediately took this matter to heart. Let us see which of the younger brothers below are worth cultivating. Finally, Lin Yi took out several large bags of food and water from the space and placed them on the ground. This food and water should be enough for you for the next 2 days. Once we take over the community, we will implement a management points system. From now on, everyone will have to use their own points to exchange for supplies. And as management, you too will receive additional points subsidies. It's definitely enough to exchange for basic food and water. As for other luxurious supplies, it depends on your future performance. Lu Yuan and Li Jie's eyes lit up with joy and they said in unison. Thank you, sir. As expected, as Lin Yi's earliest subordinates, they were treated differently. Lin Yi nodded and turned to walk into the house. At this moment, a big battle was taking place in the house, waiting for Lin Yi's arrival. Chapter 102 Lu Rumei's proposal to clean up the community. Just when Lin Yi went out to talk to Lu Yuan. After the women in the house finished cleaning up and had dinner, they sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted. At this time, Lu Rumei deliberately talked about what happened in the clothing store in the afternoon. The other girls blushed when they heard this. I was surprised why Lu Rumei brought up this matter in front of Zhong Wanqing. Lu Rumei came to Zhong Wanqing and encouraged her. Sister Zhong, you were not there at the time, so you don't know the situation. My husband was watching it very carefully and was very happy. Did you lament that you weren't there? Why not now while my husband is out? Let's prepare again and give my husband another round? Zhong Wanqing knew her little thoughts very well. She wanted to sleep with Lin Yi again, but no matter how she arranged it, it would not be her turn tonight. So I started to have some evil thoughts. But when I think about the fact that I wasn't there at that time, it's really a pity. And Lin Yi would definitely like it. So Zhong Wanqing relaxed and asked. Sister Rumei, do you have any good ideas? Lu Rumei chuckled, gathered the women together, and expressed her thoughts. Zhong Wanqing's eyes lit up after hearing this. The other women also had different expressions. Some are eager to try, while others are shy. But in the end, I agreed to everything. So all the girls returned to their respective rooms and began to change their clothes. Not long after, Lin Yi walked into the living room. But I found that the lights were turned off at some point. Just as he looked surprised, the spotlights around the living room suddenly lit up. Zhong Wanqing came out wearing an urban OL-style outfit. The compact black and white color combination highlights her hot and sexy figure. She wore high heels and walked in front of Lin Yi with a cat-like gait. Lin Yi was stunned. However, before he could say anything, Zhong Wanqing gently pushed him down on the sofa. Then he bent down and looked down at Lin Yi condescendingly. Lin Yi saw two snow-white masses in front of Zhong Wanqing about to burst out. A deep ravine appeared before his eyes. Zhong Wanqing seemed to have returned to the cold and aloof female boss she was before the end of the world. His face was arrogant and his look was cold. She stretched out her delicate hand and lifted Lin Yi's chin. There was a hint of teasing in his tone. Lin Yi, come to my office after get off work. I want to talk to you alone. As he spoke, he actually rubbed Lin Yi's lips with his fingers. Lin Yi couldn't bear it any longer. Amidst Zhong Wanqing's exclamation, he held her in his arms. Zhong Wanqing could no longer maintain the cold expression on her face. But he said it in his mouth. Husband. Husband. Don't be in a hurry, there's more to come, just wait a moment. After hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but look forward to the following programs even more. He let go of Zhong Wanqing and said with a smile. Good. Look at what tricks you little devils have up your sleeve. Zhong Wanqing kissed Lin Yi on the face and returned to the second floor in a charming manner. Just as her figure disappeared, Lu Rumei walked out wearing clothes that looked very similar to what she often wore in college. When Lin Yi saw it, he immediately felt as if he was back in college. The girl in front of me is the most beautiful school beauty in the hearts of countless male students. Just walked towards me so confidently. Lu Rumei said with an irresistible smile. Junior Lin, I need your help with something. Could you please come to my dorm later? Hearing this, Lin Yi recalled the scene when Lu Rumei first approached him in college. Of course, she definitely didn't let Lin Yi go to her dormitory that time. Lin Yi now is not the same Lin Yi back then, he said with a wicked smile. Senior Lu, is there any reward for me helping? Lu Rumei gave Lin Yi a wink. Then she kissed him on the face. Brother Lin, I'll give you a small reward first. There will be other surprises later. After saying this, he didn't wait for Lin Yi to make any move. Lu Rumei walked back with a sweet smile on her face. Next, the remaining women took turns to appear on stage. Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao are wearing campus JK style. Chen Shi is wearing a sexy nurse outfit. Nan Jiwei has the style of an intellectual teacher. It was a feast for Lin Yi's eyes. The last few women appeared together and surrounded Lin Yi. Different dressing styles, different temperaments and demeanors. It made Lin Yi dazzled. Finally, I was addicted to it. It was not until noon the next day that Lin Yi woke up. At this time, the women around had disappeared. Thinking back to last night's ridiculous night, Lin Yi just felt that his physical fitness still needed to be strengthened. Last night, facing the beating of 6 women, Lin Yi fought until late at night. In the end, it was just a draw. Thinking of his physical condition, Lin Yi immediately took out 3 level 1 crystal cores and started taking them. Then I checked my own information. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 108. Normal is 10, including the body's strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Superpower, telekinesis level 1610. Perception level 1510. Physical enhancement level 1110 inch. Strength, 80. Superpower energy. Lin Yi was overjoyed, as it was just as he expected. The enhancement coefficient of physical enhancement ability is constantly increasing. His basic physical fitness was 75 points yesterday. After taking the crystal core today, my basic physical fitness should be 90 points. And now his panel shows 108 points. It is exactly 91.2 is equal to 108. This is an increase of 0.1 from yesterday's coefficient of 1.1. His current physical condition is almost the same as the level 2 zombie he killed before. It's just that their recovery ability is not as abnormal as that of zombies. After Lin Yi simply washed up, he went to the restaurant downstairs. At this time, the women had already prepared lunch. Seeing Lin Yi coming, the girls all looked at him with lustful faces. The women looked like they wanted to eat him. Lin Yi couldn't help but shudder. He felt that this kind of thing would happen once or twice in the future. If you do this every day, your body won't be able to take it. After everyone finished lunch, Lin Yi rarely chose to go out. Instead, he stayed at home with a few girls. Think back to when the zombie outbreak began. Lin Yi hardly ever had a proper rest during the day. Either go out to plunder supplies or go out to rescue people. Several women surrounded Lin Yi. Lin Yi lay on the sofa, resting his head on Zhong Wanqing's thighs. The sisters Song Xinyan and Song Xinyao next to him helped Lin Yi relax his body. Lu Rumei sat in front of Lin Yi, picking up fruits to feed Lin Yi from time to time. Nan Jiwei and Chen Shi on both sides were also holding various snacks and drinks. From time to time, he would bring it to Lin Yi's mouth. Everyone was watching a very popular TV series before the end of the world in the living room. Bursts of laughter broke out from time to time. Lin Yi suddenly thought of it at this moment. Today is the 7th day of the zombie outbreak. At this time in the previous life, the entire Jiangnan city will begin to experience power outages one after another. I don't know how long this community can last. But Lin Yi was not worried, because he had a generator and plenty of fuel in his space. Not afraid at all. But for other ordinary people, power outages will make their already difficult lives even worse. Time soon came to evening. At this time, Lu Yuan sent a message. They finally cleared out all the zombies in Shuiyan Jiangshan community. After Lin Yi saw it, ask Lu Yuan to arrange for someone to block the gate of the community tonight and arrange for someone to be on duty in the guard room. Then send tomorrow's call information in the community group. The survivors in the community were immediately excited after seeing Lu Yuan's message. Chapter 103, Actress Zhao Feier gathers at the square. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Most people were celebrating wildly in the group. Various messages thanking the country, thanking the officials, and thanking Lin Yi and his team kept flooding the screen. And most people believe it. since everyone is being notified to gather at the community South Central Square at noon tomorrow. That must be preparing to distribute supplies. At this time, many families had run out of food, and those who had been hungry for several days were so excited that they couldn't sleep. I just feel that time is so torturous. However, there is still a small number of people who are worried. Among them is Su Chaoyun from Villa number 45. He was extremely shocked at the speed at which Lin Yi and his group cleared the zombies from the community. Too fast. Lu Yuan, Li Jia and their subordinates actually managed to accomplish it within 2 days. This was completely beyond his expectations. He thought that it would take Lin Yi and his gang at least a week to complete the task. This once again interrupted his plans. In fact, Su Chaoyun has been considering whether to join Lin Yi these 2 days. Years of ups and downs in the business world. It made him feel that the true strength of Lin Yi and his group was definitely not as simple as they had shown so far. Now, the ones rushing to the front line are just Lin Yi's men. If the little brother is so fierce, how powerful must the master be to be able to subdue him? The gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Before the end of the world, a wrong decision could at most lead to his bankruptcy and the closure of his company. After the end of the world, a wrong decision could cost him his life. And no matter when, a right decision. It can indeed enable people to achieve great success and take off on the spot. At this time, Su Chaoyun made up his mind. If Lin Yi shows extraordinary strength and demeanor tomorrow, he chose to surrender directly. However, what Su Chaoyun didn't know was just the men under his command and a few guns. Lin Yi didn't take it seriously at all. He doesn't accept just anyone. Even if Su Chaoyun took the initiative to surrender. We also need to see whether he is loyal enough and whether he has the ability. For Lin Yi, a company president with a net worth of tens or hundreds of billions. What official high-ranking officials' children, local leaders? Anyone who is dissatisfied or hostile to him will be eliminated immediately. Time quickly came to the next morning. Lin Yi last night was not as crazy as the night before. He stayed in Zhong Wanqing's room all night and went to bed early. After breakfast, he called Lu Yuan and Li Jia from next door to the door. Lin Yi said to the two of them, "You two will take others to maintain order at the scene later." The people in this community were basically all successful people before the end of the world. There are quite a few rich second generations there. Many of these people should be dissatisfied. Look at my direction then. Lu Yuan responded. Okay, sir. I understand. Lin Yi continued to ask. By the way, ask if there is anyone here who has done anything related to procurement and distribution of supplies. Since we're about to implement a management points system, we'll need people to count and distribute supplies every day. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment by the question, but spoke immediately. Boss, I'll do it later. Lin Yi said. If not, then you can take over for the time being. We'll arrange for someone to clear out the villa next to yours and use it as a temporary distribution point for supplies in the community. Then we will close it off and arrange patrols. From now on, anyone other than the staff who approaches without reason will be killed immediately. Staff members who dare to steal from their employees will suffer the same fate. I'll check on it from time to time. If the supplies inside are running low, let me know in advance and I'll stock up on new supplies. Lu Yuan said again. Okay, sir. I'll do it right away. It was soon noon. At this time, Lu Yuan and Li Jia had already been waiting outside with their younger brothers for a long time. I saw Lin Yi leading a few girls out of the villa gate. All shouted. Hello, sir. Hello, ladies. Lin Yi nodded and said something. Set off. The crowd marched towards the central square of the community in a mighty procession. Soon, we arrived at the central square. The survivors in the community had already arrived. But there are not many people. It's not because a lot of people didn't come. Instead, Shuiyan Jiangshan community is the top villa community in Jiangnan City. The number of residents is naturally much smaller than that in high-rise residential areas. Coupled with the blood rain, zombies, hunger and other factors, many people died. As a result, there are very few people left alive. These people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, talking in low voices. When they saw Lin Yi and his group coming over, they were all shocked. Most people turned their attention to the women around Lin Yi. These women are so beautiful. Although before the end of the world, there were many beauties in Shuiyun Jiangshan. However, there are only a handful of women who can reach the level of the women around Lin Yi. This includes the popular actress Zhao Feier. She was also standing in the crowd at this time. Unlike others, the first person she saw was Lin Yi. Then I was attracted by Lin Yi's appearance. This man is so handsome. If this happened before the end of the world, with this look, she would have no problem debuting as a star. Next came the women around Lin Yi. Unlike others, I focus on my body shape and appearance. What Zhao Feier noticed was the clothes and complexion of Zhong Wanqing and the other girls. They are so clean. Not only do they have rosy complexions and delicate looks, but their temperaments are also different. And he is well dressed, clean and tidy. He doesn't look like someone who has experienced the apocalypse for so many days. Then look at herself. It's like a plucked phoenix. Just like the other women around here. She also dressed up carefully before going out and sprayed a lot of perfume. But I hadn't taken a shower or washed my hair for a long time, and I hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. This caused her hair to be greasy, her face to look haggard, and her skin to be dry. There was also a strange smell coming from his body. There is no sign at all that she was a top-tier actress before the end of the world. At this time, Zhao Feier's eyes looked at Lin Yi more and more passionately. It must be because of this man. These women are living so well, it must be because of this man. Before the end of the world, she was not a newcomer to the film industry. After 2 or 3 years of hard work, she learned a lot. When Zhao Feier saw that Lin Yi was surrounded by beautiful women, she immediately concluded that Lin Yi was definitely a lustful man. This gives her room to maneuver. Just show up in front of Lin Yi and reveal your identity. She didn't believe that with her huge fame and appearance before the apocalypse, Lin Yi would not be interested in her. And she has a trump card. It is definitely a huge temptation for men. As long as she uses it, Lin Yi will definitely fall at her feet. Just when Zhao Feier was secretly planning how to get close to Lin Yi, another person in the crowd was the first to notice Lin Yi. This person is Su Chaoyun. He was shocked by Lin Yi's age. How could this Lin Yi be so young? Since he had only listened to reports from his subordinates before, Su Chaoyun had never seen any videos or photos of Lin Yi. He always thought that Lin Yi could lead so many subordinates. He must be a middle-aged man, at the very least a middle-aged man. But judging from Lin Yi's appearance, he looked to be in his 20s at most. Now he was even more curious about how Lin Yi had accomplished all this. At this moment, Lin Yi also came in front of everyone. Chapter 104. I have finished speaking. Who agrees? Who opposes? Lin Yi came to the high platform in the square, and several women stood behind him. Lu Yuan and Li Jie stood on both sides of Lin Yi to protect his safety. The other brothers scattered and surrounded the survivors of the community. Lin Yi looked at the people in the audience and said with a smile, "Hello everyone in Shuiyun Jiangshan community. My name is Lin Yi. From now on, I will take over this community. Everyone must obey my orders." The people below began to whisper as they listened to Lin Yi's words. "Didn't you say you were going to distribute supplies? Where are the supplies? Why don't I see any? Have we been officially taken over? But why do they look like official people to me?" Lin Yi continued. "I've arranged for people to clear out the zombies in the community. If you want to continue staying in the community, you must listen to me from now on. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. Those who don't accept it, I can give him a chance to leave this neighborhood now. But once you leave the community, you can't come back. Also, I want to make it clear that I'm not an official. So I have no obligation to provide you with free food and water. I've finished speaking. Who's in favor? Who's against?" When everyone below heard Lin Yi's words, they were all in an uproar. Many people heard Lin Yi say that he was not an official. Suddenly, his mind became more active and he became bolder. "Are you from our community? Why are you kicking us out? That's right. If you're not an official, why are you acting so high and mighty here? You did it voluntarily. Did anyone force you to clean up the zombies in the community? Young man, don't think you can do whatever you want to us just because you kill a few zombies. There are zombies everywhere outside now. Who dares to go out? Isn't this pushing us to death? Even if the authorities come, they can't do this. Why should they take over our community? Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Yuan immediately turned to look at Lin Yi. Ask whether to take action. Lin Yi's smile grew even wider, but he didn't say anything. He just gave Lu Yuan a look that told him to stay calm. Among these people, a small number of people opposed it at the beginning. But seeing that Lin Yi didn't react, they thought he was afraid of them. So more and more people joined in. And they spoke louder and louder and became more and more excited. Some people even threatened directly. Boy, how dare you pretend to be an official? Hand over the food in your hand immediately. Otherwise, when the official people really come, you will be in trouble. Yes, just hand over the food and we'll pretend this never happened. Lin Yi glanced around below. Most people looked excited. Some of them looked at the women around him with lewd expressions. But there were still some people who remained silent and did not join in the fun. Lin Yi felt emotional. It seems that there are still quite a few smart people in this community. Among these people is Su Chaoyun. He looked at the people around him who were making a fuss as if they were idiots. Especially those rich second generations who danced the most happily. At this moment, in Su Chaoyun's eyes, they were just a group of dead people. These people would not think that Lin Yi brought people to the community. They only killed Wang Debiao and a few of his men. They did not kill any innocent people or steal supplies from others. You think Lin Yi is a reasonable and easy to control person? Lin Yi's show of weakness at this time only made these dissatisfied people jump out faster. It's already the end of the world, and these people still want to use laws and morals to threaten and kidnap Lin Yi. I don't know what's going on in these people's heads. Lin Yi saw that the time was almost right. So he said to Lu Yuan and Li Jia, "Get started." After hearing this, Lu Yuan and Li Jia immediately told the group of younger brothers standing outside. Fuck it, come on. After saying that, Lu Yuan and Li Jia took out their weapons. He smashed the things at the people in front who were shouting the loudest. In a few seconds, these people fell to the ground. The younger brothers around him were also not polite. They took out their weapons and started firing at the target they had already locked onto. Just now I thought Lin Yi couldn't do anything to them. Those who spit at Lin Yi were all terrified. Then some people knelt down and begged for mercy, while others ran away with their heads in their hands. At this time, a rich second generation who had just threatened Lin Yi and coveted Lin Yi's woman took advantage of the chaos and ran out. However, before he could run a few more steps, he found himself being controlled by a mysterious force. It was unable to move forward and then floated in the air. Then he immediately let out a scream of terror. Other people in the community were also stunned when they saw this scene. Then this rich second generation flew towards Lin Yi. In the horror on everyone's face. The rich second generation came in front of Lin Yi, and then his head was pinched by Lin Yi's right hand and lifted in the air. This man struggled hard. But it felt like Lin Yi's 5 fingers were like 5 steel bars, pinching him tightly. He threatened out loud. "Let me go. Let me go now. If you don't let me go, I'll make you pay. Do you know who I am? My father is." Before he could finish his words, everyone heard a bang. The head of this rich second generation was like a watermelon, and was crushed alive by Lin Yi. But because Lin Yi continued to use his telekinetic ability, the blood and brain matter that burst out of the rich second generation's head were actually suspended in the air. It's like a frozen frame in a movie. Everyone below was stunned by this scene. At this time, Lin Yi said to everyone with a smile, "Now, does anyone else have anything to say?" The crowd below immediately fell silent. Even if he was beaten, he didn't dare to shout out. Everyone was shocked at how strong Lin Yi was. It takes a lot of strength to crush a person's head easily with bare hands. There is also the mysterious ability to control people from a distance. Is this guy still a human being? At this moment, Su Chaoyun was extremely grateful that he had not had a conflict with Lin Yi before. Otherwise he would die without knowing how he died. Just those broken guns in his hands. I guess before he could even take it out, he was controlled by Lin Yi. And he was almost certain of it. Since Lin Yi already has the sheriff's protective gear, it is impossible for him not to have firearms. The reason why I didn't take it out. That's because it's useless against them. And Zhao Fei in the crowd looked at Lin Yi with even more passion in her eyes. She was indeed shocked by Lin Yi's methods just now. But this made her even more determined to take down Lin Yi. Handsome, well-equipped, powerful, and mysterious. Such a person is the ultimate diamond bachelor in the end times. There are simply not many to find. Lin Yi saw that everyone below was silent. He threw the rich second generation's corpse aside and said with a smile, "Since everyone has nothing to say, I'll continue. But I don't want anyone to interrupt me again." Chapter 105, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkeys and Everyone is Back. Though I won't be giving you food and water for free, but I will give you the opportunity to undertake the mission. Every time you complete a task in the future, you will receive corresponding points. The more dangerous the mission, the more points you get. The easier the task, the lower the points you'll get. And these points can be exchanged for food, water, and other supplies from me. I would like to emphasize that zombie crystal cores can also be exchanged. Of course, different levels of supplies have different amounts of points to redeem. So if you want to survive and live comfortably, then do your mission well. When everyone regained their composure and heard Lin Yi's words, their eyes lit up at first. Although Lin Yi did not provide them with food and water directly, but at least it gave them a chance to get food and water, so that they won't starve to death. When Lin Yi mentioned that zombie crystal cores could also be exchanged, everyone breathed quickly and their eyes were burning. Now everyone knows what zombie crystal core means. Su Chaoyun looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. I feel like Lin Yi is crazy. Does this guy know how valuable zombie crystal cores are? This stuff can actually be exchanged. Aren't you afraid that the people below will turn against you after they awaken their special powers? Or is it that this guy is absolutely confident in his own strength? Lin Yi continued. I will also establish a hierarchy for you. Those who have levels will receive point subsidies. And the higher the level, the more points subsidies you will receive. Of course, the premise of all this is your absolute loyalty to me. As long as they are loyal to me, I will definitely reward them generously. But anyone who is disloyal to me and hostile to me, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Like these people. Then Lin Yi shouted loudly. Lu Yuan, Li Jie. After hearing this, Lu Yuan and Li Jie immediately shouted, I'm here. Lin Yi pointed at a dozen people in the crowd below. Among these people were the ones who had been coveting the women around him. Then said, pull these people aside and execute them immediately. Lu Yuan and Li Jie shouted again. I obey your orders. After saying that, he brought his men to drag out the dozen or so people that Lin Yi pointed out and dragged them aside. These people keep making excuses. It's unfair. Boss, I have absolutely no hostility towards you. Yes, sir, we will resolutely obey your leadership. Lin Yi sneered. While he was speaking just now, he activated his perception ability to look at everyone below. Most of them are white, and a few are green. These guys are red from beginning to end. I'm sorry, but I'm using you guys as a warning to others. Lin Yi waved his hand, and Lu Yuan and others immediately wiped the necks of these people. The others were all silent after seeing this. I know what Lin Yi said is definitely not a joke. After seeing these people being executed, Lin Yi took out a brief plan from Zhong Wanqing's hand behind him. He ordered Lu Yuan to read the plan to his subordinates. It contains other aspects and details of the management points system. There are also tasks that can be done in the near future and the corresponding points. Everyone below listened very carefully. After all, it concerned their future life and death. The more they listened, the more they awed Lin Yi. All tasks issued by Lin Yi are voluntary. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, no one will force you. But if you don't complete the tasks, you will not get any points and can only wait to die. And even if they are doing the lowest, safest tasks, the supplies exchanged for the points earned are barely enough for one person's food and drink for a day. It's much better than being hungry all the time. But those dangerous missions are different. Not only can you get considerable points, but you can also accumulate qualifications and prepare for future promotion levels. As the level increases, the various benefits will also increase. In a word, if you want to live a better and more comfortable life, you have to risk your life. But the premise of all this is loyalty to Lin Yi. Below are some company leaders and CEOs compared to ordinary people before the end of the world. The look he gave Lin Yi was different again. They didn't expect that Lin Yi looked so young but had such superb skills. From the very beginning, he strongly announced the takeover of the community. To the next step of luring the snake out of its hole. Then use strong suppression to shock the people on the spot. then throw out the bait to divide people's hearts. Then he killed people to establish his authority and eliminate dissidents. Finally, comfort everyone. This set of operations goes smoothly. These old hands in society couldn't help but sigh at Lin Ye's high skills. Until this moment, Su Chaoyun completely gave up his previous thoughts. He thought more long-term about Lin Ye's operations than others. Most of the people outside now, all they think about is how to become the king of the mountain and seize the territory. He exercised high pressure and cruel rule internally. By constantly bullying and exploiting those below them. Plunder more supplies to satisfy your own desires. For ordinary people, as long as they can survive and have something to eat, it's good enough. But this model will not go very far in most cases. The main reason is that the people below have weak cohesion and low loyalty. Unless you can win all the time, all it takes is one failure. This kind of force will fall apart in an instant, followed by a ruthless backlash from below. Just like the previous posters in Jiahayuyuan community. At that time, they faced Lin Yi, but Lin Yi had not yet killed him. Their men immediately fled in all directions and no one came to rescue them. Afterwards, they all rushed to divide up the inheritance of these posters. But Lin Yi's approach was different. Although I killed a lot of people today in order to establish my authority. But as long as this system can be implemented consistently, in the future, more and more people will spontaneously recognize and be loyal to Lin Yi. Because he gave everyone a chance to live. And there is order. Compared to the increasing chaos outside, people will miss order more and more. And Lin Ye's place is definitely the place with the highest order at the moment. Except for a few ambitious people. As long as the others join Lin Ye's camp, they will spontaneously support order. It's not that the system formulated by Lin Yi is so advanced, but that the others are too bad. Because the vast majority of people don't want to return to chaos. Of course, the premise of all this is Lin Yi must have a huge amount of supplies to support the implementation of this system. What Su Chaoyun didn't know was the thing Lin Yi has the most of is supplies, so there is no need to worry at all. Thinking of this, Su Chaoyun looked at Lin Yi again. He didn't expect that this young man in his 20s had such a long-term vision. So how big is his ambition? Not long after, Lu Yuan finished reading the plan. The people below were overwhelmed with emotion and their blood boiled when they heard this. At this time Lin Yi spoke. I believe that many people's homes have already run out of food and may not have eaten for several days. So I decided to do this so that you can complete your mission better. Everyone present today will receive 10 points. Everyone will go to Villa number 24 to register their personal information, and then they can exchange for supplies. When the people below heard this, they were stunned at first, and then they started cheering. Especially those who had not eaten for several days cried with joy. Master, you are wise. Long live the boss. There was an endless stream of voices praising Lin Yi. He completely ignored the dozen or so bleeding corpses nearby. Chapter 106, Exchange of Supplies. Lin Yi first asked Zhong Wancheng and the other girls to go back to Villa number 26 to do some simple packing. Prepare to move. He came to Villa number 24. At this time, Villa number 24 had been cleaned up by the younger brothers arranged by Lu Yuan. Most of the furniture in the villa is concentrated in a few rooms. A lot of rooms are vacant. And the perimeters of these rooms are all sealed to ensure that no outsiders can enter. Lin Yi took out the materials that could be exchanged from the space. In a short while, several rooms were filled. At this time, Lu Yuan came to Lin Yi with a younger brother. Boss. This is Pan Guoliang, my former colleague. He is honest and hardworking. I've worked in warehouse logistics management before and am proficient in computers. Distributing supplies and keeping accounts with points should be no problem. As he said this, Lu Yuan patted Pan Guoliang. Pan Guoliang, with a nervous look on his face, finally spoke. Hello, sir. Lin Yi glanced at Pan Guoliang and recognized that he was the one who followed him out of Jiahayuyuan community, so he nodded. Since Lu Yuan recommended you, I'll give this job to you. I don't need to say more about what you need to pay attention to. Pan Guoliang said quickly. Boss. Brother Yuan just explained everything to me. Don't worry, I will definitely do this job well. I will never let down the boss and brother Yuan's cultivation. Lin Yi said. Good. Then it depends on your performance later. As he spoke, Lin Yilai took out computers, printers and other office supplies from the space. There are also several 100-inch TV screens. After seeing this, Pan Guoliang immediately led people to start assembling it. Lin Yi said to Lu Yuan beside him, "Old Lu, let's have a few people help him out for the next few days to maintain order at the scene and distribute supplies. Then set up an office next to it for issuing tasks. Assign personnel to assign tasks, count task completions, calculate points, etc. And see if there's anyone in the community who knows computer programming and programming networks. Connect all the people in the community to the internet and create a platform. Just like the official government service center before. You can check everyone's personal information, task completion status, points earned, redemption status, etc. at any time. Be prepared to receive more people later." Lu Yuan nodded immediately. "Okay, sir. I understand." In a short while, Pan Guoliang assembled the office equipment. Then they moved in some tables and chairs to use as a temporary office. He turned on a computer and sorted out the material points that could be redeemed at present. Then project the screen onto a TV so that people who are exchanging their money outside can see it when they enter the door. Then I went to another computer and operated it for a while. Then he came to Lin Yi and said, "Boss, let's start." Lin Yi nodded and said to Lu Yuan, "Let the people who are exchanging supplies outside come in. Maintain order. Anyone who disrupts the order will have all their points lost." After hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately arranged for 2 younger brothers to help get supplies from the house. Then we went to the villa gate to maintain order. The people who had been waiting outside for a long time saw the door finally open. But no one dared to rush in, and they all lined up obediently. The first person walked in quickly. When he saw Lin Yi, he immediately shouted, "Hello, Boss Lin." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Pan Guoliang asked, "Just tell me the information on your ID card. I'll help you register your information first and keep records. It will be convenient for subsequent material exchange." The man said quickly, "Okay, big brother." As he spoke, Pan Guoliang began to create a file on the computer. The person's personal information, photos, fingerprints, etc. were all recorded. After finishing, Pan Guoliang said, "There are supplies that can be exchanged on the TV screen next to it. Just tell me what you want to exchange, and I'll have someone bring the supplies over, and then deduct the corresponding points." The man said okay and looked at the TV screen next to him. The screen was filled with numerous exchangeable material options. He was dazzled by what he saw. The food alone includes bread, instant noodles, ham, braised eggs, noodles, rice, mineral water, cola, Sprite. There are also various cigarettes, beer, white wine, red wine. There are even fire axes, blast shields, stab-proof suits, and bulletproof vests. Finally, there is the zombie crystal core. However, as the level of materials increases, the points required to redeem them also become very high. Thinking of the 10 points given by Lin Yi, he gritted his teeth and exchanged them all for food. After a while, another little brother brought him the food he needed. Pan Guoliang handed the food to the man and said, "Here are the supplies you exchanged. A total of 10 points will be deducted. Please count them." After taking the supplies, the man took a quick look and found that the quantity was correct. He said to Lin Yi and Pan Guoliang with a grateful look on his face, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." "Thank you, brothers. By the way, big brother, can you please tell me when we can start that mission?" At this time, Lin Yi said with a smile, "The mission system will be online as early as tomorrow. When the time comes, I will arrange for someone to notify you in the group. Please read the information in the group more." The man said quickly, "Okay, boss. Thanks, sir. You go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first." Seeing Lin Yi smiled and nodded, the man walked out with the food. At this time, the others outside the door were already waiting anxiously. If Lu Yuan hadn't brought people to watch, they would have rushed in to see what was going on inside. Why didn't he, the first person, come out for so long after entering? Just when they were getting impatient, the first person finally came out. Everyone was excited when they saw him carrying a bag of food. "Be good. This is a lot of food in this bag. If you eat this sparingly, I'm afraid it will only last one person 2 or 3 days." Before, they thought 10 points were not a lot. "I probably can't exchange for much supplies, probably just enough for 1 or 2 meals. I didn't expect to get so much." When everyone thought of this, they all felt that Boss Lin Yi was a really open-minded person. In fact, 10 points is not a lot. Because the first person exchanged all the lowest level food, it looked like a lot. If you want to exchange for higher quality food, I'm afraid it won't be enough for even one meal. As for whether he was afraid that these people would exchange for low-level food, Lin Yi didn't have to worry at all. In a few days, among these survivors, some people will have more points. There will definitely be redemption for premium food. Once they have eaten high-quality food, it is difficult for them to crave low-quality food. After all, if you can have delicious food every day, who would want to eat pickled vegetables and steamed buns every day? As the saying goes, it is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality of wealth. When others see it, they will definitely want to eat it too. If you want to get these high-end foods, you must earn points. If you want to earn points, you must complete the tasks diligently. This is what Lin Yi wants. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of complete failure. As for this very small number of people, Lin Yi has plenty of ways to deal with them. Those who were still queuing immediately started asking what was going on inside the first person. The man answered briefly and then couldn't wait to go home and start cooking. When the people in the queue heard that there were many types of goods that could be exchanged and the quantities were huge, everyone was shocked. Everyone thinks that Boss Lin Yi is too powerful. So they all lined up with anticipation to see what was going on inside. Chapter 107. What is there about you that is worth knowing? After looking inside for a while, Lin Yi came out of the villa. When everyone outside saw Lin Yi, they all shouted loudly, "Boss! Boss!" Lin Yi smiled and nodded to everyone, then came to Lu Yuan. Then he briefly explained a few things to Lu Yuan and prepared to go back. Lin Yi passed by the queue of people. Almost all women who are somewhat confident about their body shape and appearance. All of them straightened out their plumpness in front. She flirted with Lin Yi and made coquettish gestures. I want to show my best side to Lin Yi. Although these women had already seen that Lin Yi was surrounded by top beauties, but it still couldn't stop their enthusiasm. If Lin Yi takes a fancy to me, I will be rich. Even if I go back and become Lin Yi's maid, it's better than queuing with everyone here. Didn't you see that the women beside Lin Yi were so radiant and gorgeous? Lin Yi also used the system to observe these women. Although the overall quality of the women in Shuiyun Jianshan is very high, basically all of them are above 80 points. There are a lot of people who scored above 85 points. But so far, I haven't seen a single one with a score above 90. Could it be that they all turned into zombies or were bitten to death? I've heard Lu Yuan mention it before. They were cleaning up the zombies. I encountered many big stars and internet celebrities who turned into zombies before the apocalypse. Is my luck so bad? Previously, Song Xinyan was found in Jiahayuyuan community, and Song Xinyo was also found by the way. Shuiyun Jiangshan, which is known as one of the top 3 communities in Jiangnan City, now does not have a single beauty with a score above 90. As for those beauties who score close to 90 points, Lin Yi had also thought about getting a few of them to take back home and use them as maids or servants, so that the women around me don't have to work so hard. But Zhong Wanqing and the other girls all said that they like doing things for Lin Yi. I don't feel tired at all, instead I feel very happy. Also, Lin Yi is not showing off here, as there are more and more high-quality women around me. Lin Yi now looks down upon these average-looking women more and more. And what do most of the women in this kind of community do? Everyone understands. He could reluctantly accept beauties with scores above 90 for the sake of system rewards. The prerequisite is to be loyal to him. If your score is below 90, it's okay to come out and relax occasionally. If you want to accept it, forget it. Even after looking at all the women in the team, Lin Yi still didn't find a beauty with a score above 90. Just when he was feeling sorry, he sensed that there was a person hiding at the corner ahead, but his body was light green. It seemed like they were waiting for him to come over. Lin Yi immediately became curious. Who is this person? What are your intentions towards yourself? Then Lin Yi pretended nothing happened. But he was secretly prepared to use his telekinetic abilities at any time. When he turned the corner, the man rushed out immediately. Lin Yi immediately activated his telekinetic ability. The man was controlled instantly. Lin Yi looked closely and found that it was a woman. She's also a very nice-looking woman. Although the woman had greasy hair and a haggard face, But the foundation is very good. And the more Lin Yi looked at her, the more he felt that he seemed to have seen this woman somewhere. At this time, the system's voice came. Name, Zhao Feier. Age, 24. Body size, 96. Appearance, 97. Overall, 96. Compliant with system standards. Zhao Feier. This name sounds familiar. Lin Yi thought about it carefully. Isn't this the superstar who was extremely popular before the end of the world? Does she also live in this neighborhood? At this moment, Zhao Feier was enjoying the treatment of the rich second generation who was killed by Lin Yi just now. She only felt her feet off the ground and she was held in mid-air, unable to move. Zhao Feier was so frightened that she immediately said to Lin Yi, Boss Lin. Boss Lin. My name is Zhao Feier. I just went home to get some things. I was walking back in such a hurry that I accidentally bumped into you. Please go easy on me. As she spoke, Zhao Feier showed Lin Yi a panicked and pitiful expression. The panic in her eyes at this moment was not pretended. She was indeed shocked by Lin Yi's actions. Zhao Feier didn't expect Lin Yi to be so cautious and react so quickly. Before she even came into contact with Lin Yi, she was controlled by Lin Yi. She had been waiting in line just now. When I heard the first person who exchanged supplies came out. It is said that Lin Yi is also in the villa. Then I found out that Lin Yi was currently living in villa number 26. So she started to think about it. I never had the chance to meet Lin Yi before. This time, Zhao Feier came up with an idea in her mind. She first told the people around her that she was going home to get something. But in fact, they were ambushing Lin Yi on his way back. Prepare to create an opportunity to have an accidental encounter with Lin Yi. So the scene just now happened. After Zhao Feier was controlled by Lin Yi, she immediately displayed acting skills worthy of a movie queen. The expression on her face immediately changed from fright to pitiful. It makes people feel guilty as soon as they see it. If it were anyone else, they would definitely believe it. But who is Lin Yi? I saw it clearly through my perception ability just now. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, thinking playfully. As expected, he's a famous movie star. His acting skills are incredible. But this woman is not simple. She's on par with Lu Rumei. Temper her temper first. Seeing that Zhao Feier posed no threat to him, Lin Yi let her go. Then Lin Yi said with a smile. Since it was an accident, it's okay. Hurry up and line up to exchange supplies. Having said that, Lin Yi prepared to leave. When Zhao Feier heard this, she was immediately stunned. That's not right. Why doesn't Lin Yi play by the rules? Although my current complexion is not at its peak, but with my looks and my acting skills just now, this Lin Yi should at least show some concern for me. And with my huge fame, doesn't he know who I am? Seeing that Lin Yi was about to leave, Zhao Feier had no time to think about it. She gritted her teeth and immediately said to Lin Yi, That boss Lin. Don't you know me? Lin Yi said with a smile. Of course I know. Before the end of the world, there was the famous movie star Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Then why do you act like you don't know me? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Feier and said jokingly. I also said that was before the end of the world. It's the end of the world now, and the disaster has already broken out. Then may I ask Miss Zhao, what do you have that is worth my knowing? Zhao Feier's face turned red after hearing what Lin Yi said. She was both angry and helpless. From her debut till now, no one has ever dared to ignore her like this. She is the center of attention wherever she goes. But she also knew that Lin Yi was right. It is now the end of the world and the world is in chaos. A woman as beautiful as her, I wonder how many people are coveting her. The female star that Wang Debiao wanted to find before was her. As soon as she lined up, many pairs of eyes were staring at her, either openly or secretly. It made her feel very uncomfortable and even scared. But she knew how miserable the fate of a beautiful woman without anyone to protect her would be. Before, she thought she could control Lin Yi with her beauty and fame. But she knows now. Lin Yi might be a lustful man, but he was definitely not an ordinary person. Her little tricks were a joke in front of Lin Yi. At this time Lin Yi said a little impatiently. Anything else? Chapter 108, Accepting Zhao Feier and Heading to the New Home. At this moment, Lin Yi's words sounded like an ultimatum to Zhao Feier. It made her panic instantly. Zhao Fei didn't dare to play tricks on Lin Yi anymore and chose to surrender directly. She blushed and whispered, "Boss Lin, I want to be your woman." Lin Yi looked at Zhao Fei and said disdainfully, "Want to be my woman? Miss Xiao, what qualifications do you think you have to be my woman?" Zhao Fei was stunned by Lin Yi's question, and then said a little unconvinced, "I don't look any worse than those women around you. If they can be your women, why can't I?" Lin Yi said with a serious expression. "No. You can't compare to them. If you want to be my woman, your figure and appearance are just the most basic things. They can stand in front of me and block the zombies for me, can you? You can also ruthlessly kill anyone who has disloyalty to me for my sake, can you? You can even die for me, can you?" Zhao Fei looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. She didn't believe that a woman could do this for a man. And there are actually several such women around Lin Yi. Sure enough, all choices have a price. If you want to continue to obtain supplies from Lin Yi, you must remain absolutely loyal to Lin Yi. She thought for a moment and asked, "Could they have treated you like this from the beginning?" Lin Yi didn't expect that this woman had some quick wit. Said with a smile, "So they were just my maids at first. Only with my approval can you become my woman. And they all did. I can give you a chance to be my maid. But if you can't become my woman, I will abandon you without mercy, or even kill you. Do you want this opportunity? Or, are you mentally prepared for this?" Zhao Fei was stunned by Lin Yi's soul-searching questioning. At this moment, she kept asking herself whether she could do it. But she also knew that she had no way out. "In the future, I want to live a more decent and comfortable life like Zhong Wanqing and others. Lin Yi is her only choice." Seeing Zhao Fei lost in thought, Lin Yi spoke. "You might consider it." But before he could turn around and leave, Zhao Fei's eyes suddenly became extremely firm. "I think I can do that, master." Lin Yi was a little surprised that Zhao Fei agreed so quickly. But still said, "Good. Then I'll take you in. Is there anything else I need to get from home?" Zhao Fei thought for a moment and said, "There's some stuff that needs to be cleaned up. Master, please go back first. I'll come find you after I finish cleaning up." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's go together. Lead the way." Zhao Fei was shocked after hearing this. Lin Yi wouldn't be so impatient as to take her home. She was totally unprepared. Her face showed the nervousness and blushing of a little girl. But seeing that Lin Yi had already started walking forward, she had no choice but to follow him. Not long after, the two arrived at Zhao Fei's home. He is indeed worthy of being a former superstar. Zhao Fei's home is bigger than Chen Xi's home. In terms of luxury, it is much higher. Lin Yi took a quick look and sat on the sofa in the living room. Looking at Zhao Fei, who was standing beside him, hesitant to speak, Lin Yi asked, "Aren't you packing up? Why are you still standing here?" When Zhao Fei heard this, she realized that Lin Yi had no intention of keeping her. "I immediately realized that I was overthinking it." She breathed a sigh of relief and spoke quickly. "Okay, master. I'll go right away." At the same time, his loyalty to Lin Yi increased a lot. In fact, she was overthinking it. Regarding Zhao Fei's current physical condition, even if she was naked, Lin Yi wouldn't do it. Not long after, Zhao Fei came out carrying 2 large boxes. "Master, I'm done." Lin Yi nodded. He put the 2 big boxes into the space under Zhao Fei's shocked gaze. Then he said to Zhao Fei, "Let's go." Seeing that Lin Yi had already walked out, Zhao Fei reacted and followed him. The two soon arrived at villa number 26. At this time, Zhong Wanqing and the other girls had already packed up and were waiting for Lin Yi in the living room. Lin Yi came in, followed by a beautiful woman. Everyone felt that this woman looked familiar. Lin Yi said to the girls, "This is Zhao Fei, she's new here. You two get to know each other." Zhao Fei quickly took the initiative to greet the girls, with a very humble attitude. When I learned that Zhao Fei was actually the superstar before the end of the world, the girls were all surprised at first. But then, except for Song Xinyao, the fan was still a little excited. The other women all looked calm. Lu Rumei even felt a similar feeling in Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei was even more shocked. She could feel it. The women around Lin Yi did not show hostility towards her because of her arrival. There is only the look from the seniors to the juniors. And every woman looked at Lin Yi with only deep love in her eyes. This gave Zhao Feier a deeper understanding of Lin Yi's statement. Lin Yi put the boxes packed by the women in the living room into the space and continued. Let's go to our new home. All the girls followed Lin Yi out of villa number 26. Head to the large 5-story villa in the center of the community. Before, when Lu Yuan led people to clean up the zombies in the community, it was discovered that the original owner of the villa and his family had turned into zombies. So he took people to kill the zombies and cleaned the place thoroughly. Just waiting for Lin Yi to move in. Lin Yi and his companions quickly arrived at the villa. The luxury of the interior decoration is several levels higher than Zhao Feier's. Lin Yi took the girls and looked them up and down. Swimming pool, gym, private cinema, entertainment room, luxury kitchen, and more. Everything you need. After looking around. Except for the Song Xinyan sisters. Before the end of the world, the other girls all came from unusual families. But they were still shocked by the luxury of the villa. Even Zhao Feier is no exception. In the process of watching, Lin Yi discovered that all the items related to the original owner had been cleared out by people arranged by Lu Yuan. Only the most basic furniture, appliances, etc. are left. Lin Yi was very satisfied with Lu Yuan's handling of the matter. At this time, Lin Yi took out the things that the women had packed. Then he took out the food, daily necessities, and other things that needed to be replenished from the space. The girls all happily went to decorate the rooms they had chosen. Take advantage of this opportunity. Lin Yi took out the shelter core he had obtained earlier from the space. Chapter 109, The Shelter's Core. Chu Xiaotian's Fury. Lin Yi walked around the villa again and finally found a suitable location. Then the shelter core was placed on it. At this time, the system sound sounded. Whether to place the shelter core. Lin Yi decisively chose yes. Ding, it's detected that the host has placed the shelter core. Shelter system activated. Lin Yi immediately checked the shelter system. Shelter, level 0. Growth value, 1000 can be upgraded using level 1 zombie crystal core. Protection capability, can withstand small caliber shells. Additional functions, 1. Reconnaissance all-weather monitoring of all movements within a 1000 meter radius of the shelter. Note, 1. The shelter will automatically collect sunlight, water and other resources, disinfect them, and recycle them to provide the host with clean, pure, and pollution-free resources. 2. As the level of the shelter increases, different additional functions will be unlocked. 3. The shelter can be removed and relocated. The cooldown period for relocation is 30 days, and the current shelter level will be reduced by 1 level. In the end times, besides food, the most important things for people to survive are water and electricity. Now almost all the water sources in the world are polluted, and electricity will soon be cut off. The shelter solves these two major problems very well. Although Lin Yi had no shortage of water, he also had a generator. But it is not as comfortable to use as the one that comes with the building. Lin Yi tried the shelter's reconnaissance function again. Through the system, he seemed to have a god's perspective. Everything within a 1000 meter radius around the villa can be seen clearly. What's even more amazing is, the range of his current perception ability is far less than 1000 meters. But through this reconnaissance function, it can actually project the perception ability and see clearly the color of everyone within the reconnaissance range. Lin Yi was delighted. Wouldn't that mean you can always find people around you who have ulterior motives towards you? I didn't expect that the level 0 shelter is so powerful, so the later ones will be even more powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately consumed 1000 level 1 zombie crystal cores and chose to upgrade the shelter. At this time, the system sound sounded. Ding! Shelter is being upgraded. 24 hours remaining, host, please wait patiently. 24 hours? It's not very long. Lin Yi couldn't help but look forward to what new features the shelter would unlock tomorrow. At the same time, in a super luxurious villa in the center of Yipingxianju community on the other side of Jiangnan City, Chu Xiaotian silently looked at Chu Jiahao's body in the body bag on the ground. Although he had received notice before that his illegitimate son Chu Jiahao had been killed. But until he actually saw Chu Jiahao's body, he still couldn't believe it. In this Jiangnan city, someone actually dared to kill someone from their Chu family. He is also his most beloved illegitimate son. Chu Xiaotian seemed to have aged a dozen years, and then he walked towards Chu Jiahao's body with some trembling. Then he bent down and sat on the ground. Although it had been chilled, Chu Jiahao's body still emitted a foul stench. But Chu Xiaotian ignored it and reached out to touch Chu Jiahao's face, which had begun to rot. Looking at this face, he was reminded of his former sweetheart. The one in my memory. However, all of this was ruined. Chu Xiaotian looked at the bodyguard captain standing next to him. That cold look seemed to be able to pierce one's heart. Then a sound like the frost of 10,000 years was heard. Who did it? The bodyguard captain was so frightened that his legs were shaking. But he still said it with a brave face. Master. This subordinate deserves death. When I arrived at Jiangnan University with my brothers and found the young master. The young master has already been killed. We immediately checked for any survivors in the surrounding area. But it's a pity that no one has ever seen the murderer who killed the young master. In the end, we only learned that a military armored vehicle had entered the campus at noon a few days ago. And it should be docked near the building where the young master is. Then around dusk, the armored vehicle left the school and its whereabouts are unknown. Infer from the time of the young master's death. The young master's death may be related to this armored vehicle. Chu Xiaotian frowned. Armored vehicle? The bodyguard captain hurried forward, took out his cell phone and handed it to Chu Xiaotian. Yes, sir. We found this on some people's phones at school. Please take a look. After Chu Xiaotian took the phone, he immediately flipped through it. The armored vehicle in the phone was exactly the one Lin Yi was driving. The more Chu Xiaotian looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. Armored vehicle. Could it be someone from the government? Why would they send a separate car to Jiangnan University? Then Chu Xiaotian asked. Did you hear in the school that any senior school leaders were taken away? The bodyguard captain replied immediately. Master, I've been asking around for a long time, but I haven't heard any relevant information. Chu Xiaotian fell into deep thought after hearing this. Is Jiahao's death really related to this armored vehicle? It's the officials who saw that the Chu family has been too aggressive recently, so they took action to give me a warning. No, I won't. The authorities in Jiangnan City have already suffered heavy losses, and the few remaining people can't cause any trouble at all. Or was it done by some other force? If so, who would it be? Chu Xiaotian would never have thought of this even if he was beaten to death. His precious illegitimate child. He was actually killed by Lin Yi, a person who had nothing to do with him. Chu Xiaotian thought for a long time but still had no clue. There were too few clues at the moment. But he had to make a strong statement. Chu Jiahao's death cannot be just ignored like this. Otherwise, it would be a major blow to the Chu family, which is preparing to expand overseas. He said with a look of rage. Notify everyone and continue to investigate thoroughly. Also, announce the reward to the public. Anyone who can provide relevant clues will be rewarded. Someone who can directly kill the murderer and provide evidence. Food, beauties, zombie cores, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. As Chu Xiaotian spoke, a flash of electricity suddenly appeared on his hand. The security captain below was terrified. He was afraid that Chu Xiaotian would get excited and shoot him. After Chu Xiaotian finished speaking, the security captain quickly spoke. Master, don't worry. I'll go down and do it right away. Chu Xiaotian shook his hands when he heard that. The security captain immediately left Chu Xiaotian's office. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the door closed. He remembered it clearly, just 2 days ago. The Chu family's only helicopter currently broke down due to prolonged use. The repairs required a long time, so I couldn't go pick up Chu Jiahao. The subordinate who came to report was electrocuted to death by Chu Xiaotian, who had just awakened his lightning ability. He was there at the time. Then Chu Xiaotian couldn't wait any longer. Only then was he arranged to drive to Jiangnan University with his men to rescue Chu Jiahao. They didn't take the zombie crystal core. Nor does he have Lin Yi's proficiency in armored vehicle and vehicle driving. There were countless difficulties and dangers along the way, and several brothers died before they arrived at Jiangnan University. Unexpectedly, he saw Chu Jiahao's body. At that time, his heart sank, and he felt that he would definitely be electrocuted to death by the furious Chu Xiaotian if he returned. Unexpectedly, I escaped today. Chapter 110 The current situation of the Chu family. Su Chaoyun presents treasures. However, regarding Chu Jiahao's death, in the entire Chu family, only Chu Xiaotian was truly sad and angry. Others feel indifferent. At most, they felt that someone had offended their Chu family and they needed to retaliate. Instead, he hated Chu Jiahao even more. This bastard couldn't even rest in peace after his death, just causing trouble for the Chu family. Chu Xiaotian's legitimate sons and daughters were clapping their hands in their hearts. That little bastard Chu Jiahao is finally dead. They lost a strong competitor. But in front of Chu Xiaotian, they all looked like they had lost their brothers and were comforting their old father. Speaking of Chu Jiahao, he even clamored to avenge Chu Jiahao. Those who don't know would think that Chu Jiahao was very friendly and respectful to them when he was alive. Let us talk about the Chu family. A few days ago, they had already taken over the Yiping Xianju community. Clear out all the zombies in the community. The Chu family then announced their rule over the Yiping Xianju community. Yiping Xianju community is also one of the top 3 communities in Jiangnan City, where many dignitaries before the end of the world lived. These people also want to get a piece of the pie by relying on their previous relationships. Let Chu Xiaotian support them for free. Chu Xiaotian smiled coldly and then arranged his men. Kill a group of these ignorant people mercilessly. This made these people face reality. The rest of the people were certainly dissatisfied, but facing the Chu family's strength, they could only choose to endure it temporarily. Just 2 days ago, the secret of the zombie crystal core was exposed. The Chu family immediately arranged for people to clean up the zombies and search for the crystal core. All the zombie crystal cores obtained were given priority to the top leaders of the Chu family. Chu Xiaotian was the first to take it, and unexpectedly, he awakened his lightning ability directly. However, this approach also caused dissatisfaction among those who had been killing zombies on the front lines. However, as more and more senior members of the Chu family began to consume the crystal cores, the people below were even more afraid to resist. The top leaders of the Chu family became increasingly arrogant and domineering. Celebrities, internet celebrities, socialites, and mistresses live in Yiping Xianju. Regardless of gender, they all became playthings of the Chu family. The situation in Yiping Xianju community is basically a microcosm of some major forces in Jiangnan City at present. These forces have now completed the unification of their respective strongholds such as residential areas and office buildings. Then it began to expand outward. Plunder more supplies and rob more people. Prepare for further expansion in the future. Inside the Shuiyun Jiangshan community, the exchange of materials is nearing its end. All those who received the supplies went home happily to cook. There was even more praise for Lin Yi in the group. Then many people asked when they could start the task. Lu Yuan sorted out the collected information on personnel and material consumption in the community. He locked the door himself and arranged everything. Then he went to Lin Yi's residence to report on his work. After listening to this, Lin Yi sent the various task information compiled by Zhong Wanqing to Lu Yuan. Ask him to notify everyone in the group that the task system will be online tomorrow, and the relevant tasks will be announced tomorrow morning, Lin Yi said. Currently, the Shuiyun Jiangshan community has been taken over. Your men will be divided into 2 teams for the time being. One team is responsible for security and patrolling within the community, and the number of people does not need to be too large. The other team will start recruiting new members tomorrow to form a field team, and then expand down the mountain. Kill all the zombies you encounter and rescue the survivors in the community down the mountain. Lu Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, boss. Boss. To clear out the zombies faster, I suggest that we rent some of the police protective gear to the field teams." Lin Yi thought about it. His current physical fitness is as high as 137 points. Ordinary small caliber firearms now pose no threat to him at all. Not to mention these police protective gear, even small caliber firearms can be taken out. So Lin Yi said directly and generously, "From now on, anyone who joins the field team will be welcome. When you go out on duty, you can all receive a set of police protective gear and return it when you return." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out 2 pistols and several magazines and handed them to Lu Yuan, and continued. "These 2 guns, one for you and one for Li Jia. If you run out of bullets, go and exchange them yourself." After seeing the pistol, Lu Yuan's breathing became noticeably faster. Although he had already taken several zombie crystal cores. But as long as you are a man, no one will dislike guns. "Thank you, boss." Lin Yi took out 2 more boxes of beer and placed them on the ground. Everyone down there has worked hard today. Let's take these 2 cases of beer back and let them have a taste. But remember to arrange for someone to be on patrol at night. Lu Yuan immediately said okay, then put away his gun, picked up his beer and said goodbye to Lin Yi. Not long after Lu Yuan left, the guy at the door came to report that a man named Su Chaoyun wanted to see him. Su Chaoyun? Isn't this the person who had a conflict with him in the community, as Wang Debiao had said before? Lin Yi immediately became interested. So someone brought Su Chaoyun in. After a while, Su Chaoyun was brought in. Lin Yi took a look and felt that the person looked familiar. Think about it a little more. It turned out that he was one of the few people in the square at noon who was wearing green. As soon as Su Chaoyun saw Lin Yi, he hurried forward. The attitude is so humble. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Su Chaoyun, and I used to be the president of Su Group. Thank you for clearing out the zombies in the community and saving the residents from danger. I've taken the liberty of coming here this time because I want to present something to Boss Lin. Lin Yi looked at Su Chaoyun and smiled. Oh. I wonder what it is. Su Chaoyun said quickly. That's it, Boss Lin. I know that Boss Lin has an astonishing amount of supplies, so he definitely has no shortage of common things. But I saw Boss Lin drive an armored vehicle to the community. It just so happens that I have a helicopter parked in the hangar inside the villa. It's a complete waste to keep this plane here. Today, I will present this plane to Boss Lin. Lin Yi didn't expect that Su Chaoyun actually had a private helicopter. But after thinking about it, it's normal. Before the end of the world, Su Chaoyun was a CEO with a net worth of tens of billions. Not to mention a helicopter, even getting a private jet would be easy. But I really don't have this thing. And if you go out in the future, helicopters are indeed much more convenient than armored vehicles. And he is proficient in vehicle driving, so he has no problem flying a helicopter. As for the aircraft fuel, it was at the gas station before. Lin Yi gained a lot through system quality return. Now there are piles of stuff inside. At this time, Lin Yi's eyes changed when he looked at Su Chaoyun. As the saying goes, when you offer a gift to someone, you must have something in mind. What do you want from me? Chapter 111, Su Chaoyun's Refuge. Su Chaoyun only felt Lin Yi in front of him. Suddenly, he changed from being as gentle as a spring breeze to being a ferocious tiger. It exudes a captivating aura. He didn't dare to lie and said, I dare not hide it from Boss Lin. I only ask Boss Lin to give me a chance to serve you. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He thought Su Chaoyun would ask for zombie crystal cores or other supplies. I didn't expect to choose to join him directly. This Su Chaoyun has a big plan. Lin Yi smiled playfully. Oh. You want to pledge your allegiance to me? But I heard that before I came to this community. You had a conflict with Wang Debiao and were planning to unify this community. Su Chaoyun said calmly. To be honest, Boss Lin. Before you came, I brought some people from the company and had a few pistols in my hands. So the idea of unifying the neighborhood came about. For this reason, we even clashed with Wang Debiao and his gang. As he spoke, Su Chaoyun handed the bag he had been carrying when he came in to Lin Yi. The ones in there were exactly the ones he had in his hands. Then he continued. But Boss Lin, your appearance has completely put an end to my thoughts on this matter. Especially this afternoon, I listened to your speech. I feel that no matter how you look at it, I am far from being your opponent. With Wang Debiao's example, I would never dare to become your enemy. And I am sure that with Boss Lin's strength and skills, he will definitely dominate the world in the future. Hence the loyalty. I hope Boss Lin will take me in. Lin Yi looked at Su Chaoyun. Su Chaoyun's breathing was steady, his heartbeat was normal, and his body color was always green. Really honest. However, Lin Yi is indeed lacking a steward under his command. Although Lu Yuan does his job very well, there is no need to worry about his loyalty. But Lin Yi hoped that he could become a marshal-like character and concentrate on managing the front. Lin Yi felt relieved to leave the brave and hard-working people to him. As for Li Jia, he is more like a vanguard general. He is good at charging into battle, but he is not so good at management. Before the end of the world, Lin Yi had also heard of Su Chaoyun and his Su group. I know that Su Chaoyun started from scratch and worked his way up step by step from the bottom. To be able to develop the company group to such a large scale, management ability should be no problem. The only downside is loyalty. After all, there had been almost no contact before. But actually, the problem is not that big. Anyway, I have the ability to perceive, so I don't have to worry about him turning against me later. So Lin Yi laughed and said to Su Chaoyun, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. I'll take the helicopter, but you can take these guns back. By the way, this is for you." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a level 1 zombie crystal core and threw it to Su Chaoyun. When Su Chaoyun heard Lin Yi's words, he first breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly caught the zombie crystal core. Then, looking at the zombie crystal core in his hand, his breathing began to become rapid. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I, Su Chaoyun, will definitely not let you down," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Then I'll see how you perform in the future. Take this crystal core and consume it first. Come back tomorrow. There are some things we need to discuss." Su Chaoyun nodded and said, "Okay, sir. I'll go back first then." With that, Su Chaoyun said goodbye to Lin Yi and left the villa. Not long after, Su Chaoyun returned home. His current mistress, Chen Mayan, stepped forward and asked, "Chaoyun, did Boss Lin agree?" Su Chaoyun took out the crystal core given by Lin Yi and said with a smile, "Look what this is?" Chen Mayan exclaimed. "Zombie crystal core?" Su Chaoyun said with a smile. "That's right, the boss agreed. This is given by the boss." Chen Mayan felt relieved immediately after hearing this. Just agree to it. Just agree to it. That scene at noon scared me to death. More than a dozen people had their necks cut open just like that. Su Chaoyun said disdainfully. That's their own fault. They can't see the situation clearly. The conversation I had with the boss just now made me realize what it means to be formidable when young. That aura is even more powerful than mine, the CEO of a group with tens of thousands of employees before the apocalypse. It makes me feel like I'm really old. But luckily, I finally got on board the boss. I can expect great success in the future. Chen Mayan said in surprise. No way. The boss looks so young. Su Chaoyun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who says it's not? I don't understand why a young man in his early 20s can have such an aura. And the boss is obviously a magnanimous person. I didn't expect that this zombie crystal core would be given to me so easily. Chen Mayan said with a smile. I've known you for so many years, and I've rarely seen you speak so highly of someone. Su Chaoyun thought for a moment and said. Perhaps this is what it means when troubled times bring forth heroes. The two chatted for a while, and then Su Chaoyun took the crystal core. Half an hour later, Su Chaoyun opened his eyes. Feeling the strengthening effect of the crystal core on his body, Su Chaoyun felt as if he was 20 years younger. I have endless energy. Chen Mayan asked quickly from the side. Chaoyun, have you awakened your superpowers? Su Chaoyun tried it for a while, then said with regret. It seems not. When Chen Mayan heard this, she sighed in her heart, but still comforted Su Chaoyun. But Su Chaoyun just laughed. Not awakening superpowers isn't necessarily a bad thing. For the boss, my strength is logistics management, which relies on my brain. I'll basically stay in the rear from now on. If you awaken some powerful superpowers, it would be bad. After saying that, he looked at his little wife in front of him and asked, Is my son asleep? Chen Mayan was stunned by Su Chaoyun's question and said, I'm already asleep, what's wrong? Su Chaoyun chuckled, picked up Chen Mayan and walked towards the bathroom. He wanted to test the strength of his enhanced body. Fortunately, Su Chaoyun still had a lot of supplies, otherwise there wouldn't even be enough water to wash his body. After a while, a loud crash was heard in the bathroom. At the same time, Lu Yuan and his younger brother returned to Villa number 25 carrying 2 boxes of beer. When the younger brothers who were still in the room saw the beer, their eyes all lit up. So they all gathered around. He kept calling out Brother Yuan and Brother Yuan. By this time dinner was ready. Although starting from today, everyone can exchange supplies for their own food. But they still chose to eat together. Moreover, there were still a lot of supplies left from what Lin Yi had given them. After Lu Yuan sat down, he began to speak. Everyone has worked hard today. These 2 boxes of beer are a special reward from the boss. Leave a few bottles for the brothers on night patrol, and divide the rest. Everyone applauded when they heard it. There were endless voices of thanks to the boss and Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan waved his hand and asked everyone to be quiet. Then Lin Yi's decision was announced. When everyone heard that they could get police protective gear when they went out on duty, they cheered again. Then they started eating and drinking. During this time, Lu Yuan took out the pistol given by Lin Yi. He handed it to Li Jie next to him and said, "Brother, take it." The boss gave it to me. After seeing this, everyone present breathed quickly and their eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 112 Lin Yi's Arrangements Phone Lin Green City Community. The time came to the next morning. There were already many people waiting outside Villa number 25. They all saw the recruitment information Lu Yuan sent in the group last night and came to apply for the field team. After getting up in the morning, Lu Yuan quickly arranged for people to start work. The office location for task distribution has also been set up and staff have been arranged in place. People in the community also began to come to check and receive tasks. Most people choose relatively safe tasks. There are also a small number of people who choose relatively dangerous tasks. After Lu Yuan arranged everything, he and Li Jie were called over by Lin Yi. Here, Su Chaoyun obtained Lin Yi's consent. He asked his former subordinates to fly the helicopter to Lin Yi's villa. Then Lin Yi called him into the study. After all three of them arrived, Lin Yi briefly introduced the three people. Then he said to Lu Yuan, "Old Lu, from now on, you and Li Jie will focus on leading the team and taking charge of the frontline work. Leave the logistics to Old Su. You must cooperate sincerely and work together." Lu Yuan nodded immediately. "Okay, sir. I understand." He had already prepared himself mentally. As Lin Yi's power expands, more and more people will join him. There's no way he'd be like this again. Lin Yi left almost all matters to him. Although he lost some of his rights, Lu Yuan did not feel dissatisfied at all. Instead, I felt relieved. As more and more things need to be dealt with, he felt the pressure on himself was increasing. I always feel that if I mess things up, I will let Lin Yi down. What is being divided out now is only the rights of logistics and administration. Lin Yi did not take away his right to lead people to the front line. On the contrary, it shows that Lin Yi still trusts him very much. Then several people discussed the future development of their power in the study. Lin Yi first briefly explained his future development direction and intentions. Several people listened very carefully. A lot of suggestions were made during this period. Finally, Lin Yi asked Su Chaoyun to draw up a detailed plan for subsequent development and report to him as soon as possible. Afterwards, Lin Yi asked Lu Yuan and Li Jie to move in and live around his villa. Then, Su Chaoyun followed Lu Yuan and Li Jie to villa number 24 to hand over the work. Along the way, Su Chaoyun knew that the two people in front of him were not ordinary people and were Lin Yi's trusted subordinates. So he started bragging to Lu Yuan and the other guy. "I have heard of these two people for a long time, but I only regret that I have never met them. Although he is old, he has just pledged allegiance to Lin Yi, so he asks seniors Lu Yuan and Li Jie to take care of him. As long as he is in charge of logistics, he will definitely cooperate with Lu Yuan and the others in their frontline operations and provide good support." Lu Yuan and Li Jie are not people who are ignorant of the ways of the world. Seeing Su Chaoyun being so understanding, he responded with a smile. So the three of them started to flatter each other commercially. Arrived at villa number 24. The relationship between the two sides is quite harmonious, not as awkward as when they first met. After the work was handed over, Lu Yuan and Li Jie led their men down the mountain. Su Chaoyun stayed to familiarize himself with the work and think about how to write a plan. The community closest to Shuiyin Jiangshan at the foot of the mountain is Fenglin Green City. After the zombie outbreak, there was a few days of fighting. A few days ago, three forces finally formed in the community. They each occupied a corresponding building and competed with each other. The reason why unification has not been completed yet. The strength of the three forces is basically the same, and they cannot crush the other two parties. And the three big brothers don't want them to attack one side with all their strength. Instead, the other party took advantage of the situation and ended up getting the better deal. Thus, a three-way balance of power was formed, and no one wanted to start a war easily. But this situation changed yesterday. As the secret of the zombie crystal core spread, the zombies that had been wandering around the community unattended immediately became popular. Big Brother Sanfon began to lead people to clear out the zombies in the community and search for crystal cores. But the cleaning process was not as simple as they imagined. First of all, 4 ordinary people. The number of zombies outside is not as small as the number of zombies inside the room. There are usually only 2 or 3 zombies in a normal house. With the advantage of numbers and good protection, we can basically kill the enemy without any injury. But there are far more zombies outside. And during the cleaning process, as long as there is a loud noise, the zombies will swarm over. At the beginning, the 3 forces cleared out the zombies outside. Not only did he fail to kill many of them, but he also lost a lot of his men. Later, someone proposed a vicious plan to the leader of one of the factions. They captured some elderly and worthless residents of the community as bait. While the zombies were tearing at the residents, they went up to kill the zombies. This tactic worked as expected, greatly reducing their casualties. But the other residents in the community are in a miserable situation, hovering on the brink of death every day. Seeing this, the other 2 older brothers followed suit. So it didn't take long. The 3 parties successively dropped zombie crystal cores. The 3 eldest brothers took it first. Unfortunately, only one person awakened the superpower. However, this move still broke the balance of power among the 3 parties. The awakened eldest brother is called Lu Tao. When he learned that the other 2 had not awakened their special powers, his confidence immediately swelled. I think it's time to unify the community. The other 2 big brothers are not fools either. Immediately unite and prepare to resist Lu Tao's attack together. A fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides yesterday afternoon. The result was that the 2 were evenly matched and neither side was able to defeat the other. In the middle of the night, Lu Tao organized an elite team and led it personally. Taking advantage of the other parties off guard, they launched a surprise attack on the group led by the eldest brother Sun Jialiang, who had suffered heavy losses during the day. Sun Jialiang didn't expect Lu Tao to play dirty tricks. They had just finished a big battle during the day, and then they launched a surprise attack in the middle of the night. While he was hastily fighting, he asked for help from another elder brother, Chao Lin. Chao Lin was also surprised when he received the call for help. It seems that Lu Tao is determined to kill them both and unify Fonglin Green City community. So he quickly took his men to support Sun Jialiang. Sun Jialiang was struggling here. But unfortunately, his subordinates suffered the greatest losses during the day and were outnumbered. In addition, Lu Tao's supernatural power has recovered at this time. Relying on his supernatural powers to kill everyone, Sun Jialiang's subordinates were frightened by the killing, and soon some of them began to kneel down and beg for mercy. Sun Jialiang saw that the situation was hopeless. While ordering his men to fight to the death, he took advantage of the chaos to run to the underground garage. He found his car parked in the underground garage and rushed out of the community regardless of the large number of zombies outside. All his men soon gave up resistance and surrendered to Lu Tao. Another big brother, Chao Lin, received Sun Jialiang's call for help and just arrived with his men. Then I saw Sun Jialiang's younger brothers kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. So he cursed Sun Jialiang in his heart, calling him a waste for being defeated by Lu Tao so quickly. Then he decisively gave up support and prepared to take people back to defend. But seeing this, Lu Tao didn't give him this opportunity. Relying on the high morale, he ordered his subordinates to pursue the victory and kill Chao Lin. Chapter 113 Encounter. Chao Lin's men had already started to lose their composure before they even came into contact with Lu Tao, who was coming to kill them. Some of the more resourceful younger brothers saw that Sun Jialiang had been defeated. They knew that they could not stop Lu Tao's attack at all. So he simply ignored Chao Lin's command and chose to fight back. He surrendered to Lu Tao by taking the heads of his brothers as a gift. Seeing this, Lu Tao burst into laughter. Then just announce it loudly. Everyone listen to me. As long as anyone chooses to surrender to me, I will forgive them all. Whoever can kill Chao Lin will be rewarded handsomely. As soon as these words were spoken, the people under Chao Lin collapsed even faster. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Now no one in Fonglin Green City community can stop Lu Tao. Lu Tao will be the only big brother in Fonglin Ludu community. Seeing this, Chao Lin knew that the situation was hopeless. I definitely can't stay in Fonglin Green City anymore. So he prepared to take a few of his closest brothers with him and follow Sun Jialiang's example to steal a car and escape. But the younger brothers around Chao Lin didn't want to go outside the community with him to seek death. So these people looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. Then one of the younger brothers took out a machete and prepared to chop Chow Lin's neck from behind. Just as the knife was about to touch Chow Lin's neck, Chow Lin noticed something strange about the younger brothers around him and quickly dodged. Relying on the enhanced body reaction ability after taking the zombie crystal core, Chow Lin dodged it and his neck was not hit. But unfortunately, he didn't dodge it completely and was still hit on the back. Blood immediately gushed out of his back, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone. Before Chow Lin could start cursing, the younger brothers around him rushed forward and attacked Chow Lin. At this time, the younger brother who took the first step said, "Brother Chow, don't blame the brothers for being cruel. There are zombies everywhere outside. If only a few of us go out, wouldn't that be courting death? Boss Lu specifically asked for you. As long as you die, we can all survive and get a reward. For the sake of our brothers' future good lives, please die in peace, Brother Chow." The other besieging brothers also echoed, "Yes, Brother Chow. Listen to the advice of our brothers. Brother Chow. Just go with peace of mind. Sister-in-law and niece, we will take good care of you." Chow Lin's eyes were red with anger when he heard this, and he started cursing. "Fuck your ancestors. Damn it. How have I ever let you down? Have I ever treated you badly in terms of food and women? Damn it. You're a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Now you want to continue being Lu Tao's dog. And you want to exchange my head for a reward. Dream. If you want me to die, I'll make sure you don't live either." After saying this, he ignored his injuries and traded his life with those of these younger brothers. But the body strengthened by the zombie crystal core is different. It only took a short while. Chow Lin killed all these younger brothers. But his body was also covered with scars. Lying on the ground means you exhale more and inhale less. Soon he was hacked to pieces by the people who caught up with him. At this point, Fonglin Green City community has been unified. Besides, Sun Jialiang drove his car in a panic and fled out of Fonglin Lidu community. Not long after leaving the community, a group of zombies who heard the noise followed behind. Sun Jialiang glanced behind the car and saw so many zombies following him, and he suddenly felt scared. Then he stepped on the accelerator as hard as he could. Not long after, Sun Jialiang arrived at the luxury goods street at the foot of the mountain. It seemed that the zombies behind were basically left behind. But the street was surprisingly quiet, without a single zombie to be found. Sun Jialiang parked the car on the side of the road. After struggling to escape from the community and fleeing all the way, he felt extremely exhausted. "So I got out of the car, found a room and blocked the door from the inside. I'm going to take a break and make plans tomorrow." The next morning, when Sun Jialiang was half asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle engine. Then came the sound of people talking. He woke up immediately. Could it be that Lu Tao won't let him go? He actually arranged for people to hunt him down. He secretly leaned on the window and looked out. I discovered that there was a group of people wearing sheriff's armor on the street. But they only had shields and some cold weapons in their hands, and no hot weapons such as pistols were seen. This also scared Sun Jialiang. Could it be that someone from the official has arrived? Then I heard a leading man say, "The zombies here were cleared out by the boss and his wives before. But don't take it lightly. Check every storeroom to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net." Everyone agreed immediately. "Got it, Brother Yuan." "Okay, Brother Yuan." This group of people was exactly the field team that Lu Yuan and Li Jia had just formed. After they handed over their work to Su Chao Yun, he brought people to the foot of the mountain and began to clear out the zombies and rescue the survivors. At this moment, Sun Jialiang shrank back and prepared to leave quietly. Perhaps because he had done so many evil things in Fonglin Green City community, he was naturally afraid of the sheriff. "I don't want to deal with Lu Yuan and his group." However, while he was evacuating, he accidentally touched an object next to him. The thing fell to the ground instantly with a crisp sound. The people outside heard the noise immediately. Lu Yuan didn't say anything, but gestured to his younger brothers who were nearby the sound to gather around. Seeing that he had been exposed, the people outside surrounded him. Sun Jialiang was still somewhat confident in his strength and physical condition, and he was ready to force his way in. "Go outside and grab a car and leave here." He came to the door and pulled out a machete he had with him. Then he suddenly opened the door and rushed out. The little brother closest to him outside was startled. but he immediately shouted to Lu Yuan. "Brother Yuan, he's alive!" Lu Yuan shouted loudly. "Who are you? Put down your weapons and kneel down and surrender." However, Sun Jialiang turned a deaf ear and took a big knife to chop at the younger brother who was blocking his way. These little brothers were knocked to the ground in just a few hits. But fortunately, they were protected by shields and no one was hurt. Lu Yuan was shocked at first, but he immediately calmed down. Then he said to Li Jie, "He must have taken the zombie crystal core. Brother Li, go up and test his strength." Li Jie said. "Brother Yuan, just wait and see." He rushed forward with a fire axe. Sun Jialiang, who was about to escape, was startled by Li Jie's sudden axe. So fast. Then the two of them started fighting. In a short while, Li Jie found out Sun Jialiang's strength. He should be an enhanced person who just took the zombie crystal core and failed to awaken. Sun Jialiang on the opposite side became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Who is this person? How can it be so awesome? He was completely suppressed and beaten. Of course, Sun Jialiang didn't know that Li Jie on the opposite side had already taken several level 1 crystal cores in a row. The physical strength alone is enough to crush him. Not to mention that Li Jie has awakened his superpowers. So next, Sun Jialiang had his weapon knocked out of his hand by Li Jie in a few seconds. Then an axe was placed on his neck. Seeing this, Sun Jialiang immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Big brother, I surrender. Please spare my life." At this time, Li Jie came over and asked, "Who are you, where are you from, and what are you doing here?" Sun Jialiang rolled his eyes and made up a lie to get away with it. At this time, Lu Yuan looked at him, his face darkened and said, "It seems you are very dishonest. Brother Li, teach him a lesson." Chapter 114 New Features of the Shelter. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Li Jie broke Sun Jialiang's right little finger. Sun Jialiang immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Then he saw Li Jie grab his ring finger, ready to exert force again. Sun Jialiang shouted quickly, "Brother! Brother! I was wrong, I'm telling the truth." Then Sun Jialiang explained everything about Fonlin Green City community. Even the bad things he did were clearly stated. After saying this, Sun Jialiang felt that Lu Yuan and Li Jie looked at him with even more unfriendly eyes. He didn't know what he was doing. This reminded Lu Yuan and Li Jie of the previous owners of Jiahe Yuyuan. Li Jie spoke directly. "Brother Yuan, why don't you just kill this guy?" Lu Yuan thought about it and said to Li Jie, "The information he mentioned is very important. Let's leave it to the boss. If this guy is still useful to the boss, we just kill him. Wouldn't that be a big mistake for the boss?" Sun Jialiang next to him was so scared that he nodded his head rapidly. Yes, brothers, I can still be of use to you. I am willing to join your boss. If you attack Fonlin Green City community, I am willing to lead the way." Lu Yuan then asked his younger brother to take out a rope and tie Sun Jialiang tightly. "Prepare to take it back and let Lin Yi deal with it." Then people were arranged to continue cleaning up the zombies. Here, Lin Yi received the helicopter from Su Chaoyun. "Just fill up the plane with fuel." I started to get familiar with flying a helicopter with a few girls. It was not until noon that we returned to the villa. And time soon came to the afternoon. At this time, the system voice came. "Ding! Shelter upgrade completed, please check it." Lin Yi immediately checked the shelter system. Shelter, level 1. Growth value, 0-1000 can be upgraded using level 2 zombie crystal core. Protection capability, can withstand general caliber shells. Additional functions, 1. Reconnaissance all-weather monitoring of all movements within a 5,000 meter radius of the shelter. 2. Anchor point, the host can set an anchor point in the shelter. After setting it successfully, the host can teleport back to the shelter at any time within a 10 km radius of the shelter. Remark: Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised when he saw the upgraded functions of the shelter. Not only has the scope of investigation increased greatly, it now includes the entire Shuiyun Jiangshan community. And the newly added anchor function is even more powerful. So that he won't have to worry about his house being robbed when he goes out to do things in the future. The only problem is that the current teleportation radius is a bit short. But according to the system settings, later, as the level of the shelter increases, this radius will definitely continue to increase. Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately consumed 1,000 level 2 zombie crystal cores and chose to continue upgrading the shelter. At this time, the system sound sounded. Ding! Shelter is being upgraded. 7 days remaining, please wait patiently. Lin Yi quickly asked the system. System, why did the upgrade take so long this time? The system voice came. As the level of your shelter increases, the time required to upgrade will increase accordingly. But it will not exceed 30 days at most. Host, please be patient and wait. Lin Yi was speechless for a while. The maximum will not exceed 30 days. He thinks 7 days is too long. But since it was a system regulation, he could do nothing about it. All we can do is wait patiently. Then Lin Yi prepared to try out this anchor point function. He first nailed the anchor point into the study. Then prepared to go to the yard to fly the helicopter. When I passed by the living room, I saw several women watching TV boredly. Seeing Lin Yi was about to go out, Zhong Wanqing asked, Husband, are you going out? Lin Yi nodded. I'm going to try the helicopter. At this time, the girls also became energetic, feeling that the morning session was not satisfying enough, and they all spoke. Hubby. Husband. I'm going too. Master. Master. And me. Lin Yi said with a smile. I'll be back soon, wait for me here. After saying that, he walked out of the living room door. Seeing this, the women had no choice but to give up. After a while, Lin Yi flew the helicopter out of the community. After flying about 8 or 9 kilometers, Lin Yi found a place to stop the plane. Then he put the plane into the space and silently said go home in his heart. Lin Yi's body suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in the study of the villa. Lin Yi was delighted, this function was indeed magical. When Lin Yi walked out of the study, he came to the living room. At this time, the women in the living room all looked puzzled when they saw Lin Yi. Husband, didn't you go out in a plane? When did you come back? Yes. Master, I didn't seem to see you come in just now. Lin Yi smiled without saying a word and pounced directly towards the women. The girls immediately burst into laughter and started playing with Lin Yi. In the evening, Lu Yuan and Li Jie brought the field team back to the community. Today they cleared out a lot of zombies around the foot of the mountain. Several zombie crystal cores were discovered, and a lot of supplies were looted. At this time, there were queues at the task management office and material distribution office in the community. People first go to the task management office to hand in the task and calculate and receive points. Then go to the material distribution center to exchange the materials. While queuing, people were whispering to each other about how many points they could get today and how much supplies they could exchange for them. But the team was not in chaos. Everyone knows that if you mess up, all your points will be eliminated. At this time, Lu Yuan and Li Jie also brought people to the task management office to hand in the task. Because there are quite a few people in the field team, Su Chaoyun immediately formed another team and arranged for someone to calculate the points for them individually. Lu Yuan and Li Jie asked the people below to handle it first. They first handed over all the crystal cores and supplies they had found. Then he greeted and chatted with Su Chaoyun. After a while, the points of the first field team member were calculated. The number of points earned is almost 2 to 3 times that of those who stay in the community to complete tasks. The people in the field team naturally smiled happily when they heard this. The hard work during the day was not in vain. Then they started discussing whether to exchange more supplies later or save them to exchange for zombie crystal cores. The people who were doing simple security tasks nearby were jealous and envious when they saw this. It's time to exchange supplies. These people were even more jealous when they saw the rich supplies exchanged by the field team. In fact, most of the people in the field team only exchanged enough food and water for themselves. Prepare to save points to exchange for zombie crystal cores. But there are still a small number of people, especially those who were addicted to smoking and drinking before the end of the world. Seeing all that alcohol and cigarettes, how could I resist? Everyone gritted their teeth and exchanged for a bottle or a pack. Some people open the supplies directly after getting them and take a whole bite or a stick. Then he showed an expression of extreme comfort. Seeing this, all the other smokers and drinkers swallowed their saliva. Many heavy smokers sniffed the second-hand smoke in the air. At this time, many people began to have ideas. Everyone is thinking about whether or not to join the field team tomorrow. Chapter 115 Lu Yuan's Suggestions. After the other members of the field team have calculated their points, Lu Yuan and Li Jie then began to calculate. Because they are in management, the points they earn are even more amazing compared to ordinary people. Many women in the nearby team heard this. The look he gave Lu Yuan and Li Jie immediately changed. They flirted with Lin Yi yesterday, but Lin Yi ignored them completely. Today, I heard that Zhao Feier, the big star in the community, was taken in by Lin Yi. Make them envious and jealous. But I have to admit it. Zhao Feier is prettier than them, has better temperament, and is more famous. I can only sigh that Zhao Feier is lucky. At the same time, it also confirmed that Lin Yi was not very interested in them. So they set their sights on Lin Yi's subordinates. Among them, Lu Yuan and Li Jie are definitely the most promising ones besides Lin Yi. They also found out that the two are still single. If we can capture one of them, we can enjoy ourselves when we get back. Not only will he have no worries about food and drink, but he probably even has a chance to obtain zombie crystal cores. Here, Lu Yuan and Li Jie calculated the points and greeted Su Chaoyun. He took Sun Jialiang, who was captured today, to report to Lin Yi. Along the way, many women took the initiative to greet them. Lu Yuan and Li Jie are not fools and they know what these women are doing. But this is also human nature. In the end times, most people live in precarious conditions. Who doesn't want to find a stable support? To be honest, they were both a little moved. But the reason why I haven't found a woman yet. It's also because the big boss Lin Yi just took over this community. There are many things they need to deal with every day, and they don't have the energy for it at the moment. Then they also observe which women are suitable to live with in the future. And Lu Yuan planned to report this matter to Lin Yi. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, many survivors have lost their loved ones. It's not just the two of them, many of their subordinates are single. It can be suggested that Lin Yi bring together the male and female survivors in the community. This will not only prevent the people below from having excess energy, it also improves loyalty. As long as they have a family, most people can settle down. It is beneficial to Lin Yi's rule. In fact, it's not just these women who have this idea. Others watching the changes in the community also had other thoughts. There are many upper-class people in the community who knew Su Chaoyun before the apocalypse. Seeing Su Chaoyun offered the helicopter voluntarily and pledged his loyalty to Lin Yi, he was appreciated. Not only did he obtain a zombie crystal core, he was also quickly assigned to manage logistical and administrative work. They were all surprised. At the same time, he secretly cursed himself for being slow to react. Why didn't you take the initiative to join Lin Yi? They now also realized that Lin Yi was not an ordinary person. Order was basically restored in the community after just one day. Everyone has their own responsibilities. It doesn't mean that everyone can eat well and have enough. At least they can survive. They congratulated Su Chaoyun privately. At the same time, he asked Lin Yi in a roundabout way whether he had any plans to recruit anyone else. Su Chaoyun has been in the business world for so many years, how could he not see the intentions of these people? Don't you just want him to help introduce you to Lin Yi? Su Chaoyun sneered in his heart at this. He had just gotten the chance to serve Lin Yi, and hadn't achieved anything yet. This would be like introducing others to join in front of Lin Yi. What would Lin Yi think? Do you think that Su Chaoyun does nothing practical every day and just forms cliques? Isn't this a trap for him? So Su Chaoyun was just perfunctory and just dealt with these people perfunctorily. At this time, Lu Yuan and Li Jie brought Sun Jialiang to Lin Yi's villa. Along the way, Sun Jialiang's horizons were broadened. This neighborhood is completely different from the one he ruled before. There is no high-pressure rule and no cruelty and bloodlust. Everyone followed the procedures, as if they had returned to the time before the end of the world. However, before he could think about it, he was brought in front of Lin Yi. Lu Yuan took the lead in reporting to Lin Yi on the progress of the field team's work today. Then he mentioned the matter about Fonglin Ludu community. Lin Yi glanced at Sun Jialiang below. Sun Jialiang felt like he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. He quickly told everything he knew. After listening, Lin Yi asked, "Are you sure that Lu Tao has also awakened his fire ability?" Sun Jialiang said quickly, "Boss, it's absolutely true. He can emit flames from his hands. Many of my subordinates were burned to death before." Lin Yi was surprised. This fire ability is quite powerful. How come it's so easy to awaken? Wang Debiao just awakened, and now Lu Tao has also awakened. But among the women around him, there's already Lu Rumei. As for the other women, Lin Yi wants to plunder other superpowers for them. We can plunder it and give it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said at this time. Boss, do you want Li Jia and I to take people and level the Feng Linldu community tomorrow? Catch that Lu Tao back for you. Sun Jialiang knelt down beside him and said. Boss, I am willing to serve under you. If you attack Feng Lin Green City, I'm willing to lead the way for you. Lin Yi said to Lu Yuan. I will personally lead a team to Feng Lin Ludu community tomorrow. Then he looked at Sun Jialiang. As for you? Lin Yi smiled coldly, then activated his telekinesis ability. Sun Jialiang only felt his neck tighten, and then he began to struggle desperately. Lin Yi continued. You, a useless person without any awakened powers, want to join me? Do you think I'm a garbage collector? If you can be as loyal as Lu Yuan and Li Jia, I will accept you. But you're just a scumbag and a fence-sitter. I won't give you anything. Then there was a click sound. Sun Jialiang's neck was broken out of thin air and he fell down powerlessly. Seeing this, Li Jia quickly carried Sun Jialiang's body out of the villa and handed it over to his younger brothers outside to deal with. Lu Yuan said quickly. Boss, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have brought Sun Jialiang to you. Lin Yi waved his hand and said indifferently. It's okay at this time. By the way, is there anything else? Lu Yuan thought about it. Just think of what you just thought of on the way. Suggestions were made about matching men and women in the community to live together. After listening to this, Lin Yi showed an expression that every man understood, and looked at Lu Yuan and Li Jia. Lu Yuan and Li Jia's faces turned red when they were looked at by Lin Yi. But this was something Lin Yi had not expected. And Lu Yuan's suggestion does make some sense. First of all, this incident has no effect on him. He wanted the top beauties. There is no need for him to say anything, the people below will know what to do when they encounter this situation. Secondly, there are so many single men and women together. If you don't manage it well, problems will definitely arise over time. Moreover, women are generally less efficient than men in obtaining points. If this continues, there will definitely be many women who sell their bodies in order to survive better. As a man, it must feel great. But now Lin Yi is already a big boss of a faction. And he has even greater ambitions. What if an infectious disease, such as AIDS, breaks out and spreads on a large scale? It will be very detrimental to his rule. But Lin Yi also knew that this kind of thing could not be completely banned. The risk can only be minimized. So Lin Yi said. Okay, this suggestion is fine. You can find as many women as you want, as long as you can afford them. But finding a wife depends on one's own ability. I don't want a fight to break out or even someone to die because of this. Chapter 116, Conquer Zhaofei'er and Awaken Her Power. Just when Lu Yuan and Li Jia were about to leave, suddenly there was a cry of surprise from outside the community. At this time, the entire Shuiyun Jiangshan community was pitch black except for the villa where Lin Yi lived. There's a power outage. The power finally went out. If you look down from the sky, you will see that the cities belonging to mankind are gradually getting darker. Only a few places still had lights on. At this time, the survivors in Jiangnan City were in unprecedented anxiety and even despair. It feels like human civilization is like this light, constantly going out. Looking at the villa where Lin Yi lived in the center of the community, it was still glowing. After a brief exclamation, the survivors of Shuiyun Jiangshan community fell silent again. It feels like Lin Yi is the hope for survival in their hearts. Lin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Li Jia walked out of the villa. He took out several generators and some fuel from the space and placed them on the ground. Then he continued. Take these generators back first. You two each take one and send one to Old Su. Take the rest for office use tomorrow. Then take one out from inside and count it as public use, and you can use it to charge people in the community. And tell Old Su to include the generator in the supplies you can redeem with points. Others who want to own it individually can earn points to redeem it. Lu Yuan and Li Jia spoke quickly. Thank you, sir. I'll do it right away. As he said that, he took his younger brothers outside to take away the things on the ground. Lin Yi then walked into the villa. At this time, Zhong Wanqing asked. Hubby, it's getting late. Who are you going to arrange for to sleep with me tonight? Lin Yi thought about it and said. Just Zhao Feier. Zhong Wanqing said immediately. Okay, hubby, I'll arrange it right away. Ever since we moved here and settled down, Lin Yi let the women take turns sleeping with him at night so that they could all enjoy the pleasure. But occasionally we will invite everyone to come together to communicate. At this time, Zhao Feier received a message from Zhong Wanqing in the bedroom. There was some tension on his face. But looking out the window, the other villas were all pitch black. I felt relieved again. Although she had just followed Lin Yi yesterday, Zhao Feier felt like she had become a human again. Not only is the food luxurious, it is something outsiders can't even imagine. All other treatments are no worse than those of big stars before the end of the world. The most important thing is that at this moment she has regained the feeling of being superior that she once had. Many women in the community knew her. After hearing that she was accepted by Lin Yi, they all sent messages to congratulate her. But between the lines, she could feel the envy, jealousy, and hatred of these women. Zhao Feier really enjoyed this feeling. But she knew that all this was given to her by Lin Yi. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she would be like everyone else at this moment. Huddled in a dark villa, starving. Later, they will continue to sell their bodies in order to survive. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Just then, Lin Yi opened the bedroom door and walked in. Zhao Feier immediately went to meet him. Master! You are here! Lin Yi nodded and said with a smile. How is it? Are you used to living here these past 2 days? Zhao Feier said quickly. Feier is very satisfied, thank you for your care. The two chatted for a while. Then Lin Yi took a bath with Zhao Feier's help. When Lin Yi was lying on the bed and browsing his phone, Zhao Feier changed into a sexy black lace underwear and came to Lin Yi. Looking at Zhao Feier's blushing face, Lin Yi put down his phone. He reached out and lifted Zhao Feier's chin, and Zhao Feier's face turned even redder. Then Zhao Feier took a deep breath and said to Lin Yi, Master, please lie down and let Feier serve you. As she spoke, Zhao Feier lowered her head and began to serve Lin Yi using the techniques she had learned online. Lin Yi looked at Zhao Feier, whose movements were a little unfamiliar, and immediately felt a strange feeling in his heart. This superstar before the end of the world was just like this, bowing his head and fawning in front of her. Cool. After a series of ups and downs. At this time, the system sound sounded. Name, Zhao Feier. Age, 24. Body size, 96. Appearance, 97. Overall, 96. Loyalty, 81. Ding. The current goddess, Zhao Feier's loyalty exceeds 80, and the system will issue a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, skill copy card 50. Lin Yi didn't expect that Zhao Feier's loyalty to him would exceed 80 points in one fell swoop. It seems that this little girl is able to face reality clearly and knows that she has a future only if she follows him. Although the system reward this time is skill copy card. But 50 were given. Is the number given by the system random? Including the 6 cards that he had not used up before, Lin Yi now has a total of 56 cards in his hand. The number of skill copy cards has become more abundant. We can get a few for Lu Yuan and Li Jie to use to further enhance their combat effectiveness. Looking at Zhao Feier, whose eyes were slightly red in his arms, Lin Yi didn't expect that this big star who debuted for 2 or 3 years was also doing this for the first time. The killer move Zhao Feier mentioned before was her first time. But for men, it is indeed quite lethal. Before the end of the world, it was indeed not easy for a 24 or 25-year-old woman who was so beautiful to retain her virginity. Then Lin Yi took out a level 1 zombie crystal core from the space and handed it to Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier took it with a look of surprise. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Zhao Feier, loyalty plus 10. Next comes the taking part. Half an hour later. Zhao Feier opened her eyes. Lin Yi checked Zhao Feier's information through the system. Goddess, Zhao Feier. Constitution, 18 normal people have a 10, including strength, agility, resistance, recovery, and other comprehensive abilities. Power, storm level 1010. Strength, 10 superpower energy. This little girl is such a good person that she has awakened the wind ability. This is also a very good ability. Under Lin Yi's guidance, Zhao Feier swung out a wind blade. Cut a doll placed in the bedroom directly in half. Zhao Feier screamed with excitement and gave him another kiss. At this time, the system voice sounded. Goddess Xiao Feier, loyalty +5. Lin Yi pulled Xiao Feier into the bathroom and began to wash her body. Soon, the sound of fierce fighting was heard again in the bathroom. The time came to the next morning. After Lin Yi stood up, he took 3 first-level crystal cores. Then start viewing your own panel information. Host, Lin Yi. Constitution, 203. Normal human constitution is 10, including comprehensive abilities such as strength, agility, resistance, and recovery. Superpower, telekinesis level 1910. Perception level 1810. Physical enhancement level 1410 inch. Strength, 125. Superpower energy. His current physical condition far exceeds that of a level 2 zombie. In another day, his telekinesis ability will reach level 2. I wonder what kind of changes it will bring to him. Then Lin Yi went downstairs, had breakfast, and walked out of the villa gate. At this time, Lu Yuan and Li Jia had been waiting here for a long time with their younger brothers. Chapter 117. Arrival at Fenglin Green City Community. When the people outside saw Lin Yi coming out, they all shouted loudly. Hello, sir. Good morning, boss. At this time Lu Yuan stepped forward and said. Boss, everything is ready, please give me your instructions. Lin Yi nodded and then said. Set off. Everyone got on the bus. At this time, Lin Yi handed the cards with copied skills to Lu Yuan and Li Jia. Lu Yuan and Li Jia took the cards with a puzzled look on their faces. The moment they touched the card, it disappears. Then the two of them learned Lin Yi's skills. Both of them looked at Lin Yi in shock. Boss. This. Lin Yi said with a smile. Just keep it to yourself and don't tell anyone. Lu Yuan and Li Jia said excitedly. Thank you, sir. I understand. The look he gave Lin Yi became more odd, even a little fanatical. The boss is becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Yi took out a new armored vehicle. Li Jia was driving, Lu Yuan was sitting in the passenger seat, and Lin Yi was sitting comfortably in the back. With the roar of the armored vehicle's engine, the convoy drove towards Fenglin Green City Community in a mighty manner. And shortly after Lin Yi left, Zhong Wancheng and a few other girls also drove out of the community in an armored vehicle. Originally, when the girls heard that Lin Yi was going to Fenglin Green City Community, they all wanted to follow him. But Lin Yi thought about it. There is a person with superpowers who has just awakened in the community opposite. There's absolutely no need for so many people. If it weren't for the purpose of plundering the other party's supernatural powers, he was too lazy to go. Just leave this kind of thing to Lu Yuan and Li Jia. But seeing Zhong Wancheng and the other girls staying at home, it seemed like they were really bored. So he gave Zhong Wancheng and other women a lot of weapons. Let them go down the mountain to clean out the zombies and relax. By the way, I'll take this rookie Xiao Feier to broaden her horizons. As for their safety, Lin Yi was not worried at all. All 7 women took the crystal core, 5 of whom were mutants. Zhong Wancheng and Song Xinyan are at the peak of level 1 and are about to reach level 2. Just ask who dares to take advantage of them now. At this time, we were in Fenglin Green City Community. Lu Tao climbed up from the pile of women around him. Ever since Sun Jialiang was driven away and Shaolin was hacked to death the night before last. To celebrate the unification of the community, he first transported all the food and women that Sun Jialiang and Shaolin had looted back to his own residence. Then, starting from yesterday afternoon, I started partying with my younger brothers. A group of people ate and drank in the building, and then started a party. While celebrating, Lu Tao looked at the fearful eyes of his subordinates and the deliberate flattery of the women next to them. Self-confidence has expanded to an unprecedented level. Ambition burned in his heart. Unifying Fenglin Green City Community is just the first step. Then he would organize people to occupy the large supermarket not far away. And based on this, they captured 2 more communities. Finally, we took over the Shuiyan Jiangshan community on the mountain. He knew that many big stars and internet celebrities lived there. The quality of a woman cannot be compared with the stuff around us. Just as Lu Tao stood up and was about to wake up his younger brother, all of a sudden, the other survivors in the community started shouting. Lu Tao's face darkened. Damn it, are these people tired of living? So early in the morning, and you're yelling and I'm It seems I've been too kind to them. I'm going to kill a few of them today to establish my authority. Let these untouchables know who is the master in this neighborhood. Then he went outside and woke up all the younger brothers who were still sleeping. Get the fuck up. You're still sleeping, what time is it? Go and see what's going on outside. Catch those who are shouting the loudest and bring them downstairs. I'm going to teach them a lesson. At this time, one of the younger brothers who was lying on the bed stood up and suddenly said in horror, Tao, brother Tao, there are so many sheriffs. There are a lot of sheriffs out there. Lu Tao, who was being helped by a woman to put on his clothes, cursed directly. You're playing with women, you're so drunk on them. Where is the sheriff at this hour? However, more younger brothers lying on the window said, No, brother Tao. There are really a lot of sheriffs out there. At this time, Lu Tao came to the window, kicked the younger brother who was blocking the way aside, and then looked out. I saw that there were quite a few cars parked in the square of the community at this time. And there was even an armored vehicle. A group of people wearing sheriff's armor, holding shields and cold weapons, began to get off the car and gather. And a man who looked like the leader took a loudspeaker and started speaking. All survivors of Maple Forest Green City, listen up. Now, immediately, gather downstairs. Anyone who disobeys orders will bear the consequences. Then the loudspeaker started playing in a loop. The survivors in the community, who were already noisy, became even more agitated after hearing this. Many people began to run downstairs. When Lu Tao saw this, his face changed first, and then he became very aggressive. Fuck you. I just unified the neighborhood and I'm already here to pick peaches. Fuck you, sheriff. It's not that easy to take my things. So Lu Tao said to all his younger brothers, Everyone follow me down. The younger brothers below all had faces full of fear. They all have a natural fear of the authorities. Lu Tao cursed inwardly, then continued to threaten and incite. The outside world has been in chaos for a long time, and the officialdom has collapsed long ago. These sheriffs are obviously fake. They don't even have guns. We can just kill these guys and steal their equipment. If you perform well later, I will reward you handsomely. If anyone doesn't perform well, I'll kill him on the spot. At this time, several of Lu Tao's trusted subordinates also reacted and quickly agreed. Brother Tao is right. They don't even have guns, there's nothing we should be afraid of. Our brother Tao has superpowers, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Right. Even if these are real sheriffs, so what? This neighborhood belongs to us. That's right. You better think it through. With what we've done, can the sheriff really let us go? Why not give it a try? Seeing that the atmosphere was set, Lu Tao and his men went downstairs in a mighty procession. At this time, many survivors in the community thought that Lin Yi and his group were real sheriffs. Sneak out of the building. Lu Yuan arranged for them to gather aside and wait for further arrangements. At this time, Lu Tao and his younger brother also came to the square. Looking at these people who sneaked out, he immediately shouted loudly. Fuck it. Who asked you to come out? Do you want to die? Get back here right now. If anyone doesn't obey, I'll break his legs right now. All those who sneaked out had fear on their faces. They knew Lu Tao's methods. So he looked to Lu Yuan and others for help. Lu Yuan was about to speak. I saw the rear window of the armored vehicle slowly lowering. He hurried forward to open the door for Lin Yi. After Lin Yi got off the car, he glanced at Lu Tao and said with a smile. Are you Lu Tao? Chapter 118, Taking Over Fonglin Green City Community. When Lu Tao heard this, he was shocked. How did this guy know his name? But he still snorted coldly. That's right, I am Lu Tao. By the way, you guys aren't sheriffs, are you? Lin Yi said to Lu Yuan. Did I mention we're sheriffs? Lu Yuan replied immediately. No, sir. At this time, Lu Tao and his younger brothers behind him all felt relieved after hearing this. Then Lu Tao said with a gloomy face. Then what do you mean by bringing so many people to this community? Do you know that I'm the one protecting this neighborhood? Lin Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and interrupted him directly. Kneel down now and I'll spare your life. Lu Tao was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. I'm kneeling down. Everyone, come at me. Kill these bastards. After saying that, he activated his supernatural power, a big fireball appeared in his hand, and then he threw it towards Lin Yi. Li Jie in front also quickly activated his supernatural power and turned his upper body into steel. Prepare to block the huge fireball flying towards Lin Yi. At this time, Lin Yi's voice came from behind. Leave this Lu Tao to me, and make it quick and decisive. Lu Yuan and Li Jie responded. Okay, boss. He led his men to kill Lu Tao's men. Then we saw the big fireball flying slower and slower. Finally, it stopped in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled and reached out to catch the fireball. Then, in front of the horrified gazes of everyone in the audience, he simply crushed the fireball. Lu Tao was already shocked when he saw the supernatural powers displayed by Li Jie. The absolute strength displayed by Lin Yi made him terrified. What kind of superpower did this guy awaken? How come there is such a huge difference between us even though we are both people with superpowers? Thinking of this, Lu Tao turned around and ran. He knew that he had hit a wall today and if he didn't leave, he would die here. However, before he could run a few steps, Lin Yi pulled him back using his telekinesis ability. Lu Tao floated in the air and struggled to fly towards Lin Yi. His subordinates were already crying for their parents after being killed by Lu Yuan and Li Jie. Then they saw their brutal eldest brother being crushed by Lin Yi without any chance to fight back. These people collapsed directly. Run! Run! Help! At this time Lin Yi shouted loudly. Everyone, kneel down. Anyone who dares to run will be killed on the spot. As soon as Lin Yi said this, Lu Tao's younger brother immediately raised his hands and knelt down in surrender. There were a few who were disobedient, and they were all chopped to the ground. The rest of the people immediately became obedient. Then Lu Yuan directed the field team to surround these people and wait for Lin Yi's decision. At this time, Lu Tao had been pulled to Lin Yi's side and pressed to the ground. Lu Tao looked at Lin Yi and begged for mercy. Brother! Brother! I was wrong. Please let me go. I lost my mind just now. I surrender to you now. I have plenty of food and women here, I'll give them all to you, please. But before he could finish his words, Lin Yi, who was annoyed by the noise in his ears, simply grabbed Lu Tao's throat. Then he took out the plundering crystal core from the space and placed it on his forehead. Not long after, Lu Tao felt that his supernatural powers were disappearing. At this moment, Lin Yi looked like a devil in his eyes. He struggled constantly, but it was obvious that it was all in vain. As the light on Lu Tao disappeared, the system sound rang out. Plundering crystal cores plunder completed. After Lin Yi picked up the plundering crystal core, he casually twisted Lu Tao's neck. The big brother of Fenglin Ludu community died just after 2 days. Then Lin Yi asked Lu Yuan to continue shouting, asking all the survivors in the community to come down. Not long after, everyone in the Fenglin Green City community came downstairs one after another and came to the open space in the middle. Looking at Lu Tao's body on the ground and Lu Tao's younger brother who was controlled in the middle, everyone showed an expression of extreme hatred. Lin Yi looked around at the crowd and found that there were almost no children or elderly people. And among the remaining people, there are obviously more women than men. Lin Yi also asked Lu Yuan to arrange for people to move down all the supplies that Lu Tao had looted. During the transportation process, the field team members looked at the so-called food with difficulty. Except for a few things, the food looked normal. Most of the food has been spoiled to varying degrees, some are even moldy. It's emitting a strange smell. And these survivors looked at the food. His mouth was drooling like crazy and his eyes were staring intently. If it weren't for Lin Yi's men who were fully equipped and had murderous looks on their faces, the starving people were ready to rush up and grab it. The lives of ordinary survivors in Fenglin Ludu community are definitely much worse than those in Shuiyan Jiangshan community. Due to waves of exploitation by people like Sun Jialiang, Shaolin, Lu Tao, etc., they had long since run out of food. I guess in a few days, all the starving people will start to set their sights on the corpses. After everyone arrived, Lu Yuan directly announced that Fenglin Green City community will be under the management of Lin Yi in the future. Then he began to read out Lin Yi's rules. When I heard that everyone can earn points by completing tasks, and then exchange them for supplies, even zombie crystal cores, everyone was excited. They all cried and shouted to join Lin Yi's army. At this time, Lin Yi used his perception ability to pull out all those who were hostile to him. Then, through the identification of other survivors in the community, some of Lu Tao's subordinates who had committed the most evil were also pulled out. Lin Yi spoke at this time. Now I give a chance to those who want to join me. Pick up the knife on the ground and kill all those who are disloyal to me and have bullied you. Once you're done, you can register for dinner." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, someone picked up the knife on the ground and rushed towards the group of people next to him. Then more people picked up knives. Those younger brothers who were not selected and did not do much evil were even more active. Thinking back to when I was on the verge of death, I almost got selected. So they attacked these former brothers in a more brutal and cruel way. If I don't do this, how can I show my loyalty to Lin Yi, the new boss? The other survivors were even more grateful to Lin Yi, grateful that he gave them a chance for revenge. Not long after, all the chosen people died tragically on the spot. Then Lu Yuan arranged for people to start registering information. It was soon noon. Lin Yi directly arranged for people to set up a few pots here and start cooking. Among the food that Lu Tao collected, the rotten, spoiled and moldy ones were thrown away directly. After seeing this, the survivors all felt secretly sorry. How can such a good thing be thrown away just like that? Lin Yi took out more than a dozen bags of rice and water from the space. Ask someone to cook the remaining food from Lu Tao into thick porridge. It is also stipulated that these people cannot eat too much at one time, for fear that they will die from overeating. Before long, the aroma of porridge spread. All the survivors in Fonlin Green City community looked on with eager eyes. They didn't know how long it had been since they smelled such delicious food.